The summer of 2020 was unlike any that I'd ever known. A bleak expanse where the world seemed to shrink and time to stretch. Our community had shut down in a way that felt almost biblical, a plague of isolation. The streets were abandoned, the parks ghostly, and the very essence of human interaction felt like a relic of a forgotten era. The town that I lived in didn't get hit super hard by COVID, but it sure acted like it. Jobs were dissolved overnight, and by and large, everybody was told to stay indoors. And this was just for those first 3 months. Cabin fever had me clawing at the walls of my sanity, and the only thing left that wasn't explicitly forbidden was walking. So I walked. I walked through the suburbs, through parks, through the woods just outside of town, hoping that the trees might offer some solace from the oppressive silence. The few stores that were allowed to be open became regular destinations, and if I didn't need to hit the store, I'd just wander on by, keep exploring. Honestly, that walk quickly turned into the notion of hiking. I needed to be outside, and this was the only way I could do that. 1 week melted into the next. The trails became my sanctuary. By the time a month had passed, I'd mapped out routes in my mind, each new path offering a respite from the suffocating sense of confinement. I found a particular joy in the cadence of my footsteps against the forest floor, the rustle of leaves like whispers from a more forgiving world. As summer wore on, I felt the itch for something more, a challenge, a test, a trail long enough to feel like a real journey. Most of my walking was done around town, but as I branched into forests and hillsides, I knew I wanted to swap it out for the wilderness. That's when I decided to tackle my longest hike yet, a 10-mile loop that would take me deep into the middle of nowhere. I woke up early, the sun just beginning to cast its own light on a world still swaddled in morning dew. The trailhead parking lot was empty, the silence amplifying my own nervous excitement. I was expecting it to be pretty busy, but the second I saw that barren parking lot, I knew I'd be the only one out there. I packed my gear meticulously: water, snacks, a first aid kit, and a map. I glanced around, noticing the absence of any other vehicle. My thoughts flickered with a reminder to be cautious. A solitary trek into the wild required vigilance. It was exciting to me at first, but the more I thought about it, the more I got kind of carried away with worry. What if I broke my ankle? What if I fall and hit my head? I was on my own, either way. I set off with a brisk pace, the rhythm of my feet on the trail becoming this familiar comfort. 3 miles in, the solitude became my friend, no longer an enemy. The morning transitioned to noon, and I was loving every second of it. I allowed myself to wander a bit, lulled into this sense of false security. The woods were thick and unyielding, and soon I found myself stepping off the trail into an uncharted part of the forest, territory that seemed both alien and intriguing. There's a stone peak jutting out over the tree line, and the longer I walked toward it, the more I wanted to get up close and see it for myself. From what I could see, I'd have to venture off the trail for maybe 2 miles, walk in a straight line for the mountain feature. It was pretty open, just rolling dusty badlands with some tree thickets here and there. I knew at the base level it would be a bad idea, but I was feeling confident, so I just continued on with my mission. It was in this desolate part of the woods that I first noticed the weirdness. A pair of worn-out shoes lay discarded near the base of a ravine, their laces tangled like a junk drawer. Next to them, a couple of folded shirts fluttered in the breeze. My curiosity was piqued, but I dismissed it as remnants of day trippers who just had too much fun. I continued toward the distant mountain peak that had caught my eye earlier. The terrain grew increasingly rugged, and the oddity of the abandoned clothing seemed to fade into the background as I focused on that jagged peak ahead of me. And that's when I noticed something peculiar in the dirt now, strange lines and patterns, almost as if something had been dragged through the earth. My initial intrigue turned to unease as these lines stretched further and further, guiding me away from anything recognizable of a trail and deeper into the wilderness. What could these be? I thought maybe snakes or worms at first, but there was just too many grooves. There would have had to been dozens of them in the dirt to make all that. Next, I thought maybe a plant feature of some kind, but nothing really made sense. The only thing I could think of were tumbleweeds. Looking around, I didn't see a single one. My sense of adventure began to wane as I followed these disturbing marks, my footsteps soft on the uneven ground. The lines twisted and turned, leading me on a path that seemed to stretch into infinity. After what felt like a mile and a half, I finally spotted movement ahead. The sight made my heart pound with a mixture of fear and curiosity. I looked down at my boots to make sure those weird little lines were still there. Nestled into the edge of an embankment, I dared to peek over. There, in the distance, I saw them. Men, dusty and dirty, gathered in what seemed like to be a makeshift ceremonial circle along that ridgeline. Their clothes were tattered, faces obscured by grime and shadows. They moved with a deliberate, almost ritualistic precision, lifting cinder blocks over their heads in this repetitive motion. The blocks had something written on them, but they were too far away for me to decipher anything. My pulse quickened as I observed that spectacle, a knot of dread tightening up in my stomach. The men chanted in unison, their voices a low droning murmur that seemed to resonate with the earth. As they lifted the blocks again and again, the leader, or what seemed like the leader of the group, walked among them, a slender, menacing figure wielding a thin, sharp instrument. He struck their backs and chest with it, drawing blood that glistened in the harsh sunlight. What the hell was all this? They continued to push themselves, lifting the block while the leader hollered and whipped them with his lash. They only wore pants and shorts, no shoes or shirts. Now I remembered those discarded clothes back closer to the trail. The mystery was starting to make sense. The rest of this had me shaken in my core. I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead. The men's cries of pain pierced the eerie quiet of the wilderness. A shiver of horror quickly crept down my spine. My instincts were screaming at me to leave, run as far as I could from this grotesque scene as fast as possible. I turned, my movements awkward and hurried, desperate to retreat back to the relative safety of that trail. I tried to be quiet, but speed was my main focus. But the path back was not so simple. I stumbled through the underbrush, my mind a whirl of panic and disbelief. The forest seemed to conspire against me, branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. It was a slow, agonizing trek back to the familiar trail. Each step a struggle as my heart pounded in my chest like some sort of caged animal. Behind me, I could still hear them, screaming up to the sky. Just as I emerged from the thicket, I was met by a chilling sight. Another group of men had now arrived at the ravine, removing their shoes and shirts. They put them exactly where the other clothes were. They tied ropes around their waists, each rope leading to a cinder block marked with hateful, overlapping words. They greeted me with nods and solemn waves, their faces etched with a grim resolve. Without a word, they began their slow, arduous trek towards that mountain peak. As they wandered off, the ropes pulled tight. I watched the cinder blocks drag in the dirt behind them. The sight of them, determined, grim, and sinister, was fucking burned into my memory. I watched until they disappeared into the distance, their figures growing smaller and smaller against the backdrop of that towering peak. The forest fell silent again, the unnatural quiet pressing down around me once more. And then it was all gone. The screams, the whip, the men, like it never happened. I never returned to that trail. The The woods, which had once been a refuge from the confines of my home, had become a place of haunting memories and unspoken weirdness. The men and their strange, painful ritual remained this chilling mystery. I, for one, had no desire to unravel it any further. I kept to the marked paths from then on. The sense of adventure had now been replaced by this profound respect for the unknown, and a deep-seated fear of what might lie hidden in the middle of nowhere. Still to this day, I can recall those sounds of the men's crying, the eerie chants, the haunting silence that quickly followed. It's a memory that refuses to fade, a reminder that some corners of the world are best left unexplored. In the end, it just wasn't the isolation that frightened me, but the terrifying unknown that lurked just beyond the safety of the path. My childhood was spent amidst the wet, green embrace of a small Midwestern town, where rain was as regular as church bells on Sundays. Summers were a peculiar blend of heat and dampness, and it was in this clammy weather that my fascination with mushrooms took root. I became a self-proclaimed mycologist, devoting weekends to the endless hunt for fungi. The discovery of a new species, rare, exotic, or just plain odd, was a thrill that no video game or classroom could replicate for me. I started off in my front yard. One morning, while gunning for the bus stop, I looked down and spotted a puffball poking out between the blades. I literally could not believe it. I became obsessed and started poking around in the little pockets of forest around my town. All of them had something to learn about, and within a year, I knew most of my local species. The cemetery in our town, though unusual, became one of my favorite places to hunt. It was a small plot, perhaps a few acres, nestled within a larger patch of the forest. The cemetery itself was meticulously kept, but the surrounding woods were a different story, wild and untamed. They provided a perfect environment for mushrooms to thrive. And so, I found solace and adventure among the tombstones, always searching for the next great find. The groundskeepers were used to me, knew I was harmless, so I just had free pass to wander up and down the rows. One summer morning, right after a tremendous rainstorm, I set out with the big bag slung over my shoulder and a deep sense of anticipation. The storm had transformed the world into a sodden wonderland. I knew it would yield a bounty of mushrooms that day. The air was thick with the smell of damp earth and decaying leaves, a fragrance to me that was just as intoxicating as any perfume. I couldn't wait to get the dirt underneath my fingernails as I filled my sack with one glorious mushroom at a time. I wandered into that cemetery, did my usual scan of the area, but didn't see anything right away. I decided to skip the cemetery and hit it on my return trip. So I cruised through the grassy graveyard and made for the back fence. As I approached that fence though, I noticed that something was amiss. The usually pristine grounds were littered with trash, beer cans, scraps of paper, and other debris. I was baffled. The cemetery was sacred ground, meticulously maintained. Even the occasional drinker who found their way here would have been swiftly shooed away. I chalked it up to maybe a storm washing from somewhere else, even though it unsettled me. Half of the trash was inside the cemetery. The other half was all over the outside, just beyond that fence. Someone had clearly thrown a party over on one side or the other, and then left the mess for everybody else to clean up. I hopped the fence as usual, the metal cold against my palms. The forest had a peculiar silence about it this morning, broken only by the occasional squelch of my boots inside that muddy grass. I zigzagged through the trees, eyes scanning for the familiar caps and stems of my targets. The mushrooms were bountiful this morning, each cluster seeming to beckon me deeper and deeper into the woods. Soon I reached the far edge of the hill, where I usually descended into the meadow. But today I stopped to examine an unusual pile of objects. Discarded clothes, a scattering of beer cans, and something that looked like a bundle of plastic baggies. It was the kind of litter that just felt foreign in a place like this. Out of place. Ominous. I glanced around nervously, but driven by my compulsion to hunt, I pushed that strange sight from my mind and just moved on. In hindsight, this was a very dumb thing to do. This little woodland outside the cemetery led to a creek that just ran out of town. There was nobody in this area, no trails, no dog walking paths. I had literally never seen anybody else out here, ever. Sudden evidence of somebody drinking beer should have been a massive red flag for me, but I continued on. The meadow stretched before me, the grass lush and wild. My eyes soon focused on a cluster of big, brown bullets, treasures that I quickly and eagerly began to collect. Time slipped away as I followed the mushrooms deeper and deeper into the meadow, their presence almost hypnotic. My usual sense of direction and caution waned as I became completely immersed in the hunt. I was caked in dirt and mud up to my elbows as I scurried around the grassland. It wasn't until I finally looked up that I realized how far I'd actually wandered. The once familiar terrain had become alien to me. I found myself standing before a charred fire pit, its stones blackened and smeared with remnants of past flames. Scattered around that pit were various items: an empty bag, some more beer bottles, and small wooden figurines arranged in this odd pattern. The most unsettling part of it all was the partially burned Ouija board that lay in the center. The outer edges were scorched and curling, but the center, the heart of the board, remained intact. It stared up at me, the planchette resting in its center like a grim invitation. A finger traced up my spine. The mushrooms, though still plentiful, no longer seemed enticing. I recognized at this point that something was seriously off. The remains of that fire pit and the Ouija board just felt wrong, like evidence of some kind of crime that I stumbled upon. My instincts whispered for me to turn back. The lure of those mushrooms was far too strong. I continued up towards the creek, my eyes darting around nervously. Up ahead, I could see this huge porcini. I wanted to nab it before I turned back for home. When I reached the last slope before the creek, the sight that met me was both horrifying and surreal. A man was standing in the shallow water, washing his face. His clothes were torn and caked in what looked like dried blood. The creek was murky, but the crimson stains were unmistakable. His body was thin and sinewy, covered in prison tattoos that snaked around his limbs like these dark veins. He continued to wash himself in the creek with his back to me. He reminded me of the dingy homeless guy from the old Dennis the Menace movie. Long stringy hair, grimy, just out of place and strange. I watched him for longer than I should have, caught up in the shock of the moment. I also understood, this wasn't the movies. I was a kid and he was a man. If he decided to hurt me, it could probably happen. My heart raced, pounding in my ears. I froze, unsure whether to call out or just retreat. Before I could react though, the man turned his head, his eyes catching the glint of the morning sun. Our gazes locked. I saw a spark of wild, frantic rage in his eyes. He almost looked just as surprised to see me as I was to him. It almost made me laugh in the moment, and for one split second, I thought maybe this guy could be normal. This whole exchange could be normal, and perhaps I was off the hook. Without a word, he bolted from the water and began to chase me uphill. Panic surged through me as I realized how wrong I was. I dropped my sack of mushrooms, the weight of them no longer registering. I sprinted back uphill, toward the cemetery fence, the only sanctuary that I could think of. The distance seemed unsurmountable. Every breath felt like fire in my lungs. I glanced back, seeing the man's gaunt figure slowly gaining on me. His eyes were wide with fury, his screams raw and primal, echoing through the trees. Why the hell was he screaming? It scared the shit out of me. I actually thought I might pee my pants in the moment. Still, desperation spurred me onward. I hoped to God he wouldn't keep pace up the hill. His howls grew louder, a chilling soundtrack to my desperate flight. His rage was palpable, each scream a reminder of the danger that pursued me. My legs burned, my mind a whirlwind of terror. I pushed harder, my feet barely touching the ground as I reached the top of the hill. I looked over my shoulder and saw my prayers had been answered. He couldn't keep his pace up such a steep incline. I wasted no time and continued to bolt towards the fence. That was the last realistic place that he could catch me. I could see the chain link just beyond the tree branches. With a final burst of energy, I hurled myself over it, my hands scraping against the rough metal. I landed on the other side, heart racing as I looked back. The man was nowhere to be seen. The silence that quickly followed was like nothing that I'd ever experienced before. True relief. I didn't stop to catch my breath. I jogged through the cemetery, my eyes scanning for any sign of that man. My thoughts a chaotic mess of fear and just disbelief. I also kept an eye peeled for a groundskeeper, really anybody I could get the attention of and let them know that I was in danger. No one came around though. Once I reached the other side of the cemetery, I just sprinted for home. When I arrived breathless and wide-eyed, I told my parents what had just happened. Their faces were pale, but their responses were practical. They called the police, but search yielded nothing. Shocking, right? The man was never found and the police could offer me no explanation. They were out there and the stuff I spoke about was gone, even my sack of mushrooms. No empty baggies, no beer bottles, nothing. Like just everything got sucked up into the sky. Both my parents and the police gave me these long talks. Their warnings were stern but futile. Don't go out alone. Be careful. They said it with the weight of parental concern, but it did little to alleviate the gnawing sense of dread that had settled deep in my gut. How close to death had I just come? To this day, that incident remains one of the most terrifying experiences of my childhood. The image of that bloodied man in the creek, the remnants of that Ouija board, and the eerie silence of the forest haunt me. The cemetery became a symbol of my brush with something dark and sinister, something that should have never been uncovered. It's like the line between reality had gotten blurred out there, and I crossed over into a time when something else was going on, as I was the only one who saw it. I know it sounds crazy and unbelievable, but hey, it's my story, and it happened. In 2006, I was driving a flatbed. I picked up a load of construction materials in rural Tennessee. My memory is pretty foggy now, but I want to say it's between Memphis and Nashville, but closer to the intersection of Mississippi, Alabama, and the Tennessee state lines. There's just some random stuff for a house, drywall, roofing, and a shitload of prepackaged flooring that I had to use every tie-down strap I had to keep from sliding off the back. Tarps are required, so I strapped everything down, tarped the load, and left the shipper. About 5 miles down the road, in the middle of nowhere woods, on a 2-lane road, I notice my tarp is flapping in the wind. I find a wide shoulder and pull over to fix it. I realize I just did a shitty job tarping on this load and decide to redo it on the side of the road right now. I undo all the bungee straps, drag the tarps off, and roll them back up. Climb back up on the load and start unrolling the tarps. That's when I see a guy walking down the same road that I'm on, coming towards my truck. This guy's clearly down on his luck, empty-handed, unclean, with a far-off stare in his eyes. I take stock of my location, remember that I'm 10-20 miles down deep into a public forest, winding my way towards the drop-off location. There aren't any houses or cabins out here. Maybe there could be day hikers or campers, but either way, this guy was alone on the road, so clearly something was off. I don't think about it other than just to keep an eye on him, because again, I'm in the middle of nowhere, and just continue what I'm doing. About the time that I have the tarps set back in place, I'm climbing down to start hooking the bungee straps back on. This dude is now getting close enough that I'm paying more attention to him. I grab my winch bar, set it on the trailer where I'm working just in case. It's an 8-pound solid metal bar, about 4 feet long, tapered to a blunt point on one end and a hollow opening on the other. It's used for tightening straps and chains. It's a bad mamma jamba out there on the road, if you need it. The guy gets to me finally, and the first thing that I notice is his hair. It's like a mullet, but it's really patchy. Like he tried to cut his own hair and then had a seizure in the process and said, fuck it, looks good enough to party. The next thing that I noticed were his eyes, which I can really only describe to you as off. Like, they were clear, but I didn't think he was drunk or high or anything. It just gave me the distinct impression that the elevator didn't go all the way up, if you know what I mean. His clothes were dirty and not well maintained. Dirty white tennis shoes. I remember he didn't have any laces on one shoe, and the tongue was noticeably out of place. He stops by me, waits until I acknowledge him, and just says, "I got a long walk." I'm like, "Yeah, man, you do. We're in the middle of nowhere," making it clear there's no ride to be had here. He nods and starts walking by me, continuing his way off. He stops at about the driver door of my truck, turns around and comes back to me, repeats himself. "I've got a long walk." At this point, I explain I cannot give you a ride. I have insurance, it won't cover it, all that. Apologize for not being able to help anymore. He seems to accept this, turns around and leaves. I wait for him to get a little ways away from my truck and then start working on finishing the tarp job, finally. I still keep an eye on him. He's still moving away. As I'm putting the last of the bungee straps on, I look over to check where he's at. He's now turned around and headed back towards me. I'd say about 100 yards in front of my truck, coming back my way fast. It looked like he's talking on a cell phone. He has his hands up to his face, and I can barely make out his mouth moving, his other hand waving like he's having a conversation with somebody. I finish the straps, grab my winch bar, and hop down from my truck, looking up as he's about 10 feet away now. This catches me off guard a little bit. I expected him to still have a little bit of a distance to cover. I express as much, literally telling the guy he scared me to death, to which he kind of just smiles and nods. He hangs up his weird phone hand and then gives me his full attention. "I haven't done anything yet," he starts telling me. "Look, man, I can't," I started. "I know, shut up," he chuckles. "You can't give me a ride." "The hell did you just say to me?" He doesn't respond, just takes a few confident steps forward. I shrug and take my own. And then I bring my winch bar up before me like a goddamn sword. He doesn't even look at it. He takes one more step, then blows a handful of sand in my fucking eyes. I was instantly blinded, nearly dropped to a knee. It was jarring. I could hear his shoes scuffling around the dirt around me, moving around the road. I panicked and swung the bar a couple of times. Didn't connect with anything. His footsteps got a little further away, and then it dawned on me. He was going for the truck. I reached down and slapped the fob in my pocket, heard the audible click of the lock shifting into place. "Damn it! I was hoping you left those in the ignition," he confessed to me. "Well, I guess now I have to take them from you." This went from bad to worse. I quickly worked to get the dirt out of my eyes, but it was no use. It was caked in there good. I would need water or eye drops to get my full vision back. Still, I could see a little bit out of my right eye, so I did my best to keep a beat on him as he stalked around. He made a few lunges from my pocket. Both times I pushed him off, but I felt his hands feeling up and down my leg. The third time, I clocked him in the shoulder with the bar, full contact. He grunted hard and took a few steps back. At that point, my vision got bad again. I took a couple of quick steps back towards my trailer. At this point, I couldn't hear him. Everything had gone silent. Quickly rubbed my eyes again. As I rubbed at them, I felt the trailer shift. I realized he'd climbed up on it. He was now going to get me from behind. Just as I stepped forward, I felt his arm snake around my throat. Thank God I felt that trailer shift when I did. Thankfully, I was able to shrug him off and bolt to the truck. I jumped inside and slammed the door shut. As soon as I'm in the cab, I locked the doors. I sent the winch bar on the passenger seat just in case. I look around for the guy and realize he's not chasing me anymore. He's talking to his fucking hand again. I'm nervous because I still can't really see. And this psycho is screaming into his hand just 10 feet away. I cranked my truck up, put it in gear, and just pulled out. Didn't look for traffic or anything. As I pass him, he's looking at me, still holding his hand to his face with this dead-ass look on his face, just staring. That gave me the creeps. About the time I hit 5th or 6th gear, I looked in the mirror and he was no longer there. I slowed down a mile or so down the road and completely cleaned my eyes out. By the time I was done, there was still no sign of him. To this day, that's the scariest shit that's ever happened to me. I reported it to the police and to my employers, and of course, nothing really came out of it. I hope that guy got run over on his long walk to nowhere. I was driving a truck modified into a huge bus in the deserts of Central Australia. I was over 500 kilometers from the nearest town, so yeah, middle of nowhere stuff. As I'm sure many of you know, most of Australia is middle of nowhere. The majority of the continent is uninhabitable and discouraged from even traveling through. 80% of our population is coastal, so if you decide to drive through the outback, you'll really only encounter other drivers, not really any towns. I was out on a 5-day charter to pick up some Aboriginal elder women and go and get their women's business health checks done. Pap smears, mammograms, etc. This is all necessary stuff for these women, but they don't have access to anything of the sort inside the areas that they live in. There are doctors, but very basic, rudimentary ones. Nothing prepared to deliver women's health treatments. On the day that I took them to get done what they needed, we went to a place called Mintabi, so they could shop in the clothing stores and get whatever else is randomly inside this small little opal mining town of South Australia. It's one of the few population centers close to these women that actually could provide for their irregular needs. Clothing, a decent meal, maybe even a luxury item like coffee. Whatever they didn't have back in the village, they could easily find in Mintabi, even though this town itself is known as being a bit ramshackle. We left from there late to make the 3-hour journey back to where we were all staying overnight. The next day, I'd take them to their respective desert communities. This was a job done purely for the community. If somebody didn't come out to drive these folks overnight, they would not have access to medicine or other modern conveniences. The passengers all fell asleep as they'd had a very long day, and as I mentioned, the ride back to what was essentially our hotel would take hours. Even the nurse who was traveling with us had fallen asleep. The place that we stayed was something like a hostel for travelers through the desert. Very cheap, sparse rooms. It had a place I could gas up the van and even check the tires. It was a true safe haven out there in the outback. So there's me, all alone in the cab of a bus forged by the broken body of a Mercedes fleet truck. My 30 passengers all sleeping in the darkness of the riding pod, right behind the cab. I'd say it was around 9 p.m. I remember envisioning myself as the mother duck, leading all her little ducklings along. I did my best to just focus, keeping my eyes peeled wide. My favorite music dribbling through the speakers around me. Anything to keep the van upright. Up ahead, in the distance, I see a headlight coming towards me along that lonely desert dirt road. I dimmed my lights so I could better see what was coming at me. Sometimes when you have high beams on, especially at a distance, it can actually obscure whatever it is you're trying to see. I drive down into a slight dip of the dry creek bed, expecting to see that car with only one headlight anytime shortly. It's nothing unusual to see a car with only one headlight out here, so I'm not even remotely bothered. I I don't know why I expected it to only have one light, but I remember thinking it had to be the case. This will make more sense in a moment. As I come out of that dip, I put my spotlights and high beams back on. There's no car, nothing, just empty dirt road. There's no dust in the air, and I can see a good distance in front of me, out to each side. I was very clearly all alone. My skin went slick with icy sweat as I realized whatever I saw no longer existed. That's why I thought it was a car with one light. It was almost impossible to actually quantify. Whatever I saw told my brain it was just a car with the headlight out. There's nothing there though, just empty desert, the dirt road, and me alone in the cab. I kept the bright lights on until we came to a stop an hour later. I didn't see any cars or anything the rest of that journey. I didn't want to wake anybody up either, honestly thinking I was just crazy in the moment. Just like I'm struggling to explain it to you now. What would I have said to these women in the moment, or even the nurse? Nothing I could have said would have made any sense to them, so I just simply let them sleep. We went through another dip in the highway, and I thought I saw it for just a second, a raging globe of light only 100 yards away. And this time, it was barreling right at the side of the bus. It was coming at my side of the vehicle so quickly that I actually braced, thinking it would collide with my door, sending us sliding across the road. Instead, the globe came within inches, so close I thought I could feel it through the glass, and then simply winked out, disappeared into nothing, just like before. I gripped the wheel with sheer force and made myself silently press on in the dark. We arrived at the hostel, but before I let the passengers out, I asked if any of them saw any lights. They said no, what light? And I briefly explained what I saw. They all go dead silent and just exchange looks amongst themselves. I waited, and after a short while they start talking to each other in their own language, hurriedly. Then they all got off the bus. They all seemed frightened, nervous, wanted to get away from the vehicle and into the safety of the hostel. I didn't blame them and I didn't ask any more questions. I just simply began my inspection of the bus. A few minutes later, a couple of the ladies came up to me, asked me to tell them again exactly what I saw, without leaving anything out, describe it exactly, where I saw it too. I told them every detail, right down to the minute of the clock, how I felt when I saw it and what I approximated the distance at. Every detail that I shared with them made the women wince more and more. I could tell something was wrong. Now, I'm a pretty big guy. I've lived on 3 continents. I've been a police officer, a teacher, a bus driver, a coach, a trucker, all kinds of things. Let's just say I've seen a lot of the world and seen a lot of the things, and so I'm pretty skeptical. That being said, I do have an open mind, and I'm not scared by much that is in this world. After I told those ladies everything from start to finish and described it in minute-by-minute detail, the 2 ladies looked at me with the whites showing in their eyes. They looked spooked, and I'll never forget the way they said it. I got along great with the indigenous people of Central Australia, and I trust that I know when something rattles them. They said this: "Driver, we are so lucky that you did not stop, because if you did, no one would have seen any of us ever again. We'd all be gone." I asked why. They just shook their heads and said not to talk about it. It had scared all the ladies. They said it was a very old entity and had lived on the Australian continents for eons, maybe even forever. Took this at face value. Didn't mention it again to any of the riders. Only when I got back to the city where I lived did I bring it up again. I asked some friends and a few coworkers. They laughed and just said it was the Min Min lights. I'm sure many people have heard about the Min Min lights in Western Queensland. Well, whatever these ladies knew about and whatever I saw in our location, they were convinced it was something that you did not want to meet in the desert late at night. And frankly, I believed them. This wasn't something I'd ever heard of before, and went on to learn that they were right. It's one of the oldest myths in Australian history. I only ever saw it once, and only for a few minutes. It looked like a car headlight a couple of kilometers away up the road. But I'll tell you what, if the ladies that come from this area, and whose people have survived inside this desolate, remote part of the continent for 60,000 years are worried to the point of being scared, I certainly don't want to mess with whatever the hell that was. I had to drive home from DC to Nowhere, Kansas after getting off active duty. I didn't have anything but my car, some clothes, and my late grandpa's old service revolver to my name. I couldn't leave base until around 5 p.m., which put me in West Virginia after dark. My GPS decided to transfer me between highways via a few back roads. In the meantime, it's working. No cell phone, no GPS, and it's dark in the boonies. I figured I'd just call it a night and find my way out from my Atlas in the morning. I pull off a dirt road, lock my doors, and put my sunshades up on my windows and try to get some sleep. It was a nice hatchback sleeper setup, and I really miss this car to this day. I was just starting to doze off when I heard footsteps on the gravel. Again, I'm in the boonies, the middle of bumfuck nowhere. I didn't really know what to think. My first initial thought, it's gotta be an animal. But the more I listened, the less I know what to make of it. I perk up. It's definitely something on two legs, and it's definitely getting closer. I fumble around to get my sidearm, without looking, and while trying to peek through the shade just to catch a glimpse of anything. It's completely black outside. I can't see a damn thing. Stars above, but no moonlight. Just tall, haunting trees in every direction. I'm squinting for movement, but there aren't even bugs in the air. All the wildlife is silent, and I can still hear footsteps circling my car. My back passenger handle is pulled. Front, driver, rear, and hatch. Silence. I'm hoping they'll think it's abandoned and just fuck off. My heart is slamming in my throat, and white-knuckling that revolver. My true saving grace behind all these locked doors. I know in my heart this guy is probably about to break a window. There's a good chance I'm gonna blow the top off his head too. I'm already past that. I'm deciding if I should just call the police or leave. I pull back the hammer on my revolver, and as soon as it clicks, there's a pounding on the hatch glass. I rip the sunshade down and see a man in an open plaid shirt just going to town on my window with his fists and eyes that I've only seen on a rabbit right before slaughter. Bugging the hell out, terrified. Whoever this guy was scared shitless, like he needed inside the car. We lock eyes and he just starts screaming. Not even words, just straight up screaming. So I immediately scream back that I'll blow his head off if he doesn't fuck off right now. He takes off to the rear of the car. I bring the gun up and show him that I'm not joking. He sees it, freezes, then starts pleading for me to kill it. I look behind him and there isn't shit there. So this guy has to be drunk or is on some kind of drugs. He goes back to banging on the glass, screaming, pointing at the gun, then pointing over his shoulder. Although a couple of times he pointed right at his own head. It's cats and dogs, I just wanted to get away from him. I catch my breath and climb into the driver's seat. Start the car just to get the fuck out of here. Suddenly my window just explodes into nothing. And he's grabbing onto me, trying to yank me out of my car. It was unbelievable. Terrified, I fall awkward as shit as I cleared the window. I'm on the ground and he's kicking the shit out of me. I'm scrambling, trying to find my gun. Dropped it in the commotion. It's nowhere to be seen and it's dark. This guy's stomping on my hands and punching me in the head. I couldn't believe how quickly the tables turned. Seemingly out of nowhere, this random middle-aged guy comes charging out of the woods and decks the fucker. They tussle a bit. I find the gun under the car and Crazy Guy 1 fucks off and I draw down on Crazy 2. He puts his hands up, asking me not to shoot, actually being pretty rational. When I ask what he was doing out here, this is literally what he said to me. Well, I'm not out here to fuck spiders. He explained he's out here on vacation in a cabin, heard screaming and came to help. I thanked him and just got out of there. Found a Walmart a few towns over and slept underneath a street lamp. I called my dad the next day to tell them that I'd be late because I had to replace a window, then explained what had taken place last night. When he heard the spider thing, he laughed and made a joke about his dad, always saying that because he had a bunch of Australian pilot buddies. Apparently, it means like, what the fuck does it look like I'm doing? Now, my grandpa died before I was born, and I'd actually never seen a photo of him aside from the service photo from when he was around 20 years old. And remember, I was carrying his service revolver during the danger. So, once I finally get home, I go to put my grandpa's gun back in my dad's lockbox. I almost shit my pants when I see a photo inside of my dad with a dude that saved me, down to the clothes. It was identical. It had to be the same guy. Honestly, the more I thought about it, it was pitch black out there. So I guess I can't be 100% sure about what he was wearing, but still, what the fuck? I flip it over and it's got my dad and grandpa's names on it, along with the date of 1990. So I asked my dad when that picture was taken. He said it's very special. It was taken the morning of my grandpa's accident. Now, I'm not saying I believe in ghosts, but it is a really weird coincidence. The guy who saved me from a tweaker is a dead ringer for the guy whose gun I was trying to grab to protect me. Did my grandpa's ghost show up and cold clock that fella? Or was it the world's baddest middle-aged man on vacation coming out to Jason Bourne that fool? The world, and me, will never know. My name is Ben and I live in Australia. In the southeast of Australia lies the state of Victoria, and in that state lies the high country, an extremely vast and remote expanse of alpine mountains and valleys that's largely only accessible by four-wheel drive and can take days to get in and out of it. The place is popular with four-wheel drivers, deer hunters, and hikers. We four-wheel drive, and this was the destination chosen to go camping for a few days with my partner, Jess, and I. We could get some time away from the world beyond the reaches of mobile phones. The four-wheel drive was loaded up, lists were double-checked, vehicle maintenance was done, fuel was loaded up onto the roof racks, and the closest police station was notified of our destination and our trip. So, off we went. We were headed to a place called the Wanangata Valley, a remote valley deep in the high country, a huge amphitheater type of valley with alpine mountains rising in every direction, and a river running along the valley floor. Towards the end of the first full day of driving, we finally made our way down to the last track for the day, skirting the ridge and arriving at the valley floor as the sun dipped below the mountains. We found a nice secluded spot to pitch our tent for the night, nestled in amongst the eucalyptus trees, right by the riverbank. It was midweek and off-season, so we were really the only ones in the valley that we knew of. After setting up our camp and having a meal by the fire, the sun went down and we snuggled together in our sleeping bags. And in short order, we just decided to hit the hay. At some point in the night, I woke up to a loud noise. I wasn't sure what I heard, but from inside our tent, I just continued to listen. Nothing. Alright, I must be going mad. No sooner had I thought that, I heard another noise. It sounded like something falling off our camp table and hitting the ground. I chalked it up to possums or wombats. It's pretty common in the area and nothing to worry about. I should have packed up better after dinner, I thought, and quickly went back to sleep. Sunrise came and we slowly woke up, and I needed to pee. I opened up the tent and jumped out, looking around. I don't know what, but something just came over me, a chill. It wasn't the way we left it. Instead of seeing two chairs together by the fire where we were sitting last night, one of them was by the table, and on the table was a loaf of bread that I swear I packed away the night before. I walked over to the table to inspect it. A half-eaten piece of bread was just sitting there, with a very obvious chomp mark taken right out of it. I flung the tent open and asked, "Were you up before me? Did you have some bread?" "No," was the answer I got. Jess got up and together we went through all of our stuff. Nothing really seemed to be missing. As we went to check the four-wheel drive, I noticed some footprints. There were a bunch of them around the front of the car where the hood was. Most of the camp was covered in grass. This was one of the only few spots where there was just dirt. Had somebody tried to open it? They were very distinct footprints, not mine or my partner's. Perhaps they'd just already been there. These camping spots are used intermittently, and obviously we weren't looking at the ground when we arrived the night before, especially with the sun setting. I don't think either of us wanted to actually admit that we were both thinking the same thing. Somebody had been creeping around our campsite in the night, very far from civilization. We discussed if it was a possum, and maybe that could have been the one that made the bite marks. Argued about if one of us had left the bread out, and eventually discussed moving on, camping somewhere else. After much deliberation, we just decided to stay. I had the rifle and the four-wheel drive, which I guess gave me an overinflated sense of safety, which in hindsight was a very poor choice. As the day rolled on, the sun shining, and with nothing eventful happening, I decided to walk across the valley floor, about 800 meters to an old ruin of an isolated homestead, built by the settlers who ran cattle in the valley some 100 years ago. It's steeped in mystery. There's an old unsolved multiple murder from 1917 that always captivates people. I read the plaque and took some photos for myself, then started wandering back to camp. As I neared the halfway mark back to camp, I noticed Jess walking across the field toward me. Must have gotten bored, I thought. As she approached, it was clear that she was in a panic. Immediately, she started to tell me how she went down to the riverbank to wash the pots and pans. She looked up and saw somebody on the other side of the river, watching her from deep in the bush. I had no reason whatsoever not to believe her. I asked what he looked like, and got told, an old man, 70s or thereabouts, scraggly looking, in old tattered clothes. Apparently, the second she looked up, he turned and walked away, disappeared into the impenetrable bush. I couldn't comprehend it. How was anybody out here without a four-wheel drive or a dirt bike? How would anybody get to that side of the bank without first crossing over from our side? There's days worth of damn near impossible to walk through bush on the other side just to get to where my partner had seen him. We decided to jump in the four-wheel and drive along the length of the valley, checking the dozen or so riverside camping spots as we went. I wanted to spot a camp, have my partner ID the guy, and make sure he wasn't creeping, with our theory being he might have just been a hunter, off in the bush after a deer. Pretty normal. After making our way up and down the valley and not seeing anything or anyone, we drove back to camp at a loss to explain anything that had just taken place. As the sun started to set, with my partner and I kind of shaken, I grabbed the rifle and set it next to us as we cooked dinner and just chatted, having a few drinks to settle our nerves. Had we just been spooked? Was it just there's a lot of mystery surrounding this valley and that homestead murder? We continued to talk for a bit and settled into a good foot warming in front of the fire. At some point, Jess needed to go use the toilet, so I was asked to come with her to the spot behind a tree where we had placed the portable toilet, I'd say about 50 meters from camp. Considering everything that had gone on, it was a no-brainer. Jess did her business, and then we turned around and came around the side of the tree. And that's when we saw him, standing at our camp. I'd say a meter from the rifle that I had sitting against the table. It was a man. Old, check. Scraggly looking, check. Tattered old clothes, check. Jess squeezed my arm so hard I thought it was going to come off. Everything about her body language screamed that this is the same guy. As we got closer, I could make out more odd things about him. He had a deer antler in his hand that looked like he'd been whittling away at, and what looked like antler pieces carved to plug large holes in his ears, like stretchers made out of bone. The same goes for the bone-looking buttons on his ratty old coat. He wore old leather shoes that looked homemade. "G'day, mate," he said. "Fuck me, mate. You gave us a fucking heart attack," I said, officially shitting bricks. "Where you come from, mate? Everything alright?" Just over yonder. You lot aren't hunting around here, are you?" he said, looking directly at my rifle. "Yeah, we might. Yeah, why?" "There's no hunting around here. Not enough deer as is." "Well, we really hadn't decided on it yet. Probably packing up anyway," I said, as I edged my way towards my rifle. "Should probably put this away anyway. Didn't mean to spook you, mate," I said, looking for an excuse to get that rifle into my hands. "Yeah, it's all good. Guns don't spook me," he said. I picked up the rifle by the barrel and just held it like a walking stick in an attempt to be non-confrontational, breathing a sigh of relief. "Look, no offense, but you kind of caught us by surprise. You gotta be the only one we've seen since we got out here." "Yeah, saw you come in last night." "Bet you fucking did," I said to myself. "Been coming up here for 40 years. Beautiful spot, isn't it? Takes a bit to get down into the valley." "Yeah, mate, look, no offense, but we're gonna hit the sack soon. You need a lift back to your camp?" "Nah, all good. Just out for a wander before I tuck in for the night. Saw the fire and thought I'd say g'day. Anyway, better be on my way." And with that, he turned and walked off parallel to the river, into the dark, with no torch. That was officially enough to spook us beyond any ability to calm down. We decided in that moment to pack up in the dark and just head out, even if driving in the dark was a monumentally stupid idea in this part of the high country. We got into the four-wheel drive and drove out, taking us along the valley floor. We didn't see a single campfire, a camp, a vehicle, nothing. We just kept on driving. Halfway home, Jess, bored from the drive, flipped on the camera. Would you know it? No memory card. What the hell? After getting home and telling a few people about what happened, a friend's dad, an avid bushman himself, was the one to officially freak us the hell out. "Oh, you met the Button Man." "The what now?" I said. "The Button Man. He's an old bushman who goes out into the high country for months at a time, hunts with a spear, appears out of nowhere, scares people, and has buttons made out of bone. There's a heap of people gone missing up that way. Cops keep looking but can't find a single trace. Campers, hikers. One camp was found burnt to the ground, a car left abandoned. Can't find any evidence whatsoever." A quick Google confirmed it all. The missing people, the Button Man, the lack of evidence. Police set out into the bush and found his camp, spoke with him, but have really nothing else to go on. The following link has some further info on missing people and the mysterious Button Man. He's very real. Dozens have met him as he appears out of nowhere at their camp. But as far for any connection to the missing people, only he knows. We don't camp in that valley anymore. Hell, we don't camp on the side of the high country anymore. And anyways, that's our story of how we met the Button Man. In the early 2000s in Perth, it was simpler times. At least, that's how I remember them. It was a time where the days seemed longer, the sun seemed a little brighter. Life was uncomplicated by the constant hum of the internet or the blaring of smartphones. Back then, my whole world revolved around a local park. A sprawling green space, just a short walk from our house. Every evening like clockwork, my parents would gather up a few snacks, a blanket, and some of my favorite toys, and we'd head over there. It was our little routine, and I look forward to it every single day. The park was always packed, a bustling hub where everybody from the neighborhood would congregate. Kids raced around, their laughter echoing through the air, while the parents relaxed in the shade of the giant gum trees, chatting and keeping a watchful eye on their offspring. I remember the smell of freshly cut grass, the distant hum of cicadas, and just the way the setting sun bathed everybody in this warm golden light. It was idyllic, perfect even, and I never thought those evenings would end. But then one summer, everything changed. I was 9 years old at the time, still young enough to believe that the world was a safe place, that monsters only existed in the stories that my friends and I made up. But that summer, I learned that monsters can be real, and they don't always look the way that you expect them to. It took place one ordinary evening. The park was buzzing with the usual activity, kids running wild while the adults talked in their little groups. I was with my friends, debating whether to play tag or start a game of cricket. And that's when I heard it. A sound that was both unfamiliar and oddly enticing. It was the jingle of an ice cream truck. I froze, the sound cutting through the unusual noise of the park. Ice cream trucks weren't very common in our neighborhood. In fact, I don't ever remember seeing one before that day. But there it was, rolling into the parking lot at the edge of the park, its sides painted with bright, cheerful colors. The jingle it played was catchy, almost hypnotic. And within moments, every single kid in that park was turning their head, eyes wide with anticipation. I didn't waste any time. I ran over to my parents, practically bouncing with excitement, begging them for a few dollars. My dad smiled, reached into his pocket, and handed me a couple of coins. "Go on then," he said, "but be quick. We don't want to be late getting home." I nodded eagerly and sprinted towards the truck, joining the growing line of kids. The ice cream man was a tall, thin fellow with his friendly smile and a cap pulled low over his eyes. He was handing out cones and popsicles with the efficiency of somebody who had been doing this for years and years. When it was finally my turn, I asked for a chocolate cone. He handed it to me with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. Didn't think much of it at the time. I was way too focused on that ice cream. That first encounter with the ice cream man was uneventful. Just another part of a perfect summer evening. But as those days went on, the truck kept coming, and things started to feel off. At first, it was just a nagging feeling, a sense that something just wasn't quite right. The ice cream man was always there, right around sunset, his truck pulling into the same spot at the edge of the park. He'd serve up ice cream with that same tight smile, his eyes flickering over the crowd of kids, almost like he was searching for something or someone. But what did I know? I was just a kid, more interested in playing with my friends than paying attention to some stranger in a truck. The parents, though, they noticed, my dad especially. I started to catch him watching the truck from a distance, his expression thoughtful, even concerned. He'd never really been the overprotective type, but suddenly he was paying close attention to everything that happened in the park. I specifically remember one evening, as we were walking home, he asked me if I noticed anything strange about the ice cream man. "No, not really," I replied, puzzled. "Why?" He didn't answer right away, just stared off into the distance, his brow furrowed. "Just be careful, okay? If something doesn't feel right, you come immediately and tell me." "Okay," I said, a little uneasy. My dad really was not one to worry about things like this, and seeing him so tense made my stomach twist. It wasn't just my dad either. I started noticing the other parents whispering to one another, their voices low and their faces serious. They were always glancing over at the ice cream truck, their expressions darkening whenever they saw that man inside. I didn't know what was going on, but the tension in the air was palpable, like a storm cloud hanging over the park. Then, one afternoon, I came home from school to find my dad sitting in the living room with a few other dads from the neighborhood. They were huddled around the coffee table, talking in hushed tones, all of their faces grim. I hesitated in the doorway, unsure whether I should interrupt. My mom appeared out of nowhere and quickly ushered me to my room. "Hey, go play for a bit," she said, her voice tight. "The grown-ups need to talk." I didn't argue, but just walked down the hallway and heard snippets of their conversation. "Something online, it's on the neighborhood forum. Midnight, what kind of sick joke is this? We gotta find out for sure, we can't take any chances." My heart pounded in my chest as I listened, piecing together what little I could hear from the fragmented conversation. They were talking about the ice cream man, the same one who'd been coming to the park every evening. Something was wrong, terribly wrong, but I couldn't figure out what it was. That night, the tension inside our house was thick enough to cut with a knife. My dad was on edge, pacing in the living room, checking his watch every few minutes. My mom was no better, her eyes darting to the clock on the wall, her fingers drumming nervously on the arm of the couch. I could feel the unease radiating off of them. It made me anxious, even though I didn't fully understand what was going on. After dinner, my dad finally broke the silence. "I'm gonna go out for a bit," he said, trying to sound casual, but the strain in his voice was unmistakable. My mom shot him a worried look. "Are you sure that's a good idea? What if—" "I'll be fine," cut her off, a little too quickly. "I just need to check on something at the park. I'll be back soon." I wanted to ask what he was gonna do, but the look on his face immediately stopped me. It was a look I'd never seen before, a mix of determination and fear that made my stomach churn. He kissed my mom on the cheek and told me to be good. Then he was out the door, leaving the house feeling colder and emptier than it had just a moment before. I spent the next hour or so just on the couch, pretending to watch TV, but my mind was elsewhere. I couldn't stop thinking about what my dad and the other fathers were planning, what they were gonna do or find at the park. Every sound, every creak of the house made me jump, my nerves stretched taut as a bowstring. Finally, unable to sit any longer, I crept over to the window and peeked outside. The street was dark and quiet, the only light source coming from the street lamps casting these long, eerie shadows across the pavement. My dad's car was gone, but I could see a couple of other cars parked near the entrance to the park, all of their headlights off, as if their drivers were trying to not be noticed. Time almost seemed to drag on forever. My mom was pacing now, her worry obvious in every step that she took. I didn't dare ask her what was going on. I didn't think, I just wanted to know. It must have been close to midnight when I finally heard the sound of a car pulling back into our driveway. My mom and I both froze. She was rushing to the door, flinging it open just as my dad walked in. He looked pale, shaken. There was a dark smear on his arm that I realized with a jolt was blood. "Jesus, what happened?" my mom gasped, reaching out for him. "I'm fine," he said quickly, brushing her off. "It's not my blood, it's Mr. Harris. He got knocked down, but he's okay." "What do you mean knocked down?" I blurted out before I could stop myself. "What happened?" When my dad glanced at me, for a moment I saw something in his eyes that made my heart skip a beat. Fear. Real, raw fear. He sighed and then motioned for me to sit down. We went to the park," he began, his voice steady but low, like he was trying to keep control. "There was a post online, something on the neighborhood forum. Someone said there'd be free ice cream at the park tonight, at midnight." I frowned. "But why would anybody go to the park at midnight?" "Exactly," my dad said, his jaw tightening. "We almost thought it might be a prank, but we couldn't be sure, so we decided to go, to see if it was the same ice cream man who's been coming to the park all week long." He paused, glancing at my mom. who was watching him with these wide, fearful eyes. We hid in the shadows near the trees and just waited. Sure enough, right at midnight, the truck pulled into the parking lot. But it didn't play any jingle, didn't turn on the lights. Just sat there, like it was waiting. My dad's voice dropped lower, and I had to lean forward to hear him. We split up, surrounded the truck from all sides, and then we moved in. When he saw us coming, he tried to drive off. We shouted at him to stop, but he just hit the gas, barreling right into Mr. Harris. We barely got out of the way ourselves. He took off down the road. No lights, nothing. Disappeared into the city. I stared at my dad, my heart pounding in my chest. "Did you call the police?" "Yeah," he replied, rubbing a hand over his face. "We're looking into it, but he's gone. I don't think he's ever coming back." The next few days were a blur. The story of the ice cream truck spread quickly through the neighborhood like wildfire. Everyone whispering about what had taken place, about that strange man who had tried to lure kids into the park in dead of night. The police came round asking questions, but there really wasn't much anybody could tell them. The ice cream man had vanished, leaving nothing behind but this lingering sense of unease. Unfortunately, the park just wasn't the same after that. Families still came, but the atmosphere had changed. The laughter seemed quieter, the games less exuberant. All the parents were just always watching, their eyes scanning the edge of the park, as if expecting the ice cream truck to appear out of the shadows. I stopped going to the park as much too. It just didn't feel right anymore. Like a part of my childhood had been tainted by that ice cream man and his dark, twisted game. Even now, many, many years later, I can't think about that summer without a shiver running down my spine. It was the summer I learned that monsters in the stories are real, and sometimes they come disguised as the most innocent things. To this day, I still can't hear the jingle of an ice cream truck without feeling a knot of dread tighten in my stomach. I've lived in Queensland my entire life. It's a place where the land is as ancient as time itself, where secrets are buried deep beneath the red earth, and where you learn early on to respect the land's mysteries. Australia is a continent of many wonders, sure, but it's also a place that holds its fair share of dangers. The outback is unforgiving. The bush can swallow you whole, and the roads, well, the roads have their own stories. One road in particular has a reputation that makes even the bravest of men think twice before driving it at night. Flinders Highway, otherwise known as the Highway of Death. It's a stretch of asphalt that cuts through the heart of Queensland, from Townsville to Mount Isa. It's long, it's desolate, and it's seen more than its fair share of bloodshed. They say over a dozen people might have vanished or been found murdered along that road, and not a single suspect has ever been caught. It's a place where people disappear, where cars are found abandoned, and where the only witnesses are the kangaroos that bound through the bush. I've heard stories all my life. People around here tell them like they're cautionary tales, warning all the kids to keep in line. Don't wander too far from home, or you'll end up just like that hitchhiker who disappeared on Flinders. Don't talk to strangers on the highway, or you'll end up like those poor backpackers. Of course, the Min lights, the Button Man, stories like that. And I believe them, in the way that you believe fairy tales. Sure, they're scary, but they're not real, right? That's what I thought anyway, until the night that I drove down Flinders Highway alone. It was a job that took me out there. A family friend had hired me to do some work at their place, a couple of towns over. Simple stuff, fixing up some things around the house, nothing too complicated. The kind of work that pays cash underneath the table, no questions asked. I'd planned to be done in a day, but as these things go, it took a lot longer than expected. By the time I was finished, the sun was setting, and I was more than ready to get home. Home was only an hour away, and though it wasn't late, I didn't see the point in staying another night. I packed up my things and said my goodbyes and hit the road. The night was dark, with only the silver lining of the moon hanging in the sky, casting just enough light to see the outline of the trees that lined the road. The highway stretched out in front of me, a black ribbon cutting through the bush. I'd driven this road 100 times before, but tonight there was something different about it, something that just felt off. I wasn't really scared, at least not at first. I've never been the superstitious type, and like I said, I didn't put much stock in any of these stories. But as I drove, a feeling of unease started to settle in my gut. It was that kind of creeping dread that just starts out small, like a whisper in the back of your mind, but grows and grows, louder with every passing mile. Honestly, the only other time I've ever felt something like this was when I was a kid, making the drive into town with my parents one evening. On the way in, I remembered seeing an ice cream truck pulled over on the side of the road. When we passed it again later that night, it had been totally destroyed. Popped tires, smashed windows, bullet holes in the metal, the whole 9 yards. What had been a pristine vehicle just 2 hours before now looked like it had been in the desert forever. It was unbelievable in my childlike mind. Anyway, around 20 minutes into my drive now, I saw it, a car on the side of the road. Its hood popped open and the driver's door hanging wide. Even from a distance, I could tell it was abandoned. The lights were dim, flickering like they were about to go out. I slowed down as I approached, squinting into the darkness, trying to make out any details. There was nothing, no sign of anybody around, just the car sitting there, like it had been forgotten. Then I saw it wasn't actually running. There were no lights on within it. What I was seeing was the dim glow of a flashlight on the floorboards. I found this even stranger. Who would walk off into the night and leave their torch behind? I knew something was wrong, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it yet. I pulled over, idling next to the car, my headlights illuminating the scene. It was an old sedan, beat up and rusty, the kind of car that's seen better days. I briefly thought about getting out, taking a closer look, but something stopped me. Maybe it was the darkness, or maybe it was the silence. Too quiet, even for a place as remote as this. My skin prickled with the feeling that I wasn't alone, that there were eyes on me, watching from somewhere out in the shadows. I decided against getting out. It did not seem safe. And besides, what could I really do? I'm not a mechanic. The car was obviously a lost cause. I'd just make a call to the police when I got home, report the abandoned vehicle, and let them handle it. That was really the only logical thing to do. There wasn't any reason to gamble out here or be a hero, do something stupid and reckless. I knew the history of the highway and didn't want to take any chances. I was about to pull away when something else caught my eye, a flash of movement in the rearview mirror. I glanced up for a split second and I thought I saw a figure standing in the road behind me. A woman, maybe. But when I looked again, there was nothing, no one. Just the empty highway stretching out into the night. I shook it off, telling myself it was just a trick of the light. The mind plays funny games and tricks on you when you're out here alone, especially on a road like this. I put the car back in drive and pressed on, eager to put some distance between myself and that weird abandoned vehicle. But the road had other plans. Another 10 kilometers down the highway, I saw her. She was walking along the side of the road, her steps slow and unsteady, like she was drunk or injured. As I got closer, I could see her more clearly, bruised, battered. Her clothes were torn and stained with what looked like blood. She was shivering, even though the night was warm, and her hair hung in these matted clumps around her face. It reminded me of the Dixon hitchhiker, the ghost of a woman that's said to be haunting this highway at night. It wasn't, of course, as this woman was haunting in a very, very different way. I slowed down, unsure of what to do. She didn't look like she belonged out here, not in the middle of the night, not in her condition. My first thought was she must have been in the car that I'd seen earlier. Maybe she'd gotten into some kind of accident, was wandering around in a daze. I beat my horn, trying to get her attention, but instead of turning toward me, she whirled around and bolted into the bush, disappearing into the darkness. "Hey!" I shouted. She was already gone, swallowed up by the night. I couldn't believe what I just saw. Who in their right mind would charge into the desert in the middle of the night? It was almost certain death, animals aside. This truly is middle of nowhere. I just sat there for a moment, staring after her, my mind racing. The hell is she running from and why? She was clearly in trouble, but instead of accepting help, she fled like a wild animal. Something definitely wasn't right. The only thing that I knew for sure was that I needed to get home, report this to the police. That woman was in danger, whether she knew it or not, and if I didn't do something, she might not survive the night. The more I thought about it, the more that I was sure she had hit her head and was having some kind of episode. The hood to her car was popped open, so that told me something was wrong with the car. I shifted back into drive and floored it, the tires kicking up dust as I sped down the highway. My heart was pounding in my chest, the adrenaline coursing through my veins. I don't know what I just saw, but I know it wasn't good. The faster I got away from it, the better. That's when I saw it. The reflection of dim metal in the distance, sitting off the shoulder of the road. At first, I thought it was a police car. Maybe, and hopefully, somebody had already called it in, that abandoned vehicle, or maybe even the woman, and they were out there looking for her. But as I got closer, I realized it was not a cop car. It was a small SUV, parked off to the side of the road, its lights off, barely even visible in the darkness. What little relief I'd felt immediately dissolved into more anxiety. I slowed down as I passed, my eyes scanning the vehicle for any signs of life. There was somebody inside, I was sure of it. I could see the silhouette of a figure sitting in the driver's seat, motionless, watching me as I drove by. The hair on the back of my neck stood on end. I had to fight the urge to slam on the gas and just get the hell out of there. Something was wrong. Something was very, very wrong. None of this added up. Were they a couple? Had they gotten into a fight? I drove another mile, my mind still racing. Why was that car just parked out there in the middle of the night? Why had that woman run away from me? And why did I now feel like I was being followed? It occurred to me that the car could be unrelated. Maybe it really was just a lover's quarrel. The husband was letting the wife blow off some steam on the side of the roadway. Wouldn't be the strangest thing, I guess, but still it didn't quite add up. Then it hit me. The woman had been afraid of something, afraid of cars, afraid of people. Maybe she'd been running from somebody. Maybe that somebody was sitting in that SUV, waiting for her to come out of hiding. He was parked oddly, predatory even, ready to shoot off right into the shoulder and intercept somebody. He was only a few hundred meters from where I saw that woman. My stomach churned with that realization, and I knew I couldn't just drive away, leave her out there all alone. I had to do something, even if it meant putting myself in danger. I couldn't just leave her to whatever fate awaited her on that godforsaken highway. I pulled off the road and flipped a U-turn, heart pounding as I headed back the way I came. The SUV was still there, parked in that same spot, its driver's side window rolled down just a crack. I pulled up alongside it, my own window down, and called out to the driver. Everything all right?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. The man turned to look at me, his face shadowed in this dim light. He was middle-aged with graying hair and a weary expression. He smiled, but it wasn't a genuine smile. It felt off, too wide, too forced. "Just waiting," he said, voice smooth and casual, like we were old friends just catching up. Waiting for what?" I asked, trying to keep the conversation going, trying to figure out what the hell was going on. The man's smile faltered for just a moment, but recovered it quickly. "Just waiting," he repeated, his tone flat. "Did you see a woman down the road?" I asked, watching his reaction carefully. He hesitated, his eyes narrowing slightly. "What woman?" he asked, his voice carefully neutral. I lied. "No one, I guess. I just thought I saw somebody. She was walking the other way anyway." The man's eyes flicked down toward the road ahead. I could see the wheels turning in his mind. He was bothered by what I had just said. Even if he didn't show it, his energy definitely shifted. "Sure you don't need any help?" I asked again, my voice strained with the effort of keeping up this whole facade. The man shook his head, his smile returning, but it never reached his eyes. No, I'm fine. Thank you though." I nodded, rolled up my window, with my heart pounding as I pulled back onto the highway. But I didn't go far, just a little ways down the road. I killed the headlights and pulled off again, hiding my car behind some bramble. I watched as the SUV's headlights flicked on. The car sped off in the other direction that I'd just come from. My suspicion was confirmed. The man was definitely looking for the woman, and he was desperate to find her. Desperate enough to lie. Desperate enough to act like nothing was wrong when clearly everything was. I waited until he was out of sight before I flipped around again, headed back to where I'd seen that woman last. My mind was racing with 1,000 thoughts, and none of them were good. Didn't know what I was walking into, but I knew I could not leave her out there alone. Not with that man hunting her. I pulled up to the spot where she disappeared into the bush, headlights cutting through the darkness. I got out of my car and called out into the night, my voice echoing in that silence. "Hello? Hey, it's okay, I'm just here to help you." There was no answer, just the wind rustling through the trees. I tried again, louder this time, but the only response I got was the distant cry of a bird. I called for 10 minutes, and never heard a peep. Then faintly, I heard it, a voice, weak and trembling, coming from somewhere deep in the bush. "Help!" I whipped my head towards the sound and squinting into the darkness. "Where are you?" I cried out. But there was no reply. I flashed my headlights, trying to see if she'd come out, but still, nothing. Fear creeped up my spine, my hands trembling as I fumbled for my flashlight. I kept it inside my glove box. The next thing that I heard was a scream, a blood-curdling, gut-wrenching scream that echoed through the night. It was her. I knew it was, and she was in pain. All I could imagine was that weird fella getting his hands on her. I ran into the dark, stumbling over rock and root, calling out, "Where are you? I'm here, please, just tell me where you are!" Nothing. Just the sound of my own labored breathing and the chirp of the night. And then, silence. Complete, utter silence. I was shaking, drenched in sweat, heart pounding in my chest. I knew I couldn't stay out here any longer. Whatever was happening, I was powerless to stop it. Defeated, I stumbled back to my car, climbed inside and slammed the door shut. I gunned it, my tires squealing as I peeled off the other side of the road and just sped home, the taste of fear still bitter in my mouth. The moment I was inside, I grabbed my phone and dialed the police, my hands still trembling so badly that I could barely even press the buttons. I gave them my full statement, every detail that I could remember, voice shaking as I recounted the night's events. They took down everything and assured me they'd send somebody out there to investigate, and that was that. I didn't sleep that night. I couldn't. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw her face, her terrified eyes, her bloodied clothes. I heard her screams echoing in my head over and over again. The next morning, the phone rang. It was the police, asking me to come down to the station. They wanted to ask me a few more questions, and they wanted to go over my statement again. When I got there, they told me about what they'd found. A woman's car had been discovered along Flinders Highway, just a few kilometers from where I'd seen her. The car was empty, her clothes scattered along the roadside. Signs of a struggle, blood, footprints, and remnants of a violent encounter. But no body. They never found her, just like the others, another victim of the highway of death. Another name added to the list of those who vanished without a trace. I spent weeks and weeks talking to those investigators, going over every single detail, trying to help in any way possible. But in the end, it was all for nothing. The case went cold, just like so many others before it, and I was left with nothing but the haunting memories of that night. I still occasionally drive down Flinders Highway from time to time, but never at night. Every time I do, I just can't help but think about her, running through the desert, desperate to escape something she could never outrun. Australia is a land of many mysteries, and some aren't meant to be solved. I've been an ice fisherman pretty much my whole life. From the time that I was old enough to hold a rod, I've been out on the frozen lake every winter, drilling holes in the ice and dropping lines into the frigid water below. There's just something about that stillness, the solitude, that I've always found comforting. The world slows down out there. The only sounds is the creaking ice beneath you and the occasional gust of wind rattling through the trees on the shore. For me, it's a ritual, a way to reset and find some peace after the chaos of the year. Every winter, as soon as the ice was thick enough, my cousin Teddy and I would pack up our gear and head out to the lake. We'd set up our ice fishing house, a small makeshift shelter with just enough room for the two of us and our rods, and of course a little heater to keep the cold at bay. Spent hours, sometimes even days, just waiting for a fish to bite. It was our escape, our sanctuary. Most of the locals in the area did the same, clustering together inside the little makeshift villages out on the ice. Their shelters huddled up close enough to one another for warmth and some company. There's always a good sense of camaraderie out there among the fishermen, and a shared understanding that we were all out there for the same reason. It wasn't just about the fish, it was about the whole experience, the stories that we'd tell when we got back to shore. One winter though, Teddy and I decided to do things a little differently. We were kind of tired of the noise, the chatter, the clinking of beer bottles as the other fishermen huddled up together and shot the breeze. We wanted to get away from it all, find a spot on the lake where we could truly be alone. So we drove Teddy's truck out across the ice, past the cluster of fishing houses, past the well-trodden paths, until we reached a part of the lake that nobody else seemed to be using. It was a long drive, maybe a mile or so, winding through a thick stand of trees that just jutted out into the lake. The ice was thick here, over 4 feet in some places, solid enough to support the weight of a truck. We found a spot that was perfect, secluded, quiet, with a view of the frozen wilderness stretching out in every direction. It was exactly what we were looking for. We set up our house, drilled our holes, and settled in for a long day of fishing. The sun was just beginning to rise, casting a pale light over the snow-covered landscape. There wasn't anybody else out there, not a soul in sight. It felt like we had the whole world to ourselves. For a while, it was perfect. The fish were biting, the sky was clear. The only sound was the occasional crack and groan of the ice beneath us. We stayed out there all day, catching more fish than we knew what to do with. By the time the sun started to dip below the horizon, we were both grinning like kids on Christmas morning. We left the ice house where it was, planning to come back the next day, even the day after that. It's pretty standard practice around here. Once you find a good spot, you really didn't want to give it up easily. Packed up our gear, loaded into the truck, and drove back to town, already looking forward to our next trip back out there. For the next couple of weeks, that little ice house became our home away from home. Every weekend, we'd be driving out there, just the two of us, spending hours fishing, talking, or even just sitting in silence, enjoying the peace and quiet. It was literally everything we'd ever hoped for when we decided to find a spot away from those other fishermen. But then the storm hit. It was a big one, the kind that sends people running for cover. The snow came down in thick, heavy flakes, piling up on the roads and rooftops, and then the ice. For 9 or 10 days, the lake was completely inaccessible, buried under a blanket of deep snow. Nobody dared venture out there, not even the most die-hard fishermen. When the storm finally passed, the town slowly started to come back to life. People dug themselves out, cleared the roads, got back to their routines. Teddy and I were itching to get back out on the lake, but we knew we had to wait until it was safe. The snow was very deep, the drifts high, and the ice, though still thick, had become very treacherous in places. We couldn't resist the pull though. One morning, after hearing the roads had been cleared enough to drive on, we decided to take the 4x4 out and see if we could make it to our ice house. We loaded the truck up with our gear and headed out, braving the snow drifts and the icy winds. To our complete surprise, we really didn't encounter any trouble. The drive was slow and snow deep in places, but Teddy's truck handled it like a champ. We made our way around the bend of trees and finally reached our spot on the far side of the lake. Our ice house, still sitting there, standing sturdy against the wind and snow. But as we approached it, something felt off. The snow around the house was disturbed, trampled down by boot prints and marked tracks of a sled or something similar. There were signs that somebody had been there, recently too, by the looks of it. "Hey, you think somebody else found our spot?" Teddy asked, his breath puffing out in clouds of steam as he spoke. "Doesn't look like it," I replied, squinting at the tracks. "These are definitely fresh, but there's no other fishing houses around. They did. It didn't look like they stayed long." Got out of the truck and approached the house cautiously. There was trash scattered all around. Empty wrappers, bits of food, and what looked like remains of a small campfire nearby. Strange. Most people who came out here were pretty respectful, careful not to leave any trace of their presence. Whoever had been here definitely didn't seem to care about that at all. "You think maybe it was game and fish?" Teddy suggested. "Maybe they were just making sure everybody got off the lake before the storm." "Could be," I said. But the trash did not fit that theory. Game wardens would not have left a mess like this. No, this was somebody else. Maybe somebody got caught in the storm and just used the house as shelter. "Guess we'll never know," Teddy said with a shrug. "Let's get set up. I want to get a few hours in before the sun goes down." We spent the next hour or so getting the ice house back in order. Cleared away all the trash, re-drilled the holes in the ice, set up our rods. By the time that we were done, the sun was high in the sky, casting long shadows across the snow-covered lake. But as we settled in for what we hoped would be a productive day of fishing, things started to get strange. It started out with the water. As I was checking one of the lines, I noticed something floating just beneath the ice. At first, I thought it was just debris, maybe some leaves or bits of plant matter that had gotten trapped underneath the ice. But as I looked closer, I realized it was something else entirely. "Hey Teddy," I called out, waving him over. "Come take a look at this." Teddy came over and peered into the hole. "What is that?" "I'm not sure," I said, frowning. "Looks like wrappers. And is that meat?" Teddy leaned closer, squinting at the murky shapes beneath the ice. Alright, who the hell would throw trash down a fishing hole? We both stared at that strange debris floating beneath the ice, trying to make sense of it. There were bits of paper, plastic wrappers, and what looked like chunks of meat, raw, bloody, and floating just beneath the surface. Maybe whoever was here before used the holes as a trash can too, Teddy suggested, but his voice was uncertain. I don't know why they would be throwing meat down there though. I didn't have an answer for him, but the whole thing was just starting to give me the creeps. As the day wore on, we found more strange things in the water. Bits of clothing, more wrappers, what even looked like a piece of bone. It was pretty obvious somebody had been using our fishing spot as a dumping ground, or something, but I wasn't sure what, and the thought made my skin crawl. "Hey, maybe we should just call it a day. What do you think?" Teddy said finally, glancing at the darkening sky. "It looks like there might be another storm coming in." I looked up and saw the heavy clouds gathering on the horizon. The last thing that I wanted was to get caught out here in another blizzard. "Yeah, you're probably right. Let's just pack up." We hurried through our gear, a sense of unease growing and growing with every passing minute. We loaded the last of our stuff into the truck. I caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of my eye. I turned and looked back towards the ice house. There, standing against the snowdrifts, was a man. He was tall and thin, his clothes dark and ragged. He stood motionless, watching us with an intensity that made my blood run cold. His face was obscured by the shadows, but I could feel his eyes directly on me, boring into me like a predator sizing up its prey. "Teddy," I whispered, not taking my eyes off the man. "You see this?" Teddy turned and followed my gaze. His face immediately went pale. "Let's get out of here." We jumped into the truck and sped off, tires slipping and sliding on the ice as we made our way back to town. I glanced in the rearview mirror, saw the man still standing there, his figure growing smaller and smaller as we drove away from him. Neither of us spoke the rest of the drive back. Tension inside the cab was thick, the air heavy with unspoken fear. We didn't stop until we were safely back into town. The familiar lights of the buildings, a welcome sight, after that eerie isolation of the lake. "We need to go back with the sheriff," I said finally, breaking the silence. "There's just something not right out there, man." Teddy nodded, but neither of us made a move to call the police. We just sat there, staring out the windshield, the memory of that man on the ice burning in our minds. The storm never came. The next morning, the sky was clear and air crisp and cold. But the unease from the day previous lingered, gnawing at the edges of my thoughts. I called Teddy and told him I was going to go back out to the lake, but this time we weren't going alone. We rounded up our friend Sam, a big burly guy who really wasn't afraid of anything. We all made sure that we were armed before heading out. The drive to the lake was tense. None of us really spoke much, our minds clearly on what we might find when we got out there. We neared the bend of the trees that led to our fishing spot. I slowed the truck down and turned the headlights off. We crept forward, the engine barely even making more than a whisper in the still morning air. As we approached the ice house, I saw it, a faint glow coming from inside, like the light of a dying fire or a flashlight with weak batteries. My heart pounded in my chest as I pulled the truck to a stop a good distance away. Killed the engine and just sat there in silence, watching the glow flicker in the dark. "What do we do?" Sam asked, his voice low and steady. "Check it out," I said, trying to sound a lot braver than I felt. "Let's keep it quiet and just stay close together." We climbed out of the truck and our boots crunching together in the snow. The air was so cold it burned my lungs with every breath. We silently moved towards the ice house, our footsteps muffled by the thick blanket of snow. As we got closer, I could see it more clearly now. There was indeed a small fire burning on the outside of the ice house, the last embers glowing faintly in the darkness. The door to the shelter was slightly ajar, and inside, I could see the faint beam of a flashlight moving around. We crept up to the ice house, my heart hammering in my chest. I could hear the man inside muttering to himself, his voice low and frantic, but I couldn't really make out what he was saying. When we reached the door, I hesitated for a moment, my hand just hovering over the handle. Then, summoning up all my courage, pushed it open. The man inside sprang to his feet, his eyes wild and bloodshot. He was gone, skin pale and stretched tight over his bones. He looked like he hadn't eaten or slept in days. His clothes were filthy, hands streaked with blood. "Get out of here!" he screamed, his voice cracking with desperation. "This is my spot! You can't have it!" "I'm not here to take anything," I said, trying to keep my voice calm. "Just want to talk." "Go away!" he shouted again, his eyes darting around the room. "You don't understand. You don't know what's out there." "Listen," I said, stepping forward. "You need to leave. This is private property, and if you don't go, we're gonna have to call the police." The man's eyes locked onto mine, and for a moment, I saw something in them that made my blood run cold. It wasn't fear or anger or desperation. Something else. Something darker. He started to mutter again, strange words that I couldn't discern. And then, before I could even react, he lunged at me. I fell back, my head smacking against the icy floor as he tackled me to the ground. Pain exploded in my skull, and for a moment, everything went white. I heard the others shouting, sound of scuffling, and then a loud crack as something smashed against the side of my head. I blinked, trying to clear my haze from my vision. I saw the man standing over me, a broken beer bottle in his hand. Blood dripped from my temple, warm and sticky against the cold air. He raised the bottle again, but before he could bring it down, there was a deafening bang. Sam had fired his gun, the shot echoing through the ice house like a cannon blast. The man flinched, bottle dropping from his hand. In the confusion, he turned and bolted out the door, disappearing into the darkness. For a moment, nobody moved. The ice house went eerily quiet, the only sounds of heavy breathing from the three of us, as we were all processing what had just happened. "Hey, you okay?" Teddy asked, kneeling beside me. Yeah, I muttered, touching the side of my head. My fingers came away slick with blood, but it didn't feel too serious. Where'd he go?" "Into the trees," Sam said, his voice shaky. Just ran." We all stood there staring at the door, half expecting the man to come charging back in. But the night remained still. The only sound was the distant howl of the wind. After a few moments, we gathered ourselves, decided to investigate the ice house. What we found inside was worse than anybody could have imagined. The floor was covered in blood, smeared across the ice in these strange patterns that almost looked like runes or some kind of symbol. In the corner, there were piles of dead rodents and small animals, their bodies chopped up and arranged in this grotesque display. The stench of death hung heavy in the air, mixing with the smell of burnt wood and something else, something sour and rotting. "What in the hell?" Teddy whispered. I moved closer to the fishing holes, my stomach churning as I looked down into the dark water. There were pieces of flesh floating just below the surface, and beneath them, I could see shadowy shapes of fish, their pale bodies writhing as they fed on those grotesque scraps. All right, we need to call the cops, Sam said, his voice firm. Now. Yeah, I agreed, tearing my eyes away from the water. What if that guy comes back? We'll split up, Teddy suggested. You take the truck and drive up the hill. Flash the lights towards town. Sam and I will follow his tracks and see if we can find out where he went. Wasn't a perfect plan, but it was the best we had in the moment. I climbed into the truck and drove back to the nearby hill, positioning the vehicle so headlights would face the distant lights of town. I started flashing my headlights in an SOS pattern, hoping somebody, anybody, would see him. Meanwhile, Teddy and Sam disappeared into the trees, their flashlights cutting through the darkness as they followed that man's tracks. I just sat there, truck idling, heart pounding in my chest as I kept flashing those lights, on and off. Minutes continued to pass. It felt like hours. My fingers were numb from the cold, my breath fogging up the windshield as I stared out into the night, anxiously waiting for something to happen. Finally, I saw them, two figures emerging from the trees, shoulders slumped into feet. Teddy and Sam had returned, but they were empty-handed. Nothing, Sam said as he climbed back into the truck, his voice hollow. His tracks just stopped, almost like he vanished into thin air. Maybe he climbed a tree? I suggested weakly, though I didn't really believe what I was saying. Or grew a pair of wings, Teddy muttered, rubbing his hands together to warm them up. We just sat there in the silence, the weight of the night pressing down on us like a lead blanket. The ice house, the man, the symbols in the snow, it all felt like some kind of twisted nightmare, something that we might wake up from any minute now. But it was not a dream. The blood on my head, the smell of death in the air, it was all real. It wasn't going away. Eventually, we saw some headlights in the distance, growing closer as a vehicle made its way across the ice. It was a game warden, his truck plowing through the snow as he approached us. Relief washed over me as he pulled up next to us, the beam of his flashlight sweeping over our faces. "What's going on out here?" the warden asked, his voice gruff and businesslike. I told him everything about the man, the symbols, the animals, the blood. He listened in silence, his expression growing more serious with every word spoken. I'll radio for backup," he said finally, his tone grim. "Boys, just stay put." More law enforcement arrived not long after, the flashing lights of their vehicles casting this eerie shadow across the frozen lake. They questioned us and took our statements, then supervised as we broke down the ice house, loading up our gear into the back of the truck. The whole time, I kept glancing back towards the trees, half expecting to see that man standing there again, watching us. But he never reappeared. In the end, they never found him. Nobody was arrested, at least from my understanding. And the case, if you would even call it that, was just quietly closed. For obvious reasons, Teddy and I never went back to that part of the lake again. We stuck to the crowded areas, where the noise and chatter of the other fishermen was a welcome distraction for the memories of that night. Sometimes late at night when I'm lying in bed, I think about that man, about his wild eyes and frantic muttering, the way he just disappeared into the darkness without a trace. I wonder what he was doing out there. What drove him to be that isolated on that spot on the lake? Was he just some lost soul, driven mad by the cold and solitude? Was there something more sinister at play? I've tried to put it out of my mind, to convince myself that it was just a random encounter with a desperate man. There's something about it that I just can't shake. Something that gnaws at the edges of my thoughts when I'm all alone. It's not just the man himself. It was those symbols, the blood, the strange, ritualistic way everything was arranged inside my ice house. It really was like something out of a nightmare. something that didn't belong out in the real world. The fact that it happened out there, in the place where I used to find peace and solitude, makes it even worse. It's like the ice, the lake, that whole landscape has just been tainted by that one night, corrupted by whatever dark force was at work. Teddy no longer even wants to talk about it. Whenever I bring it up, he just shakes his head and changes the subject immediately. I guess I can't really blame him. We both have our own separate ways of dealing with what happened. And for him, that means pretending like it never did. But I can't do that. I need answers. I need to know what we stumbled upon that night and why it's left such a deep scar in my mind. I've done a little research since then, combing through old newspapers and online forums, looking for any mention of similar incidents. There's not really much to go on, just a few scattered reports of strange disappearances, unexplained phenomena in remote areas. But nothing that matches like what we experienced. It's like that man on the ice was a ghost, a figment of our imagination. But I know he's real. I could still see his face, those wide, haunted eyes, the way he moved with a desperation that bordered on madness. I could still feel the cold, the bone-chilling cold that seeped into my skin. A cold that seems to carry with it something way more sinister, something dark, something evil. There are nights when I lie awake staring at the ceiling, and I think about going back out there. I think about retracing our steps and finding that exact spot on the lake, seeing if there's anything left, any clues, any more signs of what took place that night. But every time I start to make my own plans, something stops me. It's almost like a voice in the back of my mind, telling me that some things are just better left alone. There are forces in this world that we're not meant to understand. Maybe that's true. Maybe it's best I do let it go, try and move on with my life, and forget all about that night. But I can't. I keep thinking about him. I think about those symbols, about the strange things that we found underneath the ice. There's gotta be more to the story. There's gotta be something that we missed, something that could explain it all. Or maybe it is all in my head, and there really is nothing to explain. Maybe it was just a random encounter with a madman, a freak occurrence that had no deeper meaning. Deep down, I know that's not true, though. There's something else out there that night, something that we stumbled upon by accident. And whatever or whoever it was, it's still out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the next unsuspecting soul to wander too far off the beaten path. Occasionally, I'll dream about that man, the way he looked at me before he just disappeared into the trees. In my dreams, I follow him, chasing him through the snow, deeper and deeper into the forest. The trees will close in around me, the air growing colder and colder until I can barely even breathe. I can hear his footsteps ahead of me, the crunch of the snow beneath his boots. But I can never catch up to him. He's always just out of reach. Just continues to lead me deeper into the darkness. And that's when I wake up, drenched in sweat, heart still pounding in my chest. The room will be warm, blankets wrapped tightly around me. But I can still feel that cold, that bone-chilling cold that clings to me like a second skin. I don't know what it all means, and maybe I never will. But one thing's for sure, I'll never look at ice fishing the same way again. I've always found a strange comfort in isolation, the kind that you can only really get when you're miles and miles away from civilization, with nothing but water beneath you and the sky above you. That's why, every year without fail, I'll load up my Subaru with all my gear and head out to the backcountry of Colorado. There's this reservoir out there hidden in a canyon, with cliffs rising on either side, water so deep and clear you can see straight down to the bottom, where the ancient trees lie like ghosts. Most folks stuck out to the front half of the reservoir, where the water was wide and the cliffs offered some prime spots for cliff diving. It was almost like a tourist trap, with paddleboarders and kayakers dotting the water like ants at a picnic. But me, I'd like to push out further. I'd navigate to the reservoir's twists and turns till I reached the far end, where the water would funnel into a series of streams that carved their way through the wilderness. The back of the reservoir was just a different world. The waterway narrowed, hemmed in by trees that loomed like sentinels, their roots twisting down into the earth. The only sounds were the quiet lap of the water against the kayak, the occasional call of a bird. Beyond the dam that marked the end of the reservoir, the water turns treacherous. It's clogged with logs and debris from past logging operations. It's like paddling through a graveyard of trees, their skeletal remains bobbing up on the surface. Most people avoided it. It's too much trouble for far little to reward. But for me, it was a gateway to real solitude. My morning was just like any other. The sun was barely over the horizon as I strapped the kayak to the roof, packed up my gear, and hit the road. The drive itself was uneventful, the only company being the occasional truck or maybe even SUV, likely headed to the same reservoir. By the time I reached the shore, the place was already buzzing with activity. Kids were splashing in the shallows. Groups of kayakers were preparing to set off, their laughter echoing off the cliffs. I pushed off, my kayak gliding effortlessly across the water. The first part of the trip was always the most tedious, dodging other boarders, navigating around the paddle boarders who seemed to have no sense of direction whatsoever, avoiding the swimmers who ventured out too far from shore. It wasn't until I rounded that first corner that I started to feel the tension in my shoulders ease. The crowds finally thinned, the noise started to recede, replaced by the gentle sound of water lapping against the cliffs. By the time I reached that last bend before the dam, I was completely alone. The sky above me was a brilliant blue. The water beneath me was so clear that I could see those submerged trees, their branches reaching up like hands of the drowned. This was my favorite part, the calm before the chaos of the debris field. As I approached the dam, I noticed something odd. There's a man standing off the shore, fishing pole in hand. There were no trails that led to this part of the reservoir, which meant he'd either been camping here for a while or he'd made the long trek from the parking lot on foot. Either way, it was super unusual to see anybody else out here. I gave him a nod as I passed, and he returned the gesture. Something dark hid in his eyes that made me pause though. "Careful up ahead," he called out as I paddled past him. His voice was rough, like he hadn't spoken to anybody in days. "Why's that?" I called out, slowing my pace. He hesitated, glancing up over his shoulder as if he expected somebody to appear from the trees. "I've been hearing gunshots from the other side of the dam," he said. "Gone on for a couple of days now." "Gunshots?" I echoed, even more confused than concerned. "Yeah, I don't know who's back there or what they're shooting at. It's been going on for quite a while." I thanked him for the warning, but I really wasn't too worried. There's plenty of hunters in these parts. It wasn't uncommon to hear gunfire in the distance. Still, as I paddled away from him, I couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to the story, more than he was letting on to. The dam loomed ahead of me, a hulking mass of concrete that divided the reservoir from the chaos beyond. Water funneled through the narrow gap, where years and years of logs, branches, and other debris had now collected. Navigating it was pretty tricky, especially with the current tugging at the kayak. But I'd done it so many times now, I knew exactly how to get through. The trick was to keep your momentum, to not get caught up on any of the logs and just stay focused. That debris field was as treacherous as I remembered from the last time. Logs bobbed on the surface, some barely visible beneath the water. And more than once, I had to backtrack a little bit to avoid getting stuck. At one point, the kayak scraped against the submerged branch. I winced as I felt the bottom of the boat grind against the wood, but I pushed through. Soon enough, I was right on the other side. The water over here was different, darker, colder. It had an eerie stillness that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. The stream that I followed wound its way through the dense forest, the trees closing in overhead like a tunnel. It was beautiful in a way, the kind of wild, untamed beauty that makes you feel like you were the absolutely first person to ever set foot here. But it was also unsettling. The silence was just too complete, and the shadows too deep. As I paddled on, I started to notice something else strange. The stream, usually clear and clean, was littered with debris, plastic bottles, torn pieces of cloth, and something that looked disturbingly like a shoe. It definitely wasn't uncommon to find trash in the water, but this was different. It's fresh, recent. Somebody had been through here just before me. Then I saw two paddle boards abandoned and floating aimlessly in a narrow part of the stream. One of them had bullet holes in it, the edges splintered and raw. There were bags strapped to the boards, their contents half spilled into the water. Snacks, water bottles, a pair of sunglasses. Whoever had been here had definitely left in a hurry. A chill ran down my spine as I remembered that fisherman's warning. Had these people been shot at? Something worse even happened. I hesitated, my paddle hovering above the water. Every single instinct inside me screamed at me to turn back, head back to safety of the reservoir, and forget that I even saw any of this. But curiosity got the better of me. I had to know what was going on. I pushed on, kayak gliding silently through the water. The stream twisted and turned, trees pressing in closer and closer, their branches reaching out to me like hands. The further I went, the more feeling of being watched grew, an itch between my shoulder blades that wouldn't go away. And that's when I heard voices, low and indistinct, coming from somewhere ahead. I froze, straining to hear, but the words were muffled, lost in the rustle of leaves and gurgle of the water. There was no mistaking it. Somebody else was out here. I kept paddling, my heart pounding in my chest. Voices grew louder, more distinct. Then I saw him, a man, older, with a scraggly beard and a flannel shirt, moving through the trees parallel to the stream. He was trying to keep out of sight, but the terrain was too rough, undergrowth too thick. He didn't see me at first. He was too focused on wherever he was going, but when he did, his eyes locked onto mine. My blood immediately ran cold. He was holding a shotgun in his hand, the barrel gleaming in that dappled sunlight. I did not wait to see what he would do. I dug my paddle into the water and propelled the kayak forward as fast as I could. The man shouted something, but I didn't stop to listen. I rounded a bend in the stream, my breath coming in ragged gasps, the kayak bumping into rocks and branches as I continued on. For a moment, I thought I lost him. The stream opened up into a wider section, and I could see an outline of the lake ahead, its surface like glass reflecting the sky. But that's when I saw them, two more men, standing on a fallen log that spanned the stream, blocking my path. One of them had a revolver and the other a rifle, both aimed directly at me. "Stop right there!" The one with the revolver barked. His voice echoed off the trees. Didn't have a choice. I slowed my kayak, letting it drift until it came to a stop beneath the log. The men just stared down at me, their faces hard and eyes cold. "What are you doing out here?" The man with the rifle asked, his tone more curious than accusatory. Just kayaking," I replied, trying to keep my voice steady. "Exploring the area. I've been coming out here for years." The man with the revolver exchanged a glance with his companion, Something passed between the two that I couldn't really decipher. "Shouldn't be out here," he said finally. "This is private property." "I didn't know," I lied, hoping to placate them. "I thought this was all public land." "It's not," the rifleman said. "Turn around and go back the way you came." I nodded, gripping my paddle tighter. All right, will do," I said, forcing a smile. "I'll head back right now." "Make sure you tell anybody else out there you see to stay out of this area," the man with the revolver added, his voice as hard as a steel in his hand. "We don't want any more visitors out here." Yeah, I'll make sure to do that," I promised, even though I knew I wouldn't see anybody else on my way back. No one else was crazy enough to venture this deep into the wilderness. And definitely not now after what I'd seen. They never lowered their guns, not even as I started to paddle back the way I came. I could feel their eyes still on me, burning into my back as I put as much distance as possible between us. My heart was pounding in my ears as I fought that urge to look back over my shoulders, afraid I might see them following me. I didn't feel safe until the stream curved up ahead, taking me out of their sight. I slowed down, allowing myself finally a moment to catch my breath. I noticed my hands were shaking. I had to grip that paddle tight to keep it from slipping out of my grasp. What the hell was that? Who are those men? What are they doing out there? The words private property just echoed in my mind, but I knew that was bullshit. This was public land. It's a national forest. Nobody had any right to claim it for themselves. Except maybe they did. There were plenty of stories that I've heard about people setting up illegal operations in remote areas. Moonshine stills, meth labs, more recently, marijuana grow sites. Colorado had legalized weed, but that didn't stop people from trying to grow and sell it underneath the radar, especially out here where nobody was likely to stumble across them, or at least nobody who'd lived to tell the tale. I shivered despite the warmth of the sun. I got lucky, too lucky. Those men had been in a worse mood, or maybe I said the wrong thing. I might not have made it out of there. But I couldn't shake the feeling that my luck was quickly running out. I reached the spot where the stream forked, and one branch leading back to the reservoir and the other continuing deeper into the wilderness. I didn't waste any time, hauling my kayak out of the water and dragging it through the underbrush to the other stream. Smaller and shallower, it would be harder to navigate, but it would also be less likely to be patrolled by those armed men. The forest around me was eerily silent as I worked. The only sounds of rustling leaves and the occasional bird call. I kept expecting to hear footsteps behind me, crack of a gunshot. Nothing came. Still, the fear gnawed at me, making every shadow almost seem like a threat, every branch a potential hiding spot for another armed stranger. Finally, I reached that second stream and slid my kayak back into the water. I paused for a brief moment, listening. The only sound I heard was the soft gurgle of the stream as it flowed over those rocks. I took a deep breath and pushed off, paddling upstream with all the strength that I could muster. The current fought against me, but I was determined to put as much distance as possible between me and whatever the hell was going on back there. The going was slow, shallow water forcing me to navigate carefully around those rocks and fallen trees. My arms ached. My heart raced every time the kayak scraped against something. I kept moving though. I had to get back to the reservoir, back to safety. As I rounded a bend in the stream, I spotted something that made my blood run cold. The man with the shotgun earlier. He was pacing along the bank of the larger stream, his back to me, muttering something under his breath that I couldn't quite make out. His gun hung loosely at his side, but the way he moved, restless and agitated, it told me he was looking for something or maybe someone. I froze, barely even daring to breathe. The current tugged at my kayak, threatening to pull me downstream, but I held my position, praying that he wouldn't turn around. After what felt like an eternity, he stopped, let out this frustrated growl, and then stormed off into the woods. I waited until I was absolutely sure he was gone before I started paddling again, this time a lot more carefully, making sure to stay as silent as possible. The rest of that journey was a blur of fear and exhaustion. I kept expecting to see more of those men, to hear the crack of a gunshot, the rustle of movement in the trees around me, but nothing came. The closer I got back to the reservoir, the more the tension in my chest eased. But it wasn't until I saw that familiar log debris field that I finally allowed myself to breathe normally again. Navigating that debris on the way back was even harder than before. My arms were trembling with fatigue. My nerves were just shot. More than once, I got stuck on a submerged branch, the kayak tilting dangerously as I fought to free myself. All the while, I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see one of those men just appearing from the trees, gun raised at me. There was nobody, only the still, silent wilderness. When I finally emerged from that log field and into the main part of the reservoir, it was like crossing back into the real world. The water was calm and wide, sky bright and open, and in the distance, I could see the figures of other kayakers and paddleboarders, oblivious to the nightmare that just lay beyond that dam. I paddled as fast as I could, desperate to put this entire ordeal behind me. My muscles screamed in protest, but I didn't care. I just needed to get back to shore, to the safety of my car and away from whatever the hell I stumbled into. As I neared that spot where I saw that fisherman earlier, I saw him once more, still standing on the shore, his line cast lazily into the water. He looked up as I approached, a smile of recognition on his face, but as I drew closer, that same smile faded. "You look like you've seen a ghost," he said, his brow furrowing in concern. I pulled up along the shore, letting my kayak just drift. "Yeah, you could say that," I replied, my voice shaky. "What happened?" I hesitated, glancing back over my shoulder. "I think you were right about those gunshots," I said quietly. "There are men back there, armed. They told me to turn back." The fisherman's face paled. He quickly reeled in his line. "Jesus," he muttered, looking toward the dam. "I knew something was off, but did you see anybody else?" "No," I said, shaking my head. "But you said you saw another kayaker." "Yeah, not too long after you passed by," he said, his voice tense. "Young guy, heading the same way as you." My stomach dropped. The other kayak, the gunshots. "Did he come back?" I asked, though I think I already knew the answer. The fisherman's face told me everything I needed to know. He shook his head slowly and his expression was grim. I didn't see him again." We shared a look of understanding, the weight of what happened settling over us like this shroud. "We need to call the police," I said, my voice barely even above a whisper. The fisherman nodded, already pulling out his phone. Yeah, we do." I didn't even wait around to see what happened next though. I thanked the fisherman and paddled my last stretch back to shore, mind racing. By the time I reached the parking lot, I was on autopilot, hauling my kayak onto the roof and strapping it back down, throwing my gear into the back of the Subaru. I didn't stop moving until I was behind the wheel, engine running, and parking lot shrinking in my rearview mirror. It wasn't until I hit the main road again that I even allowed myself to fully breathe. The tension drained out of me, leaving only behind exhaustion and that lingering sense of unease. Pulled over as soon as I had signal and dialed 911 myself, my hands shaking as I relayed what happened to the dispatcher. The police took my report seriously. Later, I heard through the grapevine that they did indeed investigate the area. Rumor has it some local rednecks had set up this illegal grow operation deep in that forest and have been scaring anybody who got close off. They were eventually arrested, but the memory of that day still haunts me. I've not been back to that reservoir since. Now I stick to the main waterways, where the only things I have to worry about are the crowds and the occasional rude paddleboarder. But every now and again, when I'm out on the water, I find myself glancing back towards the reservoir, wondering what might be still lurking in those deep, dark woods, just out of sight. The year was 1989, on the eastern end of Long Island. It was mid-July on a nice, hot summer day, a perfect one to get out on the water. My dad had a 17-foot Mako fishing boat that we all affectionately called the Mighty Mako. It had a 90-horsepower outboard engine called the Tower of Power. We have a lot of nicknames for things, I guess. But anyway, she was an all-inline 6, with a center console that had a small bench seat in the front, just big enough to hold a cooler and keep out of the sun. There was a small hold in the V-berth that we stored all of our life preservers in, along with the anchor and a rickety metal hand railing around the bow that probably could have used a few more screws to tighten it up, but it was still attached. We all used to love to sit up there, hold on to it at cruising speeds, screaming with laughter when our toes touched the water below. Lots and lots of memories were made on this boat, and lots of stories, and some of them I won't soon forget. And this is one of those stories. There are a few more, many more actually, but this one is the harrowing story of Plum Gut. So, good old Wild Bill, who is my father, took my older sister Melissa and I out one day with his youngest brother, Uncle Johnny. I was 7 years old at the time, and my sister was about to turn 10. It was just going to be for a day trip, some fishing and some fun. Maybe we might even get to go swimming at Split Rock, if the tide was right. Then maybe we'd head further out to Cedar Point Lighthouse for some bottom fishing near the breakwater. Fried fluke makes for a delicious meal, so we're all in pretty good spirits and had high hopes for the day. It was going to be a good one. A few hours of fishing in the hot sun had gone by. The wind and tide started to change, making the conditions just about right for reeling in some big stripers out of the gut. My sister and I were by now getting bored, and were eager to feel some of the wind on our faces and maybe cool off a bit as we cruised, so off we went. We headed further out to Long Island Sound, towards the ocean, towards Plum Island. I'm sure some of you might have heard the stories of Animal Research Island, owned by the government and it's off limits to the public. But that's for another story for another time. In Southold, the northern folk of Long Island. There, the land between two islands comes together and squeezes all the ocean water into the bay, an oncoming tide, and forms this rip of sea where the bottom goes from 300 foot deep to 30 feet in a relatively small space, creating some pretty big swells on top of the water. Mostly only bigger fishing vessels dare to even fish here. The rip at Plum Gate made for some good feeding grounds for the bigger ocean striped bass at certain times. Times like the changing of the tide on a hot mid-July day, like this day, and then just about at this time too. And if we were lucky, we could make it out there with just enough to reel in a few big ones before dark and still make it back to shore safely. At least, that was the intention. The sea was calm on the way out, not glassy, but smooth with rolling waves, seemingly getting bigger and bigger as the wind would pick up. We were all just enjoying the ride. The sun was high and it was hot out. The spray from the bow of the boat cutting through the waves felt nice and refreshing. It was cooling off our sunburnt skin. We were laughing together, trying to hold on tight for the ride. But this is the ocean, and the weather can be known to change at the drop of a dime, especially out at the gut. It's very unpredictable. It could be a bright and sunny day out one minute and the next go dark, gray, and stormy. And that's exactly what happened. Sun-filled skies quickly turned ominously gray. Suddenly it got dark and the wind picked up. The water quickly turned white-capped. The waves got bigger and bigger. Our little boat was rocking in those waves as they grew, and the wind was now whipping us. We were scared, my sister and I. We were definitely ready to go home. A storm was on the horizon and seemed to be heading straight for us. It was going to hit, and hit hard. My dad knew it. After looking around at the quickly changing sky, he looked at his brother and then down at us girls. Finally decided it was time to reel it up and head back. By now, though, the rain was sideways and pelting at our faces. The wind had picked up. The sky went black until a bolt of lightning lit it up like a New Year's celebration, making the sky look fiery and angry. We saw a few lightning strikes make contact with the water, which by this point very much resembled the water in a washing machine. We were all terrified. We hadn't even really known the meaning of the word scared until now. Mel and I are crouched down behind the center console with our never worn before life preservers on, in between and holding onto my dad and uncle's legs, who were both holding onto the dashboard for dear life as our little boat steamed on, crashing through wave after wave. One immediately after the other crashed into us, head on. We thought for sure the boat would surely sink and we were going to drown out there. I felt like this went on for an eternity. We were now freezing, wet and shivering, holding on so tightly and completely filled with fear of potentially getting washed overboard with the next big wave that would hit. That's exactly what happened to me. It was cold, dark, and loud. So loud that the boat sounded like it was cracking up. It sounded like breaking, sinking. There was water everywhere, all around me. I was constantly holding my breath, then gasping for air when there was a 2-second lull between waves crashing into us. There wasn't a wall of water surrounding me, threatening to drown me right there in that little boat. Then all of a sudden, I found myself weightless. Everything went quiet around me. I was turned over and around and then felt like I was now upside down, inside the cold, white water. I reached my little arms out for my dad, but I'd lost grip of his legs. I couldn't feel him anymore. I couldn't feel the warmth of him. Now I was even more scared. Then in the cold, quiet darkness, I felt my hand brush against metal amidst the icy water. It was the hand railing on the bow. It was below me. I gripped onto it somehow with my left hand. My feet were extended up above my head in the water, almost vertically. If I lost my grip of that rickety metal railing, I was surely a goner. I'd be washed away in a second. No longer to be on that boat, I'd be lost at sea, way out in the treacherous waters, in the rip of Plum Gut. The next thing I knew, the water opened up around me, just enough for me to be able to take in a deep breath of air and open up my eyes. It was still dark, but there in front of my face, lit up by lightning, was a hand. It was my dad's huge hand, fingers spread wide and ready to grab with all their might. And beyond that outstretched arm and hand was my father's face, wide-eyed and panic-stricken, staring right back at me with a look of pure devastation. He'd left Johnny on the helm, Melissa still tucked down underneath him, between his legs, now fully blocked behind the console, holding on and crying. He stood firmly braced against the bench seat, with one arm outstretched and reaching for me, all while still holding onto the dashboard of the center console, as to hopefully not get washed overboard with me. And just as my tiny, wet, and tired fingers were about to lose grip of that old railing, that rickety, old, and loose, but fabulous life-saving safety keeper of a railing, God bless it, he finally got a hold of some part of me. And then as my life, short as it was back then, was flashing before my eyes, he yanked me right out of the water, and didn't let go until I was thoroughly tucked back underneath his knees, holding onto him and that tiny center console, and that relatively tiny boat in comparison to the surrounding seas. Then yelled at us to hold on and stay down. And that's exactly what I did. It might have been my first time in my life that I actually listened and did exactly what I was told to do. I held on and stayed down as best I could. I was crying, and I prayed too, for what seemed like a very long time. Thankfully, we made it back that day, safely but shaken up. And to this day, we still tell that story sometimes, usually around Thanksgiving. I have a road trip story, but it's extra weird because it wasn't on a road trip that I even wanted to be on. At the time, myself and the girl that I was dating, well, we were going through a rough patch. And by that, I mean we were fighting all the time, even cheating on one another. Super toxic stuff, further amplified by the excessive alcohol consumption. I'm sure you get the picture. Well, after enough explosions and blow-ups, I finally decided to leave. My problem was, I didn't have any local spots to go to. Her and I had moved to the city and then broke up just 6 months in. I hadn't really made any friends or connections that were solid enough to let me sleep on their couch. That left me with one option after I made that decision, and that was to load all my shit up in the back of my hoopty and make that long haul back home. It was a 19-hour drive that I planned on splitting into 2 days. I've been driving for what felt like an eternity. The endless stretch of highway blurred into a never-ending nightmare for me. 8 hours in, and I started to feel like I was trapped in some kind of automotive purgatory. The sun had long dipped below the horizon, casting a sickly yellow glow over the desolate landscape. I was starting to wonder if I'd ever find a place to rest my head. Maybe splitting the drive had been a bad idea. I wasn't super familiar with any of the geography between home and the city that I was driving away from, which, if you're curious, was Nashville, but that's not really relevant to the story. It was the dead of night and I was teetering on being lost. The GPS had led me down a winding road, and trees closed in around me like sentinels. I felt a shiver run down my spine as I realized that I was completely all alone out there. No cars had passed me in hours, and I hadn't seen a soul since I stopped for gas at that station a few miles back. The road was still paved, thankfully, but it was just a dinky 2-lane road with road signs every few miles. It felt almost way too rugged to be a main road, but at this point, I was kind of committed. Plus, for some reason, I had faith in the GPS flickering on my dashboard. As I continued to drive, though, the silence began to get to me. I turned on the radio, but all I could find was static and white noise. I tried to focus on the road itself, but my mind kept wandering back to the strange feeling that I was being watched. This was also probably due to the come down from my lack of drug use. My ex and I were definitely drunks, but since moving to Nashville, we started dabbling in what drugs we could find on Whiskey Row. Now that it was drying out of my system, I felt anxious and weird, a constant stream of sweat pouring out of my forehead. I'd only been on this trip for a few hours, and I was starting to feel like I was losing my grip on reality. The miles blurred together in a haze of exhaustion and just complete boredom. I'd seen nothing but fields and forest for hours. I was starting to wonder if I'd ever find civilization ever again, which was important to me. My paranoia aside, I wasn't brave enough to just pull over and camp in the middle of nowhere. I wanted to camp somewhere with streetlights, like a park or Walmart in the next town that I passed through. As the darkness deepened, I began to feel a creeping sense of dread. I was alone, vulnerable, and completely at the mercy of the road. I pushed that thought aside and just focused on the GPS, willing it to lead me to a place of safety and comfort. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I saw it. A dilapidated sign announcing the next town was merely 30 miles ahead. The problem was, I'd gotten seriously exhausted at this point, like nodding off the wheel and almost rolling off the road, kind of exhausted. Because of the exhaustion, I was starting to get emotional. Part of me wanted to start crying. as more mind became more and more plagued with the thoughts of what I was actually doing, forced to retreat across the country because my girlfriend had left me. The devastation was getting a hold on me now. All I wanted to do was just get some goddamn sleep. I looked out the passenger window and saw exactly what I wanted to see. A small ring of rooftops way out in the forest. I was close enough at this point that the outlier communities were starting to pick up. I decided to run with it. There's no way I could make it behind the wheel another 30 miles. And people were people, so I decided to sleep there. I veered off the main road, my tires crunching on gravel as I made my way towards a small clearing. A lone tree stand loomed in the distance, its branches like skeletal fingers reaching out for the moon. The lonely sound of my engine's hum in the stillness. I was just happy to have a little moonlight, as well as some space away from the houses. The last thing that I wanted was to disturb one of the homeowners, have them calling the police or something. In fact, I turned off my headlights and drove purely by light of the moon. This way they wouldn't even see me coming up the road in my little sedan. I could pull off the road behind some grass or something, catch some rest until sunrise. As I pulled up to the tree stand, I noticed a small cabin slumped beside it, its windows vacant, the door hanging crookedly from the hinges that seemed to scream in protest. I shuddered, feeling a chill run down my spine. I stopped the car and just stared at it for a while. I wasn't expecting a building to be this close to the tree line, yet here it was. The longer that I looked, the more I could tell it was definitely abandoned. I hesitated for a moment, wondering if I should just keep driving. But the thought of another hour on the road was too much to bear. I pulled up to the cabin, my heart pounding in my chest, and cut the engine. The silence was oppressive, heavy with the weight of the unknown. My head was in the fog from all the bullshit that I was dealing with. Essentially homeless on the road, miserable, and now trying to find the safest way to sleep in the woods. I wasn't really prepared for this kind of outing, but it was just for one night, so I was gonna do the best that I could. I sat for a moment trying to gather up my courage. The cabin almost seemed to loom over me, as its empty windows stared at like cold dead eyes. I knew I had to get out, to stretch my legs and clear my head. But as I opened up the door and stepped out into the darkness, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was walking into something sinister. I'm sure it had to do with the creepy cabin that I chose to call home for the night. And yeah, I know, any sane person would have just slept in their car, but I'm a tall guy, 6'4". My car was packed to the gills with all of my stuff from Nashville. There was no way to spread out and relax with my height, so I had to sleep outside my car. Fortunately, I'd packed my little hammock, one I'd had for many years. One of the nylon pouch things that you can drape almost anywhere. I lashed it up to a tree up the hill from the cabin. That way I had a view of the area. Then started filling it out with my bedding and a battery pack, water bottle, all the random stuff that I might need throughout the night. I scarfed down a couple of PB&Js and did my best to just relax. Food did wonders for my nerves, as I remember literally shaking as I climbed up into the hammock. After licking my fingers clean and gaining the courage to turn off my flashlight, I accepted the darkness and enjoyed the twinkling stars up above me. As I settled in for the night, trying to shake off the feeling of unease that had settled over me, I started to hear these strange noises. At first, I thought it was just the wind rustling throughout the trees, but then I heard it again, the sound of raccoons chattering and scuttling through the underbrush. We had them in droves back in the town that I lived in before. They'd come out of culverts and all kinds of weird places to get into trash cans, even come into people's houses through doggy doors. I grew up around them, so I didn't really feel any fear, more irritation that these raccoons probably were gonna bother me all night. I plugged in some headphones and did my best to just ignore them. The noise changed, however. I started hearing thumping around the inside of that cabin that I thought was abandoned. I was stricken with horror at the sound, but after a few breaths, I told myself it was more of those raccoons or just some other nocturnal animal banging around on the inside. I mean, it didn't have doors or windows. Literally anything could be inside there. Again, I tried to ignore it, telling myself it was just my imagination playing more tricks on me. But then, I saw her. An old woman. Her face a topography of wrinkles. Her eyes aglow with an otherworldly intensity. She limped up to one of the vacant windows and just stared out through the glassless portal. For a split second, I thought she was staring at me. But then I realized she was just staring down at the ground. Then she doubled over and disappeared in the cabin for a moment. When she returned, she was dragging a heavy bag through the doorway and across the rickety wooden deck, the sound echoing throughout the clearing like a death rattle. I was literally petrified. I couldn't have moved if my life depended on it. I hung there in my hammock, peeking over the nylon like a child as I swung between the trees. I was so glad that I hid my car and partially hid where I was sleeping. My subtleness was keeping me out of view. As I watched, completely transfixed, she scattered handfuls of dog food at a breakneck pace. The raccoons converged upon her, their eyes rolling around in the dark like little droplets of water. For every one raccoon that I saw, there were a dozen eyes around it, following it through the woodland. I tried to call out to warn her of the danger coming for her, but my voice was caught in my throat. Then they were everywhere. To my horror, I looked at the trees that my hammock was tied to. The raccoons were pouring down the trunks and over my straps in full stampede. Some of them even stopped to look over at me, curious the new decoration in the woods. They didn't look long though, just long enough to see that I didn't have any food, then continued to the bizarre gathering around that old woman's feet. The old woman's ritual was a twisted one, a dark midnight errand of a total weirdo. I say this because she wasn't overly nice to the animals. Sure, she was feeding them, but any raccoon that crawled too close to her feet was rapped on the head or kicked across the yard. She outright abused them as she fed them. It was the craziest shit that I could ever imagine. The raccoons seemed to be drawn to her though, their eyes gleaming with an unnatural hunger. As I watched completely frozen in horror, she began to speak. Her voice was low and husky. Her words were a maddening chant that seemed to draw the very life out of the air. It was total gibberish. Some of the words sounded English, but most of it sounded foreign. If it was a language at all, it sounded harsh. I want to say German, but I know a handful of German words, and none were even close to that. Maybe Russian, I don't know, but definitely wasn't anything I could understand. The raccoons had zero reaction to her speaking, but by the cadence and tone, you'd think she was casting a spell or something. It was creepy as hell, and I regretted not driving into town immediately. Then I did the dumbest thing that I could do. For some stupid reason, I whistled over to this crazy old bat. Between encroaching on her property and literally spying on her abusing animals, I think my subconscious wanted to at least make an effort to let her know that I was there. That I was an accidental bystander and I just wanted to leave. She had no reaction to my whistle, as it wasn't super loud. Nope, not even the raccoons looked up from their dog food eating frenzy. I just continued to lay there, like the weirdest voyeur I could ever imagine. And then it was over. She hollered at the raccoons and started kicking and swatting at them. Dragged the food back inside the house. The animals continued to crawl around the yard for a while, but the old woman vanished just as quickly as she appeared. After the bag slid back into the doorway of the cabin, it went silent again and I couldn't see her. After 20 minutes or so, even the raccoons started to peel off, slink back into their trees. This seemed like to be my time to escape, but I couldn't do it. I couldn't move. You might be catching a theme that I'm a huge coward, and you'd be correct. I laid there, told myself some stupid story about how I'd leave the second the sun came up, because there's no way in hell I was going to try to break down my meager camp in the dark. Not with some creepy ass lady a mere 40 feet away from me, doing God knows what inside the darkness of an abandoned cabin. Although I guess clearly it wasn't abandoned. She had to have lived there, as she had a massive bag of dog food that she kept inside. I imagined some crazy old hippie lady living off the grid and slowly losing her shit. Whatever the case, I was counting the minutes until sunrise, and by my calculation, I had about 4 hours to kill. During that time, I just laid there. I think I fell asleep a few times. I welcomed it, but I jumped back awake every time, terrified that I was snoring or farting or doing something to give away my position to whoever might be lurking out there. I found it was the most comforting to just be awake and alert for whatever might be going down. I even set a timer for the moment that I'd pop up and start breaking stuff down, just before the few rays of sunlight would hit. That never came to fruition though. I woke up again, just as the first sparks of light were coming over the mountain. But that wasn't what woke me. It was that same dragging sound through the house. I looked and sure enough, the old woman was hauling the dog food back out onto the porch. The raccoons came scuttling out, now to a lighter forest. I could see that there were even more of them now. It sounded like something out of a movie, dozens and dozens converging on this strange old lady. She threw out handfuls as fast as she could, the shit out of the raccoons that got too close. This went on for the same amount of time, 15 minutes maybe, but the sunlight was killing me. It went from black to dawn relatively quickly, and I knew if she were outside for much longer, she would definitely see me in my hammock in the trees. Sure enough, as she was swatting the animals and speaking in that weird language, she suddenly stood upright and turned her whole body in the direction of my hammock. I froze, sunk into the nylon, and just did my best to pretend to be asleep. I had to look harmless, right? Then she did the creepiest thing ever. This old lady whistled that same tune back to me, the one that I whistled earlier. In the moment, I knew she did hear that whistle. She had likely been aware of my presence these last few hours and just hid inside the cabin. It took everything in me not to piss my pants or even throw up. The anxiety was boiling over into a massive panic attack now. Whatever problems I thought I had earlier quickly dissolved under the weight of that current situation. She did the same thing though, simply dragged the dog food back into the house and disappeared. Although this time I could make out portions of the inside. There was what looked like some kind of bedding on the floor, where she laid down and just went still. I wasted no time, truly frightened for my life at this point. Didn't bother with any kind of organization, just simply undid the straps and rolled everything up into that nylon hammock. From there, I ran as quietly as I could through the tree stand until I found my car, parked exactly where I left it, still locked thankfully and not messed with. I started to build a little confidence. I might actually live and get out of here. I threw my hammock and all my shit in the trunk, jumped into the driver's seat, and it wasn't long that I was rolling through the tree line and back toward the main road. The morning light illuminated something though. It wasn't just one little crappy cabin. They were all over, dotting the woody hillside. Smoke even drifted out of the chimneys of a couple of them. I could see candles flickering in some of the back windows. As I drove by the nearest cabin, the one that I slept by, I could see that old woman. She crawled out through the open back door and across the deck, howling at me like a dog. It was insane to watch, but I was glad that that was all she did. I continued to bump down my slow descent away from madness, and as I did, I cast long looks in the rearview mirror behind me. Eventually, I saw a trio of people walk up to the highest hill crests, backs to the rising sun as they looked down at me. They had that same disheveled kind of clothing, wild hair. They pointed at my car, but never chased me. I figured they were part of whatever commune that I accidentally disturbed, and that's what they had to be, right? Too creepy to be Amish, too established to be homeless. It just gave off this weird cult vibe, and that's what I left it as in my memory. If you're ever driving northwest outside of Nashville, keep an eye out for the dog food raccoon cult. It was literally my first night ever stealth camping solo. I was 18 years old and had just left my home in south central Wisconsin with the goal of riding clockwise around Lake Michigan. As dusk approached, I found myself riding a gravel bike trail through the farm country, occasionally passing through some small towns. I start looking for a place to pitch my tent, unsure of what exactly that would really look like. I was on a bicycle, so my supplies were pretty meager, just enough to keep me going between towns. I had a very small solo tent, a tarp, some food and water for the night and morning, a flashlight, and just stuff like that, you know. There are lots of little communities that dot the area that I was traveling through, so I was able to re-up my supplies essentially twice a day. There wasn't any way to keep a cooler or anything with me, so I wasn't burdened with some of those like other riders that I came across. Some of the backpackers along the trail were carrying up to 60 pounds of crap on their back. As a first timer out there, I was kind of blown away by how everyone operated. Eventually, I found a candidate. To my left, the bike trail paralleled a small state highway, a little grass path that crossed the bike trail, and then to my right, it went into a bit of a clearing inside the trees. There were maybe 8 semi-truck trailers parked in the grassy clearing. The trailers themselves were overgrown with grass. They clearly hadn't been moved in years, but the paths between them were well maintained. I didn't really know what to make of that, but for some reason I was able to just give it a reason away. I figured maybe someone was working on the rig, so needed access to the cabs. And for whatever reason, I didn't think anything nefarious could be afoot. I found a spot where the trailers blocked me from view, just about in every direction, and began setting up my camp. I didn't bother with my tent, just unrolled my sleeping bag and made a small fire pit to keep away the bugs while the sun quickly went down. I ate a very simple dinner, and I don't even remember exactly what that was. I just took in the surrounding area. It looked like maybe it'd been a field storage area for a construction company or something like that, but it not only just housed some old building materials, but blown out semis. There were trees that took up 100 feet off, and beyond those, I could actually see the flickering of lights of the next town. It was much closer than I realized, maybe only a mile or two. As the sun disappeared, I rolled out my electric lamps. Small but mighty, and they allowed me to enjoy the area just a bit longer. I knew once I turned those off, I'd pass out within a matter of minutes. It's the nature of being out on the road. There's something immensely human about being outside underneath the stars, and turning off the rest of the world when the sun goes down. I let the fire burn out, but didn't want to maintain it throughout the night. That way I could just ditch it in the morning. It fizzled into smoke after an hour. I was satisfied and ready to go to bed. Shortly after dark, I turned out my lights and laid down in bed. Now it's worth noting that this whole situation kind of gave me the heebie-jeebies, but in a bit of a fun way. Like I said, I knew the semis were weird, but I didn't feel threatened by them. The dark washed over my camp like a liquid, heavy, almost even suffocating to a point. I think some of it had to do with the towering semi-trailers around me, stretching up so high that they seemed to have just vanished into the night sky. I felt small down there, and impossibly alone. That wasn't my first night camping out, but it definitely was the first one where I started to miss home. Regrets and worries were starting to seep in, just as I started to teeter off to sleep. Just a few minutes after falling asleep, however, I heard something that completely changed the whole vibe. The squeaking of an old hinge, followed by a loud banging sound. I waited and then heard the footsteps, thudding down the cab ladder before padding under the mowed grass below. I can't express to you how panic-stricken I became. My arms and legs knotted up. My body refused to even take a breath. Every part of me wanted to scream bloody murder, but there was no way I could with my lungs being so empty. Thank God. The guy coughed and cleared his throat, then hawked the nastiest loogie I've ever heard. From there, he took a few more steps, at which point I could see him underneath the trailer. He was 2 semis over, so maybe 35 feet from me. He stopped, unzipped his pants, and started to take a leak. I could see a stream glistening in the moonlight, and after almost a minute, I watched this guy cover his own boots in piss. Right then, I felt sheer terror, like this person was deranged, totally psychotic. I know it's weird, but that little detail said all I needed to know about whoever this person really was. They walked around the edge of the trailer and wandered towards the woods outside of town. It clicked this was a homeless guy or something, and now he was going to do whatever it was he needed to do at night in town. Beg for money, score drugs, get food, whatever his lifestyle was. I listened for a bit, but didn't hear anything more. I realized it was now time to make my move. It really freaked me out though, and I decided it was enough. In the light of just my headlamp, I broke camp in record time, loaded up my bike and hit the trail. A mile or two down the road, I found a much better place to camp, though I didn't really end up sleeping that well that night. I rode until I was literally right outside of town, made a little stealth camp behind the first gas station that I saw on the outskirts. I think it was a Speedway. There were glowing lights from the parking lot, the road sign. I didn't get a lot of sleep, but I did feel safe. I never saw that guy again, and I'm glad he didn't discover me, although frankly, I have no idea how that was even possible. I wasn't being quiet when I made camp. I even had a fire and torch lamps glowing between the trailers. He had to have known that I was there. Perhaps he knew this sudden presence would be enough to scare me off. And if that was true, he would be correct. If somehow he didn't know I was there, my only conclusion is maybe he was just some kind of junkie, nodded off in the back of the semi. Whatever the case, I'm super grateful to have never actually met the guy. If you'll also indulge me, I have another story that comes to mind. A couple of years later, I set off on what would most likely end up being a 7-month, 5,300-mile tour on all the western US, mostly stealth camping along the way. One thing to keep in mind about traveling like this is that the forest makes far from a quiet night's sleep. Over the first few weeks of that trip, I'd come to find comfort in the droning of thousands of crickets and toads. Perhaps I'd camp near a babbling creek. It was always the highlight of my night, though not particularly uncommon, to hear the yips and howls of a distant pack of coyotes. I fondly recall one night where I camped right between two owls that hooted back and forth through much of the night. If nothing else, it wouldn't take much of a breeze to stir music from the tree canopy. About a month and a half into this trip, I was somewhere in the rural mountains of western Montana. For those that don't know Montana, parts of it are the most remote that you can get in the continental US. That wasn't the case on this night. I was hidden in some trees just outside of town again. After turning out my light and laying down in bed, I came to a disturbing realization. There was not even a single cricket chirping, nor toad croaking, certainly no coyotes or even owls. Even the dead air was still, with not the slightest breeze through the dry leaves of early autumn, still clinging to its trees. It was truly, completely silent. And that, to me, was terrifying. I can only describe it as the loudest silence that I've ever heard, and it felt as though the entire forest was hiding from an equally silent predator. The occasional snapping of a twig, a common sound normally lost in the cacophony, and on this night, rang out like a gunshot, thoroughly crushing any half-sleepiness that I might have been feeling. And then there was this massive silhouette of a grizzly bear. It shambled up out of the meadow, huffing and scraping at the earth. The crazy part was, I was only a quarter-mile outside of town, and one of the few sounds that I could actually hear was the random traffic drifting by. The grizzly didn't give a shit about any of that though. Fortunately for me, it was still about 50 feet away, but even at that distance, the thing was enormous, rocking back and forth as it walked. It looked over at me, puffed a bit more, and then just continued on its merry way. I learned the next morning that that bear was a local nuisance, who made sure to amble into town and visit the local dumpsters a few times a week. When I rode into town the next morning, there was trash everywhere, people cleaning it up and bitching about the bear. I couldn't help but laugh. No wonder it didn't even bother with me. It had a full buffet just down the road. The locals themselves were actually scarier than the bear. Many of them had seen my little camp outside of town, so not so stealthy. They generally give me the cold shoulder and did their best to usher me onto the next town. Throughout the rest of that trip, I camped in sub-freezing temperatures. It made stealth camping in or near town an absolute necessity. If something bad happened to me, and I found myself too far from help, there's no way I'd be able to navigate the distance and temperatures below freezing. The climate and scary encounters weren't the end of my troubles though. One night, I had a hostile bunkmate above me who talked in his sleep. The guy in the bed next to me loudly snored. This sounds pretty typical, but because it was a hostel, these dudes were both strangers to me and each other. I couldn't just shake one of them up and hope for the best. I had all kinds of images in my head of gently shaking one of them, only for him to attack me in his confusion or something like that. The guy above me would go from nonsense to some pretty cryptic shit. Start saying a girl's name over and over and over again, then apologize. Then a visceral depiction of violence. Some of the most eerie and weird stuff I've ever heard, like bashing your brains in with a mailbox post. Honestly, in that moment, I would have preferred the grizzlies stomping around my camp again. The craziest part was in the morning when the guy woke. He was the most chipper dude you could imagine. You'd never even think he was the one talking through these hyper-violent nightmares. I actually stopped bunking with strangers after that specific experience. I've seen a lot of strange stuff on the outskirts of town, where I spent many nights not getting any sleep. I guess you can call me a thrill seeker, as I continue to practice this stuff to this day. I will never forget the autumn that terror came to our suburban community. It was the season of crisp air and vibrant colors, but also of unspeakable horror. I am a police officer. I've seen my fair share of crime scenes, but nothing could have prepared me for what we found behind that cluster of mom and pop shops. This happened to be the same year that my daughter won All-State as a pitcher for the softball team, but that memory takes the back seat, unfortunately. The victim was an older local resident, a familiar face in our tight-knit community. He was found lying in a pool of his own blood, his head battered beyond recognition. This guy was just a regular Joe around town, known for walking his dog in the morning and hanging out around the post office, that kind of thing. For someone to brutalize him in this manner was just insane, off the charts for our district. They even left the murder weapon, which was an old post for a mailbox. They picked it up and clobbered this fellow at least 30 times. The brutality of the crime scene was shocking, even for a seasoned vet like myself. The killer had this ferocity that seemed almost inhuman. Forensics and detectives were both scratching their heads, but us people on the beat had no clue where to even start. There were some cameras in the area, but nothing really helpful. One of them caught our victim entering the area behind the shops at around 6 in the morning, the normal time that he would walk. They didn't show anyone else coming or leaving the area until an employee arrived at around 8:30 a.m., which was when the body was discovered. Whoever killed this guy either never left the area or exited by some other mean. I remember some of the guys in the locker room saying that aliens did it. As the news of the murder spread, our community was rocked to its core. People were scared, and rightfully so. The thought of a murderer living among us, hiding in plain sight, was just unbearable. We worked tirelessly to find leads, but every avenue that we explored seemed to end in a dead end. The victim had no known enemies, no shady dealings, no apparent motive for the attack. It was as if the killer had just struck at random, leaving us with nothing to go on. Again, as a police officer, I've seen the worst of humanity, but this case was just different. The sheer brutality of the crime and the senseless violence, it was like nothing I'd ever seen before. And the fact that we had no leads, no suspects, it was almost like we were chasing a ghost. The days that followed were a blur of activity as we worked tirelessly to crack that case. We set up perimeters, questioned people in the area, scoured every inch of the crime scene for some kind of evidence, but nothing came to light. No leads, no suspect, no motive. It was as if the killer had just vanished into thin air. The cameras, the questions, none of it yielded any result. We were drowning within 72 hours, and the town council was starting to breathe down our necks. A failure to investigate would likely impact our budget for the next year, or at least that was the rumor. It felt like our lives were crashing down upon us. As the community grew restless, we grew more desperate. We started to investigate known troublemakers, hoping to find a connection, any connection to the crime. But every single lead ended in a dead end. The detectives and officers were working the case and getting spooked. We were all on edge, irritable, frustrated. It wasn't until we questioned this young punk kid named Alex that we got our first lead. He was a known troublemaker, always causing a ruckus in the neighborhood for as long as anyone could remember. When we pressed him about the murder, he'd said something that made our ears perk up. "It's probably the weirdo living in the walls," he said with a shrug. "The fuck did you say?" I asked him. I remember looking up from my notepad with a slack jaw. "We don't know who he is, but he lives in the walls downtown," he said again. What does that even mean?" "I don't know, man. He's like impossible to follow. We tried to mug him one night, but he lost us around the corner." "Where at?" "The same place that dude was killed, actually. Behind the breakfast spot," Alex explained. "Okay, so you're saying there's a man who can walk through walls in the area of our murder investigation," I clarified. It sounded like a lot of bullshit to me. "Yep," was all he said. "Well, what's he look like?" Suddenly, Alex lost interest and didn't want to talk as much, so my partner and I pressed him a little bit, did the good cop, bad cop routine, and it didn't take long before we had a full timeline, description, and hours in activity. It turned out this guy was apparently a bit of a celebrity to the local losers. He'd shown up downtown a month prior, seemingly at random, was definitely a drifter of some kind. He didn't ask for drugs or money or even alcohol, not even a place to stay. He seemed to have his own agenda going, and that's when some of the local kids decided they were going to kick his ass and see what was in his pockets. That was the same night that he vanished between those buildings, earning the nickname Wall Walker. He was seemingly homeless, had been seen rummaging through the trash cans and dumpsters. Looking back over the footage from the area, we actually had a couple of confirmations on similar people with similar behavior. We reoriented our investigation, focusing on finding this mysterious individual. This was a massive relief for not just the department, but every resident of our community. We set up surveillance near the murder scene, hoping to catch a glimpse of this mysterious stranger. Then just a few hours later, we got our first hit. A figure matching the description walked right into view. His gaunt face and matching clothes unmistakable. We quickly mobilized a team to follow him, but just as the kid told us about earlier, he seemed to vanish into thin air. We searched the area, but there was no sign of him absolutely anywhere. We knew he had to be here though. I could feel it in my gut. But also, this was what he was known for, right? So we just kept watching, kept waiting, hoping he would make another appearance. And then again, just as we were about to pack up, switch shifts with the incoming team, he showed up again, but this time, we were ready. He seemed to know every alleyway and side street, every hidden corner and secret spot. Yet despite his apparent familiarity with the area, he seemed to be walking in circles, as if he was waiting for someone or something. Then, just as quickly as he appeared, we lost sight of him once more. And this was what, the second or third time that he vanished, I guess? Well, here's the thing. He did it in the exact same area every time. There was a long building that contained two different businesses. And across from that was a large exterior walk-in cooler for the breakfast place, big locked steel container, and then the center block wall behind that, running the length of the alley. They converged to meet a second business in a separate building, just lots of little gaps and spaces. My team went down into this area, lit it up with all manner of flashlights, flipped the place upside down, and to our pleasure, we found that man. Behind the cooler unit, where the center block wall was, there was this small hole at the bottom. Just enough space for this guy to get through. On the rear side of that wall was a dumpster that looked to be locked, but actually wasn't. The pull bar was broken so anyone could open it. This explained that guy's disappearing act. As we continued to explore the lot, we found he had a full camp set up back there, tucked into some bushes on the other side. It seemed like he spent half his time hiding in the dumpster, the other half relaxing in the outdoor camp. After we arrested him, we would get the full story. His name was Roger, and he was recently displaced due to some other reason. My takeaway was general mental unwellness. Roger was smart though, like valedictorian smart. but also walked hand in hand with some mental illness or drug dependency, maybe even both. He was too smart for his own good. So after a few years of normal work life after college, Roger ended up going off the deep end and just wandered after that. The thing was, he was pretty resourceful due to his IQ. He did pretty well as he moved around the Midwest. What happened that morning was something else though. Roger had landed in town not by design, but by sheer randomness. He was hitchhiking. They decided they had enough of him in our downtown district. So from there, Roger moved in, tried to find whatever opportunities might be around. And as he lingered in the dark back alleys, he found that hole and that dumpster, and started building up his little decoy camp. He would use the secret pass to tail locals and try to pickpocket them, then disappear through that little hole he had, so long as they didn't see him go behind the cooling unit. The electrical box for the cooler did a superb job of covering up the 2 missing blocks. Roger had met our victim after living downtown for a week or two, but that morning something had happened. The victim had brought a scratcher ticket from a 24-hour gas station, and it turned out had won $5,000. He was walking around in complete disbelief, talking to himself out loud, waving the card around. That's when Roger approached him. The victim continued on about his good luck, wandering behind the restaurant to start his journey home. Roger's quick thinking had him snatch the post up and brain the victim, all so he could get his hands on that lottery ticket. We found it in his right front pocket, still yet to be redeemed, probably waiting for everything to cool down before he tried to get the cash. I went back to the scene of the murder the next day, and it was just unnerving to stand there right in the exact same spot as before. Look over and see the top of the dumpster from across that wall. Roger had been hiding in plain sight, what he called urban camping, for the entirety of the investigation. How many times had we walked circles around him in there, as he peered out of the gaps and rust holes, breathing and just waiting for us to move on. He'd been camped out back there for a month. We had no idea. I'm still with the department today, but I've never seen another case even close to that. I'm also thankful that it just took some crackerjack observation to break that case, and that it didn't turn out to be more nefarious. Roger is still serving time today, and will be for the foreseeable future.
My friends and I live where it's blistering hot in the summer, so we got into kayaking and paddleboarding. It's a natural remedy for the most brutal summer days. Over the years, we've come to a place that we prefer, favorite lakes and rivers, and even events that we come to every year. The water community itself is super cool and tight-knit. They plan all kinds of dope stuff throughout the season. One pretty cool thing that they do in our neck of the woods are the night paddles, and the vibe of the event can vary. Some of these are planned as late-night excursions downstream, wherein a team will travel with minimal light at a nice slow pace, leaning on their skills and each other for support to navigate that terrain. This is considered a pretty dangerous pastime, but the folks that organize it are one in a million and are seriously good at what they do. Even some are search and rescue operators, and they attend these events for training. The other kind of night paddle is more like a rave out in the water. Everybody decks their board out or kayak with all kinds of lights and glow sticks, even glow-in-the-dark paint. There are inflatable rings and rafts full of coolers, speakers, all the stuff you'd need to throw a party. The rave night paddles were more my style. I made sure to attend at least 1 or 2 every year. Where we live, even at night, temperatures can be in the 90s, sometimes over 100 degrees. Well, me and some of my friends got invited to one of these, per usual. We all agreed to go. I got my paddleboard all decked out and crafted some glow stick props for the night and prepped all my gear. By the time of the event though, every single one of my friends had canceled. A few had canceled leading up and the rest just bailed the day of. They all had good reasons, I just didn't take it personally, but I was still fully committed to going. Being solo didn't deter me. I've attended several of these by myself, especially later in the summer months. I drove out to the parking lot, secured a space, and then offloaded all my stuff and carried what I needed down to the shore. I wasn't drunk or high or anything. I'd only have a few beers with everybody else once out on the water, as I had to pack up my own stuff and drive myself home, that kind of thing. It was fun, but wasn't a reason to be irresponsible. There are plenty of people in the parking lot along the shore, down the waterway, and more would be showing up every hour. You had to get there almost at sunset to get a decent parking spot. Otherwise, you'd have to drag your shit for a quarter mile just to get to the water. I loaded up my paddleboard and set sail, neon tube lights lighting my way, like a flagship for a good time. I had my own little speaker, a series of lights, some goggles, food, and a six-pack. All the essentials for a good time. Further down the river, I could hear bass and dance music blaring, and soon I poured into the pool. A large, spacious body of water with enough room to fit a good 75 people or more. There were only maybe 20 or 25 so far, but there were girls dancing on paddleboards just like mine, their bodies lit up with every manner of glow stick. I cracked a beer and settled in with my feet in the water, started cheering and whooping to the music. After an hour, the place was damn near packed, brimming with college-age co-eds, floating in every direction. I linked up with a few people that I knew, being such a frequent participant, and soon I fell in with a crowd of folks and just felt right at home. We drank a bit, played a little floating beer pong courtesy of the rave lighting, and danced our asses off to the music. I started getting in the water a bit to cool off and just enjoy the river. At one point, I made a big show of falling backward off my board. It was kind of the punchline to a joke that I made. I fell into the water though, and I felt something weird touching my back and shoulder. It was only there for a second, soft and kind of slick. Then it swam away. I shot out of the water like a bullet, caught off guard by whatever was underneath the water. There was enough light and splashing that any fish or snakes or whatever wouldn't be hanging around this pool. If they were literally hiding near the bottom somewhere. Critters have never been a problem for the night paddles, at least the ones that I attended. It was weird, and I mentioned it, but we were all pretty much just brushing it off. It's a river. It could be anything, even just some driftwood. Regardless, it creeped me out. I decided I just wanted to get out for a second. I needed to take a leak anyway. I explained to everybody that I was going to hit the shore for a minute. They said whatever, and off I went. I grabbed my flashlight and then hopped off my board, just deciding to wade over. I planned on it being quick. I didn't take 5 or 6 steps more before I felt it again. This time it was on my shin. I knew it was something near the bottom of the river. It was moving to get out of my way at this point. Weirded out, I brought my other shin up to bang it off, and it felt like my leg touched an arm or something similar. At this point, I just think it's a massive fish. I kind of got scared because I don't really know. I clicked my flashlight on and pointed it straight down. To my complete shock and bewilderment, I saw a person looking back up at me. He was in some sparse snorkeling gear, but I could make out the goggles, the mouthpiece, even had fins on. I literally couldn't believe what I was seeing. As I started to call my friends over, the guy disappeared deeper in the water. I called out and pointed. The others hit him up with their flashlights too. At this point, the guy knew he was caught. He came up and played it off cool. Everyone knew better though, just started laying into him. I guess this guy had been caught a time or two at events like this. He was the equivalent of a peeping Tom. Watching girls underwater, swimming around them without them even knowing, maybe even touching them, who knows. He heard about these little get-togethers, decided it was a perfect place to get his rocks off. The creepiest part to the whole thing, at least for me, was that he would steal people's stuff right off their paddleboards or kayaks, and then hold it for ransom. It's very common for people to lose all kinds of shit, from glasses to wallets and keys, phones, you name it. And for other people to find it later along the shore or places in the river. People have even found wedding rings years after they go missing. Because of this, little groups were created on social media to help return the lost items. After these night paddle events, a bunch of people would post their missing phones, wallets, whatever. This creep would respond because he's the one who stole it. He was the one collecting rewards from these people.
I knew a few people who had gotten their phones back from this guy specifically. Women, more often than not. They all claimed that they were pretty sure someone had broken into their phone. Like this guy was prying through the personal stuff, texts, pictures, everything. It's just a grim reminder that you can never be too careful. You never know what kind of craziness people get up to, even in the middle of the night, in the middle of a river. The Pacific Northwest is a paradise for outdoor enthusiasts. My boyfriend Eric and I are no exception to that. The forests are so lush and dense, it's like walking through a jungle. Coupled with the breathtaking mountains and the ocean, it turns into truly one-of-a-kind area, and many of us just can't get enough of it. Eric and I try to get outside for a few miles at least once a week, and I swear we never see the same thing twice. We met in college, bonding over our shared love of hiking, backpacking, and paddleboarding. If it happened outside, we both wanted to try it. Our adventures had taken us to some of the most breathtaking spots in the region. We've always found that our time in nature just brings us closer together. Having a mutual love and admiration for the outdoors only nurtures the bond that we share, and it's been like that since day one. With that being said, there are some things that we do more than others. Day hiking has kind of become our go-to hobby, thanks to its convenience and accessibility. Paddleboarding is fun, but super involved. Camping is great, but sometimes requires a lot of time. We don't always have that available. The more that we adventure, the more we come to love one-and-done trips that just burn up the miles as fast as possible. We started as a hobby slowly whipped us into shape over time, to the point that we actually had muscles and pretty solid cardio. Hiking put us in the best shape of our lives. We've explored countless trails, each one of them offering a unique experience and a chance to connect with the natural world. So, when we heard about a natural spring at the end of a long but moderate hike, we knew we had to check it out. There are all kinds of waterfalls, forgotten lakes, and lookout points. We hiked to anything that we heard about. The spring itself was rumored to be a hidden gem, tucked away inside this secluded valley. The hike would take all day, but the promise of a serene view and chilly clean water was just too enticing to resist. And all day didn't necessarily mean hard. The trail itself actually had a pretty low rating in regard to difficulty. We spent the week planning our trip, poring over maps and online guides, and preparing our gear. Finally, the weekend arrived. We set off early and eager to hit the trail. As we drove to the trailhead, the excitement was building up inside me. I loved the sense of adventure that came with exploring a new trail, and the fact that this one was a bit of a challenge in terms of length only just added to the allure. Eric and I had become experienced hikers over the years. We were confident in our ability to navigate the wilderness, especially here in our own backyard. We'd spent so much time in this area that we used to joke that it was impossible for us to get lost. Once we arrived at the trailhead, I felt this sense of relief and adrenaline at the same time. The parking lot was almost empty, a good sign that we'd have the trail to ourselves. I have a bit of a complex when it comes to our hiking. I don't like it to be a spectacle. I don't like sharing every little step of the path with people I don't know. I know it sounds entitled, but I go the distance to just be alone, not brushing shoulders with people, just trying to take photos. We got our packs together and loaded up on water and snacks and immediately hit the trail. The first mile or so was just stunning, like walking through a jungle. The trees were tall and green, their leaves rustling in the gentle breeze. The trail itself was narrow and winding, but well marked, so we made pretty good progress. But as we hiked deeper into the woods, the trail began to get harder and harder to follow. It splintered off in different directions and in some places seemed to disappear altogether. Eric and I exchanged a look at one point, our excitement changing into curiosity. Bushwhacking a trail was nothing new for us, and we welcomed the challenge. We pulled out our little hand map and took bearing and pressed on. Hard to follow trails aren't really uncommon here, or really anywhere, just a factor of the terrain. Some areas encourage people to wander in all directions, and when this happens, the trail gets diluted, seems to go in every direction. This had been the case in this area, to the point that the main trail turned into a ghost of itself, and we really struggled to follow it. We just pushed on with it and did our best. After another hour or so, we were 99% sure that we'd been successful. The trail seemed to reestablish itself along the correct route, deeper into the valley. Either way, the place was breathtaking. It had my attention pretty much held hostage. I didn't care if we were lost, as the way back to the car was clear as day. It would take miles and miles of unknown navigating for us to not know where the car was. As we continued on the trail, the beauty of the wilderness enveloped us once again. The trees towered above, their leaves rustling in the gentle breeze. We walked hand in hand, taking in the sights and sounds of nature. There was water somewhere far off, like the echoes of a waterfall, and it was carried up to us. We lost ourselves in the woods, just soaked it in one beautiful step at a time. Soon after this, we found ourselves inside a small grassy clearing, surrounded by 3 or 4 different trails breaking off in multiple directions. A large wooden sign stood in the center, but it was old and vandalized. The letters are faded and pretty much unreadable. This was a rest stop that we've been counting on, as it's well marked online. Everybody said this was the intersection of many different trailheads. One would lead to the spring, one to the riverway, and several just went up towards this jagged rock face that offered absolutely beautiful views. Problem was, we wanted the spring specifically, and without the sign, we didn't know which way to go. "Great," Eric said with frustration etched on his face. "Now what?" I pulled out our hand map, but it really wasn't much help. The trail seemed to twist and turn in every direction. It was pretty disheartening. We both thought the trail would clean itself up and get more defined. Alas, it was more diluted than ever. We had no idea where to go. Just then, we noticed a man sitting on a log across the clearing. Dressed in worn hiking gear, his face was weathered from years of exposure to the elements. We shared a wave, and Eric and I approached him. He smiled pretty much right away, seemed friendly enough. Like I mentioned earlier, I wasn't fond of approaching strangers, but this was pretty much our only option in the moment, so I was actually grateful to see a friendly face out there, especially one that might have directions for us. "Hey there," Eric said, his voice almost jolly. "We're trying to get to the spring. Can you help us out?" The stranger looked up at us, his eyes squinting in the sunlight. "Ah, the spring, yeah, it's a beauty." Eric and I nodded. "Can you get us there?" he asked. Yeah, sure," he said. His face was weird though. He was kind of looking all around, not really making eye contact when he said this. I didn't know what to think other than it was weird. Maybe he wasn't very social. Maybe there was a mosquito buzzing around his face. Who knows? He said he had the directions, and that's really all that mattered to me. "Great," I said, relieved. "We're having a bit of trouble finding it. The trails out here are pretty unclear." The stranger nodded, his eyes alight with a knowing look. "Yeah, it can be tricky, but I can help you out. The trail that you want is the one to your left. It'll take you straight to the spring." He pointed down the trail that he indicated and gave additional direction. "Stay to the left, don't go over the boulder, stay left of that too, and when it forks, follow it uphill, not downhill, even though the downhill side looks more promising." He explained that we had to hike a series of ascending switchbacks that would route the hillside and then right to the spring, which was tucked back in the furthest slot of the canyon. "Thanks," Eric said, his voice grateful. "How far is it though?" The stranger's smile was cryptic in the moment. "Oh, it's not far, just a few miles. You'll see some landmarks along the way. Just keep an eye out for an old oak tree with the carved initials.
That'll let you know that you're on the right path. I don't know why, but I felt the shiver run down my spine as we thanked the stranger and just continued on our way. There was something about him, something unsettling that just didn't quite add up. The more he spoke, the less he looked at us. Once he did, he was looking at my legs. It gave me the creeps. I said thanks anyway and followed Eric down the path. Super glad to have him with me. Otherwise, who knows with that guy. He just had that energy of somebody up to no good. As we walked, the forest seemed to grow darker, the trees twisting and turning in ways that seemed almost sinister. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched, that unblinking eyes were trained on us from somewhere out in the shadows. "Eric," I whispered, my voice barely even audible. "Do you hear that?" He looked at me with his eyes questioning. "Hear what?" "That right there. It's like crunching or something." I could hear it somewhere behind us. Inconsistent, distant crunching off in the tree line. It sounded like walking, but I couldn't tell if it was two-legged or four. It stood out to me because we haven't heard or seen anybody throughout this entire time. So a person all of a sudden hiking parallel to us. It's pretty strange. He shrugged, his expression reassuring. "It's the woods, babe. It's normal to feel a little spooked." But I know what I heard, and it wasn't just the woods. Either way, I pressed on, eager to put some distance between myself and whatever was lumbering around behind the trees. There are various predators out here, of course snakes and spiders, and Eric and I have had our fair share of encounters with them. I didn't get the vibe there was any kind of animal like that around though, as the birds and bugs continued to bustle around, making noise. Usually once a predator enters the area, everything moves on or gets quiet. Whatever it was, I was the only one who found it creepy. We hiked for another mile or so, enjoying the terrain and views inside that area. The sun was shining and birds were singing their sweet melodies. But as we walked, that feeling came back, the feeling of being watched. Throughout this time, I kept looking behind us. And that's when I saw him, the man from earlier, sneaking through the brush, following us. "Eric, look!" I whispered, tugging on his arm. He turned just in time to see that guy creep back into the foliage. "What is it?" he asked. "That guy from earlier. He's following us," I said, my heart racing. I was sure that it was him. He was a ways off, I'd say a good quarter mile. But the slope we just climbed gave me a great vantage. I pegged him the second I saw him. You couldn't miss those scruffy clothes, that torn up red backpack, same haircut and beard. I mean, he was the only person we'd seen out here. Who else could it be? Eric immediately shrugged it off. Baby's probably just out here hiking like we are. He has just as much right to be out here as we do. I know what I saw, and I know it didn't feel right. The guy was trying to keep hidden, at a half crouch, sticking close to the brush and branches. I kept a close eye on the trail behind us, my senses on high alert. This is exactly why I don't like hiking with people I don't know. Another mile and we encountered another couple hiking in the opposite direction. To me, for the first time ever, it was a godsend. They were using the trail and going the opposite direction. Looked totally normal. I was relieved to have strength in numbers, just in case that guy decided to pop out waving a knife or something. We asked them how much further the spring was. They looked at us with complete confusion. "You're not on the spring trail," they said. "This is the lookout trail. It gets seriously steep in about a half a mile. It starts to climb up the canyon wall." My heart immediately sank. We've been walking for close to 2 hours and now we're on the wrong trail? We went back and forth with them for a while just to clarify what they were saying and where we were. Super disappointing. Only added more confusion and creepiness to the situation that I believe that we were in. I mean, it's obvious, right? That guy back at the rest stop,
was not making eye contact with us because he was giving us bad directions, or in other words, lying out his ass. Now, here was the real question. Was he just messing with us, or was he setting us up for something weird? I was grateful for the honesty of the couple, as it told me they weren't involved with that guy at all. Thanks for letting us know, Eric said, his voice laced with frustration. The other couple bid us farewell and then disappeared around the bend. I gave them a brief warning about that guy down there, just saying that he gave us bad directions and was now coming up behind us. They agreed it was weird and they would keep an eye out as well. Eric and I stopped for a moment, just taking inventory of where we were now, how far we'd gone. I think Eric just wanted to settle and take the situation in alone. I mean, we were out of options. A lot of the day had gone by, so the spring was probably off the table now. We just needed to decide if we were committing to the lookout point or turning back now for something else. We weighed our options for 10 minutes or so, long enough for me to forget about scanning the trail. And that's when we both heard it. The shutter of a camera. It was so jarring that we literally stopped talking and looked back at one another, went pale in the face. I could tell now Eric was suddenly on board with the strangeness I'd been talking about. We both looked up to see that stranger from earlier, hiding behind the trees and branches. He had a camera, and he was snapping photos of us. My blood immediately ran cold. And I know this sounds weird, but shit like this is literally my nightmare. What a weird, creepy thing to do with people you don't know in the woods. It implies a mindset that I can't fathom. When I think about it, it still makes my skin crawl. "What the hell?" Eric exclaimed, his voice angry. He's normally a very level guy, but I could tell he was seething and just ready to go ballistic. "Get away from us!" I shouted, my heart racing. I shouldn't have said anything, but I wanted to match Eric's energy, do my best to get this guy out of here. The stranger didn't move, his eyes just fixed on us with this unnerving intensity. It's not like we were trapped or anything, but we were alone with this guy in the wilderness, and he was within 30 yards now. He never said a single word. We just heard the shutter a couple of more times. "Dude, what the fuck is your problem? Why did you give us bunk directions?" Eric asked. This time the guy laughed a little, snapped another photo, and then disappeared behind the tree trunk. Remember, this is the Pacific Northwest. The area that we found ourselves in was beyond thick, overgrown to the point of jungle status. Huge leaves, blanketed branches. This guy vanished like a ghost right in front of our eyes. Now we're both officially creeped out, and Eric did not want to go off trail and risk getting injured or something with us being far from the car. We just turned around and started that long slog back to the car. It was something like 4 miles. We took this as a hard defeat, but on the surface, we were just glad to not have anything worse happen. I don't know what that guy was capable of. We didn't hear or see him again after we turned around. We made it back to the parking lot and didn't see another soul. Drove back home and theorized what the hell that guy was about. This all took place a few years ago, and still to this day I wonder why he took those photos, and more importantly, what he did with them. It almost makes me ill thinking there could be photos of me floating around out there, pictures that I'll never see. I know it's a bit of a stereotype, but I've always heard it's hard to make friends as an adult. I never really took this into consideration until I was close to becoming a fat, middle-aged loner. I've lived in that same little community for many years. After the kids moved out, it was just me and the wife. A lot of the guys that I called buddies had moved on to the city, gotten arrested, or didn't have any interest in being friends with me anymore. Suddenly, I had a lot of free time, lots of stuff I wanted to do. but nobody to do it with. My wife and I have our own hobbies and date nights, and namely going to the movies, but in regard to outdoor recreation, I was largely on my own. My wife thinks things like hunting and fishing are gross and archaic. She's a girly girl and I love her for it. About 10 years ago, I did the unthinkable. I made a friend. He was actually a guy I'd known around town, but one day at the tackle shop in town, he and I were just exchanging info in regard to fishing spots and other stuff like that. Decided to plan a trip out together. We've been fishing buddies ever since. My friend's name is Scott, and my wife calls him my mistress. It's pretty funny. Anyway, Scott and I are river fishermen. We hit the lake sometimes, if we have the itch, but for the most part, we stick to the moving water. It's more fun and more isolated. Typically, it yields a better catch, too. I compare fishing a lake and fishing a stream to driving an automatic or a manual. Sure, they both get you from A to B, but one of them is just more fun. This particular trip was just like all the rest. Scott swung by and scooped me up around 5 a.m., just before sunrise. We buzzed out of town and into the woods. There's all kinds of old logging and service roads that cut through the forest around here, and Scott had the wise idea one day to get Google Maps out, see which one got us closer to the river. Not an actual parking lot near the stream, but a place we could park along the road, kind of in secret, then hike back to the water itself. This way, we'd come up on part of the stream that others couldn't access, hopefully tap in a source of fish that were otherwise unknown. Sure enough, he found a perfect little place way back in the woodland, where very few people knew the water cut through at all. "Man, I love this time of day," Scott said, his voice low and gravelly as we drove down that winding road. "The world's still waking up and we're already out here, getting our day started." I grunted in agreement, sipping at my coffee as the darkness outside seemed to press in on us. We'd been coming out here for years at this point, but it never really got old. There's just something about being in motion when the rest of the world is still asleep. It's like I know a secret that I can't share. It's hard to explain, but I've always loved being an early riser. Scott, not so much, but his love for fishing overrides his laziness, so he gets his ass in gear when he needs to. "You know, I was thinking," Scott said, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. "We should come back again tomorrow, before the holiday weekend." "I'd be down for that," I replied, my eyes scanning the darkness outside. "But we'd have to find a way to make it work with our schedules." As we drove, the trees seemed to close in around us, their branches creaking ominously in the wind. Scott worked for the town. I owned my own small business, so throughout the week, we stayed pretty busy. Typical old guy stuff, you know. "Almost there," Scott said, looking out over the dash. "Hurry it up," I joked with them. Finally, we arrived at the spot where we usually parked. It was just this little hairpin of a turnout, barely enough room to park his truck. But very few people drove out this far, and it was still pretty early in the morning. We didn't expect to see anybody until the afternoon, if at all. We took a moment to bundle up in the cab, put our fingers in front of the heater one last time, and take a final sip of coffee before we pushed out into the wilderness. We unloaded our gear and started that trek through the forest, our flashlights casting eerie shadows on the trees. We went light, just a couple of creel bags, our rods, and whatever food and water we packed ourselves for the day. It's easier to fish a stream with a light tackle, as you constantly find yourself moving up and down the creek, popping rocks and maybe even climbing trees, just to get a little better vantage over the water. "I love this part," Scott said, his voice barely above a whisper. "It's like we're the only two people in the world." I nodded, my heart pounding in my chest. We walked in silence for a few minutes, only sound being the rustling leaves beneath our feet. I personally am not really afraid of animals or the dark, or anything for that matter, but I am afraid of circumstances. That dark trek through the trees was only a little unsettling for me, because if something bad were going to happen, that'd be a damn good time for it to happen at. We each kept a firearm. Most outdoorsmen do, but it wouldn't be any use if the mountain lion decided to stalk us through the dark.
or if we accidentally stepped in a snake pit. We did our best just to follow that same little strip of terrain, trip after trip, year after year, and hope for the best. They've been working for us so far, at least. We stumbled along until we could almost hear water, which always put my mind at ease. We were more than halfway at this point. We used this big old ugly tree as kind of a waypoint to let us know of our progress. I lit it up with a flashlight and took in the gnarled old form, that dead gray trunk reaching up in a black maw, the early morning sky. Then, that's when we saw them. A pair of boots unlaced and upright, sitting at the base of a tree. My heart skipped a beat as I felt sweat come to life along my back and forehead. In all the years that we've been coming out to this area, we'd never seen any evidence of another human, not even so much as a piece of trash or a boot print. Absolutely nothing. So to see something so personal out there, it was really weird. "What the hell?" Scott breathed, his eyes fixed on those boots. He didn't move a muscle. Almost looked like he was expecting a person to jump out from behind the tree at any point. I shook my head, mind racing with any possibilities. Who would leave their boots out here, and why? It seemed like a delicate thing to just leave behind, especially in the dark. But what did I know? They could have been sitting here for a week, never to be picked up again. It gave me this eerie feeling that maybe something had happened to somebody out here. We stood there for a moment, our flashlight beams fixed on the boots. It seemed so out of place, like a piece of a puzzle that just didn't quite fit. "Well, that's weird," Scott said finally, his voice low and cautious. I nodded, my eyes scanning the surrounding area. "Yeah, it definitely is." We looked at one another, and I could sense the unease in Scott's eyes. But we didn't say anything more. We didn't need to. We both knew this was something strange, something that didn't belong in our little slice of wilderness. We stood quietly and strained our ears for anything strange, anything out of place. The silence stretched on for what felt like forever, interrupted only by the occasional chirp of a cricket or small bird, waking up to the early morning light. Let's just leave them," Scott said finally, his voice decisive. "Maybe they belong to somebody and they'll come back for them." I nodded, and we continued our trek throughout the forest. Now as we walked, that silence seemed to grow thicker, like a fog that clung to our skin. We didn't talk about the boots anymore. We didn't need to. I know we were both thinking the same thing, that it's something strange, but ultimately, maybe it's nothing at all. After all, it was just a pair of shoes. It's not like we found a severed head or something. Finally, we emerged from the trees and saw the river stretching out before us. It was calm and peaceful, the first rays from the sun glinting off the water like 1,000 tiny diamonds. We stood there for a moment, taking it in. Then we split up, each of us finding our own spot to fish. We didn't go far, I'd say maybe 50 feet or so, far enough we wouldn't have an issue getting our lines tangled, but also close enough that we were both in earshot. As the day went on, we'd move further and further from each other, sometimes a mile or two, just to get all the good fishing that we could. By midday, we'd start working back towards one another, have lunch, and then hit the river for another hour or two before heading back to the truck. As I cast my line into the water, I felt a sense of peace wash over me. This was what I loved about fishing: the quiet, the solitude, the sense of being completely alone in the world. And yet, as I stood there, I couldn't shake that feeling that I was being watched. I kept an eye on the other side of the river, looking for anything along the bank that just might be out of place. I imagined seeing footprints scampering through the mud, but I didn't find anything. "Hey, Scott," I called out, my voice low and casual. You see anything weird?" There's a pause, and then Scott's voice came back, equally casual. No, man, just the usual, fish, trees, water." I nodded, even though he wasn't looking at me. "Yeah, me too.
We stood there in silence for a few minutes, only sound being the gentle lapping of the water against the shore. And then without warning, a fish bit my line. My heart skipped a beat, just like it does every time I get a bite. Muscle memory took over from there. Drop, hold, yank, reel. After a few good turns, I knew I had him, biting left, right, down, up, before finally giving up and letting me haul him in. "Yeah!" I exclaimed, my voice loud and triumphant. "I got one." Scott's voice came back, equally as excited. "Nice. Let's see it." I grinned, my heart pounding with excitement. I hauled it up and let Scott have a look, though it was only about 12 inches long. Not a trophy by any sense of the imagination, but it was proof that there were fish here, and they were biting. Good omen, if you will. I got it off the hook and released it, per usual. It's always been a little weird superstition of mine. Let the first catch of the day go, so he can tell the others that we're merciful. The hook is safe to bite. I know it's silly, but just more old man thinking. The sun came up, but Scott and I didn't move yet. Catching a fish that early meant we'd caught them in the right place at the right time, so we wanted to fish this pool raw before moving on. I cast out a few more times and tried some different jigging patterns, but got nothing. Scott, however, had a couple of bites, and on the third, landed a decent-sized trout, something like 18 inches. I kept my line in, watching as he worked to get the hook free. I wanted to see if he would put it on the trout line and keep it or not. What happens next is one of the weirdest things I've ever seen. As I watched Scott work the line and the hook, I caught movement across the river in my periphery. It was so quick and small that I didn't even look over at first, but the moment it stirred, I remember getting this dizzy, almost sick feeling. I knew whatever was moving shouldn't be, and honestly, I think I was afraid to look. It was moving backwards and quickly disappearing in the foliage. And then it all went still. This all happened in a matter of a few seconds. Then, before I could shout any kind of warning, something comes flying out of the brush, over the stream and right at Scott. I thought it was a bird at first. Almost gave me a sense of relief, but as it started to arch back towards the ground, I knew it was an object, a rock or a stick, something like that. It hit Scott right in the chest, and I could tell it scared the shit out of him. He froze up, totally rigid from top to bottom, then dropped both the fish and his rod and scrambled back from the water. "The hell was that?" I hollered over, setting my rod down and slowly approaching. I pointed across the water. "It came from the other side of the river." Scott took a moment to gather himself, then stood up and scanned his little alcove. "I think it was a rock," he said as he looked around. Whatever it was fucking heavy. Our eyes naturally wandered across the water, scanning for anything and everything. I don't pack much heat when we're out there, just this little snub 38 special. Even then, half the cylinder is full of snake shot. If I came upon anything small, I could take care of it, but much more than a coyote, it's probably a goner. Scott, on the other hand, carried his baby out there. A wood-handled stainless steel 44 Magnum. Real showstopper. He kept a hand on it as he was checking the surrounding area. We took another moment to compare notes, and I told him what I saw, and he told me what he felt. Whatever the case and whatever happened, there was nobody to point a finger at. We start entertaining weird theories. Maybe some kind of rogue water current pushed a rock up and it flipped it out of the water. Maybe a raccoon threw one. It was hard to be sure of anything when it happened so fast. We went back to doing really the only thing that we could, fishing the river. This time we really didn't watch the water, just kept our eyes up for anything weird. We stood a little closer to each other this time. I wanted to mention the boots, but I also didn't want to spoil the trip with fears and worries. Kept my concerns to myself and just did everything I could to enjoy the peace and quiet. That would soon only be a daydream, however. I'd say maybe an hour later, I caught little movement. A little disruption across the river that I almost didn't look up for again. Thinking about the incident earlier, I decided to look. To my horror, I saw a sliver of a guy looking back at me, shirtless, dirty, barely peeking around the tree trunk across the river. I froze in place and did my best to pretend not to see him. When I let my eyes flip back to the guy, he was gone. Now I knew who threw that rock earlier. I crept down to the way Scott was and nodded to get his attention. He came over and asked me what was up. "I think I just saw somebody across the creek," I said. "What? Fishing?" he asked, agitated. He looked around and started scanning the area. No, he looked like a kid, and he didn't have a shirt on," I clarified. "How old?" Scott asked. "I don't know, maybe 21? We both looked back over the water. I pointed out the area that I thought I saw the guy. There's nothing there. We agreed the whole thing was weird, packed up and just headed downstream a bit. This turned out to be a mistake. Truly, I wish we'd gone the other way upstream. What we found downstream ruined that trip and sent us packing back to the truck. We came around a bend and saw this beautiful pool, one that we fished often. In one of the shallow sandy basins, though, there was what looked like gallons of blood all in the water. Because the pool was so big, placid areas formed along the shores, where the water moved a little less, and so debris or whatever could actually choke up there, much like the blood was doing. We both stopped in place, looked at one another, and just shook our heads. At the foot of that shoreline, I swear to God, there must have been 100 massacred fishes. All sizes, all different species, all gutted inside out, some smashed to a paste, others were chopped up. They took up the whole shoreline, the water, everything was painted with blood and organs. And the gutted fish showed us that whoever did this was a human. No bear, no eagle, no animal at the time would do this. It just creeped us the hell out. We had a brief conversation, added everything up, and decided it wasn't worth it. We packed everything up, turned back into the woodland, didn't even bother eating lunch, just to hopefully create a little more distance. This wasn't the same route back through the woods that we usually took, so we were a little off course, but still had a pretty good idea of the direction we needed to go. We kept a steady hand on our guns as we walked through the trees, looking over our backs every few feet. As we got closer though, we had an itch. Scott had mentioned it before, and we both wanted to walk over to the old dead oak tree, see if those boots were still there. It was only 10, maybe 20 minutes off course, so we redirected ourselves and started cutting a path. As I'm sure you can imagine, we got to the tree and there wasn't any sign of those boots. In fact, there was evidence of water in the dirt at the base of the trunk, like a person that was wet from the waist down had been standing there. We knew then that asshole had crossed the river by foot, had come back and gotten his boots. Chalked it up to a hunter or a woodsman just having a rough night. And when we got back to the road, we still hadn't seen anybody else. There was no cars parked near us, so really didn't know what to make of it all. I mentioned calling it in to some kind of agency, but Scott said no. The guy was throwing rocks. He can find his own way back. We left. Never saw that guy again. But I can say that was the weirdest fishing trip of my life. We ended up hearing later there'd been this big college party blowout a couple of nights before. Search and rescue was even called. Some of the guests took hallucinogens, had wandered off, and got seriously lost. We thought maybe it was a leftover straggler from that, but even then, the hell was he still out there, gutting fish by the dozen? There's something unsettling about hotels. Even the nice ones feel temporary, like you're not supposed to stay long enough to leave some kind of imprint. I have stayed in dozens over the years, working in sales, traveling from city to city, pitching the same numbers to just different faces, always on the road, always somewhere in between where I wanted to be and where I need to go. I guess you get used to it after a while. The endless miles of the highway, takeout dinners, and the same dull hotel rooms. But every once in a while, something happens that makes you think twice about life on the road. On this particular trip, I was heading to a conference in some small town out west. Construction along the interstate had thrown me behind schedule, leaving me stuck in traffic for hours and hours. By the time I finally pulled into the hotel parking lot, it was well past 9. All I could think about was getting a hot meal and crashing in my room. I grabbed a quick bite at the nearby diner, filled up my tank for the next day's drive, and headed back to the hotel. The lobby was empty, except for a bored-looking clerk behind the desk. I checked in, grabbed my key, and made my way up to the second floor, room 112. The room was fine. It's always the same though. Beige, boring walls, a floral bedspread, a TV bolted to the wall, and a window overlooking the parking lot. Didn't matter if it was Omaha or Albuquerque, it always looked the same. I kicked off my shoes, turned on the TV for some background noise, and just settled into the stiff armchair by the window. I was tired, but not quite ready for bed yet. The sound of some late night TV show droned in the background as I flipped through my emails on my phone. Then that's when I heard a noise. At first it was muffled voices, the kind that you'd expect to hear from a couple of guests settling in next door. Thought nothing about it. People come and go, they talk, they move around. It's a hotel. Just part of the hotel experience. But after a few minutes, those same voices grew louder, more heated. A serious back and forth argument. I paused the TV and listened closer. Thud, thud. The sound of something hitting the wall. I glanced at the clock. It was nearly 10:30 p.m. That argument next door was not dying down. In fact, it was getting worse. Those thuds turned into bangs, the kind you feel through the walls. Couldn't really make out words, but the intensity. Maybe it was just a couple having a bad night. Maybe somebody had too much to drink. But then, as suddenly as it started, those noises just stopped. Silence. For the next half hour, I sat there waiting for something else to happen, but the room next door was now eerily quiet. No voices, no bangs, no thuds. Just a faint hum of the AC, muted laughter from the TV. Eventually, I just shrugged it off, figured I'd heard the end of it. That was until a knock came. It was faint at first, just a soft rapping at the door. Not mine, the one next door. I muted the TV and listened. Hello? It's the hotel clerk. Is everything all right in there? A man's voice called out, muffled by the walls. I got up from my chair and moved to the window, just close enough to hear but not be seen. I heard the room next to me's door creak open, and there was a hushed conversation. Couldn't quite make out what they were saying, but I could tell the clerk was not really getting the answers they wanted. After a few minutes, the door closed and the clerk walked away. Should have been the end of it, I thought. But it wasn't. The banging started again, louder this time, like somebody was throwing the furniture around. Then it stopped. Another knock followed. This time 2 voices. 2 clerks, maybe. The conversation was longer, more tense. It left and, again, everything went quiet. I waited, half expecting another round of noise, but this time it stayed silent. I checked on the clock again. It was now almost midnight. I was exhausted, and whatever was going on next door really wasn't my business. I turned off the TV, shut off my lights, and climbed into bed. I must have drifted off at some point, because the next thing I knew, I was waking up to the sound of scratching. It was faint, like nails against wood, coming from the other side of the wall. My eyes snapped open, and for a second, I thought maybe I imagined it. That's when I heard it again. Slow and deliberate. I sat up in bed, my heart racing. What the hell is going on in here? I reached for my phone, ready to call down to the front desk, but the scratching stopped. Silent again. Maybe, hopefully, they'd finally settled down. But that's when I heard whispering. It started low like hushed conversations, but it quickly grew louder and more frantic. Voices overlapping, rushing words that I couldn't quite understand. It wasn't English. It wasn't anything I could make out. Just a stream of incomprehensible urgent noise. I threw the covers off and grabbed my phone. And that's when I heard footsteps, heavy, pounding footsteps, running from one side of the room to the other. And then a full force slam against the wall. My wall. I jumped out of bed, my heart in my throat. This was no normal argument. Somebody was in trouble. My thumb was hovering over the phone's call button. And that's when a scream rang out. A blood-curdling scream for help. I didn't think, I just moved. I grabbed my key and bolted for the door, yanking it open. The hallway was empty, dimly lit by the flickering fluorescent lights. But the door next to mine, room 114, was cracked open, just slightly, enough for me to see in the darkness inside. Before I could react, the door swung open. A man burst out, slamming me in full force. He was wild-eyed, face pale and sweaty, his hair sticking up in every direction. He grabbed at me, his fingers digging into my arm. "Please, you gotta help me. You gotta help me," he gasped, his voice trembling. "They're trying to kill me. They poisoned me, I swear. Please, you gotta help me." I stumbled back, my heart hammering in my chest. He tried to push his way into my room, his hands shaking as he clawed at the doorframe. "They're coming for me. You gotta let me in. I can't." Before I could even process what was happening, 2 hotel staff members appeared behind him, grabbing him by the arms. He thrashed, kicked, and screamed as they pulled him back into the hallway. "I'm not crazy. They poisoned me. They're trying to kill me." His voice echoed through the empty hallway as they dragged him away. I stood there, frozen, watching as they wrestled him down the corridor, the shouts growing fainter and fainter until they just disappeared altogether. I went back inside and closed my doors. My hands were trembling. I stood there for a long time, just staring at my door, heart still pounding. The hallway was now silent again. It felt like the world had just stopped. It was over now. At least, I thought so. The man's screams faded into nothing, but the weight of his words clung in the air like some kind of thick, humid fog. "They're trying to kill me," his voice echoing in my head over and over again. I shook my head, trying to snap out of it. This isn't my problem. Whatever had happened next door, the hotel staff had now taken care of it. I had no idea if he really was poisoned or if he was just some kind of nut job on a bender. But either way, I wasn't about to lose any more sleep over it. I locked my door, turned off the light, and crawled back into bed. My body was tired. My mind was wide awake though, replaying out the last few minutes over and over. The way he burst out of that room, that sheer panic in his eyes, it wasn't something that I could just easily forget. Finally, I'd say sometime after 2 a.m., sleep overtook me. I drifted off and my dreams were haunted by fragments of those night's events. When morning came, it almost didn't feel real. I woke up to sunlight streaming through that thin curtain, and the room filled up with that sterile hotel smell, cleaning products and old carpet. For a brief moment, I thought I'd dreamed that whole thing, that maybe the stress of the trip had finally gotten to me. But then I noticed my door was still bolted, and my phone was lying on the nightstand, the front desk number still on the screen. It wasn't a dream. I got up and pulled on my clothes, and decided to head downstairs. I wasn't eager to stick around for obvious reasons, but I needed to check out, grab some coffee, and figure out the drive for the rest of the day. My business meetings were literally the last thing on my mind, but I still had a job to do. The lobby was busier than I expected it to be. A couple of guests were milling about, talking to one another in hushed voices. Something was off. People glanced at me as I made my way to the front desk, their expressions unreadable. The clerk behind the desk looked tired, bags underneath his eyes, his uniform slightly rumpled. I cleared my throat. I need to check out of room 112. He nodded, typing something into the computer. Everything all right with your stay, sir? I hesitated. Well, there was a bit of an incident last night in the room next to mine. His hands paused on the keyboard. Talking about room 114? Yeah, some guy started banging on my door, saying the staff had poisoned him, that somebody was trying to kill him, screaming for help. You could still hear the echo of his voice. You guys took him away? What happened after that? The clerk quickly exchanged a glance with another employee that was standing nearby. We've had some trouble with that guest, he said slowly. He called the front desk several times last night, claiming there was multiple problems with his room. At first it was just small things. The bed was uncomfortable, the faucet was leaky, but then it escalated. He started saying the food was poisoned, that the air in his room wasn't safe to breathe. Yeah, he definitely seemed completely out of it, I added, like he wasn't in his right mind. The clerk sighed. Yeah, he's not well. We think he was on something, some kind of drug maybe. He's known for pulling stunts like this at different hotels. He checks in, causes a scene, then tries to demand a free room or some kind of other compensation. It's a scam that he runs. He lowered his voice. We had to phone the police last night. What happened to him? I asked, suddenly more curious than I should have been. They took him to the hospital. He'll likely spend the night in jail once he's cleared. The clerk then glanced over my shoulder, his eyes darting nervously to something behind me. We're really sorry for that disturbance, sir. We can comp you a breakfast if you'd like. I turned to see what he was looking at. A group of hotel staff were standing near the elevator, all speaking in low voices. One of them was one of the staff members who had wrestled with that man. He caught my eye. He gave me a tight-lipped smile, like he knew something that I didn't. No need, I muttered, still uneasy. I just want to get out of here. I grabbed my receipt and shoved it in my pocket and headed for the door. As I walked past the staff by the elevator, I overheard fragments of their conversation. He kept saying walls were moving, couldn't calm him down. Yeah, he was really losing it. Thought we were trying to poison him. I quickened my pace and stepped outside into the crisp morning air. The parking lot was empty, save for a couple of cars, and the sun was just beginning to burn through the morning fog. I breathed it all in, the cool air quickly clearing my mind. But a part of me was still rattled. I told myself it was over, finally, and the guy was a scam artist, a junkie who'd gone too far. But as I drove down the highway, my mind kept going back to the night before. The way he slammed into the wall, the way he screamed out for help, the way his eyes had looked into mine when he said they were trying to kill him. I should have been relieved that it was over, that he was gone. But something just didn't sit right with me. The way the staff handled it, the strange looks, the nervous glances, it was almost like they were used to it. And then that scratching, the whispering, the pounding footsteps. Whatever happened in room 114, it was more than just a drugged up scam artist looking for a free room. There's something off, wrong about the place that I could not explain. And I definitely wasn't going to stick around for another night and find out what it was. I used to work the night shift at a mid-sized hotel, one of those chain places in the suburbs where everything's a little too clean and a little too quiet. You probably know the type, off a main road, just far enough from the city to attract people who didn't want to pay downtown prices. The kind of place where nothing really happens, until it does. And guess who gets a front row seat? Whichever poor employee was on shift that night. I guess if I'm being completely honest, it really wasn't a bad gig, but wasn't the best either. Most nights it was dead quiet. Just me, a cup of coffee, and a flickering monitor watching a couple of empty hallways. The occasional guest would stumble in late, or I'd deal with a lost tourist, but for the most part it was uneventful. The hardest part was staying awake, especially after midnight when time seemed to stretch out forever. There's paperwork and all kinds of clerical upkeep in the back, and of course, folding things. There was almost always something to help the time go by. I've been working there for almost 2 years at this point, and I'd seen my fair share of weirdos. There was always this guy who parked by the dumpster and just lingered long enough to make you wonder if he lived in his car, or came by day because we had a nice dark parking lot that he could get high in. Sometimes the occasional crackhead who'd somehow scrape together just enough cash to rent a room for the night, then refuse to leave the next morning. Domestic disputes were another common occurrence. Raised voices, slamming doors, the uncomfortable task of calling the police, and try not to think about what was really going on behind those closed doors. But most of that was manageable. It's part of the job. You deal with it, you make a note, and you move on. Don't let it stick and let it slide off your back, as my old man would say. Then came the night that I met the man who asked specifically for room 401A. It was a Wednesday night, middle of the week. Things were slower than ever. I was on the overnight shift, starting at 11 p.m. and running through to 7 a.m. The lobby was quiet. Only sounds were the faint hum of the AC, the soft clink of the coffee pot refilling itself for the third time that night. I'd say around midnight, the front door slid open, and a man walked right in. At first glance, there was nothing really remarkable about him. He had that typical business travel wear, mid-30s, clean-shaven, wearing a dark jacket and an over-the-button shirt. A little tired, but nothing out of the ordinary. He approached the desk, his steps pretty light and his expression calm. Didn't do anything to land on my radar. "Good evening, sir," I said, my voice breaking the silence. "You need a room for the night?" He nodded, his eyes scanning the lobby as if he was looking for something or somebody else. "Yeah," he said, his voice even. "I need a room, but not just any room. I want one in particular." I raised an eyebrow. Most people just wanted a room, any room. I've never had somebody request a specific one before. Okay, sure, which one?" "Room 401A, he said casually. I froze for a second, processing what he just asked me. The thing is, we didn't have any rooms labeled with letters. None of them. Our rooms were numbered by floor and unit count. First floor, rooms 100 to 113. Second floor, 214 to 227, and so on. Room 401A, that didn't exist. I thought maybe I misheard him, asked him to repeat it, and he said the same thing. 401A. When he said it this time, he was staring right through me, giving me this sly grin. I chuckled awkwardly, thinking he was making some kind of joke. "Think you might have the wrong hotel. We don't have a room 401A. Maybe you mean room 440? The man's expression didn't change. If anything, he seemed amused now, like I was the one making a mistake. No, I'm sure it's room 401A. I blinked, trying to figure out how to explain it. "Sir, there is no room 401A. We don't have rooms with letters here. You can get a room on the 4th floor if that's what you're looking for, but..." His demeanor shifted instantly. His calm, mild energy evaporated, replaced by something darker and much more aggressive. He stepped closer to the desk now, his eyes narrowing. "I asked for room 401A. Are you telling me you don't have it?" I took an involuntary step back, my heart racing. This wasn't just a guy who got the wrong place. He was serious, dead serious, and his frustration seemed to be growing by the second. Suddenly, it then occurred to me he could have a knife or a gun. "Look, sir," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I don't know what to tell you. We don't have a room 401A. It's literally not in our system. Look, maybe you got the wrong hotel, or maybe there's been some other kind of mistake. I can get you a different room easily. How about room 440? It's available and it's on the 4th floor." His eyes locked onto mine, cold and calculating. He didn't say anything at first, just stared at me like he was committing every detail in my face into his memory. Then he slowly leaned in, lowered his voice to a menacing whisper. "Lying," he hissed. "I know that room is ready, and you're gonna regret keeping it from me." Before I could respond, he stepped back and straightened his jacket, walked out of the lobby without enough suns. The automatic doors slid shut behind him, leaving me standing there shaken and confused. I spent the rest of my shift on edge, jumping at every noise I heard. I kept expecting him to come back and start yelling or worse, but he never did. That night passed without incident, and by the time my shift ended, I almost convinced myself it was just some weird misunderstanding. Maybe that guy was just crazy, or maybe he was playing some kind of prank that I didn't understand. But that wouldn't be much of a story, would it? Because it didn't end there. Exactly 1 week passed, and the memory of that strange encounter slowly began to fade. Sure, I kept my eyes peeled during my shifts, half expecting that same man to show up again. But nothing out of the ordinary happened again. The hotel had its usual flow of late-night guests, some weirder than others, but nobody came looking for a room that didn't exist. By the time that next Wednesday had rolled around, I almost had written that whole thing off. People like him do show up sometimes. I've had my share of crazy customers over the years, paranoid guests who thought the government was watching them, couples who got into fights and tried to drag me inside their drama. This guy was really no different. Just another nutcase who probably confused us with another hotel. That night, I clocked in for my shift at the usual time, 11 p.m. sharp. My coworker Jason was finishing up his shift. It looked like he had a long day. He gave me a tired nod as I walked in, grabbing his jacket from the back of the chair. "Quiet night?" I asked, hoping for a smooth, uneventful shift. "Mostly," Jason said, stretching his arms with a yawn. "But some weird guy came by earlier, dropped off a key card." I frowned. Key card? "Yeah, he said it wasn't for this hotel, but figured we'd want it back. Thing is, it's one of ours, just an old one. It looked like it'd been through hell." Now I was interested. We changed our key cards a few years ago, but a few older ones were probably still floating around. It wasn't unusual for people to hold on to them after checkout, but most of the time, they were useless after being deactivated. I walked over to the counter and Jason handed me the key card. My heart skipped a beat when I saw the number that was printed on it. Room 401A. My mouth fell open. I must have stared at that card for a whole 60 seconds, mind racing to make sense of it. "Are you sure this is ours?" Jason shrugged. "It does look like one of the old ones. You'd know better than me. You've been here longer." The plastic was worn and scratched, like it had been through years and years of use, but there it was, clear as day. Room 401A. It made no sense. That room did not exist. I knew that, and so did Jason, but here's this key card, staring back at me like some kind of sick joke. I'll look into it," I muttered, trying to keep my voice steady. "Probably just some kind of mix-up." Jason didn't seem too concerned. He gave me a half-hearted wave and headed for the door, probably eager to get home and forget about the weirdness of his shift. As soon as he left, I slid back into my chair behind the desk, that key card still in my hand. My fingers brushed over the numbers again, as if touching it would somehow change what was printed on there. It didn't. There was suddenly a deep desire inside me to try that key card on every door in the building, just to see which unit used to be the infamous 401A. I glanced up at the clock, 11:30 p.m. The night stretched out before me, and for the first time in a long time, I wasn't sure I wanted to be here. I spent the next hour nervously flipping through the channels on the TV behind my desk, trying to distract myself, but I could not shake the feeling that something was wrong. Every single creak of the building, every faint noise from the hallway, it set me on edge. I kept glancing back and forth at the security monitors, half expecting to see that man, the one who'd asked for room 401A, staring back at me from one of those empty hallways. But the halls were deserted. No guests, no staff, just the flickering image of the empty fourth floor on one of the screens. But that's when I heard it. At first, it was just this light tapping, faint and irregular, like somebody was knocking on a door from far away. I ignored it, thinking it was probably the ice machine acting up, or maybe a guest closing their door too hard. But that sound did not stop. It grew louder and more incessant, like it was moving closer to me. I sat up listening. The tapping was coming from behind a wall. My wall. The office was in the back of the hotel, nowhere near the guest room, so there's no reason anybody should be knocking on the other side. I stood up quickly, heart pounding, and walked to the far end of the office where the sound was the loudest. It was slow and methodical, almost like somebody was tapping out a message. I pressed my ear to the wall, trying to figure out what it could be, and the noise stopped. I froze, waiting. Breath caught in my throat as a second stretched out before me. The silence becoming unbearable. The phone rang. I jumped and nearly knocked the chair over as I rushed to grab the receiver. Front desk, I said, voice a little shaky. For a moment, there was nothing, just silence on the other end, and then breathing. Slow, deliberate breathing. Like somebody was standing just inches away from the phone, listening. Hello? I said again. Anybody there? That same breathing continued for a few more seconds before the line went dead. I slammed the phone down, my heart racing, and checked the caller ID on the phone's display. No number, just a string of zeros. The kind you see when somebody's calling from inside the hotel. I stared at the phone, waiting for it to ring again, but the room was silent. Too silent. That tapping had stopped. The eerie breathing now gone. I glanced at the security monitors. Still nothing. The fourth floor was empty. Halls still eerily quiet. I tried to convince myself, okay, it's just a prank. There's a guest messing with me. Or maybe the guy from last week was playing some long game to freak me out. But there was something in the pit of my stomach that told me this was different. This wasn't just some drunk guest or a faulty phone line. I spent the next few hours in a state of heightened alert, checking the security footage every few seconds, pacing the office, listening for any other strange sounds. Every now and again, I thought I'd hear faint noises, footsteps in the distance, the sound of a door closing, but nobody or anything ever appeared on the monitors. Then around 3 a.m., the phone rang again. I picked it up cautiously, half expecting the same breathing that I heard from before. But this time, there was a voice, barely even above a whisper, but I could hear it clearly. Room 401A, the voice said. It's waiting for you. Then the line went dead. I stood there, receiver still in hand, mind now racing. The voice on the phone had been so calm, so matter-of-fact. But it wasn't just the words that chilled me, it was the tone. It sounded like somebody who knew something that I didn't, like they were in on a secret that I was about to uncover, whether I wanted to or not. That was enough for me. I holed myself up in the main office and just waited for dawn. No one came in, and I didn't make any effort to get anything else done. When the sun came up, I left a note with my notice on it, and left the second my relief got there. No job out there is worth that kind of headache. And I never saw that asshole again. Never got any more weird calls. But for one night, I would have told you that I believe in ghosts. When I told this story to some friends a few months later, they had a theory that pretty much fit the bill. They thought maybe 401A could be code for something. Perhaps that guy wasn't trying to buy a room, but something else altogether. Either way, I don't want to know what that was. I've worked as a hotel maid for longer than I really care to admit. You see all kinds of things at this job. People at their worst mostly. Stains you can't imagine. Arguments behind closed doors that echo throughout the walls. And guests who leave rooms in such a state you wonder what kind of lives they lead. After a while though, it does all become routine. You stop really thinking too hard about it. But there was one morning that I'll never forget, no matter how hard I try. That day is completely burned into my memory. It was early, maybe around 5:30 a.m. The sun wasn't even up yet, and I was already down in the linen room, alone with the hum of the washers and dryers. It was one of those shifts where time feels like it's crawling. It was quiet. Too quiet if I'm being honest. There was just something comforting about the noise of a hotel coming to life. All the guests checking out, the distant rumble of luggage wheels on carpets, voices drifting through the corridors. But that morning, it was just me and the machines, and it seemed like nothing else. I was folding some sheets, stacking them into neat piles for the carts when I heard it. A sound, faint at first, like somebody dragging something heavy down the hallway. I paused, listened. Strange. Too early for anybody to be leaving. But it didn't sound like a suitcase, more like shuffling. Uneven, as if whoever or whatever had no sense of rhythm. I thought maybe one of the night shift clerks had left something in the hall again. But the same sound stopped almost as soon as it began. I shook it off and just went back to folding. It was very easy to let my mind play tricks on me during these quiet hours. After all, a lot of strange things happen in hotels. I've learned not to question most of them. By the time the first guest checked out, I was halfway through my loading cart with towels and toiletries. I had a pretty good system down. Get everything ready in the early hours before people would begin filtering out, then hit the rooms one by one as they emptied. Preferred it that way, being ahead of the rush. It gave me a sense of control in a job that offered very little of it. But that morning was definitely different. The sound that I'd heard earlier just kept nagging at me, like a little itch in the back of my mind, something that I couldn't shake. Something was off and I definitely felt it. After a little while, I heard something again, only it wasn't a shuffle this time, it was a thump. A very heavy thud, like somebody had dropped something heavy or someone in the hallway. I set down that stack of sheets in my hands and stood still, listening. The same sound came again, followed by another thump, thump. Uneven, unsettling. I glanced at the clock. It was now 6:30 a.m. Still early, but by now some guests should be stirring, checking out or moving about. I peeked outside the linen room door and saw nothing, just a long dimly lit hallway stretching out before me, quiet as a grave. Except for one thing, a pile of luggage a few doors down. The bags were haphazardly thrown together. Clothes were spilling out of them like somebody had been in a hurry, but I didn't see anybody. There was no one in sight. I frowned. That wasn't normal. Guests leaving their bags in the hall? Sure, I guess sometimes, but never in that kind of mess. Where was the person who these belonged to? As I stood there, a low sound caught my ear. A voice, faint and muffled, coming from the open door near the pile of luggage. Room 212. I hesitated. I'd definitely seen my fair share of odd behavior from guests. Drunks, fights, people too out of it to even realize where they were. But this time, I don't know, I just felt something in me that made me pause. That voice, it didn't sound right. I couldn't really make out any words. There was a strange quality to it, like whoever was speaking was struggling to form coherent sentences. Against my better judgment, I crept down the hall toward the open door. My footsteps were barely audible on that thick carpet. The closer I got, the more unnerving the sound became. The voice was clearer now, but it was fragmented, broken, like somebody talking in their sleep. Or worse, somebody not entirely in control of themselves. I stopped just outside the door. My heart was pounding in my chest. The luggage lay before me at these odd angles, half packed, as though somebody tried to leave in a hurry but was interrupted. The door was ajar, just enough for me to peer inside. I knocked lightly. "Housekeeping, is everything okay?" For a moment, I was met with silence. The kind of silence that hangs heavy in the air, thick and oppressive. Then, the voice came again, low and garbled, like a response filtered through static. I still could not make out what was being said, and the sound itself made my skin crawl. Something was very wrong. I pushed the door open. The door creaked open slowly, revealing the room beyond. It literally looked like a bomb had gone off. Clothes were strewn across the floor. An overturned suitcase lay on the bed, its contents spilled out in a heap. The curtains were drawn, casting the room in dim, sickly light. It was chaos, far more than just a rushed departure. It looked like something terrible had definitely taken place here. But that's not what stopped me dead in my tracks. No, it was the figure lying on the floor. A woman, middle-aged, wearing a rumpled bathrobe, was lying between the two beds. Her body was twisting and writhing in these strange, unnatural movements. She was rolling back and forth, her limbs jerking erratically, her hands clawing at the carpet. Her face was contorted in agony, her mouth wide open in this silent scream. I froze with my mind struggling to process what I was seeing in front of me. Was it a seizure, a stroke? I'd seen medical emergencies before, but nothing like this. The way she moved, it just wasn't right. It was like her body was not her own, like something else was controlling her. For a moment, I just stood there paralyzed. My instincts screamed at me to do something, to call for help. But I couldn't tear my eyes away from that horrific scene in front of me. Then I heard a sound, a shuffling, frantic movement coming from the bedroom. I turned my head and there he was. The man, her husband I assumed, was cramped in the bathroom, hunched over the sink, frantically stuffing items into a small toiletry bag. His clothes were wrinkled and disheveled, his hair sticking up at these odd angles, as if he hadn't slept in days. His hands trembled as he shoved toothbrushes, razors, and bottles into the bag, his movements jerky and desperate. "Sir," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "Sir, what's happening? Is she—" He didn't respond, didn't even look at me. He just kept hacking, eyes fixed on the task in front of him, as if it was really the only thing that mattered. Like he couldn't, or wouldn't, acknowledge what was happening in the room behind him. I took a step forward, my heart hammering in my chest. "Sir, your wife needs help. Is she having a seizure?" He whirled around so fast, I barely had any time to react. His eyes were wide, bloodshot, wild. His face was pale, slick with sweat, and his mouth hung wide open, like he was trying to catch his breath. For a moment, we just stared at one another, his gaze flickering between me and the woman on the floor. His expression was a mixture of panic and something else, something sinister, something darker. "Get out," he spat, his voice low and guttural. "This has nothing to do with you." I took a step back, my hands now trembling. "She needs help," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "You cannot just leave her like this. I'll call an ambulance." "No!" he shouted, voice cracking. He took a step forward, his hands clenched into fists. "No one's calling anyone. She's fine. She's fine, okay?" I glanced down at the woman. She was not fine. Her body was still writhing, her hands clawing at the carpet, but now there was blood, small scratches where her nails had torn into the skin of her arms. I looked at him with my heart still pounding. "You need to get her to a hospital. She's—" But before I could finish that sentence, he lunged at me, his body slamming into mine, knocking the breath out of my lungs. I stumbled backward, crashing into the doorframe. his hands immediately reaching for my throat, his fingers curling around my neck with this surprising strength. I gasped, trying to break free, but he was too strong. "You're not calling anyone," he growled, his face now inches from mine. "This is none of your business." Panic surged through me. I twisted and kicked, managing to wrench myself free from his grasp just long enough to push him away. He stumbled backwards, but not far enough. His eyes blazed with fury, and I knew I only had seconds before he came at me again. I didn't wait. I bolted out of that room, my feet barely even touching the ground as I ran down that hallway. My heart was thundering in my chest and my breath coming in these ragged gasps. I could hear him behind me, his footsteps against the carpet growing louder and closer. I reached the lobby, practically throwing myself behind the front desk. The night clerk, Kelsey was her name, looked up in alarm as I collapsed into the counter, gasping for breath. "Kelsey, call the police," I panted, clutching the edge of the desk for support. "There's a man, he's dangerous, his wife. Just call the police now." She didn't hesitate. Her fingers flew across the phone, dialing the emergency number as I leaned against the wall, trying to steady my breathing. I heard her voice sharp and urgent as she explained the situation to the dispatcher on the phone. But her words quickly blurred together in my mind. All I could think about was that look in that man's eyes, and the way his hands felt around my throat, and that poor woman lying on the floor, helpless. I waited for him to come down that hall and expected to see him burst into the lobby, screaming, furious, ready to finish what he started, but he never came. The minutes stretched on, feeling like hours. I heard Kelsey hang up the phone, her face pale and drawn. "Hey, the police are on their way," she said, her voice trembling. We just waited there together, huddled up behind the desk, listening to the silence. Every creak, every distant sound made my heart jump. I kept glancing toward the hallway, expecting him to appear at any moment, but the lobby remained still and eerily quiet. When the police arrived, it was a flurry of motion. Uniformed officers, questions, flashing lights. I barely registered any of it. I told them what happened, my voice shaking the whole time, my mind reeling. As they listened to me, they nodded, then made their way down the hall, toward room 212, their weapons drawn. Kelsey and I just stood there waiting and watching. Officers disappeared around the corner. For a few agonizing minutes, there was nothing, just silence. I held my breath, mind racing with 1,000 different possibilities, each one more terrifying than the last. Then I heard the sound of somebody shouting, one of the officers' voice, sharp and commanding, followed by the sound of scuffling. It was all over in seconds. The shouting then grew louder, followed by the sound of heavy footsteps rushing down the hallway. I could feel my heart in my throat. Every muscle in my body tensed as I waited to hear what was going on. The officers came into view, 2 of them holding the man from 212. His arms were twisted behind his back, wrists bound by handcuffs, but he was fighting, body jerking, feet dragging as they hauled him towards the lobby. His face was contorted with rage, those wild eyes scanning the room. For a second, I thought he might look straight at me, but his gaze swept right past without landing on me. Instead, he was just muttering to himself, these low, unintelligible words spilling from his lips like a fevered chant. His hair was matted with sweat, clothes rumpled and torn. His hands were smeared with something. Blood. The officers dragged him out of the lobby towards the flashing lights of the patrol cars. He never stopped muttering, his head lolled to one side, his body limp as they shoved him in the back seat of one of the cars. A sigh of relief came, and my entire body sagged against the desk. It was over, but the tension in my chest did not ease. Is he? Is she? I couldn't get the words out. My mouth wouldn't work. One of the officers, an older guy, approached us. "She's alive," he said, his voice almost cheery. Barely, though. She had a seizure, looks like. We'll let the paramedics take a look at her. I nodded, not sure if I was relieved or just plain horrified. What about him? The officer's eyes darkened. He's out of his mind. He seems to have snapped completely, lost it all. We found him pacing back and forth in the room talking to himself. He didn't even notice us at first, just kept packing his things, like he was trying to leave. My stomach turned. I could picture it. The woman convulsing on the floor while her husband frantically packed, trying to leave her behind, trying to pretend she wasn't even there. He said something, I whispered, more to myself than really to the officer. He said this was none of my business and I just couldn't leave her there. The officer nodded. You did the right thing, and you might have saved her life. I looked back down that hallway, the door to room 212 still ajar, dark and silent. It looked like any other door, but now I knew better. Something awful had taken place in that room. Something that had twisted a man's mind and left a woman writhing on the floor half dead. I don't know what would have happened had I not gone in. I remember Herman Mudgett, but back then he wasn't known as H.H. Holmes, the name that they'd plastered in the papers years later when everything came to light. No, to us, he was just Herman, a scrawny, fidgety boy from a humble family in Gilmanton, New Hampshire. H.H. Holmes was a monster, the beast of Chicago, the tortured doctor himself. Herman, on the other hand, wasn't anything of the sort. He was timid, boring, and not well liked. If he wasn't running from his father, he was defending himself from relentless onslaught of his classmates. There was very little rest in the way of Herman's life. There was always something about him, though, something unsettling that nobody could quite put their finger on. I saw it in his eyes. He had this nervous way about him, always shifting, always looking like he was waiting for something, and when he wasn't moving, it was worse. That was when his true nature peeked out from behind those pale, lifeless eyes. Even as a boy, Herman just had the look of somebody who wanted to do something bad, something he knew he shouldn't. Sometimes he would sit so still that you swear he stopped breathing, slowly slipping into some kind of coma. What could a person sit there and think about to make them a literal statue? It always gave us the creeps. The Mudgett family had its roots in the area. Good, strong English stock. Farmers mostly, hard-working folk. Herman's father, Levi, was a stern Methodist. I remember him as a towering man, a heavy drinker who held his beliefs like a hammer, always ready to strike. Levi was a hard man to live under. His temper ruled that house, and it ruled Herman in particular. Sometimes I'd see the boy after school, sitting on the edge of the town square, his face swollen, bruises on his arms or worse, a trickle of blood running from a cut on his cheek or lip. None of us ever really asked him about it. It wasn't our place. You understand. Back then, a man's house was his own business, and his family was just part of that business. But we knew better. Everybody in town knew. Levi was a cruel man. It was always Herman who bore the brunt of his wrath. Some folks might tell you now that Herman was a born killer, that he had murder in his heart from the beginning. But I'll tell you this, I think his family made him that way. His father beat him into it. Herman never talked about the abuse, not directly at least, but you could see the weight of it put on him. You'd hear his father screaming sometimes, even from the street, and God knows what he was screaming about. Didn't really need much of an excuse to lash out at Herman. I recall passing the Mudgett farm one day, hearing Levi's voice booming from inside the barn. He was yelling at Herman to pick up the pace, while the boy worked in the muck, dragging some heavy tool across the dirt. Then would come the sound of a whip, a real one. crack that made my spine go rigid. I never heard Herman cry out though, not once. I think he stopped crying long before he reached his teens. But if his father's temper didn't get to him, the boys at school certainly tried. Herman was smart, everybody knew that. Teachers would praise him. He could even recite lessons with ease, even as a child. That made him a direct target though. The other boys hated him for it, especially because he just wasn't really tough. They'd corner him after class in the alley behind the schoolhouse, taunting him, pushing him around. Teacher's pet, they'd call him, and worse. I'll never forget the day that it went beyond name calling. There was a skeleton inside our classroom. It wasn't unusual in those days. It was used for anatomy lessons, I suppose. The bones were yellowed and old, and it sat in the corner like something forgotten. The teacher never thought much of it, but the boys, well, they thought it was the perfect way to get at Herman. They told him if he was so smart, he should prove it by hugging that skeleton. For some reason, they thought it was funny just watching him squirm. The first time they did it, Herman was terrified. He cried, begged them not to make him touch it, but they held him there, forced his hands around those brittle bones, laughing at his fear. I remember seeing his face as he hugged it, tears streaking down his cheeks, his whole body shaking. It was like watching someone break piece by piece. After a few more times, something changed inside of him. Herman no longer cried. He didn't beg. Instead, he touched the skeleton willingly. His fingers lingered on the bones, tracing them slowly, and his face, I swear to God, was almost like he was enjoying it, like he was no longer afraid of death. No, maybe that wasn't it. Almost like death had become his friend. I don't know if you've ever seen somebody come alive in the presence of something horrible, but that's what I feel like I saw come alive in Herman that day. Something inside of him had woken up, something dark. I don't think the others really noticed it, or if they did, they just didn't care. They just continued to laugh like always. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something had shifted inside Herman. The bullying never stopped, and neither did the beatings at home. It just got worse. I'd see him some mornings, standing on the edge of the schoolyard, eyes vacant, staring at nothing. That emptiness stayed with him, even when he tried to smile. But sometimes when he didn't think anybody was watching, I would catch him looking at the boys with something in his eyes that I didn't like. It wasn't fear, nor anger, or even sadness. It felt like hunger. A lot of people like to say that monsters are born, that killers come into this world already broken, already twisted. I don't believe that though. I believe Herman was made by his father's fists, by the jeer and taunts of those boys at school, and by the twisted sense of control that he found in that skeleton, that bag of bones that just became his escape. By the time we all finished school, I don't think there was really much left of Herman that we all used to know. He still walked and talked like a boy, but there was now something else behind those eyes, something darker and colder, like a switch had been flipped inside of him. There was no turning it off. I left Gilmanton soon after I graduated and went my own way. But I know Herman stayed, for a while anyway. I didn't really hear much about him for years and years. Not until the paper started running stories about H.H. Holmes, about the murder castle, the disappearances, the bodies. And when I looked at that picture of the man they called Holmes, I couldn't help but remember that nervous, fidgety boy from New Hampshire. I still see him sometimes, in my dreams. He's standing there in that schoolhouse, next to the skeleton. Only now it's not a skeleton. It's one of his victims, just hanging there, lifeless. And Herman, well, Herman's smiling, just like he did back then. Like he's very proud of what he's become. I first met Herman in the anatomy lab. It was in the fall of my second year at University of Michigan's Department of Medicine and Surgery. Back then, I was eager, maybe too eager, to make my mark. Professor William James Herdman ran the anatomy program. He was something of a legend in those parts. I was lucky to be under his tutelage. That's where Herman Mudgett and I crossed paths. He was definitely a strange one, even back then. His hands were always stained, always slick with some kind of undefiable grime. It seemed permanently caked with blood and flesh, and I don't think I ever saw him wash them once. You would expect that in medical school, surrounded by corpses and the dead, you'd have certain levels of cleanliness, and that would be the standard. But Herman, no, he reveled in it, like the blood was some kind of trophy. Even outside of class, I'd catch him inspecting his nails, picking out whatever bits of tissue had found their way underneath them. We weren't really friends, not really. We just worked together underneath the professor and spent long hours dissecting, cutting, and cataloging. It was a job, and Herman took to it with this unnatural enthusiasm. He was not like the rest of us. The other students, myself included, treated the cadavers with this kind of reverence. These were people once, after all. But to Herman, they were little more than material, objects to be carved and rearranged like a puzzle. I tried to avoid him after hours, but sometimes it was just impossible. We'd find ourselves alone in the lab, the smell of formaldehyde hanging thick in the air, the cadavers covered with these stained white sheets, like ghosts waiting to wake. Herman would linger after class, hovering over the bodies, his fingers tracing the incisions with this kind of glee. "Fascinating, isn't it?" he'd say, and I'd nod, though I couldn't shake the chill that crawled up my spine whenever he was around me. It was during one of those after-hour sessions that things began to spiral. Professor Herdman gathered us all in the lab one evening, just a handful of students, and explained the problem. We had far too many students and not enough cadavers. The demand had grown beyond what the anatomy department could supply us. Without more bodies to dissect, the program was at risk. The professor was desperate. You could see it hung in the way he wrung his hands, pacing the floor. "We need a solution," he'd say, "or we'll fall behind." Suggestions came in quickly. Some students suggested we'd use animal carcasses, pigs or goats, but that wouldn't suffice for medical studies. Another thought was crafting some kind of fake cadaver, an idea that was met with immediate desertion. And then that's when Herman spoke up. "We could always dig a few up," he said, as casually as if he were talking about picking flowers from a garden. The room then went silent, and I'll never forget the way Professor looked at Herman then, his eyes wide for a second before he quickly composed himself. The rest of us exchanged nervous glances, dismissing it as a joke. Grave robbing? Surely not. But Professor Herdman didn't laugh. He didn't shake his head or move on to the next suggestion. Instead, he waved the other students away, keeping Herman and myself behind. When the room cleared, it was just us three, standing there in the cold light of the gas lamps and the smell of death all around us. "You weren't serious, were you?" I asked, hoping, praying Herman had just been joking. But he just smiled, that thin-lipped grin that never quite reached his eyes. "Why not?" Herman said. "The bodies are already there. Nobody's gonna miss a few." The professor did not say a word at first, but I could see the gears turning in his head. It was madness, of course, but desperation has a way of making men do mad things. And the truth was, the department needed more bodies. Without them, the students couldn't learn. And without learning, the university would suffer. It started with just one, a test if you will. Professor Herdman scouted the cemetery, one just far enough out of town that nobody would think to look for missing bodies, but close enough to make the trip manageable. He sent Herman and I to dig it up late one night. The cold air, enough our breath came out in visible puffs. I did not want to be there. I did not want to have any part in it. But Herman had this way of pulling people into his schemes. And besides, I was scared, not of being caught, but of Herman himself. He took to the task with this unnerving ease. While I suggested the shovel, the weight of the deed pressing down on me, Herman worked like he was born for it, slicing right through the dirt like it was nothing. When we finally unearthed the coffin, he knelt beside it, hands trembling. Not with fear, but with excitement. I watched in stunned silence as he pried the lid open and stared down at the corpse inside, his face bathed in pale moonlight. "She's perfect," he whispered, as though speaking to a lover. For the first time, I realized that Herman didn't just see the bodies as tools. He definitely saw them as something more, something intimate. That first body was the hardest, but it didn't take long for the others to follow. What started as a one-time solution quickly turned into a full-blown conspiracy. Professor Herdman kept quiet about it, of course, but he didn't stop us. In fact, he encouraged it. He needed the cadavers to keep the program going, and we provided them. But it was Herman who truly thrived in the darkness. He began planning the trips and selecting which graves that we would rob, always choosing certain type of bodies, young, female, recently deceased. He'd never say why, and I never really asked. I was far too deep in it by then, too afraid of what would happen if I tried to back out now. Besides, the cadavers that we brought in kept us at the top of our class. The professor turned a blind eye to the source, happy to have a steady supply for all of his lectures. There were nights when Herman and I would be out in the cemetery, digging up another grave. I'd catch him smiling to himself, humming underneath his breath as he worked. At the time, I didn't understand it, but in retrospect, it all makes sense. Herman was never happier than when he was handling a body. The colder, the fresher, the better. There was something about the stillness of death that just calmed him, soothed him in ways that nothing else ever could. I started to distance myself after a while, making excuses not to join them on those late-night trips, pretending I had other obligations. Herman never really seemed to mind. He didn't need me. By the time we graduated, he had become the best anatomist in our class. His skill with the scalpel unmatched by anybody. But it wasn't talent, it was pure obsession. And I knew deep down, his hunger for bodies would not stop with medical school. Years later, when I read about H.H. Holmes in the papers, I wasn't surprised. The disappearances, the murders, the bodies found in his so-called murder castle, it all made sense to me. Herman had been perfecting his craft for years now. We had all been blind to it, or maybe we just didn't want to see what was right there in front of us. Looking back, I realized that the corpses that we stole were just the beginning. They were practice. Herman was prepping for something bigger, something far more terrifying. And while the world may remember him as H.H. Holmes, I will always know him as Herman Mudgett, medical student, and the man who loved death just a little too much. I used to know a man named Dr. Henry H. Holmes, though back then we simply just called him Henry. I had my shop in the same district as Chicago, where he first set up his little empire. To most of us, he was an unremarkable but ambitious fellow. I'd say we even respected him, at least in the beginning. The man worked tirelessly at the drugstore down on Wallace Avenue. He'd spend hours on end behind the counter, mixing up medicines and tending to customers with that polite smile of his. It wasn't long before he bought the building and the business, and you could see him practically glow with pride when he talked about all his plans. At first it was just the store, but then Henry did something that caught everybody's attention. He bought the lot across the street. I remember the day that the construction started. You could hear the hammers and saws from a mile away, echoing down the streets like the city itself was being built from the ground up. That was when things started to change. The murmurs began. People started talking about how Henry wasn't paying his construction teams, about how he'd taken out loans for furniture and fixtures, but hadn't paid a cent toward any of them. They said he was up to his neck in debt and wouldn't be long before he drowned himself in it. Still, though, he seemed calm, confident even. He'd stroll around the construction site in his fine suit, tipping his hat to the workers, always with that same smile on his face. It was like he knew something that we all didn't. Maybe he really did. The building went up fast, a two-story behemoth that stood out from the rest of the block. The bottom floor was for commercial businesses, shops, offices, and the upper floor held apartments. Modest by the look of them. People rented them out for a while, and it seemed like Henry's business was in fact booming. There was always air about that place, a feeling that just wasn't quite right. It was the whispers that got to me, the things that some folks said about him, claiming they'd seen him meeting with shady characters late at night, while others insisted he was just hiding something in that building of his. I'd say the most popular rumor was that he never paid off his debts. He was on the verge of collapse, and yet Henry kept building. Then came the day that the papers exploded with the story, and I'll never forget the headlines. Dr. Holmes arrested for murder and fraud. We couldn't believe it. Henry, a killer? It didn't make sense at first, but the more I read, the more it sank in. He'd been involved in a scheme so thick with murder, kidnapping and fraud, that it was hard to wrap your head completely around it. The story started in Philadelphia, where Henry had apparently killed a man under the guise of suicide to collect a life insurance policy. The payout had gone to the man's widow. And then, this was the part that chilled me. Henry had kidnapped her children and then fled to Canada. The news hit the neighborhood like a freight train. We had all known Henry, or at least we thought we did. He was a respectable businessman, wasn't he? But now, people began looking at him and the business with a different eye. We started asking questions. What else had he been hiding? Then there was that castle. That damn castle. You see, not long before the papers broke the story, Henry had added a third floor to his building. He'd been talking it up for months, saying it was the anticipation of the World's Columbian Exposition. It was perfect timing, he said. People would come from all over the world, and they'd need a place to stay. He planned to rent out rooms at a premium price. It sounded like a brilliant business move, until the rumors started again. This time the stories were wild. People claimed the entire building was a murder castle, designed specifically to kill its occupants in the most horrifying ways imaginable. They said the hallways were a maze of dead ends. There were false windows, gas chambers, hidden rooms, even trap doors. Every conversation in the district buzzed with speculation. Folks who had never set foot inside the castle spoke with this absolute certainty about the horrors hidden within. I still remember the night that I stood outside that towering structure, staring up at its dark windows, listening to the wind whistle through the alleyways. It looked so innocent from the outside, just another building in a bustling city. But now with all these rumors swirling, it seemed more like a tomb, a place where people went in, but never came out. There were some whispers that Henry had built these secret passageways so he could sneak into rooms unnoticed, that he'd outfit certain chambers with elaborate gas systems to suffocate his victims all while they slept. The worst part, nobody could say for sure if it was true or not. It was all conjecture, rumor, but the fear in people's voices, the way they spoke about him, like he was some kind of demon, it gnawed at me. For weeks, the district buzzed with talk of his castle, of the grotesque possibilities it held within. I heard stories about women who'd gone missing, about guests who had checked in but never checked out. People began avoiding the area, walking wide circles around the place like it was cursed or something. But as shocking as the rumors were, nothing compared to the truth that came out later. When they finally arrested Henry, the authorities began to dig into his past, into his life itself, and what they found was almost stranger than fiction. They said he made a series of confessions all while in custody, but most of them were lies. Stories woven from the same imagination that had built his empire of deceit. Some of the people he claimed to have killed were still alive, while others couldn't be accounted for at all. And the castle? Well, it wasn't what everybody thought. Oh, there were hidden rooms, secret passageways, and strange architectural choices. But not because Henry was some kind of mastermind murderer. No, the truth was stranger. He'd built those rooms to commit fraud, to steal from his guests, and and hide deliveries from creditors. The castle wasn't really a house of horrors, it was a house of theft. Still, there were bodies. They found the remains of one woman and one child in the castle, enough to prove that Henry wasn't just a crook, that he had blood on his hands. But it wasn't hundreds and hundreds of victims like the newspapers had all sensationalized. There weren't piles of bones hidden in the walls or mass graves in the basement. No, Henry's reign of terror had been much quieter, much more insidious than that. Even so, the horror of it lingered. The community could not shake off the image of Henry as a killer, a man who had tricked us all into believing he was just another businessman. And maybe that's just what scared us all the most, that somebody could hide such a darkness behind a polite smile and a handshake. Years later, when I think back to those days, it's not the castle or the bodies that haunt me. It's the memory of Henry himself. The way he carried himself with such ease, such confidence, even as the walls were closing in around him. That smile, that thin-lipped smile, as if he knew the truth all along, that monsters don't always lurk in the shadows. Sometimes, they walk among us in broad daylight, and they might even wish you a good morning. I still remember the day that we lost Jared. It was the summer of 1991. I was 12, a Boy Scout with an eager heart and worn-down boots, ready to just take on the world. It was my first actual real camping experience away from home, and our troop was headed to Mount San Gorgonio for the weekend. That mountain, which is 11,500 feet high, was like a beacon to us kids, standing tall against the horizon, whispering promises of high adventure. Our troop was led by Scoutmaster Daniels. It was a tight-knit group of boys from the same neighborhood. Jared knew great, though Jared was the quiet kid, and I'm sure you know the type. Smart and always a little on the outside looking in. He had these thick plastic-rimmed glasses that made his eyes look huge. He was a little heavier than the rest of us, but nobody ever teased him about that. We all liked him. He had this dry sense of humor, the kind that sneaks up on you when you least expect it. Jared was definitely not the loudest, but when he spoke, people would listen. Our whole troop had been buzzing about this trip for weeks upon weeks. Most of us have never hiked anything this big, and I'll admit, I was kind of nervous. But that first night, camping out underneath the stars, all those worries seemed far away. We were huddled around the campfire, the sky above so clear it felt like you could reach out and grab one of the stars in front of you. The air was cool. The fire crackled. We roasted s'mores, laughing and telling stories. Jared mostly stayed quiet, but I caught him smiling, his glasses reflecting the flames. Scoutmaster Daniels had told us to turn in early. There's a big hike tomorrow, he said. I remember the excitement coursing through the group in the moment. We were not going on some ordinary hike anymore. We were going to literally conquer that mountain. It was going to be the highlight of the entire trip. Morning came fast, and I woke to the sound of Scoutmaster Daniels shouting for us to get up. We grabbed a quick bite of oatmeal and apples, packed up our gear, and set off. The plan was simple enough. Hike up to the summit, snap a few photos, and be back at camp by dusk. Sounded easy enough, especially when we were all sitting around the campfire the night before. But once we started that ascent, it became clear this was going to be harder than any of us had ever expected it to be. The first stretch of it really wasn't that bad. We were full of energy, laughing and racing one another along the trail. But as we continued to climb higher, the air thinned and the trees grew sparse. The trail started winding back and forth in these series of switchbacks, each one steeper than the last. The heat, the dust, the thin air, it all weighed down upon us. Jared was struggling more than anybody else. Even at the lower elevations, he definitely would still lag behind. By the time we were a couple of hours in, he was at least a few switchbacks behind us. The scout leaders had to keep calling back to him, reminding him to stay on the trail, to take it slow. We tried to encourage him. You know, things like, "Come on, Jared, you got this, man." The boys would shout back. "Just a little further, come on." But he wasn't doing well. His face was flushed and he was panting like he just ran a marathon. I'm fine," he just kept saying, waving us off, but he did not look fine. I remember seeing him wipe sweat off his brow, his glasses continuing to slip down his nose. At one point, I fell back just to walk with him. "You okay, Jared?" I asked. He nodded, his breath coming in these short gasps. "Yeah," he said, though I could tell he was just trying to play it off. I just need a minute." I stayed with him for a bit longer, but as the trail got steeper, the rest of the troop started pulling further ahead. Scoutmaster Daniels called out to me. "You keep up with the others now. Jared's got this. We'll make sure he's all right." I hesitated, but nodded and then jogged up to catch with the others. When I looked back, Jared was barely visible, just a small figure in the distance, hunched over, hands on his knees. The summit was closer now. You could feel the excitement radiate through the group as the trail leveled out. The rocky path gave way to a wide clearing that stretched on towards the peak. We all start talking about who would get up there first. "Race you to the top," one of the boys shouted. Before I knew it, we're all sprinting. My lungs were burning, but the sight of the summit filled me with this adrenaline all the way up. I don't remember exactly who reached it first. What I do remember, though, is that view. How the world stretched out beneath us, valleys and forest fading into the horizon. The sky so blue, it hurt to look at. We took out our disposable cameras, snapping pictures of one another, arms raised in victory. It literally felt like we were on top of the world. But then minutes started ticking by. We all looked back down the trail, waiting for Jared to appear. 10 minutes, 15 minutes, nothing. No Jared. Scoutmaster Daniels frowned and mentioned to Mr. Clark, one of the other leaders. "I'm gonna go check on him," he said, pulling on his hat and heading back down the trail. We waited, making some small talk to pass the time, but the mood had definitely shifted now. It was taking too long, and I started getting that knot in my stomach. The one that you get when you know something's not right. Something is wrong, but you can't quite put your finger on it yet. Another 10 minutes went by, then 20. Scoutmaster Daniels still hadn't returned. Mr. Clark muttered something underneath his breath and then took off after him. When he finally returned, his face was pale. "He's not on the trail," he said. "What do you mean he's not on the trail?" I asked, my voice sounding small. "I mean he's not there," Mr. Clark replied, his voice tight. "All right, boys, we need to move, now." We scrambled back down the mountain, our boots pounding against that dirt trail. The sun was starting to set, casting long shadows throughout the trees, and with every step, that sense of dread grew stronger and stronger. Jared wasn't on the trail. He wasn't anywhere. The leaders called his name over and over again, their voices echoing through the trees, but there was no response. Just the wind rustling through the pines and the crunch of our footsteps. We started checking every offshoot trail, every little path that led away from the main one. Nothing, though. I felt panic bubbling up inside of me, a gnawing fear that maybe he'd taken a wrong turn, maybe he'd slipped and fallen somewhere. Scoutmaster Daniels then sent half of the group back to base camp, while he and Mr. Clark stayed behind to keep searching. I remember the look on their faces, grim, desperate, like they were trying to stay calm, but they knew they were quickly losing control. When we got back to camp, we still hadn't found him, and that's when the radio came out. I watched Scoutmaster Daniels with his hands shaking, calling for help. One of our scouts is missing," he said. "We need search and rescue up here now, ASAP." The next few hours were kind of a blur in my memory. The search and rescue teams did show up, dozens of them. They scoured the mountains, bringing in dogs, helicopters, everything. The rest of us were told to pack up our things. We weren't staying. It was obviously too dangerous for us kids, especially with the sun now setting. I didn't want to leave. Nobody did. But they herded us back to the cars and took us back home. I didn't sleep a wink that night. All I could think about was Jared, all alone out there in the mountain in the dark. What was he doing? Was he still trying to find his way back? Was he hurt? Was he scared? Days passed, then weeks. Jared did not come home. They found his backpack, some candy wrappers, his camera, nothing else. The pictures on that camera, still get chills thinking about them to this day. Most of them were just shots of the mountainside, blurry landscapes. But that last one was different. They searched for over a week, but never found him. I can still feel the crunch of dirt under my boots from that day in 1991. The way the dry mountain air stung the back of my throat. It was a warm, late summer weekend in early September, and the sky above me in the San Bernardino Mountains was painted a pale, cloudless blue. It seemed like a perfect day for a hike, and that's the thing about the wilderness. Nature has a way of lulling you into a false sense of security before it pulls the rug out right from underneath you. I'd say there was about a dozen Boy Scout troops camped out at the base of the mountain that year. They were all prepping for the day's climb up San Gorgonio, the highest peak in Southern California. Kids from all over the state, ranging from the fresh-faced 11-year-olds to 15-year-olds who thought they had the world already figured out. My troop was from San Diego. We were just one among many. I personally didn't know most of the other boys or their leaders, but when you're out in the wild like that, everybody just looks out for one another. It's an unspoken rule. That's when I first saw Jared, and I didn't think twice about trying to keep him in line. Again, I wasn't part of his troop. He was from a group out of El Monte, a suburb of Los Angeles, but I'd seen him struggling along the trail that morning, lagging behind the others. He was short, kind of heavy set, and clearly not in the best shape for this climb. His face was flushed. He was already sweating buckets before we even hit the steeper parts of the trail. I remember thinking he kind of looked out of place, like a fish out of water. But the kid had something about him, that sort of determination. He wasn't fast or graceful, but he kept going. No matter how much he lagged behind, he just didn't quit. That was refreshing to see. It was the exact kind of tenacity that we were trying to teach all kids. They could do hard things. Half our job was purely encouragement. "Hey, you okay there, bud?" I called out to him when I first noticed how far back he was. I was making sure my own boys were sticking to the trail, handing out snacks back and forth and water, when I saw Jared a good quarter mile behind his own troop. Now, this wasn't uncommon. I've been policing kids here and there on the ascent all day. One kid would fall behind or linger at a rest area too long. I'd get his troop number off his uniform and let them know I was going to tell their scoutmaster. That usually would send them marching right back up the mountain. Jared was different though. He didn't seem to care if he got in trouble, and I could tell right away. He glanced up at me grinning. It was a strange grin, kind of sly, like he knew something that I didn't. He gave me this quick nod, wiped his forehead with the back of his hand, then glanced over his shoulder, as if he were expecting somebody to come up from behind him. But when I looked back down the trail, there was nobody else there. Just try to stay with your group," I said, more out of habit than anything. "You really don't want to get separated." He just grinned at me again, gave me this little wave, and then trudged on, his feet kicking up small clouds of dust as he made his way up the slope. There's something about that grin that just stuck with me. It wasn't the look of a kid who was tired or scared. It was almost like he was playing some sort of game, like he was daring somebody to catch him, to say something to him. Dare I say, he seemed like the type to maybe have some form of a bad attitude. The first few miles of the hike went by in a blur. Most of the boys were in pretty good spirits, eager to reach the summit and plant their troop flags at the top. The younger ones were a little slower, but they managed to keep up with the pace. I kept an eye on all of them, offering encouragement whenever somebody looked like they were ready to give up. That trail was steep, but manageable. at least for most of us. I did see Jared a few more times as we made our way up the mountain. Each time he was further and further behind his troop. Each time that same grin plastered along his face. I saw him glance over his shoulder a few times, again as if somebody was following him. But every time I looked back, that trail was empty. I had other kids to get on, and I only saw them once. But Jared was hands down the most consistent face of all the fall behinds. "Come on, Jared," I called out to him when I spotted him for the third time that day, struggling to keep up with his troop. "You're falling behind again, son. You need to stay with your group. It's dangerous. This is the wilderness. If you end up alone, who knows what could happen?" Jared did not answer me, just kept that grin on his face and plodded along. I thought about stopping to talk to him, maybe ask what's going on really. But I had my own boys, and they were getting tired. I had to keep them moving. The fact that I actually said those words to a boy who went missing rattles me to my core. But hey, we really don't know the plans of the future. I never knew this situation would devolve as much as it actually did. The sun was high in the sky by the time we reached that halfway point. We gathered in a small clearing to take a quick break, and I made sure everybody had a water and a snack. Most of the boys were red-faced and sweaty, but still in good spirits, excited to be so close to the summit now. I looked around for Jared, half expecting to see him trailing along behind as usual, but he wasn't there. "Anybody seen Jared? That kid that was lagging behind?" I called out to the other scoutmasters as we sat down to catch our breath. One of them, a tall, wiry guy named Steve from Jared's troop, shook his head. "Last I saw him, he was on the trail. Kid's been dragging his feet all day though." I nodded, but something just didn't sit right with me. I scanned the trail behind us, looking for any sign of him, but the path was empty. You want me to go back and check on him?" I offered. "He might need some help." Steve waved me off. "He's a tough kid, stubborn as hell, I'll admit, but he knows what he's doing. He'll catch up eventually." I wasn't so sure, but I didn't argue. Jared wasn't my responsibility technically. My own boys were, and they were starting to get restless now. We had a schedule to keep. I couldn't afford to fall behind. Just as I was letting myself get all worried, I looked back and sure enough, there he is, hoofing it up behind us. He was red and covered in sweat, but he kept putting one foot in front of the other. The last time that I looked at him, he peeked over his shoulder once more. Now I was really wondering what the hell he could be looking at. Maybe he was just getting random samples of the view being up so high, but I pressed on with my scouts onward, whittled that hike down to its last mile or two. We started that final stretch to the summit, I'd say maybe an hour later. The trail was steeper now, the switchbacks winding their way up the side of the mountain, and the boys were struggling to keep up the pace. I kept them moving as best I could, but my mind would occasionally drift back to Jared. I hadn't seen him since that last break, and something about his absence just continued to gnaw at me. Then about a half mile from the summit, I saw him again. He was pretty far below us and moving down the mountain now, and not up. At first, I thought maybe I was seeing things, but as I watched, I realized that was definitely Jared. He was not on the trail anymore. He was cutting across switchbacks, sliding down the steep rocky slope like he was in a hurry to get back to camp.
"Jared!"
I shouted out, cupping my hands around my mouth.
"What are you doing? Get back up here!"
He didn't even look up at me. He just kept moving, sliding between the rocks, taking a shortcut that no sane person would attempt. We had very specific rules in place to prevent that kind of stuff from happening. And number one being, stay on the trail. This is no shit a mountain, so sliding around on it at all is a potential death sentence. Just a little change in steepness and you might be rocketing right into your grave. We had this rule because the trail itself is littered with switchbacks, so it's tempting to want to take shortcuts in between them. And that's exactly what Jared was doing. He was maybe 3/4 of a mile behind us, but he was almost directly below us on the trail. I stood for a moment, torn between going after him and staying with my troop. We were so close to the summit now. The other scoutmasters were just ahead of me. I figured one of them would catch up with Jared and get him back on track. After all, he really couldn't have gone far. Ultimately, I decided to push on, let his scoutmaster know, as I had my own troop to worry about. But my gut was still twisting, and something just didn't feel right. "Stay here," I told my assistant scoutmaster, a young guy named Matt, before turning and jogging back down the trail after Jared. I'll be right back." By the time I reached the spot where I'd last seen him, Jared was gone. The trail below was empty. The only sound was the wind whistling through the trees. I called his name again, but there was no answer. Definitely not good, but hell, I was watching him go downhill. Of course he wasn't here. That's when those first tendrils of fear started creeping up my spine. I hurried back to the top as my heart raced. I found Steve and the other leaders gathered at the summit. They were all relaxing, the boys huddled around the small fire, chatting excitedly about the climb. Felt like I was about to shake their world up, but we needed to get moving down the mountain if we were going to catch that kid. "Hey," I said breathless as I approached. I saw Jared heading back down. He was sliding between the switchbacks. Did any of you see him?" Steve frowned, glancing at the other scoutmasters. "No, I haven't seen him this afternoon at all. Are you sure that was him?" "I'm positive," I said. "He was going downhill, taking these shortcuts between the rocks. I called out to him, but he just ignored me." Steve cursed underneath his breath. "Damn it. I swear that kid never listens. I'll head back down and see if I can catch him. He probably just got spooked or tired. Which shortcut was it?" "The one sliding between the switchbacks," I answered. "Haha, damn it," was all Steve said. He told his troop to gather their stuff and prepare to hike back to base camp. Since my troop had just arrived, we hung back for a bit, enjoyed the view in the fading sunlight, and just continued to rest. I watched as Steve shouldered his pack and set off down the trail, his figure quickly disappearing into the trees. The rest of us just stayed at the summit for a while, hoping he'd find his missing Boy Scout and everything would be fine. The rest of his troop marched along behind him, looking in all directions for any signs of Jared. I'd say less than a half an hour would pass and then we were all on our trip back to camp. The sun was starting to dip below the horizon. I tried to keep my boys occupied, singing songs and playing I Spy, all kinds of trail entertainment, but my mind kept drifting back to Jared. What the hell was this kid? Why the hell did he ignore me? It all felt super weird and I was just glad to get a scoutmaster involved finally. As we descended, we could see the other group well ahead of us, but because they were looking around, we were starting to gain on them. By the time we caught up with Steve, it was nearly dark. His face was now grim, and he shook his head before I even had the chance to ask him. All of his assistant scoutmasters looked just as frazzled, and I quickly came to realize that this troop was at a total loss. It was like we walked up on a bunch of ghosts. They shined their flashlights this way and that, calling out, but never hearing anything in return. "Couldn't find him," he said quietly. "I followed the trail all the way back to camp, but there's no sign of him. It's literally like he vanished." Panic surged through me. "Did you check those shortcuts? He wasn't on the trail when I saw him. He was cutting between the switchbacks." Steve nodded. "I looked everywhere. No footprints, no sign of him at all. It's like he disappeared into thin air." "And you made it all the way to the bottom?" I clarified. "Yeah, all the way down and then all the way back. Nothing. And he isn't at camp." We all went in a double time, as safely as we could, and crash landed into our respective base camp, all the while letting other Boy Scout troops know there was a situation at hand. Other troops started getting little teams together to roam the foothills and shine lights up towards the mountain trail, as a guide if he was potentially up there. Or Steve had to go make the call. The guy hiked 5 miles through the pitch black to reach the nearest park ranger station, notify the emergency services. The search began that night, and word spread quickly throughout the camp. I'd say within an hour, Every single available adult was combing the mountainside. All the flashlights cutting through the darkness, voices calling out Jared's name. All the boys were kept at camp, huddled inside their tents, but I could see the fear in their eyes. As the night wore on, that feeling kept getting worse and worse. Something was wrong. Jared wasn't just lost, he's gone. And no one knew where, and no one knew why. When the professional search and rescue teams arrived, they scoured the area for any sign of Jared. They found a single boot print that matched his size, but nothing else really. No other footprints, no gear, nothing but the mountains and the endless empty sky. Then, on the third day, that's when they found his camera. It was lying in a shallow ravine, half buried under a pile of rocks. The film inside had been exposed, but they managed to salvage a few photos, most of which were the surrounding wilderness, trees, rocks, the distant mountains. But the last one was of Jared. It was a close-up of his face, taken in the dark. His eyes were wide, his expression confused, almost frightened. That photo sent a chill down my spine. And still to this day, that is the last trace of Jared anybody has found. When the call came in about Jared, I didn't think much of it. These things happen all the time, especially in the mountains and especially with kids. I'd been a volunteer search and rescue operator for almost 15 years at this point, and most of the time it was routine. A lost hiker, or a kid who wandered off, or somebody who underestimated the difficulty of the trail at hand. Usually you'd find them within a few hours, maybe a day at most. They'd be shaken, but okay. They'd have a story to tell, and we'd have a job well done. But Jared was different. I remember driving up those winding roads that weekend. The sun was already sinking low behind the mountain peaks. The sky was that hazy orange that makes everything look almost unreal. And I had this odd feeling in my gut that I couldn't shake. Maybe it was just the altitude, or maybe it was the way the radio had crackled alive when the dispatcher relayed those details. But I did feel off. I brushed it aside though. This was gonna be a simple job. A kid goes missing in the woods, we find him, everybody goes home. That's how it's supposed to work. When I arrived at the staging area, there was already a few teams getting their gear together. Jared's scout troop had wasted no time calling us in, which was a good sign. The kid hadn't been missing for that long, only maybe a few hours, and the terrain itself wasn't too bad. The trail system in this part of the San Bernardino Mountains was pretty well mapped and well known. It wasn't some dense, unforgiving wilderness. This was a place families hiked on the weekends. We all figured it'd be pretty hard for a person to get truly lost out here. It's open, with clear paths, and most of the trails loop back on themselves or led to the same area. Jared's troop had been hiking up to the summit, a pretty big climb for a 12-year-old, but I guess it wasn't too dangerous. The plan was to summit and then head back down to camp before dark. Simple enough. But somehow Jared had slipped through the cracks. One minute he's there, and the next he's not. It didn't make sense, at least not at first. As we continued to organize the search, I couldn't help but feel a growing frustration toward these scoutmasters. These kids are their responsibility, and yet somehow they managed to lose one. I talked to a few of them and their stories were all over the place. One of them, a tall guy with graying hair, just kept shaking his head, like he couldn't believe what happened. "We were all together," he insisted. He was lagging behind, but we kept checking on him. He was fine. "Okay, and how far behind was he?" I asked, trying my best to keep the irritation out of my voice. "A few hundred yards, maybe," the scoutmaster said, looking at the ground. "We told him to stay with the group, but he trailed off, his face pale. He just kept falling back." I bit back a retort. A few hundred yards? That was too far, way too far, especially for a kid at his age, especially for a kid at 11,000 feet. The elevation alone could mess with you. The trail was steep. No way should he have been allowed to lag that far behind without somebody sticking with him. "Okay, and then what?" I pressed. "What happened next?" The scoutmaster shrugged helplessly. We got to the summit and we turned around and he was gone. We thought maybe, just maybe, he'd gone back down to camp. We sent somebody after him, but he didn't finish his sentence, and he didn't have to. That was the last time anybody saw Jared Negrete. Just like that, a kid vanished. The initial feeling among the search team was cautiously optimistic. After all, it hadn't been that long since he went missing, and the weather was good. We figured he'd wandered off the trail, maybe took some kind of wrong turn. We'd find him soon enough. But the hours ticked by, and the sun sank lower in the sky, and things started to feel different. The first few hours of searching turned up nothing. No footprints, no dropped gear, no sign of Jared anywhere. It was almost like the mountain had swallowed him whole. The scoutmasters were a complete mess, pacing around, muttering to one another in low voices. One of them, a younger guy with this nervous twitch, started talking about mountain lions. There's been attacks in this area before, he said, wringing his hands. A kid this size, he could have been dragged off. But there was no blood or sign of a struggle. If Jared had indeed been attacked by an animal, we would have definitely seen something, tracks, fur, anything. But there was nothing. Another theory started floating around, one that actually made my skin crawl. Some of the searchers wondered if Jared actually hadn't wandered off. Maybe somebody had taken him. Maybe he'd been kidnapped or worse. I didn't want to believe it, but the idea lodged itself in my brain and wouldn't let go. A boy just doesn't disappear into thin air. The first few days of that search were a blur of frustration and exhaustion. We combed that mountain, grid searching every inch of the trails, calling Jared's name until our voices were hoarse. We found nothing. Well, almost nothing. On the second day, somebody found a single boot print, half buried in the dirt near a switchback. It did indeed match the size of Jared's shoes, but that was it. No more tracks, no more trail to follow, just a lonely print. Then on the third day, we found the camera. It was an old disposable one, the kind that kids use on school trips. It was lying in the dirt near a rock slide, and when we picked it up, we knew it was his. The thing was busted, but we managed to get the film developed. I wasn't there when they looked at the photos, but I heard about it later. Most of the pictures were what you'd expect. Shots of the mountains, trees, the sky. Just a kid fooling around with the camera. The last picture was different. It was a close-up of Jared's face, taken in the dark. His eyes were wide, his expression confused, scared even. The shot was blurry, like it had been taken in a hurry, but no one knew what to make of it. Some of the searchers started to whisper that maybe the boy hadn't been alone when that picture was taken. Maybe somebody or something had been with him. By this point, law enforcement had gotten involved. They started questioning the campers in the area, trying to piece together anything that might help us figure out where Jared had gone. Most of the campers hadn't seen or heard anything out of the ordinary, but there was one group that told a story that gives some of us nightmares. They were camped out on the opposite side of the mountain, I'd say a mile from where Jared actually disappeared. According to them, they'd seen something that night, just around sunset. At first, they thought it was a man, lurking around the edges of their camp, but as it got darker, they realized it wasn't a man. It was far too tall, and whatever it was wasn't wearing clothes. Now, keep in mind, this is their description. They described it as some kind of creature with long limbs and pale skin. It didn't make any noise, just stood there watching. They tried to scare it off by shouting, throwing rocks, waving burning sticks, but it never moved, just stood there staring. Eventually, it wandered off into the woods, and they thought, well, okay, that was the end of it. But later that night, they heard something out in the distance. Strange sounds like somebody or something was still moving through the trees. Then came the screams. The campers said they heard the screams of a child echoing through the mountains, the same direction that creature had gone. They didn't know what to do, so they just stayed in their tents, terrified until morning. When they found out about Jared, they went straight to the ranger station to report what they'd heard and seen. But by then, it was far too late. Now, I know what you're thinking, but that story did stick with me as the search dragged on. Every time we went out into the woods calling out Jared's name, I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone. The air felt heavy, like something was watching us from the trees, but we had a job to do. I tried to just focus on the task at hand. After a week of searching, we were all getting desperate. The chances of finding Jared alive now were very slim. We all knew it. But I did have a theory, one that I hadn't shared with anybody yet. I've been slowly piecing it together in my head, ever since I heard that scoutmasters talking about Jared had been sliding down those switchbacks. It wasn't uncommon for kids to do that, cutting across the trail to save some time. This mountain is different. Those switchbacks were steep. If you weren't careful, you could easily lose control and tumble down the slope. I knew the area well and had a hunch about where Jared actually might have gone. There was this canyon at the base of the mountain, about a mile from the last place that he'd been seen. It was overgrown, wild, with no trails leading to it. If Jared had slid down one too many switchbacks, he could have easily ended up in that canyon. And if he did, he's probably already dead. I decided to check it out for myself. I didn't tell anyone what I was doing, just grabbed my gear and headed for the switchbacks. When I got there, I stood at the top looking down at those steep, rocky slopes. It wasn't too hard to imagine a kid like Jared losing his footing here, especially in the fading light. I followed that trail down for a mile, even tried the sliding trick myself. It was dangerous, but it worked, at least for a while. Then I came to the edge of the canyon. It was just as I remembered. Wild, overgrown, completely cut off from the rest of the mountain. Jared had indeed gone down here, nobody would have seen him, and nobody would have found him. I radioed in my location and then made my way down into the canyon, all the while calling out his name. But I knew it was pointless. That canyon was far too big and wild. If he was ever here, he was now long gone. And the reality was, he actually might have gone down into there confidently. There are game trails you can see from the top that might actually look like a main trail in the fading light. I think Jared slid right by the trail that he was supposed to stay on, accidentally redirected himself in the wrong direction. While he descended into the canyon, the real trail arched the other way toward camp. Now, all of this is just a theory, but it makes more sense than the others. After that, they brought in helicopters with infrared cameras, but nothing. The search went on for 19 days total, and Jared was never found. I still think about him sometimes, especially when I'm out in those mountains. I think about that camera, about that last picture that he took. I think about those other campers and the thing that they quote-unquote saw. I wonder, did we miss something? Did we overlook something in those woods? Something we weren't supposed to see? Or was it something else? Something we'll never understand. All I know is that Jared walked into those mountains and he never came back. Rest in peace, kid. Just a couple of quick things before we get into the stories. There's only a few weeks left to pre-order Zach's new book, Ghost of Gravesmith. It's a Lovecraftian horror novel. If you liked Magyarn Monsters, I guarantee you'll love this book too. I will put the link in the comment section and pin it so you know exactly where to look, as well as in the description of this video. So what is it? I think this is week 2 or 3 in September. So yeah, there's only 2 weeks left until October 1st when it drops. So make sure you get over there and do it. And if you do, mention Booze and Booze when you leave a review. Also, I put in the community chat the other day about me getting sick, and I'm definitely feeling better than I was the last few days, but you can still tell. Just a forewarning, in this episode, you can still hear it in my voice. I'm still kind of nasally. Towards the end of the episode, you can definitely hear it in the last story where I start kind of losing my voice again
towards the end of the story itself, so I appreciate the patience. I didn't want to, take away another episode from you guys this week and not upload at all, so just kind of bit the bullet and fought through it. And I still personally don't like the way a lot of it sounds because I'm not a fan of myself when I can't fucking talk. Right, when I do talk, it's nasally, my voice breaks occasionally. It just definitely isn't sounding like it should or normally does, so I appreciate your patience with that, and sorry if that bothers anybody, and I apologize again, there's only one episode this week, but whatever the hell I got Friday night, Saturday, it kicked my ass, and it's still lingering, so hopefully, goes away completely by next week, but whatever. I'll stop droning on and shut up now and get into the stories. I love y'all. Go pre-order the book, and yeah, hope you enjoy them. Cheers.
The absolute best times of my life were back in college, back when everything was new and seemed like the world was just wide open, waiting for me to take whatever I wanted from it. It was around 2010, and smartphones were everywhere, and social media just wasn't a distraction anymore. It was the way to stay in the loop, especially Snapchat. If you weren't on it, you were missing out. Parties, hookups, gossip, fights. Snapchat captured everything important that was happening around us. It moved fast. At first, I'll admit I really wasn't all into it. I preferred face-to-face conversations, real interactions, but then, well, everybody was doing it. And if you weren't, you might as well have been invisible. Staying current on campus was only possible through these apps. That's how I met Bobby. I don't know why yet, but I was just drawn to her. Maybe it was because she seemed like she had it all together. Or maybe it was the way she would laugh at the most ridiculous things in class. I started hanging out with her, at first just casually. You know how it goes. Sitting near each other in lectures, then grabbing lunch, and eventually, we exchanged Snapchats. After that, everything just kind of escalated. I started seeing her at every party I went to. She was always there with a big group of friends or some guy. I never asked any questions, just stuck inside that friend zone, like it was my safety net. But something shifted, as I started thinking there might be more to this. One night, I worked up the nerve to ask her out. It wasn't a big deal, just something casual, Drinks, maybe a movie afterward. But Bobby, man, she just gave me this weird look, like she was torn between laughing and feeling sorry for me. She told me she wasn't ready. She said she'd just gotten out of something and didn't have it in her to start anything new right now. I pretended like I was fine with it, like it didn't sting at all, and didn't let her see the disappointment on my face. I backed off after that, stopped attending all these parties, and didn't try as hard to sit next to her in class. It's not that I was really bitter or anything, I just felt pointless after all that. After a few weeks, I barely even saw Bobby at all, and when I did, she was a mess. I mean, always looking hungover, or worse. I couldn't figure out what was going on with her, but she'd been avoiding me too, so I didn't really feel like it was my place to ask. One day, though, she confronted me, caught me between classes, and told me that I'd been acting weird. Asked me why I wasn't coming around anymore. I told her it wasn't like that, I'd just been busy, and then she gave me this half smile, like she didn't believe me but didn't care enough to argue. "We should hang out soon," she said. Then with this mischievous grin, she added, "I got a surprise for you." The whole thing just left me feeling uneasy. It definitely wasn't the same Bobby that I got to know, but curiosity had gotten the better of me. We linked up on Snapchat again, just like old times. She invited me to a party. She sent me a snap right after we made plans, a mere shot of her in her underwear. Nothing too revealing, but enough to get my heart racing, my mind wondering where things were going. That Friday when I went to go pick her up from her dorm, I knocked on the door, and I could already hear music playing inside. When Bobby opened up the door, she was in full pregame mode. Her room smelled like a mix of stale beer and something sweet, maybe from the vape that she had in her hand. She greeted me with this drunken smile and a sloppy hug. We sat in her room for a while, downed a couple of beers, and even did a shot of vodka.
Bobby seemed to be on another level that night, way more wild than usual. I hoped she wasn't going to black out soon, but I wasn't so sure. After a bit, I suggested we head out before it got too late. She agreed, though she was already wobbling when we got to my car. The drive wasn't that far, just a couple of miles to the party itself, but Bobby kept pulling from a flask in her purse and taking swigs. Halfway there, she popped a pill, just out of nowhere. I wanted to say something to tell her to slow down, but I didn't, and I should have. When we arrived and got to the house, it wasn't the usual crowd. Bobby had told me some of her work friends were throwing the party, and I definitely didn't recognize most of the people there. There were a few familiar faces from campus, but the rest seemed to be her coworkers, restaurant people, by the sound of it. They were a different breed, loud, already drunk, and just super rowdy. I tried to make the best of it, grabbed a drink, and hung out in the corner. Just watched Bobby spiral. She was out of control, stumbling around the house, barely able to even string sentences together. At one point, she started calling me by some other guy's name. Her ex, I kind of figured. The more I tried to help her, the more she pushed me away, yelling and laughing like it was all some kind of big joke. The party guests didn't really seem to mind. In fact, some of them seemed to enjoy watching her unravel. It was almost like a game to them, and I was the odd man out. I knew it was time to go, but getting Bobby to leave was a complete nightmare. She did not want to go. She did not want to leave that party, didn't want to be around me, and kept calling me by her ex's name. It took almost an hour of convincing, and finally I got her back into my car, buckled her up in the passenger seat, and we were finally on our way. That's when things went from bad to worse. The second we pulled out of the driveway, Bobby starts losing it. She was hitting me, not hard, but enough to throw me off. Her voice slurring as she screamed at me, asking me where we were going, demanding I take her back. I tried to stay calm, told her we're heading back to her dorm, but she was not listening. She kept yelling and hitting me, her fists connecting with my shoulder, my arm, and even the side of my head. "Where are you taking me?" she shrieked, her voice hitting a pitch that made my ears ring. "Home, Bobby," I said through gritted teeth, trying to keep the car steady. "Taking you home." "Liar," she screamed. "You're lying just like him." I didn't even have time to ask her who she meant, because that's when she did the unthinkable. Out of nowhere, she lunges at the steering wheel, grabbing it with both hands and yanking it to the side. The car swerved violently, tires screeching as I fought to regain control. But it was no use. The car jerked one way, then the other before flipping over. I remember the sound of glass shattering, that sensation of weightlessness as the world just spun around me, and then nothing. When I came to, everything was blurry. I had blood in my eyes, on my hands, and I could hear voices in the distance. Muffled, but they were getting closer. I tried to move, but my whole body ached. Slowly, I turned my head and saw Bobby climbing out of the wreckage. She was still drunk, still incoherent, but somehow she was on her feet, staggering towards the flashing lights of the emergency vehicles, waving her arms and shouting. "He was drunk," she slurred, her voice a mix of desperation and almost triumph. "He crashed the car, and he hit me." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. My mind racing, trying to piece everything together, but all I could focus on was the fact that she was just flat out lying. The paramedics and police officers reached the scene, and before I know it, I was being pulled from the car, hands gripping my arms as they checked me for injuries. But the way they looked at me, it was like I was the criminal. "She says you were driving under the influence," one of the officers said, his voice cold and distant, "and that you assaulted her." I tried to speak and tell them what really happened, but the words wouldn't come out. My mouth was dry, my head was spinning. All I could think about was, how is this happening? For the next 45 minutes, I found myself trapped in a nightmare, question after question, accusation after accusation. Nobody believed me, and I guess why would they? Bobby was playing the victim perfectly. Still drunk, but convincing enough. It wasn't until they searched her purse and found that bottle of pills that things slightly start to change. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, they let me go. The charges were dropped and Bobby, well, I never saw her again after that. I blocked her on all social media, cut ties with anybody that knew her. My car was totaled. The insurance paid out, and it should have been the end of it. Just a bad memory that I could push away, right? But sometimes I still get that feeling like I'm not alone, like somebody's watching me through my phone. And every now and again I'll get a Snapchat notification from a name that I don't recognize, and I never open it. I can still feel the bruise under my right eye sometimes, a dull ache that comes and goes when the weather changes. It's been years since that night, but I'll never forget it, or the way it all spiraled out of control because of a stupid app. It started so innocently, just like any other night. I had the day off, which meant I didn't have to deal with the grind at the movie theater, so when Bryce texted me about a party, I jumped at the chance. I'd heard about it through a few friends on Snapchat. Some random college house party, and one of those places where you didn't really need an invitation. Just enough cash for gas and maybe a pack of beer, if you wanted to show some class. Bryce, Lane, and I were ready to blow off some steam, so we piled up into Bryce's old Civic and headed out. We drove through the maze of identical suburban streets, past rows of split-level homes with their tidy lawns and minivans parked in the driveways. And then, as if by magic, we found it. The house that was absolutely bumping with people and music. You could hear the bass from the car, vibrating the windows as we rolled up. There were groups of college kids spilling out into the yard, drinks in hand, laughter and shouting over the music. It was the kind of place that you daydream about when you're stuck in some boring lecture, counting down the minutes until the weekend arrived. We find a parking spot, hopefully where nobody would give us a ticket, and then made our way inside. The door was not even locked. It swung open as we approached, almost like the house itself was welcoming us into the chaos. The place was packed, bodies moving through the halls, some clustered in the living room where a group was playing some drinking games. Others swayed to the music that thumped from a speaker. I couldn't see, but somebody shoved a red plastic cup into my hand. Didn't even have time to ask what it was. Beer, whiskey, rum, who cares? I was here to have a good time. We recognized a few familiar faces in the crowd, some of them classmates, a couple of people we'd seen at other parties, but mostly it was strangers. That's kind of how these things go. An eclectic mix of people just looking to cut loose and have a good time. I took a sip from my cup, the taste of cheap beer hitting my tongue as I followed Bryce and Lane deeper inside the party. They were already looking for trouble. Within minutes, they found themselves in the middle of a heated beer pong match, both of them going neck and neck with some other guys who clearly had been practicing. I stood on the sidelines, cheering them on and laughing every time Lane tried to distract the other team with some ridiculous dance move. It was all fun, the kind of carefree night I've been looking forward to all week. At some point, my cup ran dry, and I decided to make my way back to the keg for a refill. I pushed my way through the crowd, squeezing past people in various states of drunkenness, trying not to spill what little was left in my cup. And that's when it happened. She bumped into me. She was drunk, but not in the sloppy, I can't stand right way. No, she was just kind of loose. Her arm slipped around mine like we were old friends, like it was almost the most natural thing in the world. Her body pressed against mine as we half danced, half walked towards the keg, her laughter ringing in my ears. I don't even know her name, but at the moment, it didn't really matter. I was caught up in it, the music, the haze of alcohol that buzzed through my system. We reached the keg and I refilled my cup and then hers. We locked eyes, and before I knew what I was doing, we were doing one of those ridiculous beer chugging poses, our arms intertwined as we tilted our cups back. The crowd around us, when there had been a crowd, started cheering, egging us on as we raced to finish. The beer was cold and bitter, but I didn't care. All I could focus on was the roar of people around us, the way her body moved with mine as we downed those last drops. And then as we both finished and slammed our cups down in victory, she kissed me. It wasn't a shy peck either, it was a full-on right on the mouth, as if we'd known each other forever. I wasn't shocked, it was a party after all. These things happen. I kissed her, just for a second, and then flash. Even through my closed eyes, I saw a burst of light, and when I opened them, I saw the crowd had formed a circle around us, cheering us on. Half of them had their phones out, recording the moment, capturing it forever in these grainy pixels and shaky frames. She pulled away giggling, and before I could say anything, she vanished into the crowd, lost in the sea of faces. I stood there, blinking in the harsh light of all those phones, feeling dazed. But it was fine. It was all just part of the night. I finished my drink and shrugged it off, made my way back to Bryson Lane. They'd lost their game by 1 cup and were already setting up for another. I told them about the girl, about the kiss, and they both laughed, clapping me on the back like I'd won some kind of prize. The rest of the night just blurred together. More drinks, more games, more faces that I didn't know. By midnight, I was ready to call it quits. I still had to work the next day after all. And the last thing that I needed was to be hungover at the theater. Bryce and Lane were in the same boat, so we downed 1 more beer and then all headed out. I don't really remember too much of the drive back, just the hum of the car engine and the dull throb of a growing headache. Bryce dropped me off at my dorm and I let myself in, collapsing onto my bed without even bothering to change out of my clothes. I was out within minutes. The next morning I woke up to the sound of my phone buzzing. Groggy, I rolled over and grabbed it, squinting at the bright screen. There was a Snapchat notification. Somebody had added me. Spring Rose 19. I frowned, trying to remember if I'd given anybody my username the night before. Then it hit me. The girl, the one from the party. She must have asked around, got my name from somebody there. That wasn't weird, right? People did that all the time. I shrugged it off and opened up my message. Have fun last night? It read. I smiled, still half asleep, and typed back, yeah, I did. I hope you did too. I tossed my phone aside and got ready for work, pulling on my uniform for the theater. It wasn't until I was brushing my teeth again that I heard that buzz. Another message. I checked it. This time a photo. It was a picture of us at the keg, locked in with that stupid beer chugging pose, right before the kiss. It didn't give me much thought. People took pictures all the time at parties. Somebody must have sent it to her. I sent a quick message back. Nice pic. What's your name, by the way? Rose, she replied. Rose, of course it was. I finished getting ready and headed out, my phone buzzing periodically with new messages from Rose. As I drove to work, I found myself replying without really thinking. She seemed to be pretty easy to talk to. Classes, my job. I told her that I was a student. I worked at the theater and I'd be there all day. By the time I clocked in, I felt like I knew her, or at least I felt comfortable enough that I didn't mind sharing little details about myself. It's funny how quickly you feel like you can connect to somebody through a screen. The day dragged on, the usual monotony of handing out popcorn and tearing tickets. It wasn't until around noon that things got kind of weird. I was working the concession stand, minding my own business, when a guy walked up to the counter. He was older, probably in his 30s, greasy hair, faded jacket that looked like he hadn't been washed in weeks. He didn't order anything, just stood there, staring. Hey, can I help you? I asked, forcing a smile. You're, insert my name, right? My smile faltered. Yeah, do I know you? He didn't answer, just kept staring. His eyes flicked up and down like he was sizing me up. I felt a chill run down my spine. Something was off about him. Something I couldn't quite put my finger on. You go to my college, right? He asked. I nodded. Yeah. Do you? He didn't answer again. Instead, he leaned closer, resting his hands on the counter. How's Rose doing? My blood turned to ice. How the hell did this guy know about her? I opened up my mouth to say something, but the words never came. This was all weird. Before I could react, he gave me this slow, unsettling smile and then walked away. Disappeared into the crowd. I stood there for a moment, trying to process what had just happened. Maybe he was just some guy from the party, somebody who'd seen me with Rose. Maybe it's nothing. But the way he said her name, the way he just looked at me. I shook it off, finished my shift, and then headed out to the parking lot. That's when I saw it. There, scrawled across my windshield, in bright red lipstick, were 2 words. You're next. I stood frozen in place, staring at those words smeared across my windshield. You're next. The letters were sloppy, almost rushed, but the message was unmistakable. A surge of adrenaline shot right through me as I scanned the parking lot, my eyes darting between the rows of parked cars. It was broad daylight out, but suddenly everything felt darker, more oppressive. I fumbled for my phone, hands shaking, thumb swiped across the screen as I brought up a message thread with Rose. Me. Who the hell is this guy? What guy? Don't play dumb, the guy from earlier, he knows about you. A reply came almost instantly. Don't worry about it, just get in your car and leave. The casualness of her response just sent this chill through me. How did she know I was standing by my car? My head spun. Something wasn't right. I needed to get out of there, fast. I shoved my phone in my pocket and then turned back to my car. And that's when I saw him. Across the parking lot, standing between 2 cars, was that same greasy-haired guy from the concession stand. He was much closer now, watching me with those same predatory eyes. His hands were jammed into the pockets of that dirty jacket. He took a step forward. His movements were slow and deliberate, like he had all the time in the world. I quickly unlocked the car, heart racing. Just as I reached for the handle, a voice stopped me. Hey man, you good? I looked up to see Bryce jogging over. He worked at the restaurant right around the corner, so occasionally we would link up in the parking lot after work. Relief washed over me for a split second, but then I remembered what I'd seen. Dude, there's this guy. Before I could finish, Bryce glanced up towards where the man had been standing, but now that space between those cars were empty. He was gone, just like that. What guy? Bryce asked. I scanned the parking lot again. He was just right there. He's been following me or something. He knew my name and then asked about the girl from last night. Bryce's expression darkened. Haha, alright, you sure you didn't imagine that? Maybe somebody's just messing with you, dude. I shook my head. I swear, man, he was right there. Look at my windshield. I pointed to the smear of lipstick, the ominous message gleaming under the midday sun. I mean, it was undeniable. Something weird is going on, I just didn't really know at what level yet. Bryce's eyes narrowed as he looked at it, but before he could say anything, I heard the sound of footsteps behind me. Heavy footsteps. I barely had time to turn around before something hit me hard, right in the back, sending me stumbling forward into Bryce. Pain exploded across my shoulders as I hit the ground, scraping my hands on already rough asphalt. Bryce shouted, but it was far too late. Whatever was about to happen was already in motion. That greasy-haired guy was on me, his breath hot and sour as he grabbed me by the collar of my shirt and yanked me back to my feet. My vision blurred as he slammed me into the back of the car, the impact knocking the wind out of me. Before I could react, he punched me in the nose and I lost my vision. I gasped for air, my chest heaving as the guy leaned in close, his face masked in fury. "Told you, didn't I?" he said. "You're next." I tried to push him off, but that dude was stronger than he looked. His hands were like iron vice grips, gripping my shirt. My mind raced, desperate for some kind of escape, but everything was foggy, distant. I could hear Bryce shouting still, but his voice seemed very far away, muffled by the pounding in my head. I felt my phone fall out of my hand. I remembered I had my own body. I wasn't helpless. The guy raised his fist, and I braced myself for the hit. I brought my hands up and even tried to push him away. But before he could swing, Bryce came barreling from the side, tackling him to the ground with a force that made the pavement tremble. The two of them went down hard, gripping in a tangle of limbs and fists. I stumbled back, clutching my side, trying to catch my breath. For a moment, it did look like Bryce had the upper hand. He was bigger, stronger, and he pinned that guy down, landing a few solid punches to the face. But the greasy-haired man was relentless. His eyes were wild and filled with something dark and completely unhinged. He twisted under Bryce, grabbing a chunk of his jacket and yanked, flipping Bryce over with this brutal force that sent him crashing into the side of my car. Bryce grunted in pain, and before he could recover, the guy was now on him, fists hammering down with this vicious precision. I tried to move and tried to help him, but uncooperative. But my mind screamed at me to do something, anything, but my legs were like lead. It felt like I was trying to move underneath this weighted blanket. Then out of the corner of my eye, I saw it, a long wrench, half hidden under the car next to mine. I lurched toward it, my fingers closing around that cold metal. The weight of it gave me confidence. Solid. I gripped it as tightly as I could. This wasn't how I envisioned my workday going, and not what I wanted to do at all, but I knew in my heart, this was the only option. Without thinking, I swung. The iron connected with a sickening crack against the back of that guy's head. He froze, his body going rigid for a split second before he crumpled to the ground, now motionless. Bryce scrambled back, his eyes wide with shock as he stared at the man laying between us. He had a little blood trickling from his lips and nose. I dropped the wrench with my hands trembling like leaves in the wind. The parking lot was now eerily silent, the chaos of fighting dissipating into a heavy, oppressive stillness. There were cars still in motion behind us. The movie theater was a busy street, but still, apparently nobody saw. No one stopped to help. It was isolating and unsettling. Bryce looked at me with his voice shaking. Dude, what the hell just happened? Turned out Rose had a boyfriend, or at least so this guy thought. I'm not exactly sure of their connection, but Rose and that greaseball from the parking lot had been friends at some point. Whatever the relation was, greaseball fell hard for Rose, who had no interest in dating him. So he stalked her, admired her from afar. When he saw the pictures going round of her and I kissing at the party, he figured out who I was, then reached out to me via Snapchat. The guy just simply lost it, decided he needed to fight for his woman. Bryce and I ended up being alright for the most part. That other guy spent the night in the hospital. Fortunately for me, there wasn't any charges to press. It was essentially his word against ours, as all the phone evidence had been auto-deleted via Snapchat. The police gave me an order of protection. He told the greaseball to keep his distance from me, Bryce, and Rose. And that was that. I took an extended, serious break from all social media, scrubbed all my contacts to make sure everybody was real, and slowly and surely took control of my life again. The lamest part, I never even saw Rose again. Never even heard from her, not even once. I was one of those kids who just could not let go of the streets, even after high school was over. Senior year had given me the taste of that life. Parties, petty crime, a little weed here and there. It wasn't much, but it was enough to get hooked on. I moved into a rental with a few friends right after graduation. We cycled through our part-time jobs like they were nothing, barely scraping by, but we didn't really care. Most of our time and energy was put into planning for weekends, parties, booze, or whatever else we could get our hands on. The house became a flop house for burnouts, kids with nowhere else to go, to come and hide out from their parents and the world. It didn't take long before weed would fill that air in the place, thick and sweet, like a fog that had settled into every room and every corner. We'd get baked and laugh ourselves stupid, and then just pass out in a haze. At first, getting weed really wasn't a big deal. A friend knew a guy, or a guy knew a friend, and that was that. But as the weeks rolled on, our supply became more and more inconsistent. We were broke and half the time couldn't even pay rent, let alone fund our weekend habits. Then on one particularly dry weekend with no weed and no money, I had this epiphany. Why are we busting our asses trying to score weed when we could just sell it ourselves? My friends Billy and Jay looked at me like I'd just spoken some kind of ancient truth, something that had been there all along but now had just been revealed. Yeah, man, Billy said. We can make a killing. Jay was the practical one and wasn't as convinced. But where are we going to get the money to buy a big enough stash? And how do we even start? I had no answers in the moment, but the seed had been planted. Over the next week, we pooled our meager earnings, scraping together enough to make some kind of move. I found a guy through a mutual friend, a low-level dealer who promised he could hook us up with half a pound at a decent price. It still wasn't legal back then, not even close, so we were careful, paranoid even. Then the day we got the bag, it felt like Christmas morning. I could feel the adrenaline pumping as we drove back to the house. Heavy duffel sitting on my lap. It felt like more than just weed. It felt like freedom, power, money, all rolled up into one. When we got back, the celebration started immediately. We rolled joints, popped beers, and passed around the bag like it was the Holy Grail. That night, we sold our first few eighths, a couple of quarters, and made a few $100. Man, this is it, Billy said. We're gonna be rich. We were invincible, or at least that's what we thought. We immediately started making plans to move bigger quantities, to expand, to bring in other drugs. But it was all just talk. The excitement was just really, really real. That night though, everything changed. We were sitting in the living room, stoned out of our minds, when Jay, who always liked to document everything, pulled out his phone. Yo, we gotta show people what we got, he said, holding the bag of weed up like a trophy. He snapped a picture, posted it to Snapchat with the caption, "Look what we got, hit us up." I didn't think much of it in the moment. Hell, I didn't even know the dude had his location turned on. Hours passed and the night dragged on. Eventually, it was just me and Billy left. The others had crashed or just gone home. But we were too wired to sleep, too high to care about anything else except the video game in front of us, and the next hit of weed. It was almost like we reverted to our lower level selves, video games and drugs. That was really all we wanted, and it was really all we had. Then came a knock. Billy and I exchanged a glance. "The hell is that?" I said. It was past midnight. Nobody that we knew would be showing up unannounced at this hour. Still, I remembered we were technically salesmen now, so I guess it could be anybody. Maybe it's Kenny just coming back, Billy suggested, though his voice seemed uneasy. Kenny was a lingering type of friend who never knew when to go home. Billy stood up, the controller falling to the couch, as he made his way towards the door. "I'll check it out." I followed him, my stomach tight with nerves, though I didn't really understand why. Billy peeked through a small window on the door, his hands hesitating on the handle. For whatever reason, I was just on high alert. Probably one, because of the hour, and the fact that we had our life savings in the form of a huge bag of weed inside the house. "There's some guy out there," he whispered to me. "What? Who?" "I don't know, man. He's asking if we got any weed." I frowned. Nobody outside our circle should have known that we were holding. My heart started to pound. Just tell him we're out, I said quickly. Billy nodded and opened up the door a crack, just enough to talk through. Hey, sorry man, we're all out. Try again tomorrow. He moved to close the door, but the guy outside shoved his foot in the way, pushing it open. The force knocked Billy off balance, and before I could even react, the guy's inside, knife in hand. Don't fucking move, the man growled. He was tall, dressed in a dark hoodie and jeans. His face was obscured by the shadows of the porch light. He shoved Billy back, slamming him into the wall, brandishing the knife again. Where's that weed? Hey, man, relax, Billy stammered, hands up in surrender. I stood frozen, mind racing. Before I could even think to run or fight, I saw movement out of the corner of my eye. I turned just in time to see two more guys burst through the back door, their footsteps heavy as they stormed inside the house. Panic hit me and I started to sweat. Shit, Billy, I shouted, but it was too late. One of the guys was already on me, grabbing my arm and twisting him behind my back. I cried out, the pain shooting through my shoulder as he shoved me to the ground. Kicked me in the ribs for good measure too. I knew immediately we were outgunned. Hell, Billy and I were still teenagers, and these guys were grown men that had clearly done this kind of thing before. Shut up, a second guy snarled, standing over me with a gun. You want to live, you're gonna cooperate. Got it? I nodded, my breaths coming in these ragged gasps. This wasn't some random robbery. These guys knew what they were here for. They planned this, waited for the right moment, and now had us cornered. And I knew exactly what they wanted. The guy with the gun grabbed my hair and then yanked my head up. Where's the weed? I tried to speak, but my throat was dry. My voice was barely even above a whisper. It's in the bedroom, I croaked, vision blurred from the pain. Top drawer of the dresser. He grinned. Good boy. He then motioned to the other guy, who immediately headed down the hallway towards the bedroom. Billy, meanwhile, was still pressed up against the wall, the first guy's knife inches from his throat. Please, man, he begged. We'll give you whatever you want, just don't hurt us. The man laughed. I'm not here to hurt you, I'm just here to take what's ours. I'll never forget the way he said that and how much he just pissed me off. I could hear the sounds of drawers being opened and tossed around in the bedroom, the other guy searching for the stash. The gunman turned his attention back to me, squatting down and looking me in the eyes. You guys think you're so slick, huh? Posting your shit online for the whole world to see. He chuckled, shaking his head. Fucking amateurs. I felt a wave of nausea hit me as his words sunk in. That Snapchat post. Jay's fucking Snapchat post. That's exactly how they found us. That's exactly how they knew where to come, where to look, and they even waited for the place to empty out, so it'd be nice and easy for them. We didn't mean to, I started to say, but he cut me off with this swift backhand to my face. Pain exploded in my head and I tasted blood. Shut the fuck up, he snapped. You don't get to talk right now. Just then, the guy in the bedroom came back holding the bag of weed in his hands. Got it, he said, tossing it to the gunman. Couple of fucking Boy Scouts in here, nice and honest, huh? Good, gunman said, standing up. Now, we're gonna make sure you boys don't try anything stupid. Where's your phones? I hesitated, but Billy didn't. He pointed to the coffee table where his phone still lay, and I did the same. The gunman picked them both up and said, "We'll be keeping these for now," he said with a smirk. "I won't fuck you too hard. I'll just leave them by the park at the lake." He motioned to the two other guys and they slowly backed out of the house. Knife-wielding guy giving Billy one last shove before disappearing through the front door. I didn't dare move, Not until I heard the sound of a car outside starting up and then driving away. Getaway driver and everything. These guys knew what they were doing. For a few minutes, we didn't say anything. Billy was just slumped against the wall, breathing heavily while I lay on the floor, body aching from that beating. I felt the sting of tears in my eyes but forced them back, refusing to break down in front of him. Fuck, Billy finally muttered, his voice hoarse. The hell just happened? I shook my head, slowly sitting up, every muscle in my body screaming in protest. Hey, obviously saw the Snapchat, I said. The whole time the answer had been right there. Jay's stupid post with the weed and the location on for the world to see. He literally invited them. It was almost like putting a neon sign outside the house, practically begging to get robbed. Billy stared at me, his eyes with realization and then anger. Are you fucking serious? He hissed, pushing himself off the wall and stumbling over to the coffee table. His hands shook as he rifled through the leftover debris of our night. That's how they knew exactly where to come and what to ask for. God damn it, man, I thought we were smarter than that. I didn't really have an answer for him. He was right. We've been stupid, reckless. We thought we were on top of the world, invincible, but in reality, we're just kids playing at something far more dangerous than we understood. It all hit me at once, the weight of it. We had barely made a few $100s from this little business venture. We'd already gotten ourselves almost killed. I could still feel that guy's hand in my hair, the cold steel of that gun pressing into my back. My heart was pounding in my chest, still thumping like a heart attack. I staggered to my feet, feeling like my legs could just give out at any second. I was surprised to see that Jay hadn't woken up through all the commotion. His room was in the very back of the house. He'd been drinking all night though, was probably just blacked out. We need to get out of here, I muttered, rubbing my face and wincing at the cut on my lip where that guy had hit me. I could feel it stinging and swelling up. What if they come back? Billy was pacing now, running his hands through his hair in frustration. They got the weed, dude, like that's what they came for. Yeah, but what if they think we're gonna talk to somebody? What if they're watching us right now, making sure we don't go to the cops? The cops? Billy stopped pacing and stared at me like I was crazy. We can't go to the cops. We're dealing weed. You think they're gonna care about us getting robbed when we're the ones breaking the law? They'll bust our asses and then laugh all the way back to the station. Didn't want to admit it, but he was right again. We can't obviously go to the cops. Not without getting ourselves in even deeper shit. But that only made things feel worse, like we were trapped, backed into a corner with no way out. And these guys were good. I sank down onto the couch with my head in my hands, mind still racing, replaying that night's events over and over, every moment etched into my brain. The way the door had creaked open, just a crack before that guy forced his way in. The knife, glinting in that dim light. Billy's face, pale and terrified, as he was slammed up against that wall. Jay, snoozing like a useless fucking turd, back in his bedroom. I could hear Jay's voice in my head, laughing, telling us it's fine, that nothing would come of the Snapchat post. I clenched my fist, wishing he was here, so I could wring his neck for being so careless. But deep down, I knew it wasn't only his fault. We were all responsible. So, what do we do now? I asked. Billy finally stopped pacing and just looked at me, his face a mixture of anger as well as fear. We just lay low, he said slowly, and never fucking post anything like that ever again. His words hung in the air like a death sentence. Lay low, like we were criminals hiding from something or someone, something bigger than us. And I guess we were. I didn't know who those guys were or who they worked for, but I guess it really didn't matter. All I knew is that we were lucky to be alive. As the hours dragged on, nobody really said much. We cleaned up the mess and wiped away the blood, tossed out all the shattered glass from where that guys had knocked over a lamp. It felt surreal, like we were cleaning up somebody else's crime scene, but it wasn't somebody else's, it was us. At some point, Jay finally woke up. He stumbled in high as hell, completely oblivious to what had all happened. His carefree grin vanished the moment that he saw our faces. "The hell happened here?" he asked, looking around at our disheveled living room. "You guys keep partying hard or what?" Billy rounded on him immediately, grabbing him by the collar and shoving him up against the wall. "You fucking idiot, man," he shouted. "That Snapchat post? That's how they found us, Jay. You literally almost got both of us killed." Jay's eyes widened into shock and his hands instinctively going up to protect himself. Whoa, man, I didn't know, I didn't think." "Exactly, you didn't think," Billy spat out, pushing him again. Jay stumbled back, rubbing his throat as he gasped out for air. But he didn't argue. He knew he was in the wrong. It was clear as day, judging by the room. And not only had that asshole gotten us in trouble, he'd slept through the whole ordeal. I remember actually hating him in the moment. I stayed silent, watching that whole scene unfold like it was outside of my own body. It felt like a dream, or I guess a nightmare, one that I could not wake up from. "Are we in danger?" Jay asked after a long pause. "I mean, are they gonna come back or?" "I don't know," I said quietly, eyes still locked on the floor. "But if they do, we need to be ready just in case." Billy was still pacing, still fuming. "We gotta move the rest of the stash. Get rid of it, hide it, I don't care. But we can't have shit in the house anymore." Jay nodded quickly. Yeah, I'll take care of it. I'm sorry, guys, I really didn't think." "Save it," Billy snapped, cutting him off. "Just do what you need to do." The rest of that night just passed in a blur. Jay took the remaining weed and stashed it in some other place, I think his grandma's house, while Billy and I just sat in the living room, watching the front door like hawks. Every single creak and every gust of wind outside had us on edge. Our nerves frayed beyond repair. Could not relax and I couldn't sleep. My mind just kept going back to that moment when that guy pressed the gun into my back. And when the other guy slammed Billy up against the wall. The fear, the helplessness. It was suffocating. We kept watch with a baseball bat and a machete. Stuff that we found in our dad's garages or work sheds. It wouldn't mean shit if they had that gun, but I guess it was something. If we got the jump on them coming in, I honestly thought we could take them. Still, it was a scary situation. By the time it was sunset, the exhaustion had set in completely, but I could not sleep still. I sat by the window, staring out at the empty street, waiting for something, anything to happen. Being on edge for that long is just mind-numbing. Billy finally broke the silence. "We need to get out of here, man. We can no longer stay in this house. They know where we live." That's when I remembered our cell phones and their promise of leaving them at the park. We decided to take a trip out of the house and get some fresh air, clear our minds. But we didn't find our phones anywhere at the park. Billy even upended the trash can, just to see if they left them inside one of those. Just another robbery by the guys that got us. "They know a lot about us, man," Billy said. "We need to move." "Yeah, you're right," I nodded. "We'll talk to the landlord and figure something out." But as much as I agreed with him, I knew deep down leaving that house would still not be enough. If these guys found us once, they could do it again whenever they wanted to. We weren't safe anymore, not anywhere. In the days that followed, we kept our heads down. Billy ended up finding us a new place a couple of neighborhoods over, something cheap and low-key. We just moved out as soon as we could. Jay stopped coming around as much, as he actually decided to move back in with his parents. guilt and fear hanging over him like a halo. We all tried to forget, to pretend that night never happened. But it did happen, and it was the wake-up call to get my life together, at least a little bit. For obvious reasons, I never dealt again after all that went down. I've always loved the backcountry. The silence, the isolation, the sense that you're miles and miles away from anyone or anything. That's really what draws me back again and again, every summer and autumn. Most of my trips are solo, except for with my dog Spoonie. He's a big mutt with sleek black fur, a massive chest, and this funny little white patch on his neck, shaped like a spoon, hence the name Spoonie. We've spent countless nights under the stars together, hiking into places that really felt untouched. Places where you're the only living soul for miles at a time. At least, that's what I always thought. My story takes place around 5 years ago. It was late summer. I had a free weekend to do some camping. I wanted to go somewhere new, somewhere I hadn't been before. A buddy of mine had mentioned this island in the middle of a lake at the bottom of a canyon. Said it was perfect for a quiet weekend. Isolated, peaceful, no tourists or weekend warriors. He's only heard about it from somebody else, and no one he knew had actually been there. That alone should have been a red flag, but I was itching for something new, and Spoonie didn't care where we went, as long as there was water and sticks to chase. So I packed up our gear, made sure I had enough food, and hit the road that Friday afternoon. Spoonie, of course, was already in the back seat, head out the window, tongue flapping in the wind. The drive itself was easy enough. A couple of hours rolling through countryside until I reached the trailhead. The real challenge was getting inside the canyon. The hike down was short, maybe 2 miles, but it was rugged. Steep switchbacks, loose rocks, and the kind of jagged cliffs that make you feel like one wrong step, you're definitely going to tumble to the bottom. Spoonie, of course, was having the time of his life, darting ahead, sniffing out every bush and rock. I was trying to keep up when my foot slipped on some gravel, and I rolled my ankle really hard. I sat down and cursed underneath my breath. Spoonie trotted back to see what the holdup was. It wasn't broken, I could tell that much, I just tweaked it, but it was enough to make me pause. I was only halfway down. The last thing I wanted was to injure myself in the middle of nowhere, with no cell service and only a dog for company. I thought about heading back, but I was already committed. The island was so close. The thought of wasting a trip wasn't sitting well with me either, so I pushed through. I adjusted my pack and kept the weight off my sore ankle, carefully navigated the rest of that descent. Spoonie darted ahead, completely unbothered by the terrain, while I limped along like an idiot. When I finally reached the canyon floor, the lake was exactly like my buddy had described it, small but deep. The water was black, still as glass, like something out of a painting. Massive fish glided just beneath the surface, their shapes barely visible in the dark water. There was no sounds, no birds, no wind, just the occasional plop of a fish breaking the surface of the water. The place felt ancient, untouched, almost like time had forgotten it. I unpacked my small inflatable raft, the kind that you use for fishing trips, and spent a few minutes pumping it up. Spoonie sat patiently by the shore, watching me like he was supervising the whole process. Once the raft was inflated, I loaded up our gear, and Spoonie hopped inside, taking his usual spot at the front, ears perked and alert. The paddle across that lake was eerie. The water was so deep I couldn't see the bottom, just a dark void beneath us. Occasionally, I would see some bubbles rising to the surface in random spots. I couldn't help but wonder what was down there. It didn't take too long to reach the island, a few hundred feet across the water. As soon as we hit the shore, Spoonie leapt out, sniffing around excitedly. The island was just as promised, secluded, silent, and beautiful. It wasn't huge, but it was big enough for a weekend's worth of exploring, for sure. The trees were tall and thick, the ground covered in soft grass that rolled gently down the water. In the center of the island, there was a small spring, just like my buddy had said. It trickled up from a rock formation, clear and cold, creating a tiny stream that flowed down toward the lake. It was perfect. We set up camp near the shore with a clear view of the lake. I strung up my tarp between two trees and laid out my sleeping bag, then set up a small fire pit. Spoonie was running around, chasing sticks and barking at the occasional bird that dared to come too close. Once the tent was set up and the fire was crackling, I took some time to explore the island. Again, it wasn't very large, maybe half a mile wide, but on the far side, I found something interesting. A steep slope leading to a second level of terrain. It was like a natural plateau, hidden from view unless you knew where to look. I tried to climb up, but my ankle was not having it. I barely made it halfway before the pain forced me back down again. Spoonie, on the other hand, was staring up at the cliffside, barking occasionally, his fur bristling. I figured he just caught a whiff of some kind of animal, a squirrel or a raccoon. But I'll admit, there was something about the way he was acting. It made me uneasy. He wasn't just excited, it almost seemed like he was on edge. I tried to call him back, but he stayed there for a while, staring up at the ridge, just growling softly. Eventually, we made our way back to camp, and I spent the rest of the afternoon fishing off the shore. The fish practically leaped into my hands. I had no trouble catching a few for dinner. As the sun began to set, I fried up those fish over the fire, and Spoonie sat next to me, eagerly awaiting his share. My ankle had now swollen up pretty good at this point, but the pain was manageable. I figured a good night's sleep would help it out. And that's when I heard this rustling sound, just beyond the edge of the firelight, near the trees. At first, I assumed it was the wind, or maybe a deer moving through the underbrush. But the longer I listened, the more deliberate it sounded to me. Something was out there, watching us. Spoonie's ears perked up and he stood, that low growl in his throat. I grabbed my flashlight and shined it out towards the sound, sweeping the beam back and forth, but I didn't see anything. Just the trees swaying gently in the evening breeze. Then I saw them, two glowing eyes staring back at me from the darkness. They blinked slowly and I froze, heart now thudding in my chest. The eyes were set low to the ground, too low for a deer or even a wolf. They didn't move, just occasionally blinked at me, reflecting the light of my flashlight. Spoonie was going ballistic, barking and lunging at the end of his rope, but those eyes stayed right where they were, unblinking and watching. I yelled and threw a rock and tried to scare whatever it was off, but it still didn't budge. The eyes blinked again and then, without warning, they shot upward. In the span of a second, this creature had climbed a tree and scaled it with this unnatural speed and grace. I watched in complete disbelief as it perched 20 feet above the ground, now staring down at us from the branches. I didn't know what it was, and it didn't make a sound. It didn't move, just watched us from its perch. Was it a cat, an owl, some other kind of wild animal? One that I'd never seen before. But nothing I knew of moved like that. Nothing climbed trees like that, so silent, so effortlessly. After what felt like an eternity, it just vanished. One moment it's there, and the next it's gone, disappearing completely into the canopy without a trace. I stood there with flashlight in hand, scanning the treetops, but it was gone. I tried to calm Spoonie down, but he was frantic, pacing and barking and pulling at his leash like he wanted to chase after whatever that was. Eventually, I had to tie him up to a tree to keep him from running off into the dark, and I told myself it was just an animal, a large owl or something I just wasn't familiar with. But deep down, I knew that wasn't it. Something was off and wrong with this place. That night, I crawled back into my tent with Spoonie at my side. I kept the fire burning low, the glow flickering against the walls of my tent. As I laid there, trying to drift off to sleep, I couldn't shake the feeling that something else or someone was out there, still watching. And then a shadow moved outside the tent, cast by the firelight. It was not an animal this time. It was tall, human-shaped, creeping slowly around the perimeter of the camp. I held my breath and listened for footsteps, but there was nothing. Just the soft crackle of the fire and the sound of my own heartbeat pounding in my ears. The shadow paused for a moment, as if it was looking directly at the tent, before silently disappearing back into the night. I wanted to believe it was my imagination, that the darkness and the isolation were now playing tricks on me, but I knew better. I held on to Spoonie, feeling his warm body pressed against mine, and just waited for the sun to rise. When morning finally came, I wasted no time. I packed up camp in record time, barely stopping to eat. Spoonie almost seemed just as eager to leave, his usual energy replaced by this tense, nervous silence. As we paddled back across the lake, I glanced back at the island, half expecting to see something watching us from the shore. But the tree stood still, the island silent, as if nothing had ever taken place. I never told my buddy what happened that night or what I saw. I didn't want to sound crazy. And I've never gone back to that island. And I never will. The idea of spending a quiet weekend out in the woods had been gnawing at me for weeks. My work had gotten crazy, and the thought about escaping into the wilderness, away from the constant hum of city life, was really the only thing keeping me sane. It was late summer, just the tail end of August, and I knew the usual camping spots would all be filled up with those weekend warriors. Families, screaming kids, couples trying to rekindle some kind of romance. And of course, the groups of college kids blasting their music, trying to outdo one another with stories about the biggest fish they'd never caught. I wasn't in the mood for any of it. What I really needed was complete isolation, the kind of silence where you could hear the wind brushing through the trees, and the crackle of your campfire was the only soundtrack to your thoughts. That's when I started looking for places off the beaten path. I spent a few days researching online, poring over old maps and blogs written by seasoned hikers. Eventually, I found a spot in the Great Smoky Mountains, one that required a bit of a hike but promised to be complete solitude. The area wasn't really well traveled, and judging by the online reviews, not many people even knew it existed. It was perfect. After work that Friday, I loaded up my truck with all the gear that I'd need: a tent, sleeping bag, my trusty fishing pole, enough food for the weekend. Of course, a couple of good books. It wasn't a long drive, just a few hours from where I lived. But by the time I pulled off the main road and then onto the gravel path that would lead me closer to the trailhead, the sun was already dipping low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the dense forest. I parked, secured my gear, and hoisted my pack up over my shoulders. The trail started innocently enough, this narrow dirt path winding through the trees. Within a mile, it became clear that this area didn't really get visitors hardly ever. The undergrowth was thick, branches and vines crisscrossing the path, and the trail itself had faded into little more than a suggestion. No footprints, no tire tracks from mountain bikes. It was almost as though I was the first person to set foot here in years. For a moment I hesitated. Maybe this wasn't such a good idea, but I shook that thought away. This was what I wanted, complete isolation, right? Besides, I was a few miles in now. The river wasn't far off. I pressed on, the only sound of the rhythmic crunch of my boots against the dirt and the occasional bird call around me. After what felt like a few hours trudging through those thick woods, I finally intersected with the river. Its gentle rush was soothing, the cool air off the water a welcoming relief after that hike. But this really wasn't where I wanted to set up camp yet. I knew from my research that there was a better spot, a couple of miles further upstream, where the land formed this natural inlet. It's perfect for a weekend campout. As I prepared to cross that river, something caught my eye though. A small boat, or at least what looked like one, tied to a tree stump on the shore. It wasn't much more than a patchwork of old logs and bits of scrap metal, held together with some kind of rope or twine. It was pretty crude, like some kind of kid might have built it in his backyard fort. I stared at it for a moment, trying to imagine who might have made it. But the more I looked, the more uneasy I felt. It was definitely out of place and strange, but not enough to send me packing. It was probably just some Boy Scouts troop long-forgotten project, I reasoned with myself. And with that thought, I pressed on. After another hour of hiking, I finally reached my campsite. It was everything I'd hoped for, a flat spot right along that riverbank, with just enough open space for a fire pit and plenty of trees around me to string up my hammock. The sun was now getting really low, but I still had just enough daylight to set up camp and get a fire going. I spent that afternoon fishing, catching enough to cook over the fire for dinner, then took a short hike to explore the area. The views around me were stunning, rolling hills and towering trees as far as the eye could see. Up above, and near the summit of one of the larger hills, I thought I spotted the mouth of a cave, just barely visible between the jagged rocks. I made a mental note to check it out tomorrow. For now, all I wanted to do was sit by the fire, enjoy my meal, and let that peacefulness of the woods settle in around me. But as the night fell, those woods, they changed. It's funny how the dark can shift the way you see things. The forest, which had felt serene and inviting during the day, was now looming in around me, the trees towering like these silent sentinels. The fire was my only source of light, its flickering glow barely cutting through the oppressive blackness. The mountain and thick canopy of trees above me blotted out any stars and moon, leaving me in what felt like a bottomless pit of darkness. Even the river, which had sparkled in the afternoon sun, seemed to have now lost its shimmer, the water now absorbing whatever light dared reach its surface. I sat by the fire for hours, adding on logs to keep it blazing, unwilling to let it die out. The silence was too complete, too heavy, like the world had been swallowed up by the night. Eventually, though, the fatigue of the day had finally caught up with me. I strung up my hammock just a few feet from the fire, convinced that being up off the ground would keep me safe from any wandering animals. Besides, I had my knife, and to my knowledge there was no bears in this area, or at least none that I'd ever heard of. I dozed off, the warmth of the fire still glowing in the distance. I woke up around 2 in the morning to a faint shuffling sound, my mind still foggy from sleep, and it took a moment to register what I was actually hearing. Something was moving around my camp. I lifted my head slightly, peering up over the lip of the hammock. There, now near the smoldering fire pit, something small moved throughout the shadows. At first, I thought it was just a raccoon or maybe a weasel, scavenging for scraps. I've dealt with plenty of animals like that before. It's nothing to worry about. I figured as long as there wasn't any food left out, it would eventually move on. But then my hammock jerked. Not violently, but enough to make me sway back and forth in the air. I froze, my heart thudding in my chest. For a second, I thought maybe the animal had somehow tangled itself inside the straps, which caused the hammock to move. I tried to stay calm, thinking through all the possibilities. But the more I listened, the more I realized that that was not the case. That shuffling sound continued. It's now moving closer to the fire pit. Whatever had moved the hammock had indeed let go, but it had not left. Then, the unmistakable sound of somebody clearing their throat rang out in the air. It was faint, barely above a whisper, but it was unmistakably human. There was somebody in my camp, Someone had been standing next to my hammock, close enough to touch me, and I hadn't even known it. My first instinct was just to bolt, to get out of the hammock and run. But I stopped myself. If whoever it was wanted to harm me, they could have done so already. The fire was low, casting just enough light for me to make out this vague shape of a figure moving near the riverbank. Slowly, I leaned out of the hammock, trying to get a better look. My heart was pounding in my ears and my breath was shallow. The figure moved toward the water. I watched it as it bent down and pushed something into the river. That small, makeshift raft, almost identical to the one I'd seen earlier that day. The figure stepped onto it, and then with a quiet push, it began to drift downstream, figure standing motionless as it floated away. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe until that figure was out of sight, now swallowed up by the darkness itself. I'd say it took me a full minute to gather up the courage and climb out of that hammock. My legs were shaking, my mind racing. I grabbed my flashlight and clicked it on, the beam slicing through the night like a lifeline. I swept the light over the camp, and that's when I saw them. Bare footprints, clear as day, leading from the river to my hammock and then back again. Whoever it had been, they hadn't been wearing shoes. I knew I had to leave. There's no way I was staying another night out here, not with the knowledge that somebody, some stranger, was out lurking in the woods. But the thought of hiking back in the pitch black with nothing but a flashlight to guide me was really even more terrifying. I spent the rest of that night by the fire, stoking it until it blazed high enough to ward off whatever might be out there. I turned on every light I had, my lantern, my headlamp, until my camp was lit up like a beacon. Did not sleep. I couldn't. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig set my heart racing again. When dawn finally broke, I packed up as fast as I could. And that's when I noticed my cooler is gone, along with most of my food. But that was really the least of my concerns. I searched the area one last time, and as I did, I found more of those footprints leading off into the woods. They were small, but they were everywhere. As I headed back the way I came, those bare footprints stayed with me almost the entire way, even when I was back on the main trail, far from where I'd set up camp. And that image from last night kept replaying in my mind. Those small, naked feet pressed into the soft dirt, moving silently through the woods. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, even after I'd left the river far behind me. That hike back felt longer than it should have. Every step felt heavy with dread. I kept constantly glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see a figure standing there, watching me from somewhere out in the shadows. But the woods remained empty, silent, just like they had been the night before. Too silent. No birds chirping, no rustling in the underbrush. It was as though the entire forest was holding its breath, waiting for something, waiting for me to leave. When I finally broke out through the tree line and reached my truck, it felt like a weight had been lifted off my chest. I threw my gear into the back, not caring how haphazardly it was packed, and just immediately jumped into the driver's seat. The engine roared to life, and as I pulled away, I couldn't help but glance back in the rearview mirror. The woods stood there, tall and dark, like a wall of shadows that was leaving behind. As much as I tried to convince myself that I was out, now safe, that lingering feeling would not leave me alone. The drive back home was a complete blur. My mind raced with questions that had no answers. Who was it that had been in my camp? Why hadn't they spoken or even made themselves known? What was the point of pulling on my hammock, of creeping around my campsite in the dead of night? And that raft, why had they been floating downstream in the middle of the night on that makeshift raft with no light or direction? It was all too strange, too surreal. I spent the next few days trying to rationalize that whole experience, telling myself it was some kind of hermit or vagrant living off the grid, scavenging campsites for supplies. Maybe they'd seen my fire from a distance and then just came to check it out. Maybe they hadn't meant any harm. Maybe it was just some harmless drifter passing through. But the more I thought about it, the less that really made sense. Why didn't they say anything? Why didn't they take more than just my cooler and food? And the throat clearing. It was almost deliberate, pointed, like they wanted me to know that they were there, but not to know who they were. I did a little research on my own later, looking into old legends and stories about the Great Smoky Mountains, trying to find anything to explain what I'd seen that night. That's when I stumbled across a few stories about so-called hill people, reclusive groups or individuals who live deep in the mountains, far from civilization. Some of the stories were old, passed down through generations, tales of mountain men who avoided society, living off the land in near total isolation. Others were more recent, reports of strange encounters, missing hikers, sightings of figures in the woods that vanished as quickly as they appeared. It was all folklore, of course, local legends meant to spook tourists and explain away the occasional unexplained disappearance. But after what I experienced, I wasn't so quick to dismiss them. I thought of people, if you could even call them that, living out there, deep in the wilderness, unseen and unknown. Maybe that is what I had ran into, and maybe they weren't just stories after all. I haven't gone back to that part of the Smokies since. In fact, I avoided deep wilderness camping altogether. The now idea of venturing that far from civilization, of being that isolated again, just doesn't hold that same appeal. I still love the outdoors, but I now stick to the more popular trails, those well-traveled campsites where you can hear the distant hum of cars or even the chatter of other campers. It's definitely not as peaceful, but at least I know I'm not alone. I decided to take a few days off from everything. Work, life, people, just take a breath for a while. There's this spot that I love near the river, a little piece of heaven hidden away from the crowds. And I knew it would be perfect for what I needed. Solitude, peace, and quiet. Midweek was the perfect time. No tourists, no weekenders, just me and the woods. I threw my gear in the Subaru, packed for a couple of days, and hit the road. The drive itself was pretty uneventful. The winding Oregon roads calming me as I made my way deeper and deeper into the forest. By the time I reached the trailhead, I was already feeling all the stress fall away from me, almost like shedding an old skin. I pulled into the parking lot, completely deserted. Exactly what I was hoping for. Picked out a nice secluded campsite not far from the river. Setting up was easy. Tent, sleeping bag, fire pit, the usual. I even brought my guitar this time, something I hadn't done in a while. It felt good to just play around with the chords, let my mind wander. I strummed lazily, listening to the rustle of the leaves and the distant gurgle of the river, the occasional bird song. The quiet was intoxicating. A few times though I heard what sounded like clapping, faint but far off in the trees. It was probably just an echo from something deeper in the woods, I told myself. People hike out here sometimes, but not today. At least, I didn't see anybody. As night fell, the forest closed in around me. A thick black wall of trees and shadows. Fire crackled as I grilled up some sausages, the flames throwing flickering lights onto the trees. I kept hearing that clapping again. It was faint but persistent, like somebody mocking the silence with their own distant applause. It was spoiling the mood a little bit for me, but I guess not enough to worry me, not yet at least. I brushed it off as the wind or the wildlife, and let the exhaustion of the day just take me over completely. I slept like a rock, until the morning brought a gut-wrenching discovery. I stepped out of the tent, stretching and getting ready for some coffee and breakfast, when I noticed the door of my car was now wide open. My heart dropped. I knew I didn't leave it like that. I always lock it, especially when camping alone. I walked over and checked the interior. Nothing seemed out of place and nothing was missing, but the feeling of violation was unmistakable, and it made my skin crawl. I just shook off the unease and shut the door and made for sure that it was locked this time. Then just tried to get on with my day. Breakfast and some cleanup around camp. Then I packed a bag for a day hike. There's a beautiful trail that runs along the ridge, offering up views of the river and the surrounding mountains. I was determined to enjoy it. As I made my way through the trees, that usual calm of the forest started to settle back in. I'd say after a mile in, I started hearing this strange distant whistling though. It was faint, like the clapping, barely audible over the sound of the wind in the trees. There's something eerie about it, like somebody was trying to get my attention from really far away. I stopped a few times and scanned the woods, expecting to see a hiker or maybe some kids just messing around. But I didn't see anybody. Just the trees, thick and still. That faint whistling of the breeze. It made my stomach turn in a way that I couldn't really shake. Eventually, I shrugged it off and just kept walking. I wasn't gonna let some random noise ruin this for me. By the time I got back to camp, it was late afternoon, and the light was beginning to fade. And there it was again, a car door, wide open. This time though, things had been moved around. Some of my stuff in the back seat had been rifled through, and I noticed a few small items, a book and my flashlight, had been tossed onto the ground outside. My heart pounded in my chest, that sickening realization now dawning on me. Somebody had definitely been here this time, and I had no idea when or how close they got to me. I felt a rising sense of panic, but it was too late in the day to pack up and leave. I would have to stick it out till morning. I built up a big fire, much larger than I normally would, kept close on those woods around me. Nothing moved, but the feeling that somebody was nearby, watching, never left. It was uneasy, almost this suffocating sensation, the kind you feel when you're not alone, but you really can't see who's there. I stayed up late until my eyes could barely stay open. I finally forced myself to just head to bed, hoping for the best. The next morning, the air was crisp and the sky was clear. My car door, blessedly, was still shut this time. I took it as a sign that things would go smoothly from here on out. I brewed my coffee and made some breakfast, then grabbed my swimsuit and a towel. It was time for a swim and maybe soak in the nearby hot springs. The swimming hole was only a short hike from my camp, and as I made my way down, I saw a couple leaving the area. They waved and I waved back, grateful for the brief human contact. Now the swimming hole was all mine, the water crystal clear, the sunlight filtering through the trees in golden rays. The sound of that river was just extremely soothing. I found a flat rock to spread my towel and book on, and after dipping my toes in, I couldn't resist the pull of the cool water. I jumped in, the shock of cold invigorating, and for the next hour, I lost myself in the current, swimming lazily from one end of the pool to the other, floating on my back and just staring up at the sky. Just as I was about to take another lap, I saw him. At first, he was just a figure on the trail, a shape moving throughout the trees. But as he got closer, more details emerged. The man was dressed in these old, worn-out clothes, nothing that looked suited for hiking or camping alike. His boots were scuffed and caked with mud, and his shirt hung off of him like a rag. But the clothes isn't what unsettled me, it was his skin. His body was entirely covered in these horrific burns or scars, red and shiny like melted wax. His face, what little I could make out from the distance, was a mess of craters and warped flesh. His eyes, two dark pits, just staring straight at me. His lips were non-existent, leaving his teeth exposed in this permanent grimace. I tried to act casual, but my heart was racing. I called out a nervous hello, to which I got no response. He just walked to the edge of the water, sat down by a rock, and stared at me. I tried again, asking if he was camping nearby. This time he shook his head, but still didn't say anything. My mind was racing. I'm trying to figure out what to do. I'm alone, far from camp, and this man, or this thing, was just sitting there, watching me. The way his eyes followed me and my every movement just made my skin crawl. I decided it was time to leave, and fast at that. I started swimming towards the shore, toward my pile of clothes and gear, but before I could get down there, he stood up and walked over to my things, never saying a word, just crouched down and started going through my stuff. Scarred fingers flipping through my book, picking up my towel, even rifling through my clothes. I wanted to scream out, but my throat was tight with fear. I managed to call out, asking him to stop, but he still ignored me. Then he picked up my underwear, holding it up like a trophy, before tossing it aside. I swam faster, desperate to get back to shore. He picked up my book again, this time holding it up to me, scarred face twisting into something that might have been considered a smile. "I have this," he rasped, his voice rough like gravel. I didn't care about the book, I just wanted him to go. "Sure," I said. "Take it, it's a good one." Now I was trying to sell this guy on stealing my stuff. True desperation in the moment. He nodded, tucked the book into his trousers, and then without another word turned and disappeared back into the trees. I didn't want to see where he went, so I just grabbed my things, threw on my clothes, and ran back to camp as fast as my legs would take me. I never saw him again, but I've never forgotten that face, that twisted, melted face. I left the campsite that evening, packed up everything and drove home as fast as I could, vowing to never return to that swimming hole ever again. I don't know who he was or what he wanted, but I do consider myself lucky that I escaped that day. I remember that summer night like it was yesterday. It was definitely one of the moments in life that changes you, makes you see the world just a little bit differently. I must have been, what, 15? Yeah, right about there. It was the summer before my sophomore year. The long, slow days when everything felt like it was dragging on forever and ever. The heat baked the grass behind the house. The woods stood tall and dark, just beyond the clearing where our backyard ended. Those woods had always been there, silent and almost a little intimidating, but they were familiar. We had hiked through them plenty of times. My dad used to take me out on those trails, telling me stories about the old days when his father made him spend a night alone in those very woods. It's a rite of passage, he called it, and I'd always known my turn was coming, but that didn't mean I was excited about it. "Time to become a man, son," my dad had said, a grin splitting his face as he packed up a few essentials into my bag. "Just you, the woods tonight. You'll be fine." I didn't feel fine though. I was about to back down. After all, he did it, and his fathers before him. It was tradition, and traditions mattered in our family. So there I was, standing on the back porch with my bag slung over one shoulder and my heart hammering in my chest, staring out at the woods that suddenly seemed a lot darker and a lot deeper than they ever had before. My mom, always the worrier, gave me a kiss on the forehead and whispered something about being careful. Then my dad gave me a firm clap on the back. Don't let those coyotes get you," he joked. Though there was a glint in his eyes that almost felt like he was at least half serious. The trail that led down into the canyon behind the house wasn't really that far. I'd been down it 100 times, but this time going alone, it felt very different, very unfamiliar. The air was thick and now heavier. There wasn't much light left, only enough to see by. The trees on the other side of the path loomed over me, their branches reaching out like these bony fingers. I had a flashlight, but I didn't want to use it yet. No sense in wasting batteries before I even got to camp. Besides, the fading sun still lit the way, casting long shadows that flickered as I walked. The campsite was only a mile in, nestled by a creek at the bottom of the canyon. Our family still used it sometimes, and it wasn't far enough that I could make a run for it if I needed to get home quickly. But the isolation was very real. When you're down there, surrounded by nothing but trees and the sound of that creek, it felt like the rest of the world had melted away. And tonight, it would just be me, alone. The hike really wasn't that bad. I even saw a couple of deer in the distance, and even watched a hawk circle overhead. Normal stuff, and it helped calm my nerves a bit. Even when I stumbled on a rock and nearly twisted my ankle. But I kept moving, kept my eyes forward. Because looking back felt like I was admitting that just maybe, I wasn't ready for this. I reached the campsite just as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of purple and orange. The clearing was just as I remembered it, quiet and still, the fire pit in the middle ringed by stones. I set my pack down and got to work gathering some wood for a fire. Soon enough, I had this small blaze going. The warmth was comforting, and the crackling sound helped break the eerie silence of the woods around me. Dinner that night was simple, beans and hot dogs, cooked over the flames. I really wasn't that hungry, but I forced myself to eat, trying to ignore the growing unease in the pit of my stomach. Those woods around me were quiet now, just too quiet. No birds, no rustling leaves, just the fire and me. Then out of nowhere, I heard a twig snapping somewhere off in the distance, the sound echoing throughout the trees. I froze. The half-eaten hot dog slipped from my hand. My eyes darted toward the darkness, but I couldn't see anything beyond the ring of light from the fire. Another snap. Closer this time. My heart raced, pounding so hard I could hear my ears. And then they appeared. Two figures walking slowly through the trees, just at the edge of my vision. They didn't have any flashlights or gear. Nothing to suggest that they were fellow campers. Just two people, a man and a woman, moving silently through the underbrush. I couldn't see their faces clearly, but I caught the glint of the man's eyes in the firelight. He turned toward me and raised a finger to his lips, in a slow, deliberate gesture. Shh. I couldn't move. I couldn't speak. I was paralyzed, watching as they disappeared into the trees just as quickly as they appeared. My throat was dry and my hands shook as I grabbed for the flashlight beside me, fumbling with the switch until the beam of light pierced out into the darkness. But I saw nothing, just the trees swaying gently in the breeze. I should have packed up then and headed home, but I didn't. I couldn't. Pride kept me rooted to that spot, even as every instinct in my body screamed at me to run. Run now. An hour passed, maybe two. I sat by the fire, staring deeply into the flames, trying to convince myself that what I seen earlier was not real. My mind was playing tricks on me. But as I was thinking that, another thought crossed my mind, that those figures were still out there, just beyond the light, waiting, watching. It was late when I finally decided to turn in. I crawled into my sleeping bag inside the tent, leaving the fire burning low outside. The warmth was comforting, and exhaustion from the day's hike started to pull in around me. My eyelids grew heavy, and for a moment, I thought I might actually fall asleep. Then that's when I saw a shadow cast against the wall of the tent, moving slowly throughout my campsite. My breath hitched in my throat as I watched that dark shape glide past me, tall and human-like, just on the other side of that thin nylon fabric. I held my breath, praying that whoever it was wouldn't come any closer. They'd just keep moving. But the shadow stopped, right next to the tent. I reached for the flashlight, hand trembling, and clicked it on. The beam of light sliced through the darkness, and I scrambled to unzip the tent, throwing my flap open, ready to confront whoever or whatever was outside. And that's when I saw him. My dad, crouched in the bush, grinning like a madman. "Gotcha," he whispered. Relief washed over me so hard that I almost collapsed. I couldn't believe it. He snuck out here, just like his father had done to him, just like the stories he told me before. Part of the tradition, he'd said. A rite of passage, sure, but also a father's prank, meant to test my nerves. I explained to him what I'd seen earlier, those figures walking through the trees, the man who had shushed me. My dad's smile faded, and for the first time that night, I saw concern in his eyes. He believed me. He believed that something wasn't right out here. "I did see some tracks on my way over," he said. "It could be hunters or could be something else. Let's stay up for a bit and see." He pulled a couple of beers from his pack. Apparently, this was part of the plan too. We sat by the fire talking, the flames flickering up in the dark as the night stretched on. Nothing else stirred in the woods. No more strangers, no more shadows. By the time the first light of dawn crept up over the horizon, I felt the tension start to ebb. We packed up camp together, and as we made our way back up the trail, I glanced over my shoulder, half expecting to see those figures again, silently walking through the trees. But they were gone, whatever or whoever they were. We never really talked about it again, not really. My dad still laughs about the night he scared the hell out of me. But there's always something in his eyes, a flicker of doubt. He knows just as I do that we weren't alone out there. And maybe we never were. It's been a few years now, but I think about the place sometimes. Not in the way you might recall an old apartment or a temporary living situation, but more like a nightmare that gets under your skin and just refuses to leave. I was at a low point in my life, fresh off a breakup with my girlfriend at the time. The split itself had been rough, one of those long, drawn-out, ugly things where everybody we knew had to pick sides. It wasn't just her and me breaking up. It felt like half of our social circle was now breaking apart too. When you know it, most of our mutual friends gravitated toward her. I guess I wasn't great company back then. Either way, I had to move out fast. The lease was up on the place that we shared, and I didn't want to stick around long enough to get tangled up in any more drama. The problem was, though, most of my friends were either full up with roommates or not exactly eager to take on somebody carrying a lot of emotional baggage. That's when I turned to the internet. It felt like a roll of the dice, but I was desperate, and at the time there was no other options. After scrolling through a few people that seemed either too expensive or too sketchy, I found this listing that seemed perfect. A guy named Mason was renting out a room in his house. The price was almost too good to be true. The location was ideal, and the house, based on the pictures, looked pretty well kept. It was somewhat common to make connections on the web back then. You could actually go on social media or Craigslist and find halfway decent living situations. Figured I had nothing to lose, so I took his info down. When I reached out, Mason responded almost immediately. We set up a time for me to come by and check out the place. There was something oddly formal about the whole thing. He wanted to do a brief interview. Nothing too intense, but enough to make sure I was the right fit. Honestly, I didn't care. I just wanted out of my ex's place. So I drove over to Mason's house later that week, nervous but eager. I was actually kind of stoked to live with an older dude, like an uncle or something like that. Plus, hopefully, we might have some things in common we could talk about or even do together. The house itself was even better than I expected. A 2-story place in this quiet neighborhood, tucked back from the road with this well-manicured lawn, and the front porch looking like something out of a real estate ad. Mason answered the door almost immediately, like he'd been standing behind it, waiting. He was tall, thin, and had this pale, almost waxy complexion. And then he had short brown hair that looked like it hadn't been combed in at least 25 years. His smile was too wide, his handshake too firm. He seemed nice enough though, just a little intense, but I can handle that. Still, there was something just underneath the surface that I couldn't quite put my finger on. He showed me around and I couldn't help but be completely impressed. The room was small but comfortable, plenty of light and a view of the backyard. The whole place was super clean, almost sterile clean. Like Mason spent most of his time making sure everything was just right. As he was giving me the tour, he mentioned to me that he'd come into a pretty large inheritance from a few years back and didn't really need to work full-time anymore. He had a part-time gig at an engineering firm, but spent most of his free time volunteering at his local church. The way he said it though, about volunteering like it was the most important thing in his life, for some reason just gave me this pause, but who was I to judge him? A few days later, I move in. At first, it was a pretty great arrangement. Mason kept to himself most of the time. I'd see him in the mornings when he was heading out for work or for church, and sometimes occasionally in the evening. We didn't really talk much, just the usual pleasantries. I noticed he didn't seem to have too many friends coming by, which struck me as odd for a guy who spent so much time in the community. But again, I didn't put too much stock in it. I was just relieved to have my own space finally. I'd say it wasn't about until a week later that things started to get weird. It was a Friday night. I had a long week at work. I picked up a six-pack on the way home, planning to relax with a beer or two before heading to bed. I was sitting in the living room, sipping at my first beer, flipping through the channels, when Mason walked in. He stopped dead in his tracks when he saw that bottle. His face immediately twisted into something that I can really only describe as pure, unfiltered rage. "What are you doing?" he snapped, his voice low but trembling with anger. He had all the energy of a pissed-off stepfather. I stared back at him, confused. Just having a beer? In my house? You're drinking in my house." His voice rose with each word until he was practically screaming. "Do you have any idea how disgusting that is? How vile?" I blinked, completely caught off guard. "It's just a beer, man. I didn't think." "That's the problem. You didn't think." He stormed over and snatched the bottle right out of my hand and slammed it down on the coffee table so hard I thought the glass was about to shatter. "This is a Christian home. Alcohol is a sin. I will not have it here. You're poisoning yourself. And worse, you're poisoning my house." His face was bright red, hands shaking. I could not believe what I was hearing. I knew some people had strong feelings about alcohol, but this was something else entirely. "Okay, all right, it's your house. I'll get rid of it," I said, trying to calm him down. I grabbed the bottle and headed for the kitchen, pouring the beer down the sink. I felt his eyes on me that whole time, like he was making sure I didn't take another sip. When I finished, I turned to face him, raising my hands in surrender. "It's gone. I will not bring any more into the house, okay?" Mason just stared at me for a long moment before he finally nodded. "Good. See that you don't." I retreated back to my room after that, feeling like I just narrowly avoided some kind of disaster. I ended up just leaving the house for the night, headed to a bar to clear my head. I stayed out late, got drunk, and when I finally stumbled home, Mason was already asleep, or at least his bedroom door was closed and the house was dark. I crashed on my bed, hoping the whole thing would blow over by morning. It didn't. The next few days were tense, to say the least. Mason barely even spoke to me, and when he did, it was curt and cold. I just tried to stay out of his way, but it was hard to not feel like I was being watched. Every time I walked into a room, I could feel his eyes right on me, judging, waiting for me to screw up again. All of it was pretty crazy, as the guy had never mentioned anything about maintaining a dry household. Definitely should have put it in his post if it were that important. A few nights later, I decided to push my luck a little. I picked up another six-pack on my way home from work, but this time, I was a lot more careful. I snuck the beers into my room, drank them in secret, and then made sure to get rid of the evidence. I sat out back on the porch, sipping in the quiet, watching the stars. It felt like I was getting away with something. I almost laughed at the absurdity of it all. A grown-ass man sneaking beers like a teenager in his own house. I went to bed feeling a little buzzed, but satisfied I'd avoided another confrontation with Mason. That feeling, however, didn't last long. I woke up in the middle of the night to a strange sound. It was soft, almost like whispering. It was coming from the foot of my bed. Groggy and disoriented, I blinked in the darkness, trying to figure out what was going on. That's when I saw him. Mason was standing over me, face inches from mine, sniffing me. He was inhaling deeply, like he was trying to smell the alcohol on my skin, his lips moving as if he whispered something underneath his breath. I couldn't quite make out the words, but it sounded like a prayer. I jerked back instinctively trying to sit up, but my right hand wouldn't move. I looked down and realized with a cold wave of terror that my wrist was zip-tied to the bed frame. "Mason, what the hell?" I started, but he cut me off, his voice low and menacing. "You drank again, didn't you? You defiled this house with your sin." I struggled against the zip tie, heart pounding in my chest. Okay. I'm sorry, I'll leave, all right? I'll leave. I'll move out in the morning, just let me go." "Oh, it's too late for that," Mason said. His eyes were wild. His breath was coming in these short gasps. "You've been corrupted. You need to be cleansed." He raised his arms up above his head, fingers twitching as he began to chant something in a language that I did not understand. It sounded like scripture, but disoriented, twisted into something dark and just wrong. His face was lit up with this fever, his eyes wide and unblinking. I yanked hard on that zip tie, and by some miracle it snapped. I scrambled out of bed, shoved Mason aside as I bolted for the door. He didn't really try to stop me physically, but he blocked the doorway, still chanting, hands raised in the air like he was performing his own kind of ritual. To this day, the scariest thing I've ever seen. It was almost like he was a puppet on strings. "Mason, move!" I shouted. But he just stood there. I didn't have it in me to fight him. The guy was technically the landlord, so I didn't think that it would go in my favor. I grabbed my phone and my wallet and threw a few clothes into a bag. Made this split-second decision. Instead of trying to get past him, I opened up the window and just climbed out, dropped into the backyard. My bedroom was on the first floor, so it really wasn't a problem just to crawl right into freedom. I really expected this to be enough for Mason to break character, but he didn't flinch at all. He kept doing that weird dance, kept whispering at me, then just slammed the window behind me after I left. I didn't stop running until I reached my car. Part of me expected to come around the front of the house and find Mason standing there, but he wasn't, and he never came out. I called a friend, one of the very few who hadn't sided with my ex. I told him everything. He let me crash at his place that night. And the next morning, I went back to Mason's house with the police. When we arrived, Mason answered the door with this energy I'd never seen. In fact, he almost looked normal now. He showered, shaved, brushed his hair and teeth. Clearly, he'd been expecting us. When the officers explained the situation to him, that I was just there to get my things out of the bedroom, Mason shook his head, as if he had no idea what was going on or what the problem could be. He offered up a bold-faced lie, and it totally worked. I was stunned how much he had changed just to snake out of the consequence of being completely batshit crazy. He agreed to let me in and pack up my things, and when the officers looked back at me with a nod, Mason gave me this psychotic smirk as if to say, "Yeah, I fucking got you." It was crazy, but at least I was getting my stuff back, so I just went with it. One of the officers accompanied me through the house, the other one just stayed by the front door. Mason followed us around with an extra creepy facial expression until I was finally done. I didn't say much, neither did he. I didn't want to provoke him again. Then it was just over. I packed up my car, gave the key back to Mason, and I never saw that guy again. thankfully found a different place to live for a while and slowly but surely got back on my feet. To this day, I really don't know what happened. Maybe Mason was just one of those religious fanatics who lost his mind in the moment. Or maybe there was something darker going on in that house, something that I can't really explain. All I know is that I got out and haven't looked back since. I was 20 years old when I finally moved out of my parents' house. It took me a lot longer than most of my friends to take that leap. While they were all off to college dorms or roommates in dingy apartments, I continued to linger. Part of me felt like it was just safer staying with my parents. My dad worked construction and my mom was a teacher, so they were pretty used to having me around, even after I graduated from high school. I helped out with things when I could, and I really wasn't in any rush to start paying bills. Jobs were pretty scarce in 2009. It was right after the economic collapse, and I felt like I was just floating around in this weird limbo. My parents didn't really seem to mind though, but I could tell they hoped I'd figure out my next move soon. The opportunity would come knocking from an old family friend. A couple actually, Kyle and Amy Lenka. They've been close with my parents for as long as I could remember. Every Thanksgiving, every 4th of July, they were there, laughing and drinking, talking about the good old days. Kyle was a pretty big guy, a retired contractor who always had some story to tell. Amy, on the other hand, was quieter, sweet, always asking how I was doing or if I needed anything. They did genuinely seem happy together, but looking back now, I realized how surface level my understanding of them really was. They owned a large 4-bedroom house in a quiet, sleepy neighborhood. But like a lot of people, they were hit hard by the recession. Bills were piling up. Even with Kyle's retirement savings, they needed some kind of extra income. Renting out a room seemed like the perfect solution, but they didn't want just anybody living with them. They were looking for somebody they knew, somebody they could trust. And that's what my parents suggested me. At first, it really felt like a dream come true. I'd finally have my own space, my own room in a nice big house. The rent was cheap, and I could still work my part-time job and start saving up for something more permanent. Kyle and Amy were practically family, so it felt safe. It felt like the right move. My parents were thrilled. "It's a great first step," my dad said. "You're really lucky they're offering this, and you should take it." So that's exactly what I did. Moving was pretty easy. Kyle helped me haul my stuff over one Saturday morning. His truck loaded up with boxes and the few pieces of furniture that I had to my name. Amy had cleaned up the guest room for me. It was nice, bigger than my own room at home, with this big window that looked out over their backyard. There's a sprawling oak tree that cast shade over the lawn. I felt like I was stepping into a different life, like I was finally doing something out on my own. The first few weeks were quiet and almost too comfortable. The house was spacious enough that I had plenty of privacy. I'd come home from work, make myself a sandwich or heat up some leftovers, then just settle in my room to watch TV or play some video games. I rarely saw Amy or Kyle, except in passing. Kyle would spend most of his evenings in the garage, working on his old truck, while Amy, on the other hand, stayed busy with household chores or watching her favorite shows in the living room. They never bothered me. I appreciated the space. It was peaceful. But not long after this, things started to change. I remember the first time I noticed something was off. It was a Wednesday afternoon. I had gotten off work a little early. My shift was cut short. I was looking forward to an afternoon of relaxing before the weekend rush. As I pulled into the driveway, I saw Kyle stomping out of the house, his face twisted and frothing with rage. He didn't even see me at first. He was too focused on getting into his truck. He slammed the door hard enough that I heard it from inside my car, and just peeled out of the driveway, tires squealing as he sped down the street. I sat there for a moment staring after him. I'd never seen Kyle act like that. He was always the loud, jovial type, the kind of guy who liked to crack jokes and tell stories. But this was a different side of him that I'd never seen. That was pure rage, barely even contained. I didn't know what to make of it, but I figured everybody has a bad day now and then, and maybe something just pissed him off. When I walked inside the house, the air felt heavy. The quiet was no longer the peaceful kind that I'd grown used to. It felt stifling. I could hear soft sobs coming from the living room, and as I rounded the corner, I saw Amy sitting on the couch, her head in her hands crying. "Amy?" I called out. She didn't answer at first, but when she finally looked up, her eyes were red. Her face was streaked with tears. The moment she saw me, she wiped her face quickly and forced a smile that didn't reach her eyes. "Oh, hey, I didn't hear you come in. Everything okay?" I hesitated, unsure of how to respond. "Yeah, I just got off work early. Are you sure you're all right?" She waved her hand dismissively, brushing off my concern. "Oh, it's just a silly thing, nothing to worry about. How about some lunch? I was just about to make something." I opened up my mouth to ask more, but the way she moved and the way she changed the subject so quickly, it made me stop. I felt like she was steering me away from something that I wasn't supposed to see. I didn't push it, even though every instinct I had was telling me that something was very wrong and off. Instead, I just nodded and let her bustle off to the kitchen. After that, the things inside the house completely shifted. At first, it was just small things, subtle changes in the way Kyle and Amy interacted with each other. I noticed how Kyle started to speak to her. His tone was colder, more condescending. He'd make these little remarks underneath his breath when he passed her. Comments about how she didn't clean well enough or how dinner was late. Amy would just smile and laugh it off. But I noticed the way her hands were trembling when she thought I wasn't looking. The tension inside the house grew and grew, and I found myself just tiptoeing around, trying to avoid both of them. Kyle spent more time drinking in the garage, his beer cans piling up faster than before. It wasn't long after before I started hearing their fights at night. At first, just raised voices, muffled but heated arguments behind closed doors. I could never really make out what they were saying, but the tone was unmistakable. Anger, frustration, resentment. One night, though, things escalated. I was laying in bed trying to block out the usual sounds of their arguments when something heavy crashed against the wall. The sound echoed through the house, followed by Amy's voice, high-pitched and desperate. Then came thudding footsteps. At first, I thought Kyle had stormed out again, but then I heard it. He didn't leave. He was chasing her. I sat up in bed, my heart pounding. The thudding, now louder and faster, like a stampede through the house. My mind raced, trying to piece together what was happening. Was he hurting her? My stomach churned as I heard another crash, this one closer, followed by a sharp scream. I bolted up out of bed and grabbed the baseball bat that I kept in the corner of my closet. My hands were shaking as I stepped out into the hallway. The hallway was dark. I could hear the sounds of their struggle, though. Amy's sobs and Kyle's heavy breathing, his slurred, angry shouts. They were getting closer. I just stood there, frozen, unsure of what to do. I could hear them coming toward me, those footsteps now just a few feet away. The wing in the house that I lived in had this long hallway with a couple of turns. I could tell they were just around the corner from me. Suddenly, Amy appeared in the dim light, stumbling down the hallway, her face pale, her eyes wide with fear. She saw me and ran toward me, grabbed my arm with her trembling hands. "Please," she gasped out. "Help me, he's gonna..." Before she could finish, Kyle rounded the corner. He was definitely drunk. His shirt was stained with spilled beer and his face flushed red. His eyes were wild and bloodshot, like he wasn't even fully there anymore. He staggered toward us, using the wall for support as he lurched closer and closer. I didn't think, I just reacted. I raised the bat and swung. The bat connected with his head, and that was that. Kyle crumpled to the floor unconscious, his body hitting the ground like a sack of bricks. For a moment, everything was still, too still. I could hear the faint hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen, the soft ticking of the clock on the wall. But the house, the air itself, almost felt like it was holding its own breath, waiting for something else to snap. Honestly, in that moment, I thought he was dead. Amy was shaking beside me, her hand still clutching my arm. I could feel her pulse racing through her fingertips. I stood there, bat in hand, staring down at Kyle's motionless body. My mind was racing, trying to just catch up to what all just happened. Then to my relief, I saw the old man stir and start to grumble aloud. I'd knocked him out, and I'd knocked him out cold. "Oh my God," Amy whispered. What do we do?" I blinked and shook myself out of the daze. "We need to call the cops, now." Amy nodded, but she didn't move. She was still staring down at Kyle, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and disbelief. I reached for my phone, my fingers fumbling as I dialed 911. The operator answered quickly. I stammered through the explanation, telling her what happened and where we were. She told me to stay on the line until the police arrived, but I could no longer focus on her voice. All I could think about was Kyle. What if he woke up? What if he wasn't out for much longer? Minutes passed, though they felt like hours. Finally, we heard the sounds of sirens filling the air. I could see flashing lights through the windows, the red and blue glow reflecting off the walls. 2 police officers burst through the front door, guns drawn. I quickly dropped the bat and raised my hands to show that I was not a threat. Amy collapsed to the floor, sobbing uncontrollably as the officers cuffed Kyle's wrists and moved him to a corner. All the while, he was shouting at everybody to get out of his house. I gave my statement, explained everything that had happened, at least on my end, but it felt like a big blur, like I was almost watching it from outside of myself. As they took Kyle away, one of the officers approached me. His face was grim. "You did the right thing, kid," he said. "This is not the first time we've been called out to this house." Those words hit me like a punch to the gut. I've been living there for a few months, completely oblivious to what was happening right underneath my nose. I'd known something was wrong, but I hadn't done anything about it until it was almost too late. A few years ago, I found myself inside a situation that seemed perfect. Well, at first. I've been living in a cramped 2-bedroom apartment with a couple whose relationship was hanging on barely even by a thread. The tension between them had turned the air very toxic. Every day was filled with the sounds of their fights. Raised voices, doors slamming, crashing of dishes. I could barely sleep, let alone relax. My days became long stretches of white-knuckled patience, and it got to the point where I was just dreading going home. I knew I had to get out of there before I lost my mind completely. That's when I got a text from Reese, one of my best friends since we were kids. We hadn't been super close in recent years and just, life had pulled us in different directions. But when we reconnected, it was as if no time passed at all. Reese had found a house, a big one at that, and needed a roommate. He knew I was desperate to leave my current situation, so he offered up a lifeline. He needed somebody to help with the rent, and more importantly, co-sign on the lease. It sounded like an answer to my prayers. Reese was super laid back, easy to get along with. The idea of living with somebody that I trusted in a big, beautiful house seemed like an oasis after the nightmare that I was currently living in. I didn't hesitate. I told him, I'm in. Within a week, we were both moving into the new place. It was everything you could want in a rental. 2-story house with plenty of space, located in the heart of the city. The living room had this massive fireplace. The kitchen had recently been remodeled. There was a yard big enough for a fire pit and a garage where I could finally work on my car. The neighborhood was quiet but close to everything, to the bars, restaurants, even a nearby park. We both had our own separate rooms, and there was more than enough space for us to stretch out without getting in each other's way. Those first few weeks were just perfect. Reese and I fell back into the easy rhythm of our old friendship. Most evenings we just hang out, either watching movies or playing video games together. On weekends we'd hit up the local bars or just stay home and get drunk, reminiscing about the old days. The house felt like our fortress, a sanctuary that we carved out for ourselves. After the hell that I've been living through, this is exactly what I needed. The first signs of trouble were so subtle that I almost didn't even notice them. It was just small things. Reese began staying out way later than normal, coming home after midnight when normally he'd be in by 10. He'd roll in smelling like beers and cigarettes, but he'd be quiet about it, so again, I didn't really think much of it. We both had our own lives to live after all. But then it very quickly became a regular thing. He would disappear for hours, not just on weekends, but during the week as well. Sometimes I'd go days without seeing him, just occasionally hear him come in at night and crash into his room without a word. Finally, I asked him about it one evening. We were both home for once, sitting in the living room with beers in hand. Reese seemed to be more distant than usual, his attention fixed on his phone, as I was flipping through the channels on the TV. You've been staying out a lot lately, man, I said, trying to keep my tone light, like it wasn't a big deal. Reese glanced up from his phone. Yeah, I've been hanging out at a bar down the street, met some cool people there. I nodded, took a sip of my beer. You been going there a lot? He shrugged. Yeah, it's a pretty nice spot, good crowd too. I didn't push it. Everybody needed their space, their downtime. And it really wasn't like Reese was doing anything wrong. He was just blowing off steam, like we all would do. I let it go. Figured things would go back to normal eventually. But they didn't. In fact, things got much, much worse. Reese would come home later and later, and when he did, he was usually completely wasted. He'd stumble into the house, barely able to walk straight, crash in his room without saying a word. Sometimes I'd hear him throwing up in the bathroom in the middle of the night or knocking over furniture as he tried to navigate his way back to bed. It was actually starting to get on my nerves, but I still didn't say anything. I didn't really want to be that guy, you know, the uptight roommate who couldn't handle a little partying. Then came that Friday night, and I remember it vividly, every detail burned into my memory. I'd worked pretty late that night, staying at our office to finish up a project. By the time I finally left, it was already dark outside. I was exhausted, looking forward to getting home and just crashing in front of the TV with a beer. Once I turned onto our street, I noticed something odd. Cars were parked all along the road, both sides lined as far as I could see. Our neighborhood was usually quiet, with most people parking in their driveways, so it definitely struck me as strange. I pulled into our street, my stomach sinking as I got closer to our house. The driveway was packed, completely full, no space left for me to park. There were people outside, milling around the front yard, laughing and talking loudly. Music was thumping from inside the house, so loud I could feel the bass vibrating through the air, even from when I was sitting in my car. What the hell? I muttered to myself. I ended up parking 2 blocks away and walking back to the house. As I got closer, the scene became clearer. There was a full-blown party happening in the house. I hadn't heard a word about it either. People were standing around on the porch, beers in hand, while others leaned against the cars in the driveway, smoking and laughing. I could hear the music louder now, blasting from inside, mingled with the sounds of shouting and laughter. I stood at the edge of the yard for a moment, trying to wrap my head around what I was actually looking at. There had to be at least 50 people in and around the house. My stomach twisted with this sick sense of dread. Something's wrong. This wasn't Reese, and this is not his usual style. I hadn't been told a thing about any party. I pushed my way through the crowd and onto the porch, ignoring the sideways glances from people that I didn't recognize. The moment I stepped inside, the noise hit me full force. The living room was packed with people, every surface covered in empty beer bottles and red Solo cups. Someone had plugged their phone into the speakers. blasting music so loud I could barely hear myself think. The house was trashed. Drinks had been spilled all over the floor, carpet stained, and the furniture pushed aside to make room for people to dance. I just stood there in the doorway for a moment, feeling a rising sense of panic. What the hell is going on? I moved through the house trying to find him. He wasn't in the living room or the kitchen, where a group of people were playing beer pong on the dining table. I finally found him in the backyard, leaning against the grill with a bottle of whiskey in his hand. He was completely out of it, eyes half closed, swaying slightly as he stood there, staring blankly at the flames. "Reese!" I shouted over the noise, making my way over toward him. "Dude, what the hell is going on?" He blinked and looked up at me with these bleary eyes. "Party, man," he slurred, lifting the bottle of whiskey as if it explained everything. I just stared at him. "A party? There's 50 people here, dude. You didn't say anything to me about this." Reese just shrugged and took another swig of whiskey. "Didn't think I needed to." Before I could respond, two guys I didn't recognize came up behind us. They were big, both of them towering over me. The kind of muscles you only get from spending every waking hour inside the gym. One of them glanced at me and then turned to Reese. "Everything cool here?" he asked, his voice low and smooth, but with an edge that made my skin crawl. I tensed up, heart pounding in my chest. No, everything's not cool. This is my house too, and I didn't agree to this party." The second guy, the bigger of the two, stepped forward, his expression hardening. "Reese's name is on the lease too, right? If he says it's cool, it's cool. You got a problem with that?" My hands were shaking and I could feel the anger boiling up inside of me, but I knew better than to just let it out in the moment. These guys weren't here to party. They were here to intimidate. If I pushed back, it could get ugly. I swallowed hard, forcing myself to just back down. "No problem," I muttered, turned away before things could escalate any further. I spent the rest of the night in my room, door locked, listening to the chaos outside. The music, the shouting, the sounds of bottles smashing against the floor. It all blended together into a cacophony of noise that just made my skin crawl. I barely slept. How could I? My house, or I guess our house, was being destroyed right beneath my feet. There's nothing I could do about it. By the time the sun was up, the house was a complete wreck. I walked downstairs, bleary-eyed and exhausted. Furniture was overturned, beer soaked into the carpets. A few of our more expensive things were missing, stolen, no doubt, by some of these partygoers. Reese was passed out on the couch snoring loudly, completely oblivious to the destruction around him. I stood there for a long moment, just staring at the mess. The anger I felt the night before had faded, replaced by a deep, gnawing sense of defeat. I couldn't stay here, not after this. Reese had changed. He was not the same guy that I grew up with. Something had shifted, and it wasn't just the partying. There was something deeper going on, something that I didn't quite fully understand. But I was not about to stick around and find out anymore. The next week, I started looking for a new place to live. I didn't even tell Reese. Just packed up my things and left, leaving the key on the kitchen counter. And I never saw him again after that either. A couple of summers back, Kelsey and I were practically inseparable. We spent nearly every weekend together, sometimes even midweek if one of us could sneak out of work or skip a class. She lived inside this tiny apartment on the other side of town where everything cool happened. Restaurants, the bars, even a few of the nightclubs that didn't always check IDs. We were only 20 at the time, so the trouble we could get into was pretty limited. But we made the most of it. Kelsey's place quickly became our sanctuary. A little hideaway where we could pregame before heading out, have a few drinks, and then come back and crash on the couch, watching some stupid movie until we both passed out. It was really the time of my life. I don't think I ever felt so free. There's just something magical about those late nights in the summer, where the heat lingered well into the evening. The air felt thick with possibilities. We'd wander throughout the streets, laughing, sometimes stumbling a bit from the free drinks, but always in a bubble of our own making. Kelsey just had this magnetic energy. She could literally talk to anybody, make any situation feel like the start of an adventure. I think that's really why I gravitated toward her so much. She made me feel alive. That's when Shad came along, though. It started off innocent enough. Kelsey met him at a bar one night, and the three of us clicked instantly. He was just one of those guys who seemed like he could keep up with us. Always ready for a good time. Always down to drink and laugh until the early hours of the morning. He was tall, with a shaved head and a tattoo crawling up his neck that just gave him this edge that Kelsey seemed to love. At first, I really didn't mind him tagging along. The more the merrier, right? He made us laugh. He knew all the good bars. He was always the one suggesting one last shot or one more round. He also wasn't broke, which was a good sign. No mooches allowed. After a while, I started to notice something about him, though. He didn't really seem to have an off switch. We all like to drink and get drunk, sure, but Shad, he went further, always. He'd get to the point where he was just a little too sloppy, a little too loud. Then something in his eyes would just change. It was subtle at first, just a glance that lingered too long. Or maybe the way he'd slur his words, getting way too close to me or Kelsey. We'd all laugh it off. I mean, it was just Shad. He was Kelsey's boyfriend after all. I didn't want to seem like I was being uptight. Then, of course, the inevitable happened. He moved in with her. It was supposed to be temporary, or at least that's what Kelsey said. Something about his lease being up and him needing a place to crash for a few weeks while I figured it all out. I immediately didn't buy it. I could just tell from the way he was already talking about making changes to the apartment itself. He had no plans on leaving anytime soon. But it was not my place, so I couldn't say anything. Kelsey seemed happy, and who was I to burst that bubble? Things really didn't change that much at first. The three of us still went out, still got drunk, and still stumbled back to the apartment, crashed on the floor or just in a tangle of pillows and blankets. Shad's presence just began to get heavier. He was always there, always hovering just a little too close. And when Kelsey wasn't around, I noticed he would start to watch me in this way that made my skin crawl. I shrugged it off, convinced myself I'm the one being paranoid. He's Kelsey's boyfriend. He wouldn't do anything weird, right? And then that night came. We'd all gone out, per usual. Kelsey, Shad, and I pre-gamed at her place, hit a couple of bars, doing our usual rounds. Kelsey was in a great mood, laughing and flirting with Shad, and I was just trying to keep up with them. We got pretty drunk, but nothing out of the ordinary. After a few hours, we decided it was time to head back to Kelsey's place, figuring we'd just chill out and watch a movie or something before I would make my way home. I wasn't planning on staying over that night. When we got back to her apartment, Kelsey was the first to crash. She just passed out on the couch, mid-sentence, her head lolling back as she fell into a deep sleep. I remember laughing, thinking how typical it was for her to tap out early after a night of drinking. Shad and I were still buzzing though, not ready for the night to end just yet. You want another drink?" he asked me. I hesitated, but then I thought, well, why not? I was still feeling pretty good. I figured one more wouldn't hurt me. I nodded. He disappeared into the kitchen and returned with a couple of beers and 2 shots. We toasted, down the shots, and then I settled back on the couch to finish watching the movie. I don't remember falling asleep. One minute I was watching the screen, and then the next, darkness. When I woke up, it was to this strange prickling sensation. Something was off. My head was foggy, my mouth was dry, and for a second, I didn't remember where I was. And then I heard this soft shuffling sound like somebody moving around in the dark. I blinked and my eyes slowly adjusted to the dim light from the TV. And that's when I saw Shad. He was crouched at the end of the couch, face inches away from my feet. At first, I thought maybe I was dreaming. Still half asleep and my mind was playing some kind of trick on me. But then I saw it, his phone. He was holding it up and snapping pictures of my feet. I froze, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. The hell is this guy doing? I wanted to scream, to kick at him, but my body was sluggish, like I was trapped in some kind of molasses. I tried to sit up, but before I could move, I saw him lower the phone and then he leaned in. His tongue darted out and he licked the tip of my toes. I jerked back, finally breaking free of the paralysis that had completely gripped me. "The hell are you doing?" I shouted at him. Chad jumped back, eyes wide, like a kid caught with his hand in a cookie jar. Whoa. Relax," he stammered out, holding up his hands. "It's not a big deal. It's nothing. Don't freak out." Not a big deal? I was on my feet now, body trembling with adrenaline. "You were taking pictures of me and then licking my feet, you fucking freak." He stood up, towering over me, his face a mix of embarrassment and anger. "I wasn't doing anything. You're overreacting. Just sit down, okay? I didn't mean anything by it." But I couldn't stay there. I couldn't be in the same room as him for another second. I grabbed my purse and bolted for the door, hands shaking so badly I could barely get the lock undone. Chad was still behind me, muttering something, trying to calm me down, but I was done listening. I didn't stop running until I was outside, the cool night air hitting my face like a slap. I fumbled for my phone and called an Uber, not trusting myself to walk home alone in the dark. My heart was still racing, skin crawling with the memory of what had just taken place. The next morning I called Kelsey, and I didn't want to tell her over the phone, but I couldn't wait either. She needed to know what her boyfriend was really like. When I finally told her, there was this long pause on the other end of the line. "Kelsey?" I prompted, stomach twisting in knots. "I don't know what to say," she finally replied, her voice small and shaky. "That's disgusting, but I'm not totally surprised." "What the hell do you mean?" I asked. She hesitated before continuing. "He's done stuff like that to me before. I've woken up to him touching me in my sleep. I caught him taking pictures of me once. He said it was just a joke and didn't think much of it. I thought maybe I was just overreacting." "Kelsey, you have to break up with him. That's not normal. He's a fucking creep." She agreed. The next day, Shad was gone. He didn't take the breakup well, but eventually he left us alone. Kelsey and I went back to hanging out, just the two of us. We never spoke about Shad again. We made a pact after that, to steer clear of any guys who gave us even the slightest weird vibe. Sometimes, late at night though, when I'm lying in bed, I still feel that cold, wet sensation on my toes, along with the memory of Shad's face, illuminated by the glow of his phone. And no matter how hard I try, I can't shake the feeling that he's taking advantage of some other poor girl out there now. There's something seductive about convenience, the kind that slowly pulls you in until you're trapped inside its web. After I moved out on my own, it became a way of life. Not that I was lazy per se, I just had a good job, a social life, all the things a normal 20-something should. But if I could avoid dealing with the outside world, I definitely would. I'd pay extra for Uber rides, grocery deliveries, and food drop-offs just to stay in my little bubble. I didn't think of it as laziness, it was just comfort. It started off small, an Uber ride here, a grocery run there. But once I realized how easy it was to avoid those mundane interactions of everyday life, I really leaned into it. I didn't have to stand in line at a supermarket or deal with the chatty clerks. I didn't have to make small talk with people who barely even knew me. Delivery services became my crutch, and soon I was using them for everything.
and it wasn't long before I found myself rarely even leaving the house. At first, I told myself it was just a phase, a little post-pandemic recluse period to unwind. Everybody was still figuring out how to be normal again after COVID, right? Staying in felt safe, and I liked safe. Eventually, it wasn't just about avoiding the outside world. It was just about enjoying being alone. I kept my job, managed friendships over text, and spent most of my weekends just me and my puppy, curled up on the couch, binge-watching shows. Alone time literally became my sanctuary. One weekend, I had it all planned out, total isolation. I was going to devour the latest season of my favorite Netflix show without any distractions. I had snacks, drinks, blankets, and my puppy on my lap. It was going to be perfect. The only thing missing was a burrito from my favorite Mexican restaurant down the street. Nothing too extravagant, just a fat carnitas burrito with chips and guacamole to carry me throughout that night. It was already around 8 p.m. The sun had set and a comfortable darkness had settled up over my living room, the soft glow of the TV flickering in front of me. I opened up the food delivery app, placed the order, and of course, selected the no contact option. It was one of those weekends. No socializing, no interruptions, not even with a delivery driver. Just drop the food off, snap a picture, and go. Perfect. The order was accepted pretty quickly, and then I was given an ETA of 20 minutes. I settled back in the couch, pressing play on the TV, glancing occasionally at my phone to watch the delivery's progress. 20 minutes came and went, with no knock, no notification, nothing. I waited around another 5 minutes, then maybe 10. My phone buzzed. It was finally the delivery driver. "Hey, sorry for the delay. There was a mix-up at the restaurant, but don't worry, I got it fixed, and I'm on my way now." A sense of relief quickly washed over me, though I will admit something about the situation felt off. I don't know why. I thanked him and reminded him that it was a no-contact order. I did not want to be disturbed, especially since I was already in my don't talk to me mode. I didn't get a response. I kept watching my show, but my focus would continue to drift. Time continued to tick by, and that uneasy feeling from earlier began creeping back in. It wasn't just the delay, it was something in his tone, or maybe the lack of a tone. There was no "sorry for the wait" or "hope you enjoy," just that curt "I'm on my way." The headlights cut through the living room window and finally snapped me out of it. I muted the TV and listened for the usual footsteps, a bag being set down and then retreating steps. But instead, all I heard was silence. I stared at the door, feeling that growing tightness in my chest. He should have been gone by now, but something was keeping him there. I debated peeking through my window, but it felt like I was giving too much away. Instead, I grabbed my phone and pulled up my feed from my Ring camera. He was just standing there, just outside the door, holding the bag and not moving, not knocking, just standing. "What the hell?" I whispered to myself. He was frozen, staring straight ahead like he was waiting for something. 5 minutes went by, then 10. He didn't move an inch. My heart was thudding now, that uneasy feeling turning into full-blown dread. This wasn't normal. I hesitated before sending him a message. I did not want to engage, but I wanted to get rid of him, so I typed out, "Hey, it's no contact. Please just leave my food on the porch." Seconds later, I received a reply. "I need you to come out and take it. I can't leave until you do." I stared at the text, my fingers now trembling. I double-checked the app, confirming that I had indeed selected no contact. Why was he insisting on seeing me? The knot in my stomach tightened even more. "Just leave it," I replied. "It's already paid for. You don't need to confirm anything." I didn't get a response. I checked the Ring camera again, and this time he was looking directly into it now. His eyes almost seemed hollow, his face stretched into this grotesque, forced smile, and that's when he spoke. "You should come out and take it. I just want to make sure you get it." His voice was monotone, flat, emotionless. But there was something beneath it, something sinister lurking just out of reach. Every instinct that I had screamed at me to stay inside, to lock the door and turn off the lights. He wasn't leaving. He was just waiting for me, watching. I typed out another message, hands shaking. I really don't want to come out. Please just leave my food. This time he didn't reply through text though. Instead, he spoke directly into the camera once more. Come on. I can see the glow from your TV. It'll just take a second. What are you watching? His tone had shifted now, more casual, like we were old friends sharing a conversation. But those words made my skin crawl. How long had he been standing out there, watching through my window? I felt my breath hitch as I backed away from the door. The air inside my apartment now feeling heavy, suffocating even. My puppy was stirring on the couch, quickly sensing my tension. And then he said, I had to go through a lot to fix your order, you know. Maybe you could at least come out and say thank you. The words just lingered in the air, an unspoken threat behind them. I swallowed hard and tried to think of what to do. Clearly, he wasn't going to leave on his own, but I didn't really want to open the door. I didn't want to see him in person. But my options were quickly running out. Fine, I muttered to myself under my breath, hands still trembling as I unlocked the door. I pulled it open just a crack, enough to meet his gaze. He had this weird smirk, unnatural, especially up close. It was almost like it was painted on. And his skin had this unhealthy pale sheen to it. And the smell, oh my God, the smell hit me like a wave. Stale sweat, dirt, and something rotten lingering beneath it. He then extended the bag toward me, but didn't let go of it. I felt an icy wave of fear wash over me as I reached out, and it almost seemed like his grip tightened on the bag. I think I deserve more than just a thank you, he said, voice dripping with something oily. He leaned in closer, his eyes scanning my face. Maybe you could invite me inside. My pulse started racing. I forced a fake smile, stepping back and tightening my grip on the door handle. I can't do that, I stammered out. My roommate's really sick and no one's allowed inside. There was no roommate. I lived alone, but I needed him to leave. His eyes then flicked over my shoulder, towards the dim glow of the TV in the background. Your roommate? He asked, smile faltering. That's funny. I haven't seen anybody else here all night. I froze, blood running cold. He hadn't just been standing at my door, he'd clearly been watching the house. As my heart pounded, my skin began to crawl with the realization that this man knew more about me than I ever should have let him know. This needed to end, now. I'm sorry, but I need to get back to them, I said, voice shaky but firm. Please, just leave my food. He hesitated, eyes narrowing slightly as if calculating his next move, and then, in an instant, he lunged. His hand slammed into me, forcing me back as he shoved his way inside. The stench of him completely overwhelmed me. It was sour and putrid. I screamed, throwing my weight against the door with all the strength that I could muster up. He was definitely stronger than I expected him to be, his dirty hands clawing at the door frame, but somehow, fueled by sheer panic, I managed to push him out. The door slammed shut and I locked it. My whole body was shaking as I braced myself against it. I just stood there for what felt like hours, listening to the sounds of his footsteps retreating down the stairs. I ran to the window just in time to see him jogging back to his car and looking over his shoulder as he went. I stayed by the door waiting for the sound of his car to pull away. When I finally heard the engine rev and fade off into the distance, I slid down the door onto the floor, body trembling and adrenaline ebbing. My puppy, now really sensing my distress, licked my hand and hugged him tight, trying to steady my breathing. For the next hour, I didn't move. I just sat there, staring at the door, trying to convince myself that it was all over, that he was gone for good. But his face, that smell, it was all just burned into my mind. The way he looked at me, like he was sizing me up, deciding what to do next.
I shuddered, trying to shake off the creeping terror that had now settled deep into my bones. Eventually, I stood up, my legs unsteady, and grabbed my phone. I had to report this. My fingers fumbled as I pulled up the delivery app and found the support chat. I described everything that happened, from creepy text to the attempted forced entry. The response was quick, but frustratingly vague. "We're sorry for your experience. We'll launch an investigation and take the appropriate action." That was not good enough for me, though. I called the non-emergency police line next. I wasn't sure if they could do anything, but I at least had to make some kind of report. The dispatcher was polite, though clearly indifferent. "We'll send somebody out there to take a statement," she said, her voice lacking any sense of urgency. I hung up, feeling a wave of helplessness completely wash over me. I sat back on the couch staring blankly at the TV, unable to focus on anything. The burrito and chips were still sitting on the floor near the door, untouched. The smell of the food mingled with the lingering odor of that driver. I felt sick to my stomach. I grabbed the bag of food and threw it into the trash without a second thought. My appetite was gone. When the police officer arrived about an hour later, I told him about everything. He took notes and asked a few questions, but again, didn't really seem overly concerned. We'll keep an eye out for him," he said. "But I'll admit, without any actual assault, it's hard to take any further action right now. Just stay vigilant, lock your doors, and call us if anything else happens." It wasn't exactly reassuring, but it was something, I guess. I thanked him and watched him drive away, feeling no safer than I had before he even came. The rest of the night was a blur and I didn't sleep. I mean, how could I? I kept my Ring camera feed open on my phone, glancing at it every few minutes, expecting to see him standing there again. But the porch remained empty. The street remained quiet. I tried to distract myself by watching more of the show, but every noise outside made me jump. Every shadow made me think he was lurking just out of sight. The next morning I woke up, if you can even call it that. I must have dozed off at some point, but it didn't feel like real sleep. My head was throbbing, my nerves were completely shot. I glanced at my phone, half expecting more messages from him, but there was nothing. I couldn't stay trapped in fear. I had to go on with my life, right? I told myself that maybe the company had actually followed through. Maybe they suspended his account, or maybe he'd realized he'd gone too far and decided to lay low. Whatever the case, I hadn't heard from him again, so I decided to just move on. For a few days, things remained pretty quiet. I went back to work, I hung out with my friends. I tried to forget completely about that delivery driver. But I still had a nagging feeling. The sense that he was still out there, watching me, and had never completely left me alone. Every time I came home, I'd glance over my shoulder, checking for unfamiliar cars or people lingering nearby. Every time my phone buzzed, I felt a spike of panic, half expecting it to be that delivery driver again. Then 4 days later, my phone rang. The number was unfamiliar, but I recognized the area code. My stomach dropped and I hesitated before answering. When I did, there was a silence on the other end for a moment, and then a voice.
"Hey, it's me."
It was him. I froze, the phone pressed into my ear, blood running cold.
I've been thinking about you."
He continued, voice disturbingly casual, as if we were old friends catching up.
You really seemed like you were having a good time watching that show, and I ended up checking it out myself. Pretty good, right?
My breath caught in my throat. How did he even know that? Was he watching me again? My hands began trembling again, voice barely above a whisper. "What do you want?" There was a pause, then that oily, smug tone returned.
I just thought maybe we could hang out sometime. I mean, we both like the same shows. It seems like we get along so well.
I couldn't even speak. The horror of everything had completely paralyzed me. He didn't see this as an intrusion. To him, this was a normal, friendly, even conversation.
I've been thinking about that night.
He went on.
I think we just got off the wrong foot. Maybe I was a little too pushy, but I was just doing my job, you know? It's hard out here, delivering food. People don't appreciate all my efforts.
I felt sick, bile rising up in my throat. I wanted to hang up, but I was frozen. My hand wouldn't even move.
So, what do you say?
He pressed on.
We could meet up. Maybe even grab a bite to eat. You still like burritos, right?
That was it, and that was my breaking point. I hung up, my entire body convulsing as I dropped the phone onto the couch. The panic surged through me like a wave, drowning out every rational thought. My fingers moving in a frantic, jerky motion. I immediately phoned the police, my voice trembling as I explained the situation to them. They took the report, but the response was the same as before. They'd look into it. If you feel unsafe, we can issue a temporary protection order until we've contacted the man. Once they'd contacted him, they hadn't even found him yet. I hung up feeling utterly helpless. I couldn't just wait around for him to decide what to do next, and that could potentially be showing up again at my house. For the next few days, I was back to being on edge. I kept even more to myself, completely avoiding leaving the house unless it was absolutely necessary. I didn't order food, I didn't answer the door. The outside world just felt like a threat to me. Every sound was a possible warning of that man's return. The police did check in once, but it was clear they weren't making any headway. And then, one evening, it happened again. I came home from work tired and stressed out from work. And there it was, sitting on my doorstep, neatly packaged in a brown paper bag with my name on it. The same order as before. Carnitas burrito, chips, guacamole. I didn't order that. I stared at the bag, dread bubbling up inside me like acid. He was now toying with me. This wasn't just a delivery, it was a message. He knew where I lived, he knew my routine. And now, he was reminding me about that night, letting me know that he hadn't forgotten, that he could come back anytime he wanted. This time I didn't even touch the food. I didn't go near it. I locked my door and called the police immediately, hands shaking as I recounted the new development to them. This time I think they took it seriously. They sent somebody over to take formal statements, and finally, they issued a protective order. But I did not feel like it was enough. How could a piece of paper protect me from this man? As the days dragged on after that, he never came back in person, at least not that I saw. Every now and again, I would get a text from an unknown number or an email from a new account, asking if I enjoyed the show, asking if I wanted to hang out. Each time I would report it, but there was only so much authorities could really do. I'll admit and give him credit, he was slippery, careful, always staying just out of reach. Eventually, those messages did stop. Weeks passed without any sign of him, and slowly, I began to relax. Maybe he'd moved on. Maybe he'd found somebody new to torment. Whatever the case, I'm just glad that guy is gone. I worked for a small delivery company in a town where everybody knew each other's business. Delivering Delights wasn't one of those big-name services like Uber Eats or DoorDash. It was more of a homegrown operation, a private startup run by a local couple, making just enough to stay afloat. You'd think the name itself would give off a friendly vibe, but there was something about the food delivery at night that would always give me the creeps. The streets, once bustling with the daily life, had now turned shadowy and hollow underneath the dim glow of the street lamps. My job was simple: pick up food and drop it off. I'd gotten used to the rhythm, driving through quiet neighborhoods, watching people's lights flick on and off as they settled into their evening routines. Most customers were friendly, waving from their doorsteps or even offering up a thank you from behind a mask. You start to recognize people after a while. Small towns are definitely like that. I learned their habits, like the ones who ordered late-night pizzas, the families who always wanted extra fries,
the guy who'd tip you $5 extra if you didn't make a sound. But of course, there's oddballs, people who make your skin crawl. I avoided certain neighborhoods, especially after dark. But then there was Elaine. Elaine lived in this old part of town right near the high school, where the houses had definitely seen better days. Lawns were overgrown, neglected by their owners. She always ordered fish and chips, always. And every time, she would have the same instructions: knock and wait for her to come to the door. Pretty standard, except she'd linger. She'd invite me in with that weird grin plastered across her face, a grin that didn't quite reach her eyes. I would always decline, make some excuse about having other deliveries. And there was something about the way that she looked at me, like she was sizing me up, like a wolf watching a lamb. One night when business was pretty slow, I got my notification. New order, fish and chips for Elaine. I almost skipped it. The clock read 10:15 p.m. and I only had an hour left on my shift. It was a large order though, bigger than normal. I was feeling kind of desperate to make up for the dismal tips that night. So against my better judgment, I took the call. I pulled up to the restaurant, stomach already uneasy. Street outside was dark and the flickering neon sign cast an eerie, jagged shadow across the parking lot. Even the restaurant seemed quieter than normal, almost like the whole town was asleep except for me and Elaine. I grabbed the heavy brown bag, grease already seeping through the paper, and headed for her house. Elaine's place stood out like a sore thumb in the neighborhood. A sagging 2-story house with peeling paint and half blinds torn from the windows. I figured from cats, it had to be. The front porch light lingered, barely illuminating the steps. When I parked out front, I hesitated. Something about the house tonight, it felt different, darker, like it was waiting for me. There were bags of trash all over the porch, and a small recliner rotting next to the front door. The place was pretty disgusting from top to bottom, but it was a complete reflection of the lady that lived inside. I took a deep breath, shook off that creeping feeling crawling up my spine, and just grabbed the order. I walked up her porch. I noticed a sour stench in the air, almost like rotting meat mixed with something else, sweat maybe? I couldn't quite place it. The kind of smell that makes the hair on the back of your neck stand up. I knocked once and the door creaked open on its own. It was the last thing in the world that I wanted to happen. It wasn't the first time her door had been left unlocked, but tonight it swung inward with a slow groan, like it had been waiting for me. The darkness inside was absolute. The light from the street barely even penetrated past that threshold, swallowed by the shadowy gloom beyond. The smell now hit me harder, thicker, rancid. Elaine? I called out, my voice sounding too loud in the stillness. No answer. I stepped inside, the floor creaking underneath my weight. Elaine, your food is here. I should have left, and I know that now, but in the moment, I thought maybe she'd fallen or was too sick to come to the door. And despite everything, I didn't want to just leave the food outside. My eyes adjusted to the dim light spilling from somewhere deep within the house. The glow of a flickering lamp, or TV maybe. But the living room was worse than I'd ever seen. Clothes and papers were strewn across the floor. Half-empty food containers, empty bottles. I set the food down on the kitchen counter, clearing up a small space along the clutter. My feet almost sank into the carpet. It was damp with something I didn't want to think about. As I moved toward the hallway, I saw shadows shifting at the edge of my vision, almost like something was lurking just out of sight. At this point, I was convinced that she was hurt. Maybe she had fallen. Elaine, I called out again, this time more urgently. From somewhere deep in the hall, I heard it, a faint voice, barely even above a whisper. In here, help me. That was her voice, but it didn't sound right. It was too weak, too distant. Almost like she was calling out for me from the bottom of a well. I hesitated in the doorway of the hall, glancing back at the front door, which seemed farther away now. My heart raced, every instinct screaming at me to leave, but then I thought, what if she really did need my help? I crept down the hallway,
walls narrowing as if they were closing in around me. That smell was unbearable now, like a festering wound that had just been left to rot. I reached the bedroom door, slightly ajar, and the dim light flickered inside. I pushed it open slowly. There she was, lying on the bed, sheets tangled around her massive frame. Elaine, her body barely covered, skin pale, glistening with sweat. She smiled weakly at me, but it wasn't a smile of gratitude, it was something else. "Come in," she said, her voice thick and slurred. "I need you." I froze, my stomach turning even more. There was just something deeply wrong about the way that she was lying there, the way she was looking at me. I took a step back, my heel catching on the edge of the rug. She was totally naked, all of her parts totally exposed, beckoning me with one finger to join her in bed. I brought your food," I stammered out, already backing out of the room. "I should go." Suddenly, a voice cut through the silence, low and raspy from somewhere behind me. "No, don't leave. She needs you." I whipped around. In the shadows at the end of the hall stood a man, and I recognized him immediately. A homeless guy that I'd seen hanging around downtown, wandering aimlessly. His clothes were filthy, his face unshaven. But what stood out most was the way that he was watching me. His eyes were wide, gleaming with something manic, something desperate. There aren't many homeless folks in our little community, so it was easy to put together where I knew him from. Still, there was something off, like he was out of his fucking mind. "She needs you to stay," he said again, stepping forward, his dirty hand outstretched toward me. "You can help her." I backed up to the doorframe, my pulse pounding in my ears. I don't think," I began, but he cut me off, his voice rising. "She's sick. Can't you see that? You gotta give her what she needs." And then he winked at me. I felt my body tense as he moved closer. His steps were deliberate, his breath ragged. I glanced back into the room where Elaine was still watching me with that weird grin, her hands still beckoning to me to come closer. I could feel those walls closing in, air around me thickening. This wasn't just some strange request, it was something else entirely. Something much darker and totally depraved. My back finally hit the wall and the weight of the situation sank in. I was trapped. The man continued to edge closer, his dirty clothes reeking of sour sweat and something else. His breath was hot and damp, filling that narrow hallway as he muttered again. "You need to help her. You came here to help her, didn't you? Give her your load, delivery boy." "I'm just a delivery guy," I stammered out, my throat dry. "I'm just here to drop off the food and I really need to get going. I've got other deliveries." "Deliveries can wait," he snapped, his voice suddenly sharp, cutting through the stifling air like a knife. He was only inches from me now, close enough that I could see the sores on his skin, the yellowed white of his eyes darting back and forth, scanning me like I was prey. "Elaine's hungry. She's been waiting for you. Give it to her, man, and let me watch." Behind me, Elaine's voice chimed in sickly sweet. "Please, don't go." She drew out the words, each syllable dripping with a mixture of desperation, and that made my skin crawl even more. "Just stay for a while, you'll like it. We'll take care of you." I whipped my head back toward her. She'd pulled herself halfway up, her large pale body barely concealed by the thin sheet now tangled around her legs. The dim light of the room caught the gleam of sweat on her face, and for the first time, I saw the full extent of filth that she lived in. The bed was stained, dark splotches marking the mattress, and there was an overwhelming smell of mold and decay that almost seemed to emanate from every corner of the room. I gagged as the bile rose up in my throat. The man's hand shot out, grabbing my arm. His grip was clammy, his nails filthy, digging into my skin. "You don't get to leave," he growled, pulling me back towards the bedroom. "Elaine wants you to stay." "No!" I shouted out, finally yanking my arm free with all the strength that I could muster up.
The sudden movement sent me stumbling backward, my shoulder crashing into the doorframe. I'm not staying. I'm not part of whatever this is. You two have your own fun. The man's face twisted into this ugly snarl, his lips curling back to reveal yellow, cracked teeth. You can't leave, he hissed, his voice low and dangerous now. Not until she's had what she wants. You're gonna tag that man. Hard, just do it. I didn't want to find out what that meant. I turned and just bolted down the hallway, feet pounding against the worn carpet as I raced towards the front door. Behind me, I could hear that man's heavy footsteps, that ragged breath coming right after me as he chased. Elaine's voice followed me, sickly and sing-songy. Come back, don't run away. I reached the front door and yanked it open with trembling hands. The cold night air hit my face before I could fully escape. And that's when I felt a hand claw at the back of my shirt, pulling me backward. I turned just in time to see that man, eyes wild, trying to drag me back into the house. Come on, bro, he shouted out. With a desperate burst of strength, I twisted out of his grasp, stumbled down the porch step, and ran toward my car. I fumbled for my keys, and I finally managed to unlock the door. I threw myself inside and slammed the door shut and locked it. The man stood at the edge of the porch, his shadow looming in the dim light, his eyes locked on me with this crazed intensity. For a moment, we just stared at one another, the air between us thick with tension. He didn't move, he just stood there, breathing heavily, his chest rising and falling as he continued to watch me. Then he slowly raised his hand and pointed at me, lips curling up. You'll be back, he said, his voice barely audible through my closed car window. You'll come back. I didn't waste another second. I started up my engine and peeled out of that driveway, my tires screeching against the asphalt as I sped away. I didn't look back. I couldn't. The image of Elaine and that man, whatever the hell they were planning on doing, was burned into my mind. I just kept driving, my knuckles white as I gripped the steering wheel, adrenaline still coursing through my veins. When I finally pulled into the parking lot behind Delivery Delight's office, I felt like I could breathe again. That oppressive weight that had clung to me inside that house almost seemed to be lifted completely. But the unease, the crawling sensation on the back of my neck, remained. I sat in my car for a while, heart gradually slowing down, trying to make sense of that entire situation. How did I even end up in that? I delivered to her before, sure, but this was obviously completely different. This wasn't just an awkward old lady being inappropriate. This was something else entirely, something darker and more insidious. The hell was that guy? I pulled out my phone and dialed my boss, the owner of Delivering Delights. Even though it was late, the line rang twice and then a groggy voice answered.
Yeah, what's up?
I just left Elaine's house, I said, trying to keep my voice steady, even though it was still trembling. Something weird happened, and I think she's got some guy staying with her. He tried to grab me, and I barely got away. There's a pause on the other end of the line.
What do you mean, some guy?
I don't know who he is, I said, words spilling out now. He's homeless, I think. I've seen him around town, but he was there and he tried to pull me back into the house. Told me I couldn't leave. My boss sighed heavily.
Look, man, Lane's definitely got some issues, okay? We've had trouble with her in the past, but nothing like this. I will talk to the police and see what they want to do. In the meantime, just take the rest of the night off and we'll figure everything else out.
I just hung up, feeling no more reassured than I had before. As I sat in my darkened car, the weight of what had just happened finally settled in. I could still feel that man's clammy grip on my arm. I could still hear Elaine's eerie voice calling out to me, beckoning me back. I didn't even go home straight away. Instead, I just drove aimlessly throughout our quiet streets of our town, trying to shake the feeling of being watched, the feeling that was on my arm. Every time I passed a shadowy alley or an empty street corner, I half expected to see that man standing there, waiting for me. The next morning, I went back to the office to follow up with my boss. I needed closure, some kind of explanation, anything to make sense of the madness that I'd experienced last night. When I walked in, my boss was sitting behind his desk looking a lot more tired than usual, "Did you hear back from the cops?" I asked, sitting down from him. He nodded slowly, rubbing the back of his neck. "Yeah, turns out Elaine's been letting that guy stay with her for a while now. Apparently she met him in a town a couple of days ago and brought him home, and they've been, I guess involved?" "Involved?" I echoed, immediately feeling my stomach churn. "Yeah," my boss sighed, clearly uncomfortable. It's weird and messed up, but they're consenting adults. There's not much we can do. The cops went over and talked to them, but they didn't arrest the guy. He technically wasn't doing anything illegal." I shook my head, trying to process what he was saying to me. "So, that's it? Nothing's gonna happen? Nothing illegal?" His hands were all over me. He chased me. He tried to pull me back in the house. My boss leaned back in his chair, looking at me with tired eyes. "Look, I get it. It's creepy as hell, but there's nothing more we can do. Just stay clear of her from now on, all right? If she calls in an order, I'll send somebody else. As for pressing any charges, it's your word against theirs. And they're both saying he never touched you. It is what it is." I nodded, but the uneasy feeling gnawed at me, refusing to let go. I left the office and went home, and ended up quitting the following week. I just couldn't do it after that. For everything that happened. And I never saw those two again. And if I do, I'll definitely run the other way. I've been delivering pizzas for almost 2 years now. Not exactly what I imagined doing when I moved to the sleepy town, but it pays the bills. I started out just looking for something to keep me afloat until I could land a job in marketing. But the more I did, the more I realized that delivery work kind of gives me the freedom that I needed. At least in theory. But if there's one thing I learned from all those shifts, it's being a woman in this industry turns the most mundane job into a constant game of cat and mouse. Everybody becomes a potential threat the moment they see me standing in their door. What's just a delivery to a guy becomes something entirely different when it's me, 5'3" and barely pushing 120 pounds, standing there clutching a pizza box almost like a shield. The regulars are pretty harmless mostly. Families with kids, elderly couples, office workers stuck in for late night shifts. But then there are the ones who wait for that knock, who open the door just a little too eagerly, their eyes lingering a bit too much. The ones asking for my name, even though it's clearly printed on the receipt, lean in just a little too close when they hand over the cash. I try to keep my distance, always make sure I stand just far enough away that when the door opens there's some space between us. I learned these tricks fast, but despite all the creeps, I've managed to keep things pretty professional. No close calls, no moments where my gut was screaming at me to run. Until a few days ago. It was a Friday afternoon just after lunch. The kind of shift where you get lulled into a false sense of security. The sun's shining and the roads are clear. You start to forget about how quickly things could change. I headed out to pick up an order when I noticed a truck behind me. Big Chevy, lifted, with one of those steel bumpers that look like it's made for plowing through things. One of those trucks that screams, "I don't give a damn about anybody else on the road. Country boys can't survive." There is a Confederate flag flapping proudly on the back, and as soon as I saw it, my stomach tightened. At first, I thought they were just impatient, like most of the guys who drove those trucks, riding too close, itching to pass me. But then the engine revved. The front of the truck lurched closer, almost kissing the back of my little Toyota. The sun gleamed off the windshield, but I could still make out their shadowy forms behind the glass. There's two of them, leaning forward like they were gearing up for something. I tried to remain calm and ease my foot off the gas, hoping they'd just pass me. But they didn't. Instead, they swung out to the side, overtaking me on the little narrow 2-lane road, and then cut sharply in front, forcing me onto the shoulder. Gravel spit up underneath my tires as I fought to regain control. They honked loud and long, and I caught a glimpse of one of them leaning out the window laughing as they sped off down the road. I sat there for a moment, hands gripping the steering wheel so hard my knuckles were turning white. My phone buzzed in the cup holder, probably just my app letting me know I had another order coming through, but I still didn't move. I stared at those disappearing taillights, feeling the adrenaline surge through me like electricity. Didn't really have time to get their license plate, and even if I had, what was I going to do with it? Call the cops and say I got run off the road? I doubt they even care. So I did the only thing I really could. I shook it off, took a deep breath, and got back on the road. Besides, what were the chances I'd ever see those two guys again? 2 days later, I got an order that changed everything. It came in the late afternoon, just as the sun was starting to sink behind the trees. The address was on the outskirts of town, a place that I'd never seen before, which isn't exactly rare, but it just felt off. Maybe it was the fact that the customer had called in the order instead of using the app. We barely got phone orders anymore. Everybody just used the app. It was convenient, why not? And yet, here I was, driving down a stretch of highway I'd only ever heard about, heading toward a customer I couldn't shake the feeling that I didn't want to meet. The driveway itself was long, winding through these thick patches of trees. Just a narrow dirt road, and it stretched out into the woods. As soon as I turned onto it, I felt my stomach twist up in knots. The trees were dense, and their shadows swallowed up the last bit of daylight that was around me, casting everything in this oppressive gloom. My car's headlights barely pierced the darkness, and I had to slow down to crawl, just to keep from hitting any potholes. And that's when I saw, just parked up ahead of me, off to the side of the driveway, that same truck from 2 days ago. My heart dropped immediately. There was no mistaking it. That big Chevy with a Confederate flag hanging directly from the tailgate, just sitting there like it'd been waiting for me. The same truck that had run me off the road just 2 days prior. I stopped my car, my pulse now pounding in my ears. I could feel the weight of the woods and the situation pressing in around me from all sides. The silence was thick, too still. For a brief moment, I thought about backing out, turning around and just leaving. But then I glanced at the pizza boxes in the seat next to me. What was I gonna do, just abandon the order? No, I could not afford to lose out on the tip, especially after such a slow week. Still, I did not want them to see my car. So I ended up parking behind this clump of trees where my car would be barely visible if they came down the driveway. I took my phone out and checked the signal. 1 bar, but at least it wasn't completely cut off. I scrolled to my boss's number, thumb hovering over the call button just in case. I grabbed the pizzas, locked the car, and started down that dirt path toward the house. It wasn't too far, maybe 100 yards or so, but every step it felt heavy, like I was walking into a trap, one that I couldn't see just yet. Everything around me was like hypersensitive. The air smelled damp, like wet leaves and rotting wood. And the silence came in so thick I could hear my own breathing. It was almost too loud in my ears. As the house came into view through the trees, it was old, a sagging thing. The kind of place that looked like it had been cobbled together over the years by somebody who really didn't care about appearances. The porch sagged in the middle. The windows were covered with grime, making it almost impossible to see inside. There was a gate separating the house from the rest of the property. And as I approached, I noticed a figure sitting on the porch, rocking back and forth in an old wooden chair. He was just staring at me. My breath caught in my throat as the man stood up and gave this lazy wave. I recognized him immediately. He was one of the ones from the truck, the ones who'd laughed at me as they forced me off the road. He was wearing that same dirty baseball cap, shirt stained, stretched all over his bulky frame. "Hey there," he called out, his voice carrying across the yard. "You the pizza girl?" I nodded, throat too tight to respond, hands now gripping the pizza boxes so hard I thought I was going to crush them. He grinned, showing off his set of yellow teeth. "Didn't think we'd see you again so soon." My stomach churned. The guy stepped off the porch and started walking around the side of the house, disappearing from my view. I hesitated for a moment, standing there at the gate, unsure of what to do next. But then another man emerged from the back of the house, this one taller and skinnier, with that same greasy look though. He waved, just like the first guy. "Sorry about the other day," he called out, walking toward the gate. "Didn't mean to scare you. We were just having some fun, you know? But I do feel bad about it, I really do." He came in closer, just enough that I could see the glint in his eyes. He wasn't sorry. He was playing with me. "I got a big tip for you," he said, pulling out a wad of cash from his pocket. "Come on inside, we'll make it right." I hesitated, glancing back at my car hidden in the trees. My phone was still in my pocket. I could call my boss and tell him what was happening, but then what? Would anybody even get out here in time? The man waved me forward, cash still in hand. "Come on now, we don't bite." "Not unless you want us to." He laughed, a low, ugly sound that sent a shiver down my spine. Against my better judgment, I stepped through the gate, keeping my eyes on him the whole time. I could feel the weight of the pizzas in my hand, but it wasn't the boxes that felt heavy. It was the sense that I'd crossed a line, one that I might not come back from. I walked toward the house, my steps slow and deliberate. The man with the cash just kept smiling, waving me on. The other guy reappeared around the corner, standing there with something in his hands. I squinted, trying to make out what it was in the fading light. Then I realized what it was. Leashes. Thick, heavy leashes, and at the end of them, 2 snarling Rottweilers. The dogs were straining against their collars, eyes locked onto me, teeth bared, growling so low that it rumbled in the pit of my stomach. The man holding the leashes grinned wider, and without a word, he let them go. I didn't think, I didn't have time, I just ran. The dogs were on me in seconds. Their growls turned into vicious barks as they tore across the yard. I could hear the men laughing behind me, shouting and clapping. It was all some kind of twisted game. My legs burning as I sprinted back towards the gate. The sound of paws pounding the dirt was too close, way too close. And then, in a moment of pure panic, I did the only thing I could think of. I threw the pizza boxes over my shoulder. The dogs lunged at the boxes, tearing into them with these frenzied snarls. Then I used that distraction to bolt through the gate and sprint back towards my car. My hands were shaking so badly I almost dropped my keys, but somehow, thankfully, I managed to get the door open and throw myself inside. The tire spun in the dirt as I floored it, the truck and the house disappearing in the rearview mirror. I didn't stop driving until I was back at the shop. My hands were trembling as I told my manager about what had just taken place. He didn't believe me at first, I mean, who would? But when I showed him the video I recorded on my phone of one of the men laughing as the dogs chased me, his face then went pale. We reported it to the police and, of course, they didn't do much. Just gave this guy a citation and a fine, but it turns out his name was Randall. He'd been a menace to the town for years, in and out of jail, always stirring up some kind of trouble. After what happened with me, people stopped putting up with his bullshit. The town finally turned on him for the first time, and folks didn't hesitate to call the cops on him when he stepped out of line. As for me, I'm still delivering pizzas, but every now and again when I pull up to a house, I make damn sure that I park where I can make a quick getaway.
In many rural areas of the American West, cutting firewood in national forests is a necessary chore if you want a warm house throughout the winter. Our home in mountainous central Idaho was no exception. It was normal for my dad to pick me and my brothers up after school, then head into the mountains for an afternoon of firewood gathering. My dad would fell the dead trees, then saw them into chunks. My brothers and I had the task of rolling the wood into the truck and loading it up. We would continue this assembly line process until we had a truckload of wood, usually before nightfall. Hot, sweaty, and exhausted, we would then pile up into the truck cab, where we would make our way back down the mountain. At home the next day, we would unload and split the wood and stack it into neat little rows. This process was repeated until we had a winter's worth of fuel for our house, for our grandma's cabin, and then any extra for elderly neighbors. This particular afternoon, we decided to try a different logging road on the other side of the valley. This was well outside our familiar logging area. No real reason for the change, but my dad said he just wanted a change of scenery. This logging road had not been maintained in some time. Large rocks and fallen branches littered the path. My brothers and I had to walk out in front, pushing rocks and wood out of the way as my dad lurched the truck up the switchbacks. Yard by yard, we slowly made our way up the mountain. That hike was physically brutal. As we ascended the mountain and got further into the trees, this odd feeling started to set in. I wasn't sure if it was the exhaustion from the hike or something more. There was electricity in the air, like that whole mountain was buzzing at a wavelength just below my senses. In some odd way, it felt like the mountain knew we were there, and it wasn't welcome to that fact. I wanted to say something to my brothers, but before I opened up my mouth, my younger brother said, "Does anybody else feel like we're not welcome here?" My older brother and I stopped in our tracks and looked back at him. Both of us nodded in agreement. This moment was broken up by my dad honking and motioning us to continue clearing the path. Reluctantly, we pushed forward into a small clearing in the woods, where we finally stopped the truck. My dad, oblivious to our apprehension or simply choosing to ignore it, grabbed his saw and went to work. As the wood was felled and loaded, I could not shake that ominous feeling enveloping me, like a dark shroud. I noticed my brothers were taking occasional glances over their shoulders as we worked. Everybody but my dad seemed to be on edge. The sun nestled down into the trees, and twilight began to set in. As the light drained from the sky, my anxiety only intensified. It wasn't until my dad unexpectedly told us to load up that a wave of relief flooded over me. I could see the tension in my brothers melt away as well. The truck wasn't fully loaded, an oddity. Getting half a load was a waste, according to my dad. We would sometimes work into the dark just to make sure the truck was full. But tonight, he seemed eager to head home. With everything loaded, we started down the road. Although dead tired, everybody seemed to be in a much lighter mood now. We were chatting and cracking jokes, all while blowing off steam from the afternoon. We were almost out of the tree line and then into the valley desert. Going down the switchbacks, you want to be careful, especially with the load, even if it was half that. A brown blur jumped up from the downslope side of the switchback. "Shit!" was the only word that came out of my dad's mouth as he slammed on the brakes. Loaded with wood and traveling downhill, there was no way to avoid smashing into the blur. The truck finally ground to a standstill. The four of us peered out through the windshield. Nobody said a word. Illuminated in the yellow glow of our headlights was the crumpled body of a deer. Grumbling and cursing the deer's existence, my dad exited the truck to investigate. Doing as they were told, my brothers stayed put in the truck. I, however, didn't listen, following close behind my dad. The truck was fine. We hadn't been traveling fast when we smacked the deer, just some hair and blood in the grill guard. Hitting a deer out here really wasn't that unusual. The mountains were full of them. What was unusual, though, was that the deer dropped so quickly. At faster speeds, deer could still be upright and sprinting away, all to die in the woods after the collision, that last burst of adrenaline dump. This one fell over like a rag doll. Before even approaching the carcass, a deep foul smell immediately hit us. Deer smell bad when they're alive, but this was on a whole other level. It was the smell of decay and rot. My stomach began to turn as we got closer. My nostrils were burning. Coming up on the deer, it was clearly dead. Really, really dead. The stench was so overwhelming, my eyes were watering. The body was a true horror scene. The eyes were gone, replaced with a sunken hollow hole. As if to overcompensate for their absence, the tongue was swollen and black as coal. It could not be contained and hung out the side of its mouth. The underbelly was split open. Entrails and offal spilled into the dirt. In the dim headlights, it looked as though the deer's fur and viscera were moving, wiggling almost. Holding my breath, I bent down for a closer look. My heart stopped. The deer, inside and out, was covered in maggots. It was dead all right, but our truck did not kill it. Clearly, it had been dead for days, if not weeks. I backed away retching. That electric anxiety came back screaming. My dad was always the quiet, stoic type, but right now, even in the dim headlights of the truck, I could see the abject horror on his face. His gaze was not on the deer, but focused down the mountain. Poorly masking the fear in his voice, he firmly told me to walk back to the truck and get inside. I obeyed without objection. As I grabbed the door handle, a loud shriek came from out of the woods. Branches were shattering and breaking. Something was heading up the slope toward us. I slammed my door closed just as my dad reached the truck. Before his door was shut, he pressed on the accelerator. The truck lurched forward, sending us over the deer carcass and racing down the hill. With mine and my brothers yelling, it was hard to tell if the shrieking was following us or not. Our truck popped out of the tree line and into the desert sagebrush. Once out of the woods, everything quieted down. We were left with only the rumble of the engine and the wind through the half-open windows. Pulling back into our property, the truck came to a stop. We sat in silence. No one moved to leave the truck. Everyone started talking at once though. We all had questions. What was that screaming? How does a dead deer jump uphill in front of a truck? And there's no way the truck killed it. Dad just shook his head, motioned for us to quiet down. That deer was dead when we hit it. It did not jump out in front of us. It was thrown at us. We stared at him. He explained all that day up the mountain, he'd felt uneasy. Not wanting to worry us boys, he kept it to himself. He described it as walking into a stranger's living room while they were asleep upstairs. That feeling never left him, and as twilight came, he happened to catch a shadow in the corner of his eye. Not far into the woods, he saw figures moving from tree to tree. He couldn't focus on them long enough for a good look before they dodged behind a tree. His stomach dropped. Working hard to keep his composure, he hurried us to the truck and to leave. It was after hitting the deer and discovering it was long dead that my dad pieced together what was happening. Something threw that deer to get us to stop. Before the shrieking began, he could hear something moving in the darkness beyond the road. It was a trap. Running back to the truck could have started an ambush or triggered a prey drive, so we walked back to the truck. The second we were back inside, he drove that truck downhill with no intention of stopping for anyone or anything. That feeling of electricity did not disappear until we hit the county highway. My brothers and I never saw anything as we drove away. Those screams from the forest will never leave my mind. We didn't gather firewood the rest of the season. For the first time in his entire life, my dad just bought what we needed. And although we did start to gather wood again the next season, we've never been back up that particular mountain. The Forest Service has permanently closed and reclaimed that road. The only way back into those woods is a very long hike, one that I'm not interested in ever taking again. Whatever was on that mountain, whatever threw that deer carcass, whatever chased us out of the woods, it did not want us there. It wanted us gone. Or worse, it wanted us dead. I grew up in Ohio in the 70s, and me and my childhood friend Joe were outside all the time that we could manage it. Joe lived on a farm that bordered a pretty big forest. My parents would drop me off in the morning, and we'd stay in the woods all weekend long. We'd only come out for school. We loved pretending that we were frontiersmen. We'd build shelters, traps, practice making fire with sticks, the whole 9 yards. When we got to be in high school, we got this notion to pull a Stand By Me. This was based on the movie of the same name that had just come out. The idea was that we'd walk the railroad tracks out in the country, but instead of looking for a dead body, we'd find cool bridges to fish from, camp a little ways off the tracks. Of course, we knew this was dangerous and we'd likely be trespassing, but we were kids. We had a lot of fun. We did find beautiful rivers, we discovered bridges nobody had went to. We fished, we hid from trains. And at night we camped in the woods just near the tracks and made small hidden fires. Nothing bad really ever happened. It was idyllic. In fact, it was so much fun that we did it multiple times and never had a problem. After high school, me and Joe went our own separate ways. We both left home, but always stayed in touch and always tried to coordinate visits so that we'd see each other occasionally. Well, one summer in the mid-90s, it worked out that we were both in town for about a week. We do stuff with the families in the day, and at night we either catch a drink at a bar or just sit outside Joe's house, around a fire and talk about the old days. One night me and Joe got to talking about our Stand By Me trips. Well, nostalgia and beer are a hell of a mix. Soon we decided to take a day, walk the rails, camp one night and then walk home. The day came and we started out early morning. We had my wife drop us off in the middle of our old spot where we used to start, right outside our hometown. She thought this was absolutely crazy and made sure to mention it a few times. When she pulled away, Joe suggested that instead of walking the usual route, we'd take the opposite direction, just to be adventurous. We knew the land well, we had a map, so I gave a, "What the hell?" and off we set. The day went fine. It was fun and a little sad, but in a good way. We found a bridge and sat on the edge, smoked a joint and moved on. We didn't have any fishing gear, but we brought some canned food and other stuff. Before the night started to set in, we picked out a spot to camp. It was a thick forested area, trees on every side of the train tracks, so you felt like you were in the middle of a tunnel. We brought a small hammock to sleep in, but before we set them up, we decided to do a little scouting of the perimeter. Now, this is what we used to do in the old days too. We'd walk around the area a little bit just to make sure some dude's house wasn't just over the hill, and we'd accidentally be camping in their yard. We walked maybe 100 feet or so in the woods and got up this small incline. We figured if we didn't see anything from the top of this short hill, we'd be fine. But when we got to the top, we saw this old building down at the bottom. I'd say about 100 yards into the woods. It's barely visible. We pondered over what to do, and we both assumed it was like a sugar shack or something. There didn't appear to be a clear road to it. From where we were, there really didn't seem to be anybody in it either. It was all quiet. No movement could be seen or heard. No lights. We decided to walk just a little closer just to be 100% sure. We came down the hill very slowly, and as we neared the building, we saw that it was not a sugar shack at all, but an old church. It looked like it had been easily abandoned for years. It was a squat, sagging building whose wooden planks were almost as black from the years of moss and rot. A cross stood atop the place, also weathered black. None of the windows had glass and there were no doors, just open doorways. We got close enough to see inside. There were rows of pews and a built-up section in front for a preacher to stand. We did not go all the way in. We didn't want to. Beyond all that, there was no sign of anybody else. No footprints, no path, no road. It was just an abandoned church. We left pretty much immediately, went back up our hill to our spot that we picked out to camp. Having a hill between us and the church made us feel a little bit better, but I will admit, we were still a little uneasy. We chalked it up to the natural creepiness of seeing a church in the middle of the woods. Besides, at this point it was dusk and we just decided to rig up our hammocks and go to sleep, move on at early morning. Night set in, and as we lay on our hammocks and shot the shit, we began to hear something in the direction of that church. Our conversation about it went on a little like this. "Do you hear that? The fuck is that? It sounds like people singing." And it did sound just like singing. We both slid out of our hammocks and hunkered down, straining to hear more. We listened for a minute or two and the singing continued, but it wasn't getting any louder. Finally, we decided to creep back up the hill, see if we could spy from where the sound was coming from. We could both still move pretty quietly in the woods from the old days. It was almost second nature to us. The moon was barely out, but it provided just enough light so you wouldn't walk into a tree. But it was near pitch black. We didn't use flashlights as we crept up slowly the hill, and neither of us talked. When we got to the top, we saw a light in the distance. It was coming from that church, and the singing was coming from inside. Joe and I put our heads close together, had another hushed conversation that boiled down to, "Can you believe this shit?" The light looked to be candlelight from the way it flickered, and though we tried, we couldn't make out what was being sung. It sounded like church music, but almost in another language. We sat and watched for a while, trying to see who was in there, but we only saw occasional shadows. We had no intention of getting any closer either. We had around a football field length between us, and we aimed to keep it that way. The singing continued for a little bit and then stopped. After that, a booming male voice began to chant. I was already freaked out, but this voice thoroughly scared the shit out of me. It sounded like some Old Testament preacher you see in the movies, but again, it was like he was speaking in a completely different language because we could not understand a single word that he uttered. Eventually, it got to where the single male voice would say something and then a bunch of voices would answer in unison. This lasted for a while, and then they all broke out into this long, sustained wail that just kept getting louder and louder. It got so loud and so disturbing that I covered my ears. And then it stopped. At this point, I was getting ready to say aloud, "Let's just get the fuck out of here," when Joe put a hand on my shoulder and hissed, "They're coming out!" We were far enough away that we couldn't make them out really well, but what we could see was a line of figures walking out into the open doorway, all holding hands in a single file. We could see some of them had flashlights, and they began to sing again. The light from the flashlights began to move toward us and the hill. We booked it back to our campsite, grabbed our shit and ran to the tracks. Once there, we ran down the tracks in the direction that we'd come from. After a few miles, we stopped and looked back. We saw lights coming down the hill. They were moving erratically like whoever was holding them was shaking them. We continued to run in spurts and then walk as fast as we could. Eventually, we stopped seeing those lights and came to a road. By our map, we knew a small town was around 15 minutes down it. We walked there and got to a 24-hour gas station and called my wife to come get us. My wife and our other friends all just assumed it was kids messing around. But I heard those voices, and they sure as hell didn't sound like any kind of kid to me. We're not sure who those people were, but it was definitely the creepiest thing that's ever happened to me out in the woods. I used to work on the north slope of Alaska in the oil industry. The work that we were doing required us to travel far out into the Alaskan Petroleum Reserve, which is basically just untamed tundra wilderness for hundreds and hundreds of miles. The oil companies would build these long ice roads in the winter that would lead to the exploration drilling pads. Our job was to go out after they finished the initial drilling and test rock formations for their oil-producing qualities. It was mid-January. The sun hadn't quite come up yet. And when I say the sun hadn't come up, I mean in almost a month and a half. Polar nights are intense. The particular well site that we were traveling to was around 60 miles west of Alpine, Alaska, deep in the wilderness. Our job took a week, but we finished, and we're headed back to camp to finish our hitch and go home. At the beginning and the end of the ice roads are guard shacks that you have to check in and out of for safety. There's no cell reception, and radios only work up to a distance. If you don't check in or out at a set time, they come looking for you to ensure that you're not a popsicle. It was around 4 in the morning, not that it mattered in the land of endless night, and we were halfway across the ice road. Travel was slow, as the speed limit on these roads is only 25 miles per hour. Something appeared out in the road in front of our headlights. It was a man in jeans, sneakers, and a hoodie jacket, walking down an ice road in wilderness tundra at 4 a.m. It was negative 20 degrees outside. It's not unusual for the local Inuit people to be out this far hunting. Maybe his snowmobile broke down and he's trying to get back to the guard shack. It seemed pretty plausible. He didn't acknowledge us as our trucks rolled up next to him. He just kept shuffling forward. He didn't seem cold. His clothing, while totally not appropriate for this extreme weather, appeared to be warm and dry. We also noticed that he wasn't Inuit, but Caucasian. I rolled down my window and asked if he needed any help and if he was okay. He still didn't acknowledge us. He just kept shuffling forward. His face was completely blank, devoid of any thought or emotion. The other guys in my truck suggested maybe he was in an accident and was now in shock. I continued rolling my truck alongside him as he trudged down the road, still trying to get his attention. Even in this extreme cold, I could occasionally get whiffs of a peculiar smell coming off of him. He smelled acidic, if that makes sense. There's just a lot about this guy that made the hair on my neck stand up. The guy behind me in the truck's crew cab had just had enough of all of this. He rolled down his window and reached out to grab the guy. He later said he was just going to try to shake him out of this stupor. Before my buddy's hand could reach him, though, this walking popsicle spun around and latched onto my buddy's outstretched arm. He glared at my buddy and then at me with this look of pure rage, all the while not removing his hand from his arm. If emotions themselves had a physical temperature, this guy could have melted the entire tundra that night. My buddy immediately groaned in pain as he tried to free his arm from Mr. Popsicle. At that moment, the guy starts screaming in our faces. There was so much rage and hate and anger in that scream. It was absolutely terrifying. I slammed on the gas and spun out on the ice for a second before the wheels finally caught and launched us forward. Popsicle Dude still had a hold on my buddy's arm and was trying to pull him out of the truck. He was running alongside of the truck while the other guys in the cab held onto my buddy to help keep him inside. After several moments, it could have only been a few seconds at most, my buddy finally tore free from this guy and we hauled ass to the guard shack, which was another 30 miles down the road. We checked in with the guards and reported what we had just seen. The guard was looking at us like we were pulling some kind of prank, but the policy said they had to check it out regardless. My friend's arm was sore, and when he pulled back his sleeve, there were noticeable bruises in the shape of a hand around his arm. We filed a report with the guard and were told to just head back to camp. None of us really wanted to talk about what happened, and it was a quiet drive the rest of the way. We flew back home the next day. The next time we saw that guard at his shack, we asked him if they ever saw Mr. Popsicle on their patrols. He told us they searched up and down that ice road for a solid 12-hour shift, saw nothing, not even tracks in the snow leading off the road. Told us it was a good prank. He'd get us back for making him waste an entire shift driving around. But it wasn't a prank. Who would make up a story like that? And who would willingly bruise their arm for some kind of dumb prank? We never got a satisfying answer to what took place that evening. And still to this day, I wonder about that dude, if he even was a dude. The Alaskan tundra is a weird place, and that's just one of my many stories from my time up there. I'll work to write down more of my experiences and share them to the appropriate subs. It was March on the slope, while still in the depths of the Arctic winter, with the equinox approaching the day-night cycle becoming more even. My flight to the slope had been delayed due to a large blizzard which had shut down the Dead Horse and Q Park airstrips. I spent 3 whole days waiting in Anchorage until the storm cleared and we were finally able to fly. Once I landed at the Q Park airstrip, it was evident that the blizzard was more severe than we initially thought. While whiteout blizzards are common, actual snow accumulation is not. This storm, though, was a monster. Snow drifts several stories tall ran up against the camp housing. Our work trucks and equipment were completely covered in snow, and it took a full day of digging just to get them out. As soon as the trucks were free, we were off to our first job assignment. No time to rest in the oil field. Traveling anywhere after a storm this size is a complete nightmare. To get to the work site, we had a bulldozer escort us, breaking up any remains of drifts as we went along. The dozer cleared our work area around the well house, and we began to rig up our equipment. It took a little time, but soon we were back to the normal humdrum life of the Arctic oil well maintenance. Over the radio, we got a call from that bulldozer operator. As he left, he'd seen a giant black animal heading in our direction. He couldn't really tell if it was a wolf or a big dog, but it was massive and moving erratically. In the winter, many animals aren't active on the slope. Caribou, musk oxen, and foxes are usually the only wildlife you'll encounter out in the snow. The animals keep to themselves for the most part, but you learn very quickly to never look the animals in the eyes if they approach you. This goes doubly for the white foxes, and I advise you to do the same. The grizzlies are hibernating, the male polar bears are hunting in the sea ice, while the females are denned up with the new cubs. Wolves aren't completely unheard of, but rarely leave the Brooks Range Mountains a couple of 100 miles to the south. Whatever the operator saw, we would keep watch, but it really wasn't our problem. It was a problem for the bear police. So we went about our work, albeit cautiously. It's interesting to know that the oil companies on the slope have private security officers who, besides being private law enforcement, also try to minimize encounters with wildlife. We refer to them as the bear police, which is a cute name for a rather dangerous part of their job. These security officers are the only personnel on the North Slope, outside of regular law enforcement, that can actually carry firearms. Their primary job when encountering large predators is to harass them until they leave. This is done with beanbag guns or loud noises at first. When and if that fails, or the animal is unusually aggressive, lethal force is needed. We settled back into work and forgot about the wolf or dog or whatever it was. I needed to take a leak. I got out of the truck and walked back behind the well house to take care of my business. My crewmate came over the radio, telling me to get back in the truck. There was a wolf coming out from behind the well house, where I'd just been, and he was pacing after me. I didn't look behind me, I just ran back and jumped into the truck. I'm not taking my chances, even if it was a crewmate just playing a practical joke. Once inside, I looked out and sure enough, trotting towards the truck was a large black male wolf. He approached our trucks and then just plopped down in the snow in front of us. This wolf looked rough, even by wild animal standards. The right side of his face was mutilated and deformed, missing his right eye and most of his skin and lips on that side of his head. The wound exposed large white teeth, giving him the appearance of a wide, crooked smile. He didn't appear aggressive, but he also didn't take his good eye off of us. That one good eye was bright red in appearance. It was eerie, the way he just sat there, staring, watching, waiting. We radioed the security officers for help, and like a speeding bullet, they showed up around 40 minutes later. That whole time that we waited, the wolf never diverted his attention from us. If I hadn't seen him breathing, I would have assumed it was a statue. The security officers arrived and took some pictures for their reports. Then began the process of driving the animal back out into the tundra. Truck horns did not startle him. He didn't even flinch. Charging him with their truck did nothing either. Then they took aim with a beanbag gun, hit him square in the ribs. The wolf let out a yelp but did not get up or move from that spot. The next beanbag hit him in the head, and that jostled him enough to get up and leave. Security told us to call back if we saw the wolf again. They seemed confident he would move on and not be a bother anymore. The sun was setting, and our job was still hours from wrapping up. Working a 13 to 15 hour day isn't unusual. You either get used to the long hours, or you find another line of work pretty quickly. I was running the computer equipment inside the truck, and weird data was coming back from the tools down in the well. They were blanking out and losing signal, or they were just reporting data backwards. but the diagnostics wasn't indicating any issues. To the computer system, everything was operating normally. I tried a few different things to fix the issue, but it persisted. One of the workers went out to the wellhead to check the gauges and the cables, trying to isolate the problem from there. He was outside for not more than 5 minutes before the night was pierced by a long, bellowing howl. This was immediately followed by the high-pitched shriek of one of our crewmates. Throwing the door open, I was able to catch a fleeting glimpse of a large, dark figure running from behind the well house. Our crewmate ran past us and jumped inside, pale, sweating, and full of adrenaline, and he tried to relay what had just happened. Through his panting, he said he was in the well house checking the cables when someone walked up behind him. Thinking it was one of us, he started a conversation with his back turned. When he got no reply, he turned and was met face to face with a 7-foot-tall black wolf standing on its hind legs. It stood between him and the door, growling. Without thinking, he flung his pipe wrench at the beast and struck him hard in the chest. That's when it let out that howl and ran off. Our crewmate was adamant that this was the same wolf from earlier because its face was mangled in that crooked half smile and that one fiery red eye. Myself and the others on the crew had a hard time believing he saw a giant wolf man. We had no doubt that he saw the wolf, but we reasoned that in his panic, he hallucinated that it was upright, like a man. But we'd all encountered weird enough things on the slope to never count out the impossible. We radioed the security officers and told them the wolf had returned and waited inside the truck. I mean, what else could we do but wait? I wasn't about to go out there and fight Satan's guard dog with a clipboard and a mouse pad. Every time we felt like things had settled down outside, we would hear a growl or something would push up against the truck. Periodically, we could see something pacing in the dark, just beyond the reach of the work lights. Even though we were inside a locked truck cabin, it was still a very vulnerable feeling. We were very much trapped. I'm sure it felt similar to what divers experience inside a shark cage far out at sea. All of this went on for an hour while we waited for somebody to show up. Finally, coming up the road, we could see headlights of 3 approaching vehicles. The security team had showed up, this time with actual rifles. Over the radio, we told them what had been going on. You could feel their disbelief and eye rolling through the radio. That sass and disbelief soon faded when we explored the work site and found it covered in large, fresh wolf tracks. The security team split up with 2 trucks, headed out to search for the wolf, while one remained with us as we loaded our equipment and finished up the job. We didn't hear or see anything else that night as we cleaned up, but we sure did keep our heads on a swivel. The security officers did not find that wolf that night. A set of tracks left off the work site and out into the open tundra. The officers commented that the tracks looked weird. This was due to only seeing the back paw prints in the snow. The last security truck escorted us back to main camp, while the others continued their search into the night. For the following week, various reports came in across the oil field of people seeing this mangled black wolf during the day. At night, reports would come in about a black beast walking upright and harassing or cornering workers. Security seemed to always show up minutes too late. During this time frame, many of the Alaska Native workers were getting nervous. One of the workers that was in our camp workshop was from Nuxit, a small Inuit village just west of the oil field. He told us it sounded exactly like an Ajirak, a shape-shifting creature that can take form of any Arctic animal while it hunts. He said it was obvious as the wolf was a normal, albeit deformed animal in the daylight, but transformed into an upright monster after nightfall. The Ajirak are thought to be Inuit hunters that traveled too far north and became stuck between the world of the living and of the dead. They transformed into evil, deformed men with sideways mouths and eyes. They use their power of shapeshifting to hunt other Inuit, especially children. The Inuit are very weary of wild animals for this very reason. A week following our encounter, the security team was able to corner that wolf on a remote work site. It had attacked and trapped 2 welders inside their truck. Both of them had superficial cuts through their snowsuits, but were otherwise fine. Having no other choice, the wolf was euthanized on the spot. Security shot the wolf once, and instead of dropping dead, it charged the officer that had shot it. It then took 3 more high-powered rifle shots before it eventually collapsed at the feet of the officer. Even then, paralyzed now in crimson snow, the wolf was still growling through its crooked, wide smile. After several minutes, it finally succumbed to its wounds. The wolf's body was then taken to the University of Alaska Fairbanks for dissection and examination. Outside of those facial deformities and gnarled appearance, the biologist concluded it was an ordinary wolf from the Brooks Range Mountains. How it got hundreds of miles from home and why it stayed on the tundra is a complete mystery. This happened while I was growing up, around 2004 or 2005 when I was 13 years old. It took place in a rural area, a good ways outside the town of Uvalde, Texas. The town itself was really small back then and not much to look at. It's just one of those towns that really isn't on the way to being anywhere important. My father knew somebody who owned a deer lease that was around 1,000 acres. Down outside the area, he was always complaining about a ton of hogs that were always tearing up their land. It being open season on hogs in the south, my dad thought he would surprise me that summer and take me down for a week to go hunting for them. Not only did that help him with networking for his job, but also gave us some quality father-son time. I remember that drive down there from Dallas was just absolute torture. It was around 7 hours in my dad's hardtop Jeep Wrangler. That car was so uncomfortable, I hated it. All I had to do was either stare out the window or try to beat Super Mario Land 2 on my Game Boy Pocket, something that I was never able to accomplish in my youth. The drive took most of the day, so when we got there, it was the early evening. The owner of the land told my dad that he hadn't had anybody lease it that year yet. The cabin and the property might be a little rough and dusty. I didn't really care. At this point, I've been in the Scouts for a couple of years and spent a lot of my free time in the woods or fishing with friends. Needless to say, I was pretty comfortable overall roughing it. So after unlocking the gate and driving to the cabin on the land, we settled in for the night. The cabin was pretty rough, dust and dirt everywhere, flies, and I also remember it looked like some raccoons had gotten into the cabin, pooped all over the floor. After cleaning up a bit and getting the sleeping bags out, then setting up the cots, we decided it was time for bed. Something about that night was weird though. I was never able to get comfortable enough to fall asleep for any restful amount. I couldn't put my finger on why, but I just had this feeling of being watched. I was finally able to drift off for what I guessed was maybe an hour. When I woke up, it was early, around 7 a.m. We decided to scout around the land for tracks and signs of hogs, find a good place to set up a blind. It was the summer and horribly hot in the afternoon, so morning was absolutely the best time to be out and about. After walking for an hour or so, we came to an area of trees, lightly dense, and luckily found some signs of hogs. Typical torn up ground where they've been rooting, so we followed them into the trees. I was looking for more signs when my dad stopped me with his arm. I remember looking up and seeing someone standing about 50 yards away. Some of their body was blocked by the trees. It was private land, so they definitely weren't supposed to be there. We had confirmation from the owner just before we got to the lease that nobody else was out there, not to mention the gate was locked up when we first arrived. The person was wearing some bright colored red jacket. We slowly walked toward them. My dad called something out like, "Hey, we're hunters. This is private land." The person didn't move at all, dead still. We were around 30 yards away and could see that he was still turned away from us with his hands in his pocket. The weird thing about this was that the person was in a ski jacket and what looked like to be ski pants. Now, this is Texas in the summer. It had to be at least 98 degrees out by then. My dad called out again. No reaction. He told me to stay behind him and then unsnap the clip to his pistol holster. We approached the person's right side, and my dad told me to stay put about 20 yards back. I stayed and crouched down, watched him circle around to the form of the man, all while talking to him, asking if he was okay. He finally passed around to the front of the man, and my dad stood upright with this confused look on his face. I called out to him, "What's wrong?" He called back saying, "It's a mannequin." I walked over to it while my dad stood there staring. As I got closer, one thing stood out the most. Those clothes that it was wearing were brand new, no dust, sap, bird droppings, or even signs of being outside for more than a day at most. At that moment, I looked at my dad and I could see him getting worried. Almost immediately, after I felt that feeling again, like we were being watched, and I knew my dad felt it too. I almost wanted to start crying. I remember feeling just so scared. My dad whispered to me, "We're leaving right now." He grabbed my hand and drew his pistol. He scanned the area the whole way back. I was trying to hold back panicked tears. We got back as fast as we could, and I was so terrified. It felt like an eternity, but in reality, it was only about 45 minutes max. After returning, we packed up and just beat feet. We drove back home that day and didn't even talk much on the way back. I remember right after we left, my dad called his buddy, the owner of the land, and he was confused. He said he would go check it out next week when he was back in the area. He also said he'd never had an issue with people because his property was pretty high fenced. My dad normally isn't a paranoid person, but me being young and the lease possibly having somebody there we didn't know about, he decided to be cautious and just get out of there. After we got home, we finally talked. My dad wasn't able to sleep the night before either. He had that same feeling, but didn't want to wake me up because he thought I was sleeping. It turns out the next week, he finally got a call back from his buddy. He had checked the whole property, never found any trace of anyone. No mannequin, no nothing. That story still makes the hair stand on end. No idea what that was, but the paranoid man in me thinks it was some kind of trap. It's not the creepiest thing that's ever happened to me in the woods, but def top 3. So whoever was out there, I'm glad we never met. It was September in central Idaho. Autumn had come to the mountains, and with it, bow hunters looking for mountain goats. My cousin, let's call him Vern for anonymity's sake, is an avid hunter. He's been all over North America hunting various game: bears in Alaska, wild hogs in Texas, bighorn sheep in Wyoming. But his favorite hunting area was the Lemhi mountain range in central Idaho. Our extended family has been hunting in these mountains for generations. We know every river bottom and every mountain peak, like many people know their own neighborhoods. Mountain goats are a fascinating animal to hunt. They live well above the tree line in rocky environments. They are sure-footed and can climb near vertical slopes. Hunting these animals requires one to venture into dangerous areas. You have to be mindful as you pursue an animal like that. One wrong step on a rocky slope or one loose rock could mean you're not going home again, ever. Vern was a mountain expert, something he was just born to do. He decided to hunt in the Hayden River area of the Lemhis. It's a familiar spot to most locals, and the area is home to plenty of mountain goats. That first mile of Vern's hike was uneventful as he climbed up the canyon. The air was crisp, and his breath formed in great plumes as he progressed. The sun was just peeking up over the mountains when Vern came to a small deer trail. He decided it might be a good shortcut from his usual route and took it. A few hundred feet up the trail, he saw something odd pop up from behind a tree. It was a man. He was dressed in a light denim coat and jeans and was carrying a small backpack. My cousin stopped for a second to get his bearings, unsure of where this guy had come from. the man waved at him with both arms. One of them was holding an older style hunting bow. Acknowledging him, Vern waved back. Although the man looked to be physically fine, it was clear that he was emotionally distressed. He yelled out something my cousin couldn't quite hear and waved his arms, indicating that my cousin should follow him. Vern didn't get any bad vibes from this man, and he could tell he was genuinely in need of some kind of help. He began to make his way up the canyon, following this mystery man. Vern could never gain any ground on this guy though. He was always just far enough away that he couldn't talk to him. Periodically, the man would stop, turn towards him, and make sure that Vern was still following. Every time he looked back, Vern could see the worry in his face. My cousin did his best to remain calm and keep a smile on his, unsure of who or what he was being led to. It was peculiar, Vern thought as he hiked. He hadn't seen any other vehicles on his drive up to the trailhead. Perhaps he came in from another ridge? What could he possibly be leading him to? He figured one of his hunting party had been hurt and needed help. Of course, he wouldn't have had to speculate if the man would just stop and talk to him for 5 minutes. Vern lost sight of the guy just past a turn in the trail. The trail opened up into this incredibly steep rocky talus slope. He looked in every direction, could not locate the man, when he heard a whistle. Looking up, he saw the guy about 500 feet up the rocky slope, waving at him. There was no possible way he could have gotten up that far in just the short time Vern had lost sight of him. Still, he didn't feel any fear or weariness about this weird situation. The man was waving more frantically now, practically begging Vern to follow him up the slope. With a sigh and a grunt, he started up those rocks. It was slow going. Every other step would cause this mini rock slide and would cause him to continually lose his footing. Huffing and puffing on the cool, thin air, my cousin eventually made it to the small landing. It had taken him almost 45 minutes to get to that spot, where he saw that man from below. There was no earthly way anyone could have done that scramble up that hill any faster. Totally exhausted and out of breath, Vern sat down on the stone landing. He looked around and couldn't see the man anywhere. As he scanned his surroundings, he saw something odd poking out of the boulder about 20 feet away from him. Walking over to it, he found a weathered boot. 2 boots, actually. Inside those boots, and under that boulder as well, were bones. Vern looked around once again for that man, but he never saw him again. Instead of feeling eerie or unnerved, Vern felt a sense of relief wash over him. These emotions weren't his own. What he felt like had seemed to come from all around him. He marked that spot with his GPS, decided to make his way down and call the authorities. The Lemhi County Sheriff's Office responded, and he led them up the canyon to the body. It took 4 grown men to push the boulder out of the way, and when they did, they found the skeletal remains of a man. On the body, they found hunting equipment and some personal effects. From a credit card inside the wallet, they were able to identify the man. He was a bow hunter that had gone missing almost exactly 53 years beforehand. Vern never wanted to be identified to the public or the missing hunter's family. He didn't want recognition for something like that. To him, it was just one of those bizarre mountain stories. He was happy that the family got closure, even if it was half a century later. The only thing that bothered him was the man leading him up to the canyon with this strange and sudden disappearance. He had mentioned the waving man to the sheriff, but was brushed off. When news reports came out announcing the discovery, several photos of the man were published. Vern was absolutely shocked when he saw them. In those photos was the man that he'd seen leading him up the mountain to the body. It finally made sense to him. That man's distressful look, the constant checking to make sure Vern was following him, the sense of relief that he felt when the body was discovered. That man was desperate to get home, and through Vern, he was able to be reunited with his family. I was stationed in Omaha, Nebraska back in the late 80s. I was fresh out of basic training, full of youthful confidence, and still really trying to figure out my place inside this world. I was one of the only black women in my unit at Offutt Air Force Base. I was 19 and the Air Force just felt like a ticket to a future that I could not find in the small town South. My roommate, Tracy, yes, another Tracy, was my partner in crime, a fellow airman who kept me grounded with his southern drawl, an easy laugh. He was also black. Tracy and I weren't really roommates, but we did share a barracks with separate sleeping quarters, with a shared communal space like bathrooms. Then there was Stacy, a white girl that we hung out with from another unit, but ended up in our barracks for whatever reason. It was just the three of us all the time, inseparable in the way that only teenagers really could be, stuck between the freedom of adulthood and the caution of being under constant military watch. The irony of our names, Tracy, Tracy, and Stacy, made people think that we were playing some kind of joke, but it was just happenstance, coincidence. We found it funny, and in hindsight, maybe fate had a cruel sense of humor. It was a hot Friday afternoon when we all decided to take a road trip to Kansas City, Missouri, just on a whim. I was dying for some kind of break from the monotony of base life, and Stacy, always the more impulsive one, suggested it. Kansas City sounded like freedom, music, fun, food. I didn't really need much convincing. Tracy was in before I could even finish the sentence, his green eyes flashing with that daredevil glint that I loved and also hated about him. We packed up into Stacy's beat-up Chevy and hit the road, laughing and singing along to Whitney Houston at the top of our lungs. We had the windows rolled down with the wind whipping through our hair. Life was perfect, or at least it felt that way in the moment. Stacy had a lead foot, and that car hummed along the highway at speeds that would have made my mother faint. I didn't really care, none of us did. We were young, invincible, and blissfully unaware of how quickly that could possibly change. That's the thing about being young, you think you've got time, you think you've got the control. You think the world's just a playground, waiting for you to explore it. Then, the siren blared. I didn't hear it at first, lost in the rhythm of laughter, but Tracy glanced in the rearview and went pale. "Oh God," he muttered out. And that's when I saw the state trooper pulling up behind us, red and blue lights swirling in the fading daylight. My heart immediately dropped. Stacy cursed under her breath, pulling over with a grimace. Shit, I wasn't going that fast, was I? She had barely even rolled to a stop before the trooper got out. He was tall with broad shoulders, his uniform crisp, too perfect almost in that heat. His mirrored sunglasses made it impossible to see his eyes as he approached our car, his hand resting casually on the butt of his gun. There was something about him in that situation that just immediately put my nerves on edge. He leaned down to Stacy's window, totally stoic expression. "License and registration." His voice was cold and authoritative. Stacy tried to stay calm. I could see her hands trembling slightly as she handed over her information. I sat in the back, silently, just trying to play it cool. The trooper looked down at the documents, then glanced at me and Tracy. Didn't say a word, just stared for a long moment, way too long, like he was assessing more than just our speed down the highway. Then he finally spoke again. "I want you to follow me." We all froze. Follow him? Where? Why? This is not how it's supposed to go. He should have just written a ticket, maybe chewed us out for speeding and then sent us on our way, but something was wrong. "Don't try to run off either," he growled, "or you're all going to jail." Then he reached down and idly tapped his firearm and then the handcuffs next to them. I could not believe what I was witnessing. My mouth went dry. Stacy shot a glance at us with her eyes wide with confusion. Tracy muttered, "What the hell is going on?" But none of us even asked any more questions. We didn't dare in the moment. The trooper walked to his car, got in, and then pulled out onto the highway. Stacy hesitated, her fingers gripping the steering wheel so tight, her knuckles were now white. "What do we do?" she said. We follow," I repeated back. even though every instinct in my body screamed for us to turn around and drive back in the opposite direction. But he was a cop. You can't just ignore a cop, especially in the middle of nowhere. You also gotta remember, this was the late 80s. It was a completely different time. Stacy eased the car back onto the road and we reluctantly followed him. All three of us in this tense silence as he led us down the highway. After a few miles, he took an exit, veering off into a country road. The highway gave way to a winding dirt road, flanked by endless rows of tall corn stalks. It was like we'd driven straight into a scene from a horror movie. The longer we continued to drive, the worse the feeling in my gut became. Something is wrong, terribly wrong. Why is he leading us out here, so far away from civilization? The tension in the car was thick enough to choke on. The sky was starting to darken. The sun was now dipping below the horizon. As we followed him, the dirt was kicked up behind the trooper's car, and I could see it swirling in the rearview mirror like some kind of ghostly omen, almost like it was the last anybody would ever see of us as we drove off that main road. Finally, we pulled up to this old, dilapidated barn that looked like it hadn't seen life in decades. My stomach twisted up into a knot. A group of men, really rough-looking, hard-faced, all stood outside leaning against trucks, shotguns resting casually in their arms. "Jesus," Tracy whispered. "This is a nightmare." Stacy's breathing had now become erratic. "The hell is this?" she asked, more to herself than anybody else. The trooper stepped out of his car, motioned for Stacy to follow him. "Get out," he ordered. She hesitated, fear etched across her face. "What do I do?" she whispered, looking back at us. Her eyes were wide, glistening with tears that she was trying to hold back. Just go," I managed to choke out. "We'll be right here." She followed him to his cruiser. As soon as she disappeared inside his car, I felt the panic rise up in my throat. The men with the shotguns shifted, their eyes now completely and directly on me and Tracy, like predators waiting for the perfect moment to pounce. We sat frozen, too scared to move even, let alone run. Tracy started to pray underneath his breath. "Please, God, please, just get us out of here." I knew that he was a religious guy, but his prayers actually scared me more than anything else. It told me that we literally could die out here. Minutes passed, each one dragging on like an eternity. Heart pounding so loud, I thought the men outside would hear it. I couldn't stop thinking about what they were doing to Stacy and what they planned to do to us next. Were we really gonna die out here? Would anybody even know what happened to us? Suddenly, the door to the cruiser flew open and Stacy bolted out, running towards us like her life depended on it. Immediately throwing herself into the driver's seat, tears streaming down her face. "We have to go," she screamed, slamming the car into reverse, tires kicking up dust as she whipped it around. Tracy and I just held on for dear life as she ripped back towards the highway. As we sped down that dirt road, I looked back and saw the trooper standing there, watching us leave, with this eerie calmness on his face. The other men around him didn't move, they just stood there, their eyes tracking us like wolves watching a wounded deer limp away. The car just bounced and rattled as Stacy drove faster than I thought possible down a dirt road, barely even holding onto the wheel. My heart was still hammering in my chest, every breath shaky and shallow. Tracy was clutching the door handle so tightly, I thought it was going to break off in his hand. No one even said a word. It was like the air had been sucked out of the car, leaving only the oppressive weight of fear and the roar of the engine. The silence was unbearable. Every second felt like an hour. My mind continued to race though, replaying everything that had just taken place, trying to make sense of any of it, but there was no sense to be found. None of it should have happened. Cops don't do this, at least not real ones. But then again, what did I know? I wasn't from here, hadn't grown up around small towns with their hidden secrets, their dark corners where people disappear and nobody ever asks questions. I definitely had never seen a ramshackle barn full of white dudes and shotguns, where they could rape folks that peeled off the highway. It was a true backwoods hellscape. We hit the highway and Stacy finally slowed down. The relief that we were back on paved roads was very short-lived. I glanced back at the narrow dirt road disappearing behind us, those cornfields closing in like walls, and the memories of those men and their cold eyes stayed with me. They never said a word, but I knew. They didn't need to speak for us to understand that we barely escaped something very terrible. Stacy's sobs broke the silence. It was a raw, choking sound, and it shattered whatever thin veil of calm that we'd all been trying to hold on to. She pulled over to the side of the highway, her whole body now shaking with the weight of what she was holding in. "Stacy, what happened?" I whispered, reaching a hand toward her, but not knowing how to help. Her breath came in these ragged gasps. Tracy leaned forward, grabbing her by the shoulder. "Stacy, talk to us. Are you okay?" "I'm not hurt," she managed to get out. But he... She sobbed again, harder this time, her hands covering her face. "Stacy, please," Tracy said, his voice gentle but urgent. "What did he do? What happened?" She wiped her tears with the back of her hand, still not meeting her eyes. "He asked me what I was gonna do with you too." Her voice broke, and I suddenly knew where this was going. The realization hit me like ice water. "He called you, he said..." She took a breath, trying to steady herself. She explained the cop had been extremely racist, referred to Tracy and I as several well-known racial slurs. He told me if I wanted to make sure that we all got out of there, I had to do something for him. The air seemed to leave the car again. Tracy and I exchanged a glance, disbelief crawling through my veins. Stacy was sobbing uncontrollably now, her body trembling. I couldn't do it. I thought we were dead though, and he was going to... God, I don't know what I thought. "But he let us go," Tracy whispered, as if saying it out loud would make it more real, more believable. "He let us go." Stacy nodded, still crying. "He looked at my military ID and saw that we were all in the Air Force, and then he just told me to get out of the car, told us to leave. I don't know why, and I don't know why he changed his mind." We sat there in stunned silence. The weight of it all, the what-ifs, crashed down upon me. What if Stacy had been alone? What if we weren't in the military? What if he hadn't let us go? What if those men had indeed done something, said something? Tracy broke the silence. "We should report this. He can't get away with that." But none of us moved. We were scared. Too scared to believe anybody would listen to us. Who would you believe? 3 teenagers over a state trooper? We were military, yes, but we were also young, mostly black and mostly women. "We won't be believed," I said quietly, voicing the thought that hung between us like a dark cloud. Tracy did not argue. He just stared ahead, his jaw clenched and his eyes distant, as if the full terror of what we had narrowly escaped was now starting to sink in. Eventually, Stacy pulled back onto the highway, and we drove in silence for what felt like hours, no one saying a word. The weight of what had happened now settling into the car, thick, almost suffocating us all. We didn't stop until we were back in Nebraska, back near the base. When Stacy finally pulled over on the side of the road again, it was like we all just collapsed at once, the fear giving way to exhaustion. We huddled together, arms wrapped around one another in a desperate attempt to ward off creeping terror that still clung to us. We sobbed until we couldn't cry anymore. Eventually, the tears dried up, but the fear remained, and it never fully left. We didn't talk about it after that day, not to one another or not to anybody else. We pushed it down and buried it in part of ourselves that knew the world was not fair, that monsters didn't always hide in the dark, that sometimes they wore badges and smiled as they pulled you over. small town where I grew up in rarely even made headlines. It's nestled near the state border, and it was the kind of place where everybody knew everybody. And the biggest excitement was the annual county fair, or maybe the high school football game on Friday nights. So when this incident took place, it sent shockwaves through our tight-knit community and really quickly spiraled into a national mystery that remains unsolved to this day. This is not a story about what happened to me personally, but about something that occurred right here, shaking the very foundation of our everyday lives and leaving an indelible mark on the collective consciousness of our town. I remember that morning like it began just yesterday. The sun had barely risen, casting a pale orange hue across the sky as I drove to work along those familiar highways that crisscrossed through our town. The roads were busy with the usual mix of truckers hauling goods across states, families embarking on summer vacations, and of course, solitary travelers seeking solace of the open road. My route took me from my neighborhood on the edge of town to my job on the other side, a commute that I did 5 or 6 times a week without much thought. But that morning around 6:30 a.m., something caught my eye that made me slow down just a fraction. On the shoulder of the highway, about a mile from where the road started to wind through more developed parts of town, there was a car parked with its driver's door slightly ajar. It was an unusual sight for that time of day, especially in our quiet area. The car itself was a mid-sized sedan, but not particularly old or new. There was just something about it. Maybe it was the way the door was left open, or perhaps the way it seemed almost abandoned inside that early morning light. I glanced in my rearview mirror, expecting to see the driver stepping out, but there was no movement, no one approaching the car, no sign of life. I reassured myself with, the normal logical thoughts. Maybe somebody needed to stretch their legs, or perhaps they had to use the restroom without wanting to bother stopping inside town. Peeing in the trees is always an option out here. Maybe they were walking their dog. All the possibilities made sense, and I convinced myself it was nothing to worry about. After all, in a place like ours, it's not uncommon for travelers to make impromptu stops along the way. It just happens. It's what you do. I continued my drive, the image of the open car kind of lingering in my mind like a shadow that refused to dissipate. The rest of my morning passed without incident. I went about my routine, focusing on work and trying to push that unsettling feeling to the back of my mind. But for some reason, as that day progressed, I never really got the thought of that car off my mind. It was like this nagging doubt that something was amiss. When the afternoon rolled around and it was finally time to head home, I found myself taking that same route back, hoping the morning sighting was just a fleeting anomaly. As I rounded the bend and approached that familiar stretch of the highway, my heart sank. There it was still, the same car, parked in that same exact spot, and the driver's door still ajar. This time, however, the sun was now higher in the sky, casting sharper shadows and illuminating the car's abandoned state with this harsh light. My initial rationalizations crumbled under the weight of reality. This couldn't just be a random stop. Something's wrong here. I slowed my car to a cautious stop behind the parked vehicle. I reached for my phone, the number for the non-emergency line. My mind raced with all the possibilities. Somebody left their car in a rush, maybe an accident, or worse, some kind of foul play. I took a deep breath and dialed the number, trying to steady my nerves. The phone rang a few times before a calm professional voice answered me. "Non-emergency police line, how can I help you?" "I need to report a suspicious vehicle," I said, keeping my voice steady. "There's a car parked on the shoulder of Highway 12, about 5 miles from town center. The driver's door is open and it doesn't look like anybody's around." There was a brief pause on the other end of the phone before the dispatcher responded to me. "Thank you for the information. We'll send an officer out to check it out. Can you describe the vehicle for me?" I provided the details that I could recall, the make, the model, the color, and any distinguishing features. The dispatcher confirmed the location again and assured me that help was on the way. Relieved, I hung up, watching the car in question as it almost seemed to mock my growing anxiety by remaining still as ever. The rest of the day was pretty much a blur. I couldn't concentrate on anything except that car and the officer who would soon be arriving to investigate it. I kept glancing out the window, half expecting to see a uniformed officer finally pulling up beside me, but I saw nothing. Work seemed to be distant and now unimportant in my mind, as it continued to wander about the various scenarios that would explain this car's presence. Once finally making it home that evening, exhaustion washed all over me, but the lingering mystery kept sleep at bay. I tried to distract myself with television and conversation, but the image of that abandoned car continuing to linger in my thoughts. By the time I settled into bed, I hoped that that morning's unease would fade with the night, but fate had other plans. I awoke the next morning to the harsh glow of my phone screen, the sound of incoming notifications, and my alarm jarring me from restless sleep. Groggily, I reached out for it and saw a breaking news alert flashing across my social media feed. Local man disappears after abandoned cars found on highway. I opened up the link, recognizing the description immediately. It was that same car that I'd driven past twice yesterday. The article provided me a little bit more details. The man, named Matthew, was a tradesperson in his mid-30s, known for his friendly demeanor and solid work ethic. He had been on a personal road trip, utilizing some of his paid time off to visit family, and would take a much-needed break from his routine. The last contact anybody had with him was a phone call to his brother the night before his car was discovered, abandoned on Highway 12. The investigation had begun almost immediately. Police ran the plates and contacted Matthew's family, started piecing together his last known whereabouts. According to the reports, Matthew had checked out of a motel in a town around 7 hours away the day prior to his car being discovered. However, there were discrepancies in the timeline. Matthew had a habit of taking detours, exploring areas that were off the beaten path, which would obviously extend his travel time. The exact time his car had been parked was unclear, and without any timestamps or surveillance footage, the window for when he might have left the car was wide open. Law enforcement was puzzled. There was no signs of foul play, no broken windows, no signs of a struggle, nothing missing from the car itself. Matthew's wallet, firearm, and personal belongings were all still in place, as if he simply just decided to step away for a moment, but never returned. Search and rescue teams combed the area, focusing on the Lightfoot trail that had been spotted leading away from the car into a nearby tree stand. It was a small lead, and it ultimately led to a dead end, with no trace of Matthew being found beyond that point. There was a cabin roughly 2 miles from where his car was discovered, way off into the forest. When a search party came upon it, they discovered a couple of broken windows and a door that had been kicked in. They tried to make contact with the resident, but nobody answered. They simply entered the building and found it ransacked of all the food and supplies. It seemed whoever had broken inside had done so very recently. As the days turned into weeks, the case drew some mild national attention. The internet was abuzz with theories, each more outlandish than the last. Alien abductions, encounters with cryptids like Bigfoot, or even being caught in the crossfire of some kind of human trafficking ring. People were desperate to explain the unexplainable. The cabin near the search area had become a focal point of speculation. It was just this small, dilapidated structure that had once belonged to an out-of-town family as this summer retreat. The broken window and missing supplies suggested a possible connection, but without any concrete evidence, it remained just another piece of the puzzle that led to absolutely nowhere. The more I thought about it, the more the questions arose. Why would Matthew, a man with a stable job and promising future, just disappear without a trace? What could have possibly lured him away from his car and into those dense woods, never to be seen again? The community was divided. Some clung to the hope that he was still out there, alive and waiting to be found, while the others believed he'd met a tragic end somewhere in the unforgiving wilderness. The police worked tirelessly, but the lack of evidence made progress very slow. They interviewed anybody who might have seen something unusual, scoured the area for clues, and followed up on every lead, no matter how small. Yet, each effort seemed to circle back to the same frustrating impasse. Matthew was gone. and no one knew where he'd gone or what even happened to him. His wife was on the news several times, doing interviews and pleading for anybody to provide information that might reunite her with her husband. She explained that he took small road trips every year, and nothing like this had ever happened, so she was sure that other parties had to be involved. As weeks turned into months, the intensity of the search began to wane. The media coverage shifted to other stories. The public's interest dimmed, though the local community never quite moved on. The unanswered questions lingered, creating this atmosphere of unease that settled over our town like a thick fog. People would speak in hushed tones about the incident, their own conversation tinged with fear and curiosity. The highways that once felt so familiar now seemed almost sinister, each mile marker a reminder of the unknown that had slipped through our fingers. I found myself obsessively revisiting the details of that morning and afternoon, trying to piece together what could have possibly happened to Matthew. The fact that his car had just been parked with the door open suggested something out of the ordinary. It wasn't just a simple roadside stop, there was a deliberate action there, a decision made by him to leave his car unattended in a place where it didn't necessarily belong. And yet, no one saw him leave. There were no footprints or other signs to indicate where he might have even gone. The cabin near the search area became a symbol of the mystery, a tangible connection to the elusive answers that we all craved. When searchers discovered it, the broken window and missing supplies were the only clues left behind. It was as if somebody or something had intruded upon the place, but without any clear motive or indication of what they were even searching for. The fact that the cabin was an out-of-towner summer home added another layer to the complexity of it all. Who would have had access to it? Who even knew it was out there? Was it just a coincidence that it was all found broken into around the same time that Matthew disappeared? Or was it just nothing at all? Theories continue to evolve, fueled by online forums and social media groups dedicated to solving cases and unexplained phenomena. Some believe that Matthew had stumbled upon something he wasn't supposed to see. Something forced him out into those woods to hide or protect others. Others speculate that he'd been taken by a mysterious force, whether it be supernatural or otherwise, and left no trace of his existence. The lack of concrete evidence made every theory equally plausible and equally unsettling. As the investigation stalled, the community grappled with the ambiguity. It was a stark reminder that not all mysteries have answers, and some disappearances remain shrouded in darkness forever and ever. The unresolved case of Matthew's disappearance became this cautionary tale for road trippers and locals alike, a story that was whispered around campfires, shared with a sense of trepidation. It was a reminder that even in one of the most ordinary of places, the extraordinary and the inexplicable can lurk just beyond the horizon. Personally, the incident itself just left this lasting impact on me. I could not escape the feeling that something was still out there, something that had taken Matthew and refused to let him go, something that apparently lived along my commute to work. Every time I drove down Highway 12, I couldn't help but glance over at the spot where his car had been found, half expecting to see it there again, as if waiting for somebody else to notice it. The memory of that morning and afternoon played over and over in my mind like this haunting melody, each repetition deepening the sense of unease that never would leave me. In the years that followed, that case has still remained open, but active investigation efforts are dwindling. The police kept the case on file, occasionally revisiting it with new evidence or leads when they would emerge, but nothing substantial has ever come to light. Matthew's family held on to hope, refusing to believe that their loved one had just simply vanished without a trace. They organized search parties, held vigils, and worked tirelessly to keep the case alive, even as the rest of the world continued to move on. Meanwhile, the internet continued to buzz with speculation. Blogs, forums, and social media pages dedicated to unsolved mysteries would feature Matthew's disappearance prominently, each contributing their own theories and digging through any available information for more clues.
The anonymity of the internet allowed for a free exchange of ideas, but it also led to unfounded rumors of conspiracy theories, ones that only served to muddle the truth further. One of the more persistent theories was that Matthew had encountered something unexplainable during his drive, something that transcended the natural world. The idea of a supernatural force, perhaps a guardian of the highway, or a manifestation of the town's collective fears, began to take hold in some circles. Stories emerged of eerie lights in the sky, strange sounds emanating from the woods, and unexplained phenomena that coincided with Matthew's disappearance. These tales, though lacking in evidence, added to the tapestry of the mystery that enveloped the whole case. Another theory suggested that Matthew had been involved in something dangerous, perhaps even unknowingly, which led to his disappearance. This could range from being targeted by somebody with a grudge to stumbling accidentally upon illicit activities taking place in the remote areas of our surrounding town. The lack of evidence made it impossible to confirm nor deny any of these suspicions, leaving only the nagging possibility that Matthew's disappearance was a part of something larger. There was only a brief interest in another car that was seen in the area, but honestly, I never heard anything more about it. That cabin near the search area continues to be a point of interest, some believing it was a hideout for somebody involved in Matthew's disappearance, while others just thought it might have been a trap, set to lure him in the woods. The broken window and missing supplies suggested that somebody had been there, but without further evidence, it was impossible to draw definitive conclusions. Another strange detail worth mentioning was that the family that owned the cabin allegedly weren't very cooperative about answering questions or providing information to the police. As time went on, the case faded from the headlines, but it never truly disappeared from the collective memory. It became a part of the town's lore, a story passed down through generations as a reminder of the darkness that can lurk even in the most seemingly peaceful of places. Newcomers to town would hear snippets of the story, whispered with a mix of curiosity and fear, and would often avoid driving down Highway 12 at night, weary of the unknown that might be waiting for them just beyond the lights. For me, the mystery of Matthew's disappearance became a constant undercurrent in my life. It was a question that lingered in the back of my mind, a puzzle with missing pieces that I could not ignore. I continue to find myself drawn to the story, seeking out any new information or developments, hoping against hope that one day the truth will come to light. But as the years pass, it became clear that some mysteries are meant to remain unsolved, their answers just lost to the passage of time and the relentless march of the unknown. One of the most haunting aspects of the case to me was the complete absence of any evidence. No body was ever found, no personal items beyond what was left in the car, and no witnesses came forward to provide any insight into what might have happened. It was literally as if Matthew had simply just ceased to exist, swallowed up by those very roads that he'd been traveling. I've driven through the Southwest before. Most people who live in this part of the country have at some point as well. It's hard to get anywhere without passing through the endless stretches of the desert. The last time I made a real trip, I was aiming for California, but ended up drifting off course. Somehow I wound my way through the Navajo reservation. I don't even know how I ended up on that peculiar road, but once I realized it, I just had no choice but to push on. You ever been out there? It's vast, empty, arid, like the land itself has just given up. Some people say it's beautiful, and I guess I get that, rugged, open, and raw, but all I felt was unease. Something about that kind of isolation just gets under your skin. It's not just the emptiness, it's like the land is hiding something. You see these tiny decrepit houses scattered out in the distance, half falling apart like they've been forgotten decades ago. Every now and then,
you'd spot somebody walking by the highway, miles from any obvious source of life. And I swear to God, the way they moved, slow and deliberate, it's like they were waiting for something, or maybe someone. I drove for hours, wanting nothing more than just to get back to civilization. Somewhere with gas stations, a diner, anything. There was nothing. The road stretched on, and the sun hung up high in the sky. The radio stations faded out, replaced only by static. I didn't want to stop. The thought gnawed at me more and more with each passing mile. Just keep going. The hell out of here. It was around 2 p.m. when I saw a car pulled over on the side of the road, its hood propped open. Instinctively, I slowed down. There was a guy sitting in the driver's seat. His head was down. I assumed looking at his phone or something. I glanced at the empty gas can by his tire, the universal sign of somebody who ran out of luck. I didn't want to stop though. Something inside screamed at me not to, almost like an animal instinct. But there's something about being alone out there that makes you do strange things. The idea of leaving somebody stranded in a place like that just felt wrong to me. So I pulled over. The guy climbed out of his car as I approached. He was wiry, with a shaved head and hollow cheeks. He had this twitchy look to him. His clothes were pretty dusty, and when he smiled, I noticed his teeth. Yellowed and jagged like he'd been chewing on rocks for years. A wave of unease and regret rolled over me immediately, almost stronger than before, like I'd stepped into something dangerous. "Hey, need some help?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady, even though my gut was telling me to leave now. He nodded, looking relieved. Or maybe that was just my imagination trying to rationalize the whole situation. "Yeah, man, engine's been acting up. I can't figure it out." His voice was raspy, smoker's voice. He pointed to the engine like he knew what he was talking about. I could smell the stink of old sweat on him as I got closer. I personally didn't really know a lot about cars, but I figured the hell, I'll take a look, I guess. I grabbed a bottle of water from my car and handed it to him. His hand brushed mine as he took it, ice cold, almost like he hadn't been out in the sun all day. Weird. I leaned over the engine, checking the belts, the fluids, the usual stuff. It wasn't just the heat, there was just something wrong about this whole thing. I couldn't lose that feeling that I was being sized up in the moment. The desert around me, usually silent except for the wind, now felt weird, off, dangerous, almost like it was holding its breath, waiting. Glanced over my shoulder and saw him now standing there, too close for comfort. His eyes were locked onto me, unblinking. And that's when I noticed the glint of metal in his hand. I stood up. Everything looks fine. Maybe you just need to cool it down for a bit." He smiled again, but there was no warmth in it. "Yeah, maybe." I took a step back, my eyes flickering toward my car. Before I could move, he lunged. Not at me, but at my car. The knife came down hard to my rear tire with a sharp hiss. My body tensed, instinct screaming. It wasn't after conversation, it was after everything. He whirled around and had me pressed up against the front of his car. "Give me your wallet, your phone, now." He pressed the knife against my stomach, pushing me into the engine compartment. I felt that cold steel through my shirt, the point biting into my skin. I pulled out my wallet and my phone and tossed them on the ground in front of him. Take it all." My voice cracked. Fear had completely taken hold of me now. I felt so stupid for ever stopping in the first place. The man grinned again, bent down and scooped up the items, pocketed the phone and wallet in one swift motion. Then, without another word, he dropped his hood, got into his car, sped off down the road, dust kicking up behind him, leaving me alone in the blistering desert. I wish I could have seen my face when I saw his engine turn over. Of course his car was fine. He was just trying to get some loot off some dumbass like me who would be gullible and stupid enough to stop. I just stood there stunned. It all happened so fast. My legs wobbled beneath me as I walked to my now useless car. The reality sunk in. No phone, no money, no way out. The desert now felt like 100 times more oppressive, closing in around me and leaving me no escape. I was stranded. The sun began to dip low in the sky, casting everything into this eerie orange glow. Shadows stretching across the road, long and twisted. My skin was burning from the heat, sweat dripping off my face. I made attempts to flag down, passing cars, but nobody stopped. Maybe they saw the slashed tire and figured I was part of some scam, or maybe they just didn't care. Time passed slowly and the silence gnawed at my nerves. Eventually, no one was passing at all. The sun dipped below the horizon and a deep chill had set in now. The desert gets really cold at night, colder than you think. I sat on the hood of my car shivering and scanning the darkening horizon. And that's when I heard the distant rumble of an engine. At first, I thought I was imagining things, but the sounds grew louder and louder. Headlights appeared in the distance, cutting out through the night. The truck pulled up behind me, old and battered. The kind of vehicle that had seen decades of hard use. 2 men got out. They were Navajo, judging by their features and the way they spoke to each other in these low, slow whispers. I should have been relieved, but I don't know why, but I just wasn't. They moved slowly, deliberately. One of them stepped forward and his face was partially hidden in the shadows, but what I could see made my stomach turn. His eyes were sunken and his mouth twisted in this permanent sneer almost. His hands were gnarled, fingers bent at odd angles. The other guy wasn't much better. His jaw was slanted unnaturally, like it had been broken and never quite healed right. Both of them looked deformed. "Need help?" the first man asked, his voice thick and guttural. I hesitated, and every instinct again screaming at me to run, but where was I gonna go? I nodded, explaining what happened with the guy who'd robbed me and then slashed my tire. They exchanged glances and muttered something I couldn't understand underneath their breath. "We know him," the second man said. His voice was higher pitched, almost childish, but there was something cruel in the way he spoke. "He's trouble. Nobody likes him around here." They offered to help patch the tire, and I didn't have much of a choice, so I agreed. They seemed to work pretty quickly. I know it sounds bad, but I couldn't stop staring. Their disfigured faces and the way their hands moved in the dim light, it was like something out of a horror movie. When they finished, I thanked them, though the words felt hollow. "No problem. Happy to help," the first man said. "Nothing like being stuck out here in the big desert." "Don't stop for anybody else. They're all tricksters around here," the second man added. "You said you know the guy that robbed me?" I asked. "Yeah, his name is Grant. He's a white boy who started living here a few years ago. We think he's on the run or something. He doesn't have family here. He just continuously rips people off." I asked a few more questions with the intent of maybe getting my stuff back, but the old-timers gave me some advice on who to ask at the police station. Even general idea of where Grant lived and how to find him. But they were explicit about me not going out there by myself. Get a sheriff to knock for me. I told them thank you again, and they said goodbye. And that was that. They got back into their truck without saying another word. As they drove off, I watched their taillights disappear into the night, leaving me once again alone in the silence of that desert. Thank God for good people. I grew up in a small, quiet neighborhood where everybody knew everybody. Our house was tucked away at the end of a cul-de-sac where the yards were wide. The days dragged on forever, especially in that summer heat. It was the kind of place where nothing ever seemed to happen. That was until one day it did. And the thing about it is, looking back now, it was very obvious. Like a slow-moving train you can't stop but can see coming from miles away. My parents still live there, but the place has never felt the same since what happened with Dan. It's like that scene from the Austin Powers movie, where the guy is standing in front of an oncoming steamroller, yelling stop, at the top of his lungs. instead of taking that full 60 seconds he has just to get out of the way. It was an avoidable situation that no one was mature enough to walk away from. Dan was our next door neighbor. From the day he moved in, there was something off about him. He wasn't the kind of guy who caused scenes in public or threw wild parties or anything like that. In fact, he mostly just kept to himself. But it was the way that he kept to himself that gave you chills if you thought too much about it. He always had this hard look in his eyes, the kind of thing that makes you feel like he was sizing you up, deciding if you were worth his time, worth squashing like a bug. Dan was a pretty big guy, probably in his late 40s when we first met him. He had these thick forearms covered in old tattoos that had gone blurry with age, and he always wore the same greasy baseball cap pulled low over his forehead. I'm assuming this was because Dan was balding. He worked on his house constantly, obsessively. It was like the guy was at war with his property line. He'd mow the lawn 3 times a week, trim his hedges into perfect angular shapes, repaint his garage door every few months. And God forbid you so much as step on his lawn. I learned that one the hard way. I must have been around 10 when we first moved in, and my parents warned me right away. "Don't bother Dan," my dad said. He was ex-military, probably dealing with some kind of PTSD. My mom just told me, "He's not all there." And yeah, they were right. When they first gave me the lowdown, I had that mental image of Lieutenant Dan from Forrest Gump. I envisioned this tough on the outside, soft on the inside type of guy. Someone that would turn out to be caring, maybe even loving over time. This guy was the exact opposite. Dan had a temper, one that flared up over the dumbest things, like when the paperboy threw his paper onto the edge of Dan's lawn instead of the driveway. Dan came storming out of his house, fists clenched, veins bulging in his neck, and screamed at that poor kid until he was shaking like a leaf. "What is your malfunction, piss boy? You like failing at your job? You want to be replaced? You're garbage, son. Always have been, always will be. You come from a long line of failures, don't you? Just a never-ending cycle of dog shit. When you throw the paper to my door, put your goddamn arm into it next time, or I'm gonna throw stones at you, shit ass." We had new paper boys pretty often, and the rest of the neighborhood just kinda had to deal with it. My family got good at dodging Dan, though. My parents and I had this unspoken system: avoid eye contact, walk around the block if you have to, always be polite but never ever friendly. My dad was the king of smoothing things over when Dan would lose it. He'd just stand there nodding, agreeing with whatever nonsense Dan was spouting out. And somehow it would diffuse it, calm him down, but me, I was just terrified of him. The things got worse, though, when we got Checker. It was the Christmas that I turned 12. I'd been begging my parents for so long for a dog. Checker was a mutt, a little wiry thing with brown and white patches, and the moment I saw him, I knew he was trouble. But I loved him anyway. He had more energy than a tornado, always running, jumping, escaping. No matter what we did, Checker would always find a way to slip out of the yard. We'd patch up the fence, add locks to the gate, and he'd still find some way to wiggle free. When he got bigger, he figured out he could just literally spring over the lower part of it. He was a seriously athletic animal. At first, it was funny, cute even, watching him run circles in the front yard, but then Checker started going over to Dan's house. He'd dart across the street, tear around Dan's perfect lawn, and of course, leave a little present for Dan in the form of a steaming pile of dog poop. This infuriated our neighbor, who would go ballistic at the sight of it if we didn't get it cleaned up immediately. I was pretty vigilant about doing so, but every now and again I'd miss a pile. Dan would have an opportunity to have a complete meltdown. I'll never forget the first time Dan came over to complain to us. It was something like out of a horror movie. The doorbell rang, and when my mom opened it, there he was, standing on the porch with a look that could melt steel. His face was flush red. He was holding a shovel in one hand, and at the end of it, a pile of dog crap. "This yours?" he growled to my mom. My mom was flustered, apologizing before she even knew what was going on. "I'm so sorry, Dan, it won't happen again." "Better not," he said, shaking the shovel. "Next time I'll take care of it, permanently." My dad then stepped in, calming things down as he always did. But from that day forward, there was a coldness between us and Dan that never thawed. Checker didn't help. He kept escaping, kept finding his way over to Dan's yard, and every time, Dan's threats would get worse. He'd glare at us from his porch, muttering things under his breath. "I'll kill that dog one day, see if I don't." It was Thursday when everything finally came to a head. I remember that because Thursdays were the worst. Both my parents worked late, and my sister, who was younger than me, was always off at her friend's house. That would leave me home alone after school, which usually was fine, except I had one job: take care of Checker. Usually this wasn't a big deal, but if anything happened, anything at all, I was on my own to deal with it. Not a great situation for me specifically if things were to go south. That afternoon I got home and dropped my backpack off at the door. I went straight to the fridge, pulled out a soda, when I heard that familiar click of the gate swinging open. I froze, knowing exactly what had just happened. Checker. I rushed to the window and sure enough, there he was, sprinting down the street, just like he'd been freed from prison. Panic surged through me like a fork in a toaster. Without thinking, I quickly bolted outside, yelling, "Checker! Checker, get back here! Get back here now!" But he didn't listen. He never did. He took off like a torpedo, straight into Dan's yard. My heart sinking as I ran after him. Dan's truck wasn't in the driveway, and for a brief moment, I thought I might be in the clear. Maybe he wasn't home. Maybe I could grab Checker and get the hell out of there before Dan would notice. It was really my only option, as letting the dog rip around his yard would lead to a headbutting match of some kind. "I got a treat for you," I hollered out, to no reaction. I ran into the yard breathless and spotted Checker sniffing around one of Dan's meticulously trimmed bushes. "Come on, boy," I whispered, creeping closer. "Let's go home." I was just about to grab him when I heard it. The low, mechanical hum of the garage door opening. I froze. Gotta be kidding me. My worst nightmare, and almost certainly how I would die. I imagined Dan just shooting me on sight, right in the back of the head. The door slowly rose, revealing Dan's truck parked inside. And there, standing in the doorway that led from the garage to the house, was Dan. He had his hand on the doorknob, a smirk playing at the corner of his lips. "What are you doing on my property, kid?" he said. I'm just getting my dog," I stammered out. "Your dog, huh?" Dan's eyes flicked to Checker, who was oblivious to the danger that he was currently in. "That little mutt of yours has been crapping all over my yard for 19 months straight." I'm sorry," I whispered. "I promise it won't happen again." "Oh, I know it won't." Dan's smirk widened. "I got the solution right here." Before I could respond, Dan opened up the door and out came the biggest, meanest Doberman I'd ever seen in my life. The dog snarled, its black coat gleaming, muscles rippling as it stalked toward me and my dog Checker. It had 20 pounds on Checker easily, a true monster of an animal. "Meet Spike," Dan said. I didn't wait to see what happened next. I just yelled out for Checker to run, sprinting for the fence. Checker yelped and darted after me, but that Doberman was fast, faster than either of us. It lunged at Checker, knocking him aside like he was nothing more than a chew toy. I heard Checker's whimper of pain, but I couldn't stop. I had to get away. I vaulted over the fence, landing hard on the other side, slamming the gate behind me. I turned just in time to see Dan at the edge of his yard, laughing. He was actually laughing. And there in the grass, Spike had Checker pinned, his massive jaws snapping at my dog's neck. I couldn't breathe, I couldn't think. All I knew was I had to save Checker. My hands were shaking as I grabbed the phone and dialed my dad's number. I blurted out the whole story in a rush. "Dad, please come home. Dan's dog is attacking Checker." "I'm on my way," Dad said. "Stay inside." I couldn't stay inside though. I couldn't just watch. I grabbed my old hockey stick from the closet, charged back outside, heart pounding, legs trembling. Checker was still fighting, but he was losing. The Doberman was big, too strong. "Get him off!" I screamed, swinging the stick with all my might. The stick connected with Spike's side, and the Doberman yelped, but did not let go. I swung again, harder this time, and finally the dog released its grip on Checker. My dog scrambled to his feet, limping and bleeding, but alive. Spike drove back in, but Checker was ready this time, aware of the danger. My dog angled and countered, biting Spike on the side of his snout. I followed with a windmill of wax of my own, right between that stupid thing's eyes. For a moment, it looked like we might actually make it. We fought back and forth with the animal, while our neighbor just sat and laughed, cheering his dog on. Eventually, we all got exhausted, and it was our opportunity to retreat back to the house. Checker and I slowly backed away, the Doberman still snarling, but at a distance now. Then I heard the sound of tires screeching. My dad's truck roared into the driveway. He left out fury written all over his face, and in his hand, he held a gun. I knew my dad packed heat in the car, but I'd never seen him handle it so casually in any kind of capacity. To see him flash it and point the barrel right in Dan's face, it was amazing. He never said a word as he marched across the yard, his eyes locked onto the neighbor. Dan stood there, arms crossed, that same smirk still on his face, as if this whole thing was some kind of game to him. But when my dad leveled the gun at him, that smile wavered, just a little. "What are you gonna do, Mike?" Dan sneered, trying to sound tough but failing. "Shoot me over a dog?" My dad didn't blink, he didn't even hesitate. "Yes," was all he said, his voice like ice. "And then I'll shoot your dog. It'll be that simple." He pulled the hammer back and then feathered the trigger with his finger. Dan flinched, and all the energy deflated out of the area. "This isn't over a dog. This is over you, my boy. My son is home alone, gets attacked by you and that fucking thing you call a dog. I'd be doing the whole community a favor if I blew you away right now." The silence that followed was thick enough to choke on. For a second, I thought Dan might actually call my dad's bluff, might push him to see what would happen next. But then in a low whistle, Dan called his Doberman back, tail between his legs, and slunk over to Dan's side. "You're crazy," Dan muttered. But there was a flicker of fear in his eyes now. He was not laughing anymore. "I'm not the one who let my dog try to kill a kid's pet," my dad said, dead calm. "Next time, it won't be nicely. I will put this thing in your face again." Dan stood there for a moment glaring back at us, his hands balled into fists at his side. And then, without another word, he turned and walked back into his house, dragging Spike along with him. The garage door slowly rambled shut, sealing them both away. I stood there shaking, clutching the hockey stick like a lifeline, my eyes darting between my dad and the house next door. Checker was lying in the grass, whimpering softly, blood staining his fur. My dad holstered the gun and then knelt down beside Checker, running his hands gently over my dog's trembling body. "Let's get him inside," he said quietly. We carried Checker into the house and I sat there beside him on the floor while my dad cleaned his wounds. Checker was banged up, but most of his wounds were superficial. The whole time my dad didn't really say much, he didn't have to. The weight of what had just happened was heavy enough. That night as I lay in bed, staring up at my ceiling, I couldn't stop thinking about the look on Dan's face when he let Spike loose. The way his eyes just gleamed with that sick pleasure, like he wanted to see what would happen next. Like he'd almost been waiting for this moment, for the chance to hurt somebody, to hurt us. And then it hit me that Dan wasn't just some cranky old man with a temper. He was dangerous, truly dangerous. And we had to live next door to him. The days that followed were pretty tense. We kept Checker inside, only letting him out to the backyard when we were there to watch him. And Dan, he pretty much stayed on his side of the fence, but every now and again, I'd catch him watching us from his front porch, his eyes dark and calculating, like he was waiting for the next time that we'd slip up, the next time that Checker would get loose. That day never came though. After that happened, my dad installed a new lock on the gate and reinforced the fence so Checker could not escape anymore. And though Dan never said another word to us, I could feel his presence every time I stepped outside, like a shadow hanging over our house. I walked on eggshells the rest of the time that we lived there. Just the sound of his garage door opening would send me into a full panic. Nothing ever happened again though. Maybe he knew my dad was not bluffing. Maybe he was just biding his time. Either way, we left with this unspoken truce that held until the day that Dan finally moved, years later, leaving behind a house that almost seemed darker, emptier somehow. We moved not long after. Looking back, I realized there were signs from the beginning, subtle cues that something was wrong. But at 14, I didn't really have that kind of intuition that comes with time and experience. I was a freshman in high school, still adjusting to new teachers, new routines, and a new bus route that took me home along a different street that I was completely used to. My house hadn't changed. It was the same one I'd lived in all my life. A quiet place with familiar neighbors, the kind who would smile politely but didn't pry into each other's businesses. But as soon as I started walking the new route, I began noticing something odd. You see, I was a freshman that year, which meant I'd switch schools, so my new bus route went through an entirely different part of town. Even my new bus stop was different. I'd always been making the same walk, navigating the same neighborhoods for the last few years. There's this man that I'd never seen before. His house sat on a corner where the bus dropped me off. The first time I noticed him, he was in his garage working on a lawnmower. His head was down, his face was hidden underneath his dirty baseball cap. But the second I approached, he looked up. His eyes followed me, too closely. It was as if he was watching me pass by, studying me. The way his gaze lingered, almost possessive, made my stomach tighten with discomfort. I brushed it off as my imagination though, convincing myself it's just a random guy with nothing better to do. People watching, right? Everybody does that. I started taking that route every day. It was the quickest way home. I'd ride the bus for 10 minutes, get off at this little intersection in the back roads, and then walk another 10 minutes home. Unless I had plans, like going over to somebody's house, I like to just hustle home, get my homework done, and then chill on the couch. Walking past that weirdo, unfortunately, was the quickest way to freedom. It wasn't long before I would realize that this guy was always there. Same spot, same garage. Every day, his eyes would find me. He never waved, he never said hello, just stared. At first, I tried to ignore it, keep my head down myself, gripping the straps in my backpack so tightly my knuckles would turn white, willing my legs to move faster and faster. I told myself it didn't matter. I didn't know him, he didn't know me. But deep down, the unease was growing. And it wasn't just the staring. Soon enough, it was the things that he'd say to me. "Hey, sweetheart," he called out one afternoon, halfway through the school year. "Looking good today." I didn't respond. I kept my pace steady and eyes fixed on the sidewalk ahead of me. Those words slithered into my ears like poison, turning my insides cold. The hell is this guy? And why is he talking to me like that? I didn't know what to do, and I didn't want to make a scene, but each day it would get worse. His comments grew more vulgar, more suggestive, his grin wider, more menacing. It was as though he was enjoying the power he currently had over me. The way his words would make me recoil. "God, those jeans are something fierce. You look like that, Lord knows what your mother's got going on. Let me help you with your homework, little girl. You look tired, sweetheart. Come on in. I got something in the garage that'll cheer you up. Don't be shy. Hey, you little shit. Just because you're fine don't mean you can be a bitch. Look at me." This was the kind of escalation that I saw over weeks and weeks. He started to get closer too, coming out of the garage like a monster out of a cave. He was truly unsightly too. He had this weathered skin, completely sunburned, pocked face and veiny nose. He had the watery eyes of a drunk. I could feel his eyes burning into my back, and the longer I walked, the more suffocated I would feel. It was like his presence clung to me, followed me all the way home, and lingered long after I'd closed that front door behind me. Every night when I lie in bed, I'd replay those words, his face. I'd squeeze my eyes shut trying to block out the memory, but it would always creep back in, filling me with dread. I'd yet to tell anybody. What would I even say? He hadn't done anything illegal. It wasn't like he touched me, but God, just the way he looked at me and spoke to me. I wasn't the only one who passed by his house. My little sister Beth and brother Gil, 7 and 9, also walked that way home from school now that the bus routes had changed. They were too young to notice things like that, too wrapped up in their own worlds to pay attention to that man in the garage. I didn't want them to see him, didn't want them to become targets of his weird, creepy comments as well. So I told them, casually, to try to walk with the other kids from the bus stop. I framed it as a suggestion, trying not to scare them, but I felt this gnawing fear every time I thought about what might happen if they ran into him alone. And then one day it escalated, almost like my preventative measures had brought it on itself. One day, after enduring yet another lewd comment, I'd had enough. As I passed by his house, I stopped. I didn't care that my legs felt like jelly or my heart was trying to escape my chest. I turned around and stared him down. His grin widened, as if he knew I wouldn't do anything. And he was wrong. "If you say one more word to me," I said as clear as I could, "I'm calling the cops." For a second, his face changed, contorting into something darker and angrier. And then, just as quickly, he smiled again, like he owned me. Without another word, he reached up and pulled the garage door down, the metallic screech of it slamming shut echoing down the street, and I just stood there, frozen, listening to my own heartbeat thudding in my ears. I don't know what I expected, but it wasn't that. He wasn't playing games. This was a power trip for him, and I knew in that moment that he was never going to stop. When I got home, I finally broke down and told my parents everything. The way he stared at me, the disgusting things that he would say to me, the way he would try to lure me into his garage. My dad's face went red with anger, and for a second, I thought he might march right over there and knock the guy out, but Mom stopped him, her voice calm but firm. "We'll call the police," she said. "We'll let them handle it." The police did come, but it was a short visit, and according to them, there wasn't much they could do. He hadn't broken any laws. No physical contact, no threats of violence, just creepy words. My parents were livid, but there was literally nothing to be done. I felt powerless, like the man was untouchable, and it only made my anxiety worse. I couldn't even walk past his house without my skin crawling, knowing he was probably behind that garage door, waiting for me. "And he lives down on the corner?" the cop asked, looking over his notepad. "Yeah, it's a big yellow house by the bus stop." "Yeah, that's Daryl. Guy's been on a radar for over 2 years, but he's never crossed the line enough to warrant a trip to the police station. He's got a long history of being a weirdo." This was unbelievable, and the last thing my family wanted to hear. That guy essentially had a free pass to do whatever the hell he wanted, from what I was hearing. He knew the loopholes, just enough to be able to do and say all kinds of crazy stuff to kids that just happened by his property. The cops left and my family was out of options. Then came the day that everything changed even more. I got home from school and immediately sensed something was wrong. The house was too loud, too tense. In the kitchen, my little brother and sister sat at the table, both of them crying, both of their faces pale. My parents were on the phone with the police again, but this time, there was a difference. This time, Beth and Gil had encountered him. Like I said earlier, they were let out of school an hour before I was, so they went by his house on their own. "He tried to get us to go into his garage," Beth sobbed. "He said he'd show us something cool," Gil added. "But when we said no, he started saying these mean things to us." "Like what?" I asked. "He said he'd turn Beth inside out and make me watch," Gil cried. "He said he'd cut my head off and kick it down the street." The rest of his words were lost in a choked sob, and I felt a surge of cold fury rise up inside me. We knew immediately who it was, there's no doubt. My mind raced with images of him standing in the garage, grinning like a predator, waiting for his next move. I wanted to scream, to hit something, but all I could do was stand there, shaking with rage. This man, this monster, was terrorizing my family. No one was going to do anything about it. We were all too young to be feeling what we were feeling. No little boy should be getting told he's about to be decapitated, and no little girl needed to be hearing threats like that. And I, as a freshman, didn't need to be feeling an overwhelming rage to hurt somebody myself. This was all too much, and something needed to give. The police came once more, took statements, and again, nothing could be done. He hadn't laid a hand on them. No law had been broken. It was beyond infuriating. But as I sat there listening to the officer's words, something clicked inside of me. I could no longer rely on anybody else to protect us. The police, my parents, they weren't enough. I had to do something. I was not going to let him keep terrorizing us anymore. That's when I decided I was going to take matters into my own hands. I remember the stunned fear on his face when I told him point blank that I would call the cops. This old man did not like being threatened straight to his face. At school, I knew a few upperclassmen, sophomores and juniors, that knew me from around town. They weren't exactly the kind of people that you brought home to meet your parents, but they had a reputation for being troublemakers, the kind of guys who wouldn't mind getting their hands dirty. I approached one of them after school, explained the situation, and before I knew it, I had a group of 10 people, mostly guys ready to help me out. We met up at the park, just a few blocks from that man's house, and planned what we were going to do. While we went over the plan, some more of my friends came to join the ranks, a few girls and a few freshman boys, all ready to deliver justice. By the end, there must have been close to 20 people. It was simple, really. We weren't going to hurt him, just scare him enough to make sure he never spoke to another kid like that again. We waited for the school bus to drop off Beth and Gil, and as they walked by his house, I could see the garage door start to lift. He stepped out, just like always. I watched as he started toward them, with that same disgusting smile all over his face. Before he could say a word, we moved in. We didn't approach him, we surrounded him, all of us, standing in his garage, blocking the way to his street. He looked shocked at first, like he couldn't believe what was happening. His eyes darted from one of us to the other, his grin quickly faltering. "The hell is this?" he spat out. One of the guys, Jake, stepped forward, shoved him hard against the wall. "Shut up," he snapped. "You've been running your mouth long enough." The man's eyes widened in fear as he looked at me, and for the first time, he wasn't smiling. He was not in control anymore, and I made sure he knew it. Jake slapped him upside the head, and I could see veins coming to life along his forehead. Jake was a longtime buddy of mine, and also had a younger sibling, big-time protector type. I brought him along for a purpose. I knew he'd get in this guy's face. "You ever talk to me, my siblings, or anybody else on the street again, we'll be back," I said. "And next time, it won't be just words." "That right. You kids got something for me," he shot back. Jack and another guy bounced that old man off the wall like a basketball, slapped him a couple of times, and issued a few threats. "Yeah, that is right," we all said. He did not respond. He stood there fuming as we filed out of the garage one by one. When I looked back at him one last time, he was ghost white and shaking his head. That's how it ended that day. I never saw him again. That garage stayed closed, and the man became a ghost inside our neighborhood. He moved away a few years later, but until that happened, he was just a phantom at the end of the street, a voice we'd hear sometimes coming from his backyard. Other kids would mention him as high school went on, but it wasn't a problem for me or my family ever again. I've spent more time in the woods than my own backyard. Growing up with Seth as my best friend made it easy to escape the daily grind of chores and schoolwork by simply disappearing into the wild behind our houses. We started exploring the forest when we were 4th grade, and for us, the woods weren't just trees and trails. They were just adventure waiting to unfold. Something untouched, raw. Every weekend, we'd grab our bikes, stuff some snacks into our backpacks, and head out for hours at a stretch. Seth, I'll admit, had always been the more adventurous one. He was the kind of kid who didn't mind getting dirty or scratched up. I was more careful, more cautious, but the thrill of discovery always kept me chasing after him, no matter how deep into the woods we would venture. There were these cow ponds out there, old and muddy. We'd pretend to fish or wade around knee-deep, slapping at mosquitoes while laughing like maniacs. We even found an old tree fort once, completely abandoned. Its wooden planks rotted but still hanging in place. Seth climbed it, and of course, I followed, heart racing as I felt the boards creak underneath me. He dared me to jump. I told him he was insane, but eventually, I'd always do it. There's all kinds of stuff out there, remnants of old people, old camps, even clothes. Sometimes the occasional evidence of a party, usually from a long time ago. Like some kids back in the 80s or 90s stole a 30 rack of beer and drank them all out there on a stump. One time we found a missing person poster for a 14-year-old boy. It was dated 2001. It was deep, deep in the woods, miles away from any trail or road, and it definitely creeped us out. The deeper we explored, the weirder things we would find. Old rusted out cars covered in moss and ivy, remnants of some life left behind. We even found a mine shaft, though we didn't dare go near it after Seth threw a rock into it, and we never heard it hit the bottom. That place really gave me the creeps, but Seth of course loved it. There's gotta be something cool down there, he'd say. But we both knew it was very dangerous territory. Even at that young age, we could sense something off about it. As we grew older, our adventures only intensified. High school came round, and while most kids were busy joining sports teams or getting into relationships, Seth and I kept exploring. But when my parents surprised me with this small engine dirt bike, that's really when everything changed. Suddenly, we weren't just walking the trails anymore, we were racing through them. Seth was just as excited as I was, even though the bike was mine. My dad taught us how to handle it, watching us practice for hours until we could ride without wiping out every few minutes. Seth got good at it fast, and we started taking turns. One of us would ride off, blazing through the woods, while the other stayed behind, waiting for their turn. It was a game in our heads, making it way more than it needed to be. You see, whoever was on the bike was completing some kind of daring mission, retrieving an artifact or preventing the extinction of an elusive animal, some important crisis of a mission. The other person had to hang behind and keep the base camp safe. That's what we called our landing spot for the dirt bike. We kept a small gas can, lots of water, snacks, and a hand shovel. All that basic stuff that we might need out there. The camp keeper organized everything, made little blinds out of branches and leaves to keep the camp as hidden and out of sight as possible. This provided security for the mission man when he would return with the dirt bike. It was all fun and games, just something to do so the other person who wasn't riding wasn't bored out of their skull. That bike opened up new territories for us. We'd venture deeper into the forest than ever before, following water systems, dry riverbeds and creeks that would snake through the dense foliage like veins. It felt like we were the first people to ever set foot out there, discovering old campsites and structures long forgotten by the world. One time, we found this half-buried building. It had to be an old hunting cabin that had collapsed on itself. Nothing more than a heap of rotting wood and tin roofing, but it was the dirt bike that really gave us this sense of freedom, of invincibility. At least that's how it felt. If things ever got scary or dangerous, we could blast right out of there at a full 29 miles per hour. One day we decided to explore an area we'd never touched before, what Seth had started calling the backwoods. It was further than we'd ever gone, a wild, overgrown mess of tangled vines and towering trees, and brush so thick you couldn't see 5 feet ahead of you without pushing branches aside. There was a creek that cut through it, but other than that, it was a labyrinth of green. We'd explored out here once before, but because of the overgrown nature of it all, we had to use the dry waterways. We'd encountered a couple of skunks that fateful day and never tried to explore it again, but now that we had this bike, it would be easy work. It was Seth's turn to take the bike first, and I watched him ride off, the engine's whine echoing as he disappeared into the trees. I could still hear the hum for the first 10, maybe 15 minutes, but then nothing, silence. I figured he'd just gone a little further than normal, that he was still exploring, but then 30 minutes passed, and I began to get nervous. The sun was dipping lower, casting long shadows across our makeshift base camp. A little clearing we'd made with a few supplies, and we kept stashed. A couple of water bottles, a helmet, some rope, and a shovel. I made this cool little rock wall with a blind of branches and pine needles along the top. It really was almost like a little outpost. Finally, the sound of the engine cut through the quiet, and Seth came barreling back in the clearing, dirt spraying up behind trees as he screeched to a halt. He killed the engine and pulled off his helmet, and that's when I noticed his face, pale with eyes wide, like he'd just seen a ghost. He explained why he came firing into camp like a missile. "What's wrong?" I asked, already feeling the unease building up in my chest. Seth didn't answer me right away. He just sat there staring at the ground, breathing hard. Finally, he spoke up. "I found something," he said. "What? What'd you find?" I don't know, man. It's like a camp or something, but it's really messed up." That got my attention. "What do you mean messed up?" He shook his head like he was trying to shake the image out of his mind. You gotta see it. I don't know how to explain it. Just follow the creek. When it forks, go right, and you'll see it." My heart was pounding, but curiosity had gotten the better of me. I grabbed the helmet, hopped on the bike, and took off, following his directions. The deeper I went, the more overgrown the forest would become. Branches slapping against my arms, air growing thick and humid. I followed the creek until it forked, just like he said, then veered right. And I did see it, the camp. That was when I wished I'd brought more supplies with me, or at least gassed up the bike. I felt too exposed out there, but still I approached whatever I was looking at. At first I didn't really see much, just a clearing in the trees, but as I got closer, I realized it was no ordinary camp. There was a stone at the center, like a makeshift altar with the remnants of a fire atop it. Charred wood and ashes were scattered around, but that wasn't the worst part. Tied to the surrounding trees were a family of animals, foxes, dead and decomposing, their bodies hanging limply from ropes. And then I saw a mannequin head. It was mounted on a stump, a grotesque, lifelike face carved into it, its eyes staring blankly ahead. It had all kinds of runes and crazy shit etched into the stump and the plastic of the face. There were other things too. Fleshlights and silicone body parts tied to trees, hanging like some kind of stick twisted ornament. The whole place reeked of decay and filth, and I felt bile rising up in my throat, but I could not tear my eyes away. Who would tie dead animals and sex toys to trees? That's when I heard rustling behind me. I spun around and saw him, a man filthy and disheveled, standing at the edge of the clearing. He was watching me, his eyes dark and hollow. And then there was a small, tattered tent behind him, flapping in the wind like something out of a nightmare. My mind went blank. I didn't think, I just reacted. I ran to the bike and kicked it into gear, tearing out of there as fast as I could, the roar of the engine filling my ears as I sped back to Seth. Thank God I'd left that thing running, because if I had to panic start that bike, I probably would be dead now. I don't know how I know, I just do. I flew through the trees and just never looked back. Looking back also felt like a death sentence in the moment. When I got back to base camp, I could barely get out the words. "There's somebody out there, somebody in the woods. He was watching me." Seth's face went even paler than before. "I told you, man, we gotta get out of here." We packed up our stuff in record time, throwing everything into our bags and hauling ass back to the edge of the forest. The whole way, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched, that man was somewhere behind us, lurking in the trees. When we finally burst out of the woods and got back onto that familiar trail that led to the neighborhood, I felt like I could breathe again. I told my parents about what happened, and of course, they didn't believe us. They thought it was just another one of our wild stories, but I know what I saw, and Seth knew too. No police report was made, nothing at all, and to this day, it feels like a massive mistake on our end. That guy was weird out there. His little shrine was a huge red flag, possibly evidence of something criminal. We were just 13 and 14-year-old kids though. We didn't know better. After that, we avoided the backwoods altogether. We never went that deep into the forest again. My dad must have sensed something was off though, because he gave me a pocket knife to keep attached to the dirt bike's handlebars. "Just in case," he said. I never had to use it, but it was a cool addition to our equipment. Neither of us saw that guy from the woods again. Never even heard about him again. But every time I see roadkill even today, I always think about those foxes tied to those trees. I remember the first day that he came to our door. It was a warm afternoon, the kind that felt lazy, like the sun itself was taking its time to melt over the rooftops. My brother, Edward, had been pacing in the small kitchen, wringing his hands together, all nerves. He'd placed an ad in the newspaper for work, any work really, and today was the day that a man named Frank Howard was coming to meet him. I was only 10 years old, but I remember feeling something strange when Mr. Howard finally arrived. He wasn't really the type of man you'd expect to come calling about a job. He was thin, almost frail, with wisps of gray hair escaping from beneath his old flat cap. His suit, though neat, looked a little too large for him, as if it had been made for somebody else with broader shoulders and more substance. His eyes were the strangest thing though, pale blue and watery. But there was something sharp underneath him, like he was constantly thinking, plotting. "Good afternoon, Mr. Budd." He greeted my father when the door opened. His voice was soft and pleasant, too pleasant. My father shook his hand. "Mr. Howard, thank you for coming. Edward's been looking forward to meeting you." Edward then stepped forward, and I remember thinking how much taller he was than this man who'd come to whisk him away to farm in the countryside. Mr. Howard barely glanced at my brother, though. He smiled, nodded as if going through the motions, but his eyes fell on me, and they stayed there. I was sitting in the wooden chair, half hidden behind the kitchen table, trying not to be noticed, as kids often do. But when those pale eyes found me, they seemed to pin me almost in place. I shifted uncomfortably, feeling almost like a bug under glass. He did not stop staring. "This must be Grace," he said softly, still watching me. I looked at my brother, unsure if I should answer him. "Yes, that's my little sister," he said. "She's a bit shy." Mr. Howard smiled wider at that. It wasn't a kind smile. It stretched too far across his face, a tightness pulling at his lips. "Shy girls are the best. You know, I have a niece her age, just about 10. Is that right?" I nodded, my mouth dry. I wanted to disappear underneath the table. Something about him made my skin crawl, though I couldn't explain why at the time. He then turned his attention back to my brother, finally breaking that uncomfortable stare, and spoke of the farm, the rolling fields, the quiet life away from the city. He said Edward would fit right in. He'd be paid well, housed comfortably. But every few moments his eyes would flick back to me. That conversation felt like it went on for hours and hours. Edward asked questions, my father just nodding along, but I was still frozen. I felt like Mr. Howard's gaze had really just trapped me in some kind of invisible web. I would constantly shift in my seat, trying to ignore the way the hair on my arms just stood on end,
every single time his eyes would land on me. Eventually, Mr. Howard cleared his throat and adjusted his cap. "I'm terribly sorry, but I've forgotten. My niece's birthday is today. She's quite close to Grace's age. I'd hate to disappoint her. I wonder, perhaps Grace could come along with me, meet some girls of her own age, enjoy a party for herself." I blinked, confused, as did my father. I'd never heard of such a request before, but Mr. Howard was all smiles, all charm. His voice was sweet, like the lullaby meant to ease you into trusting him. "Oh, I don't know about that," my mother said, stepping in from the next room. "She's awfully young to be off without us." "It would just be for a few hours," Mr. Howard assured her. "I'd have her back before sundown. The girls would be so thrilled to meet somebody new." My father scratched his chin and his eyes narrowed, but Mr. Howard did not waver. "I promise you, sir. I'm trustworthy. You have my word." It was odd how quickly the conversation turned after that. It was as if his voice had woven some kind of spell, as if my parents suddenly couldn't find any reason to object. I wanted to protest, to say that I didn't want to go, but my words just stayed stuck in my throat. Something in me told me to keep quiet. Maybe it was the way his gaze had softened, growing hungrier with every glance. "All right, go on, Grace," my father said, smiling down at me. "It'd be good for you. You really don't get out enough." So I stood, grabbed my coat, and followed Mr. Howard out of our house, out of my home, and into a nightmare. The walk to the house where Mr. Howard said the party was felt almost like a dream. The streets grew narrower, the buildings older and more decrepit. I didn't like the way the sky seemed to dim as we walked, though the sun had not set yet. The shadows just clung to the alleyways, almost like they themselves were watching us. Mr. Howard was quiet most of the way, humming softly to himself like everything was perfectly normal. I tried to keep a little distance between us, not wanting to be too close to him, but each time I stepped back, he'd slow down, forcing me to keep pace. Finally, we reached this old, rundown house. The paint was peeling and the windows were dark. It didn't look like the kind of place where anybody would throw a birthday party. Before I could say anything, Mr. Howard smiled and said, "Wait here, Grace. I'll just check inside to make sure everything's ready." He disappeared through the creaky front door, leaving me standing on the sidewalk. I looked around feeling uneasy. The street was empty, silent. Even the birds had stopped chirping. I didn't know what to do, so I wandered a bit, picking a few wildflowers that managed to push through the cracks of the cobblestones. My heart nervously thumped in my chest. I convinced myself, told myself, it was just a birthday party, a little adventure. But that feeling of dread would not leave me. "Grace!" Mr. Howard's voice called from above. I looked up and saw him waving from an open window. His smile stretched too wide again. "The party's ready, come on inside." I swallowed, nerves rising in my throat, but I did as he asked. I walked up the front steps, the wood creaking under my weight, and opened up the door. The house smelled of dust and something else, something sour. The air was thick, suffocating. I stepped inside, but there was no sound of children laughing, no decorations, no party. The place was completely empty, just the faint ticking of a clock somewhere inside the premises. My legs felt heavy, but I climbed the staircase step by step until I reached that top floor. The door to the bedroom was cracked open, and I could see the light spilling out from the inside. "Mr. Howard?" I called out, my voice trembling. "Come on in, Grace," he answered, his voice smooth as silk. I pushed the door open and stepped inside the room. It was empty except for a bed, just bare walls and dusty floor. Then the closet door creaked open. Out stepped Mr. Howard. No,
not Mr. Howard. He was stripped of his clothing, his pale body stark against the darkened room. His eyes now gleamed with something far worse than hunger. He seemed excited to show me his naked form, almost prancing from side to side, his eyes fixed on my heartbeat, rising in my throat. We locked eyes and he flashed this hideous smile. I gasped and fell backward. "You'll be a good girl, won't you?" he whispered, his voice now cold, devoid of that false warmth. Terror gripped me and I turned to run, but he was too quick. He grabbed me, his fingers digging into my arms, and pulled me towards the bed in the center of the room. I kicked, I bit, I scratched, but he was much stronger than he looked. I screamed, but nobody came. No one would hear me in this forgotten place. "Call me Albert," he rasped, his hands tearing my clothes off. I started to cry and beg for mercy, telling him I'd tell my father and justice would soon be swift. Mr. Howard laughed at that and only continued to choke me. "I said, call me Albert," he said again. I whispered the name. He nodded and then clasped harder. "Good girl." My vision blurred and the world faded to black, his silhouette being the last thing that I saw. It's been 5 years since I saw my daughter Grace. 5 long, miserable years since that man, Frank Howard, he called himself, walked into our lives. I remember him clearly, even now, with his small frame and the way he held himself, like he was a humble, hardworking man. But there was something about him, something wrong that I couldn't place in the moment. I wish now that I'd listened to that nagging feeling. I can still picture him as if it were yesterday, the day he came into our home. He seemed so polite, so courteous. He wore a neatly pressed suit and cap, looking more like a businessman than a farmer, though that's what he claimed to be, a man from the countryside, looking to hire a strong young man to work on his farm. My son Edward had been placing ads in the paper looking for any kind of work to help our family. We were struggling, like most families in those days. But we always had hope that something better was just around the corner. When Mr. Howard showed up, I thought he might be that something better. He seemed pretty eager, shaking Edward's hand and chatting away about how good it would be to have a young man to work out in fresh air, out in the quiet of the country. But what sticks with me now, what haunts my dreams, is the way his eyes would constantly drift towards Grace. She was only 10, just a little girl, sitting quietly at the table. But the way he looked at her, I should have known. "Your daughter's a sweet thing," he'd say, smiling at her in that soft, unsettling way. Grace, shy as always, just smiled back, her big brown eyes wide with innocence. She had no idea what kind of monster sat across from her. It wasn't long before he started talking about his niece, about how she was the same age as Grace, and how there was going to be a birthday party for her that very afternoon. He asked if Grace might come along, meet other children. "I'll have her back before dark," he said. And in the moment, it didn't seem that strange. A children's party sounds harmless. But God help me, I said yes. Grace was excited, of course she was. A birthday party meant cake, games, and new friends. I brushed her hair, tied it with the little blue ribbon that she loved so much, and kissed her on the cheek before she left. "Be good," I told her, "and listen to Mr. Howard." Those were the last words that I ever spoke to her. Days went by, then weeks. The search turned up to nothing. Every neighbor, every corner of the city was scoured. But Grace was gone, vanished into thin air. The police did what they could, but it felt like they were just chasing ghosts. We had no leads, no real answers, just a void where my daughter used to be. After months of anguish, they finally thought they'd found the man responsible, Charles Edward Pope, the local superintendent. His estranged wife had reported him, claiming he'd acted strangely around young girls, that he'd been behaving erratically in the weeks before Grace's disappearance. Pope had no alibi, No defense that could explain where he'd been the day that Grace vanished. They arrested him, they tried him, and for a while, I thought he might really be the one. But it wasn't him. He was released without charges a year and a half later. Another dead end. Then, 5 years after that wretched day, a letter arrived. I remember the moment I held it in my hands. Heavy, ominous. The paper felt too thick, the ink too black. I couldn't read it myself, illiterate as I was. I had no choice but to ask Edward to read it aloud. The moment the words left his mouth, my blood ran cold. My dear Mrs. Budd, in 1894, a friend of mine shipped a deckhand on the steamer Tacoma, Captain John Davis. They sailed from San Francisco for Hong Kong, China. On arriving there, he and 2 others went ashore and got drunk. When they returned, the boat was gone. At that time, there was a famine in China. Meat of any kind was $1 to $3 a pound. So great was the suffering among the very poor people that all the children under 12 were sold for food in order to keep others from starving. A boy or girl under 14 was not safe in the street. You could go in any shop and ask for steak, chops, or stew meat. Part of the naked body of a boy or girl would be brought out, and just what you wanted would be cut from it. A boy or girl's behind, which is the sweetest part of the body, was sold as veal cutlet, and it brought the highest price. John stayed so long, he acquired the taste for human flesh. On his return to New York, he stole 2 boys, one 7 and one 11. He took them to his home, stripped them naked, and tied them up in a closet, then burned everything they had on. Several times every day and night, he spanked them, tortured them, to make their meat good and tender. First, he killed the 11-year-old boy because he had the largest behind, and of course, the most meat on it. Every part of his body was cooked and eaten, except the head, bones, and guts. He was roasted in the oven, boiled, broiled, fried, and stewed. The little boy was next and went the same way. At that time, he was living at 409 East 100th Street, near Right Side. He told me so often how human flesh was so good. I made up my mind to taste it myself. The letter was vile, godless by all accounts. The man who wrote it described horrors, unspeakable things about children being sold as food during the famine in China. He talked about how his friend had developed a taste for human flesh, and how he too had become curious about what it might be like. His friends had lived in an adjacent apartment in New York City, and he cooked up his own stew with kid remains in his closet. This is where the letter sender had first tasted human flesh. I wanted to stop him from reading, but I couldn't. Something inside told me that I had to hear the rest. I had to know. Edward's voice shook as he continued. I could see the color draining from his face as he continued to read. On Sunday, June the 3rd, 1928, I called on you at 406 West 15th Street. Brought you pot cheese, strawberries. We had lunch. Grace sat in my lap and kissed me. I made up my mind to eat her. On the pretense of taking her to a party, you said yes, she could go. I took her to an empty house in Westchester. I'd already picked it out. When we got there, I told her to remain outside. She picked wildflowers. I went upstairs and stripped off all my clothes. I knew if I did not, I would get blood on them. The letter went on, detailing in grotesque, horrific detail about how this man, this monster, had taken my daughter, how he lured her into an empty house under the pretense of a birthday party. How he stripped her, tortured her, and choked her to death. And then, how he'd eaten her. My body felt numb as Edward read those final words. The world around me seemed to dim, collapse inward as the truth sank in. Mr. Howard, Frank Howard, was not the kindly old farmer that he claimed to be. His real name was Albert Fish. He was a man far worse than anything I could have ever imagined. He had my Grace, and he'd done things to her that I couldn't even comprehend. The letter described how he dismembered her body, how he'd taken her flesh back to his rooms, and how he'd eaten her over the course of 9 days. 9 days. Edward whispered, his voice trembling. He ate her. When all was ready, I went to the window and called her. Then I hid in a closet until she was in the room. When she saw me all naked, she began to cry and tried to run downstairs. I grabbed her, and she said she would tell her mama. First, I stripped her. How did she kick, bite, and scratch? Then I choked her to death, cut her into small pieces so I could take my meat to the rooms, cook it, and eat it. How sweet and tender her behind was, roasted in the oven. It took me 9 days to eat her entire body. I did not violate her, though. I could have, and I wish I had. She died a virgin. My stomach churned, bile rising up in my throat. I could not move. I could not speak. All I could do was sit there, numb, as the weight of the horror crushed down around me. I took the letter to the police. I didn't know what else to do. They launched an investigation immediately, tracing the stationery paper that had been written on. It was marked with this distinctive hexagonal emblem, the letters NYPCBA arranged around it, belonging to a private club. It was a lead, at least, a thread to pull at. That thread eventually led them to a janitor who worked at the club, a man who had borrowed some of the stationery but left it behind when he moved out of his old address. That address had just been rented to a man named Albert Fish. When they arrested him, he confessed to everything, not just Grace's murder, but others as well. He claimed to have killed and eaten at least dozens of children, perhaps as many as 100. He was a true monster, a man devoid of any humanity. During the trial, I sat in the courtroom unable to look at him, unable to face a man who had taken my little girl. They called him the Gray Man, and it was fitting. His skin had that sickly ashen hue, like the life had drained out of him long ago. He just sat there, calm and composed, as they detailed his crimes, as they talked about what he'd done to my Grace. I couldn't bear it. I thought his execution, his death in the electric chair would bring me peace, but in the end, the nightmares would consume my life. Nothing else could erase what had happened. I thought his execution, his death in the electric chair, would bring me peace, would end the nightmare that had consumed my life, but it did not. Nothing could erase what happened, what I let happen when I agreed to let Grace go with that terrible man. Every night I still see her in my dreams. Every night I relive the moment I let her walk out that door, smiling and innocent, the monster at her side. I hear her laughter. I see her running through the house. And then I see him standing there, watching her with those cold, dead eyes. The minute I took the case of Grace Budd's disappearance, I knew it wasn't going to be anything straightforward. They assigned me as the lead investigator, and I was haunted by the feeling that I just wasn't prepared for what I was about to take on. Grace, a 10-year-old girl, had simply vanished one day in June of 1928. The last anybody saw of her, she was walking out the door of her family's home on 406 West 15th Street, holding the hand of an older man who called himself Frank Howard. The Budds had trusted Howard, or at least they had no reason not to. He had come to them with the promise of offering their eldest son, Edward, a job at his farm upstate. He was soft-spoken, kind even, brought strawberries and pot cheese for lunch that day. He seemed to know how to put the Budds at ease, talking about his farm, how they'd live cozy in this little house on his land. It seemed a godsend for Edward to work and help support the family. But when Howard asked if Grace could come along to his niece's birthday party in the country, that's when things took a turn. Grace never came home. Frank Howard disappeared into thin air, and all that remained was the devastating silence of an empty room, broken only by the wails of her broken-hearted mother, Delilah Budd. I'll be honest, when I first took on the case, I didn't even know where to begin. The man had left no trace, no farm, no family, not even a record of a Frank Howard existing anywhere in New York City. I felt like I was chasing a ghost. Days turned to months, months turned to years. We had no leads, no clues, and as far as the world was concerned, Grace Budd had been swallowed by the city, another missing child lost to the shadows. Whoever this Mr. Howard was, Records told me he never owned a farm. I imagined some flavor of vagrant, a drifter with impeccable charm, a harmless demeanor, and a perfect script of lies and meaningless backstory to help him vanish much like his victim. I greatly desired to speak with Mr. Howard, just to make him sweat, if nothing else. I couldn't let it go though, something about this man, Frank Howard, it just gnawed at me. I kept thinking about his fearlessness, the way he slipped into their lives like he belonged there, like he knew how to manipulate every single person inside that room. And it worked. He walked right out of their lives, taking Grace along with him. 2 years later, we caught a break. At least, it seemed like one at first. Charles Edward Pope, a local superintendent with a shaky reputation. He was accused by his estranged wife of kidnapping and murdering Grace. I interrogated Pope myself. He was a nervous wreck, sweating through his shirt, shaking like an October leaf. His alibi was weak, and for a moment, I thought we might have the guy. But something didn't sit right. His story did not line up with what little we knew. After months of questioning, Pope was released. There was nothing, absolutely nothing to pin on him. He was a strange man, but Mr. Pope was no killer. The case then went cold again. Every night I went home feeling the weight of failure pressing in on my chest, knowing a little girl was dead and some lunatic was walking free. 5 years passed in angry silence. Then, in November of 1934, everything changed. It was a cold morning when I got the call. Delilah Budd had received a letter. I rushed over, unsure of what to expect. Delilah was beside herself, sitting at the kitchen table with trembling hands, as her son Edward had read through the letter. It was long, rambling, and utterly grotesque. It did begin innocently enough, speaking of famine in China and children being sold for food. But then it spiraled into something far darker. The writer described in excruciating detail how he had lured Grace Budd away that day, how he had taken her to an abandoned house, stripped her and murdered her. He spoke of cooking her flesh, eating it piece by piece over the course of 9 days. The depravity in the letter was unlike anything I'd ever encountered before. I could barely breathe as Edward finished reading. I took the letter from him, examining every inch of it, and that's when I saw it, the faint imprint at the top corner of the envelope. There was a hexagonal emblem with the letters NYPCBA arranged around it. My pulse quickened. I recognized that acronym immediately. New York Private Chauffeurs Benevolent Association. This was our first real lead in over 5 years. I launched an investigation into that association, starting with the members and employees. That's when we got another break. A janitor came forward, admitting that he had taken some stationery home from the office, but had left it in his old apartment when he moved out. He gave us the address, a place on East 100th Street. We went to the apartment building and questioned the manager. She handed us a list of tenants who had recently stayed there, and one of the names jumped out at me like a slap to the face. Albert Fish. I did my homework on Fish. On the surface, he was this harmless guy, gray-haired old man, a father and grandfather, known to be deeply religious. He could recite scripture like a preacher. But there was something beneath the surface, a darkness that twisted and contorted the man. He had a record, albeit a minor one, mostly petty crimes and just vagrancy. But the more I dug, the more my gut told me that Fish was our guy. He used fake names often, and something in my gut told me that Frank Howard was one of those names. The final piece came together when we discovered that Fish had been receiving checks from his son while staying in that apartment. The manager confirmed the last one had just arrived that morning. We devised a plan to lure Fish back to the apartment, pretending the check had arrived and was waiting for him. I staked out the hallway, pretending to be a resident, watching the door like a hawk. It didn't take long. Albert Fish appeared, his frail frame shuffling towards the mail slot. I approached him slowly, calmly, not wanting to spook him. "Mr. Fish," I said. He looked up at me, his eyes sharp and aware. like those of a cautious animal. Yes? I'm Detective King, I said, showing him my badge. I'd like you to come with me to the precinct. We have a few questions for you. Fish did not flinch. He smiled, actually smiled, and nodded. Of course, officer, I'll be right with you. I turned to lead him down the hall, but in an instant, I felt a presence behind me. I spun just in time to see the glint of steel, a straight razor rocketing from my throat. Instinct took over. I grabbed his wrist and twisted it, slamming him against the wall. The razor then clattered to the floor, and for a moment, Fish just stared at me, his smile now gone, replaced by something far more sinister. Very animalistic. I cuffed him on the spot, heart pounding in my chest. The man I had in front of me wasn't just some old fool. He was a predator, a monster in the skin of an elderly man. Once at the station, Fish didn't even try to deny it. He confessed to everything, and then some. He claimed to have killed over 100 people, children mostly, though he could only confirm a handful. His calmness, his utter lack of remorse, chilled me to the core. As if the confessions weren't horrifying enough, medical examinations revealed that Fish had inserted dozens of needles into his groin, leaving them there for years. He had a paddle with nails driven through it that he used to flagellate himself. This man was beyond sick. He was a walking nightmare. He even admitted to letting children spank him with that paddle. Albert Fish spoke about pain as if it was his only joy. He described the act of inflicting it on others with a reverence that made my skin crawl. Pain, he said, is the only thing that makes me feel alive. In the end, Fish was convicted of Grace Budd's murder, though I knew there was countless others, victims lost to the abyss of time and neglect. He went to the electric chair in January 1936, but even that felt like a hollow victory. There is no solace in bringing a man like Albert Fish to justice. The real horror is knowing that he even existed at all. I sometimes wonder if we'll ever truly know how many children he took away from us, how many lives he destroyed. But one thing is for certain, Albert Fish was not a man. He was a monster, born from the darkest recesses of human depravity. And I came face to face with that monster. Hey Booze, I've been meaning to write to you for a while, but I didn't really know how or where to start. I live down here on the coast of Texas, Corpus Christi specifically, and for the last few years, there's been an ongoing string of missing college-aged men in the area. Not just CC, but many of the surrounding townships as well. I thought nothing of this until recently, when someone mentioned how alike some of the missing guys look. Almost like there's a type of person that keeps disappearing. Most of them are typically young, white, dark-haired boys with an interest in the outdoors. I don't know if they're truly related at the end of the day, but many of us here in Corpus Christi, are starting to think so. Corpus Christi is this coastal town where the sun dips into the Gulf of Mexico, casting a golden glow over the bustling streets. But beneath the surface of this picturesque beach town, a sinister reality lurks. Missing persons cases abound, with men vanishing without a trace. As a college student living in this eerie landscape, I'm all too aware of this unsettling trend. There are well over 700,000 people living here, so we call it a beach town. But really, it's a bustling metropolis. It is far too easy for somebody to disappear, and even easier for it to go unnoticed. We pretend otherwise, but many of us here live a pretty fast lifestyle, always on the go, so it isn't the most uncommon thing to go a couple of days without seeing a friend or a family member. but by then, it's far too late. When they vanish, they seem to vanish for good. Very few bodies are turning up as of late. Like I mentioned before, a male my age seems to go missing every 5 or 6 months. The posters that I see online and in the area are staggering, as the names and faces just continue to pile up. The conspiracies go every direction. It's a serial killer, picking up young gay men and disposing of them somewhere when he's done. Then all the way to the polar opposite, that it's a collectively high religious fanatic, and they're all abducting gay men and murdering them for their sins. The problem with that is that not everyone that goes missing is in fact gay. It's just tons of hearsay because of the reality that they are young, handsome, strong, college-age dudes. Who's going to target someone who could potentially fight back? It's just a ton of speculation, and I'm not sure if I buy into every single case being connected, because frankly, there's a shitload of them. I don't see how a person or a group of people could get away with as many kills for that amount of time. It just doesn't add up to me. Still, I suppose it is possible. We should keep every option open. Because of the lack of bodies, people have also postulated that it's cartel related. Some kind of human trafficking operation where these men are being stalked, abducted, and then ultimately taken across the border, sold or put to work. Usually something in like a brothel. I'll be honest, after I started putting the connections together, I found this theory pretty convincing. The only issue I could find with it is that this is Texas. These are boys, and some, if not all, carry guns. I figure someone so organized would target women and more vulnerable people, but at the end of the day, I really don't know. One case that still sends shivers down my spine is that of Caleb Harris, a Renaissance man. Caleb embodied the spirit of adventure and curiosity. His love for the outdoors was contagious. His passion for science was inspiring. With a mind sharp enough to tackle the complexities of physics, Caleb's disappearance defies all logic. The first thing that I learned about Caleb was that he was very capable, a very intelligent individual. Not only did he have a burning love for the outdoors, but he was an accomplished fisherman and knew a lot about the local terrain. He was also a student at Texas A&M with a major in physics, so he also had a great understanding of science. The picture that I'm trying to paint to you is that Caleb was a sharp, logical person. Those kinds of people don't usually just disappear. This was a smart kid who had a knack for being prepared. He knew the geography, probably had decent survival skills, was sociable, no enemies, and didn't have a history of getting tied up with criminals or any other undesirables. He seemed like a genuine, honest, clean-cut kid who stumbled into something that he probably shouldn't have. As I delved deeper into Caleb's story, I discovered a kind soul, a free spirit who roamed the outdoors barefoot, connecting directly with the earth. His friends and family described him as polite, inquisitive, and friendly. The more I learn about Caleb, the more his disappearance seems like a cruel joke. Why is it always these genuine, innocent people that this kind of thing constantly happens to? With each passing day, the mystery surrounding Caleb's vanishing act only thickens. The police investigation turned up nothing concrete, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions. As the community struggles to make sense of the disappearance, I couldn't shake off the feeling that this would just keep happening, like it has been for years. What is it going to take to actually get a goddamn answer in regard to one single case? I'll admit I'm getting ahead of myself though. Caleb went missing from the area at his apartment in the middle of the night, or so the sources believe. It's said that Caleb was seen taking his dog for a walk at a pretty late hour, but beyond that, no one is sure of anything else. When no one heard from him the following day, and friends and family began to communicate that something was wrong, they found his apartment totally intact. His dog, his wallet, even his keys were all inside the unit. The only things that were missing was Caleb's phone and Caleb himself. One of the strangest things to me is the dog. If he was in fact seen walking that dog in the middle of the night, how did the dog return to the house but Caleb did not? It's believed that for whatever reason, he briefly returned to his apartment, put the dog up, then ventured back out into the dark. But what would compel him to do this? If he was being held at gunpoint or being abducted, the suspect wouldn't care what happened to that dog. They definitely wouldn't let him go back home and drop it off real quick. It's a strange part of the mystery that makes a lot of us wonder. On the night he vanished, Caleb had ordered food from a delivery service, a detail that sparked speculation of foul play. Who would order food, then willingly take off before it even arrived? People really clung to this little detail as a crumb of something bigger, that Caleb must have been murdered. The food order was some kind of dead giveaway. But I knew better after doing so much research. Caleb was a regular user of these apps, often ordering food for his fishing trips the next day. The leave at the door option was his preferred choice, a convenience that he utilized frequently. This small detail painted a different picture, one of a man planning ahead, not one in distress. Again, Caleb was a very well-prepared individual, so all of this was extra strange to me. This actually implied something else to me though, that Caleb voluntarily left his house and planned to be back in a very short amount of time. He just clicked leave at the door like normal, wander off to do whatever he had in mind, and then he'd scoop up the food on the way back. It might even still be cold. This never came to fruition though. He never returned to his home again. His family would find the food at the doorstep, pre-packaged drinks and some Lunchables. When online sleuths saw what he ordered, we knew immediately he didn't have to be there for something like that. It's not hot food. And his friends actually confirmed he always ordered stuff like that before his little excursions. That's how I knew this wasn't an immediate cause for concern. Whatever happened out there remains a complete mystery. The investigation into Caleb's disappearance dragged on for 4 long months, with barely a whisper of any progress. The online sleuths and Facebook detectives chimed in with their theories, but nothing concrete ever emerged. The police combed the area, volunteers scoured the streets, even a reward was offered. But all the efforts yielded nothing, zilch, zero, and the silence was deafening. During the initial search of the area, one volunteer had her search dog with her, a German Shepherd, which started to alert near a manhole cover. It was obvious that something below was putting this animal in distress, but law enforcement were adamant. The manhole covers were close to 500 pounds, nearly impossible to move for any civilian. It took a team and even special equipment sometimes to get them popped open. There was no one that Caleb could open, nor anyone else he encountered that night. One neighbor had made a report. He'd claimed that he'd seen Caleb wandering around beneath a bridge a day or so prior, even had taken his dog down there. Again, he was a wandering soul, always looking for adventure, so poking around near a river seemed like the most natural thing in the world for this kid. Still, it got authorities and other folks looking at the waterways. Even random psychics and mediums who offered to help the case claimed that Caleb was underwater somewhere. And when he was found, he would be wet. Another pair of leads actually pointed the finger specifically. A brief viral post claimed that there was a man going around Corpus Christi in a rental car, pretending to be a city worker of some kind, and trying to lure people into his vehicle. I never saw this guy, but I saw plenty of posts in various Texas groups, so I know it was legit. I don't know if the police ever busted that guy specifically, but people believed he could have been involved. Driving through neighborhoods in the middle of the night, pretending to have some kind of authority. It sounds like the perfect recipe, right? Another poster put up a video about an exchange that he had at a gas station. An older man rolled up on him in a black truck while he was at the pump and did the same exact thing, tried to coax the guy into his truck. The guy recording claimed that he had seen this older man before, and every single time he would try to solicit company from younger men. There was others that corroborated the story, saying they had been encountering this man for years in the Corpus Christi area. He was always doing the same thing. He was a known predator, looking for younger men to have sex with. Again, I'm not really sure whatever came from all these suspicions, but many locals believe this guy could also be the ticket to justice. I know he was questioned at one point, and his name and picture never made the headlines. So, from what I understand, he must not have been involved. Still, there's dozens of others missing, so I'm not saying who's guilty and who's innocent, as these guys have some seriously weird behavior. He got quiet for a long time after that, and when that happens, the worst of the speculations starts to happen. Where there's no body, there's no evidence, and people really start to convince themselves that something crazy happened. It had to be murder, but we all know that isn't always the case. People turn up after months, sometimes years, and their body was just in a place that nobody would ever think to look. So many of us held out hope for that his body could still be recovered and some closure could be granted to the family and friends. Then, like a bolt of lightning on a stormy night, news broke that a body was found in wastewater, well across the street from Caleb's apartment. The same well connected to the manhole that sparked hope during the initial search. A city worker stumbled upon the remains during routine maintenance, and soon, the authorities confirmed the grim discovery. As the information came out, people went back and started to comb the area again. The truth was mind-blowing. Searchers found a series of open manholes and access points from the wastewater system. Many of them literally just open shafts leading to 20-foot drops into stone and sludge. If it rained hard enough, there would be a decent amount of water down there. Might help keep somebody alive upon impact. But during the time Caleb had vanished, the season had been bone dry. You're starting to piece it all together. Caleb, wandering around in the dark, perhaps smoking or maybe drinking, as college students tend to do. All it would take was one wrong step, like a fucking Scooby-Doo cartoon, and he would have slipped from the surface and fallen 20 feet, then crashed into a concrete slab at the bottom. It was horrific and obvious, as these openings were just across the street from his house, all over a field in the middle of a building development. Caleb was known to wander, so this was the most believable theory yet. But that wasn't the only shocker. Within hours, another wastewater well was found to contain human remains. The police remained tight-lipped about whether it was Caleb's body or another victim altogether. The wait for identification would be an agonizing 48 hours. The more that I delved into the mystery, the more it seemed like some kind of sinister puzzle. Caleb was last seen walking his dog late at night, but when his family and the police arrived at his apartment the next day, the dog was safely inside. How did Caleb manage to return the dog home, then vanish without a trace? It defied all logic. The question on everybody's lips: did Caleb fall into one of these holes? Or was he forced into darkness? A cryptic social media post from Caleb's account added another layer of intrigue. He had expressed interest in meeting up with friends at a nearby trail. It could be that he returned home to put the dog up, then join his peers, but only to meet a tragic fate. The possibilities swirled around in my mind, each one more ominous than the last. The trail itself was located on the other side of that field, so it is possible he could have tried to use that as a shortcut, only to plummet to his own death. This is a breaking case, so everything is speculation at this point. But I'm just trying to be reasonable and unbiased as possible, because I know many people are trying to make this out to be a murder case. But I personally am not convinced. We still aren't sure of whose body is down there in the tunnels, but it's the first break in a major series of cases. It could be the start of something big. If you live in Texas, watch your back.